Chapter 95. Unfazed in battle. As the tension mounted on the platform, Yin Lu observed the scene with concern. Brother, is this Ji Wuyou not a former disciple of the mountain? Zhao Linglong inquired anxiously, casting a glance at Qing Xiao beside her. Indeed, Ji Wuyou was once a disciple of the fourth peak. However, due to a ruthless clash among peers over a spirit herb, he was left severely crippled in his cultivation and subsequently expelled from the fourth peak. Qing Xiao replied, his expression grave. He had yet to express a lingering thought that Ji Wuyou was among the most scrutinized disciples in this selection from the 7 peaks. However, to spare Zhao Linglong further distress, he withheld this information. Didn't they decree that no techniques above the Xian rank are permitted in the 7-peak selection? Why then is Ji Wuyou employing sword manipulation without opposition? Zhao Linglong pressed further. That is not true sword manipulation, replied Xian, seated beside her. The technique of using qi to control the sword differs vastly from manipulating it with one's soul. Ji Wuyou's remarkable talent merely gives the illusion of sword mastery. Isn't Ji Wuyou the disciple we aim to recruit for our first peak? Interjected Yi Xian from the front. Upon hearing this, Jin Haji nodded with a smile and turned to Zhao Linglong, saying, Sister Linglong, the little fellow you know seems rather unfortunate. You said the same during the last match. Zhao Linglong retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Jin Haji. With a twitch of his lips, Jin Haji scoffed, if you doubt it, just observe closely. In the next round, Xu Taiping will surely face a great ordeal. Let the match commence. At that moment, the voice of the referee echoed through the air, resonating across the Xinjiang plain, as Ji Wuyou and Qi Baili's energies surged and exploded into a tumult. With a clang, a shrill cry of a sword erupted as the flying sword that had been spiraling around Ji Wuyou suddenly shot forth, piercing straight toward Qi Baili. Qi Baili wielded 2 massive bronze hammers. Upon seeing the flying sword approach, he swung one of the hammers down with tremendous force. Due to the nature of using qi to control the sword, the flying sword did not travel at an alarming speed, making it likely that Qi Baili would strike true. Yet, just as the hammer was about to connect, Ji Wuyou swiftly formed a hand seal and shouted, Wind, arise. As his words fell, a fierce gust swept past Qi Baili, causing him to stagger and lose his aim, missing the flying sword entirely. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, the sword, guided by Ji Wuyou, sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, severing Qi Baili's arm that gripped the hammer. Qi Baili cried out in agony. With a smirk curling his lips, Ji Wuyou's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he remarked, I had warned you to concede. Since you choose to be obstinate, I shall take another of your limbs. As he spoke, he pressed down with his fingers, once more commanding the flying sword. With another sharp clang, the sword's cry echoed once more. The flying sword that circled above Qi Baili once again descended like a streak of light, slicing through the air and severing his other arm with a swift whoosh. Qi Baili let out a blood-curdling scream, kneeling in terror as he pleaded for mercy. I concede, I concede. His cries were abruptly silenced by a sharp sound of slicing air, as the sword controlled by Ji Wuyou pierced through his throat. Thud! Qi Baili's body collapsed onto the arena floor, causing an uproar among the spectators. Some discussed Ji Wuyou's swordsmanship and spellcasting, while others criticized her ruthlessness. After all, with her opponent's hands rendered useless and victory assured, there was no need for such lethal force. Unperturbed by the murmurs around her, Ji Wuyou calmly approached the edge of the arena and looked down at Xu Taiping, saying, It's your turn. Not only was she adept at wielding her sword with qi, but she also possessed a remarkable talent for spellcasting, coupled with a viciousness that marked her as a true practitioner. On the cloud tower, Jin Haji waved his folding fan leisurely as he remarked, How intriguing. Zhao Linglong bit her lip in silence, while Qing Xiao and Xian fell into deep contemplation. You should persuade that lad to withdraw while he still can. After all, one must preserve the Green Mountains to avoid the fear of running out of firewood. He could train for another 3 years and return, Jin Haji suggested, turning to Zhao Linglong and the others. To be honest, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao had indeed considered this, especially Qing Xiao, who understood Ji Wuyou's past cultivation and strength better than Zhao Linglong. Even if Xu Taiping's abilities were restored, his methods would be beyond the reach of an ordinary outer disciple. Junior sister, Qing Xiao said, looking at Zhao Linglong as if seeking her opinion. Senior brother, there's just one match left. If he wins this final bout, he will gain the opportunity to become an official disciple. Zhao Linglong expressed her reluctance for Xu Taiping to give up. He will not agree to that. Lin Buyu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. At these words, the group's attention shifted towards him. Even the haughty Yi Xian turned to listen. Lin Buyu seemed oblivious to their gazes. Closing the book in his hands and looking down at the arena, speaking to himself, if he truly fears death, he shouldn't be here at all. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Had it not been for Lin Buyu's reminder, I might have forgotten that Xu Taiping is now a cultivator, and facing life and death is the first step on the path of cultivation. Yes, Buyu is right. Since Taiping has embarked on the path of cultivation, every step henceforth should be his own choice. Zhao Linglong suddenly clapped her hands against her cheeks, suppressing her inner worries as she turned her gaze back to the arena. Though the words sounded noble, a life is ultimately singular. Once lost, nothing remains. With a cold chuckle, Jin Haji turned away, leisurely swaying the folding fan in his hand. Meanwhile, Yi Xian cast a penetrating glance at Lin Buyu before shifting his gaze to Xu Taiping in the stands, murmuring softly, Xu Taiping, what an unpleasant name. An incense stick's worth of time later, at the Xinjiang Ping, Xu Taiping faced off against Ji Wuyou, with the victor claiming the first spot in the 7 Peak selection, thus earning the qualification to enter the prestigious Qianjian 7 Peaks and be chosen as an official disciple. As the announcement by the overseer echoed, Xu Taiping and Ji Wuyou ascended the arena from opposite sides. Given the significance of this match in determining the initial spot, the disciples of the 7 Peaks in the Cloud Tower ceased their laughter, fixating their serious attention upon the stage. On the southern side of the Xinjiang Tower, atop the grand 9-story Cloud Tower, a powerful aura radiated, indicating that the 7 Peaks leaders, alongside the master of Qingxian sect and several elders, had taken their seats. Are you bringing so many blades to cook on stage? Ji Wuyou quipped, glancing at Xu Taiping, who had 3 long knives sheathed at his waist. You will find out soon enough, Xu Taiping replied, tightening the rope securing his blades. I fear you may not even have the opportunity to draw your sword. Ji Wuyou, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, continued to smile slyly at Xu Taiping. Are both of you prepared? The overseer's voice rang out. I am ready. Xu Taiping nodded, placing one hand on the hilt of his knife and clenching his fist, his right leg in a bow stance, body slightly leaning forward. I am also prepared, Ji Wuyou replied, his eyes narrowed in a smile, one hand forming a sword gesture while the other crafted a seal. The long sword at his waist vibrating ominously in its sheath. Then let the match commence. The overseer stepped back from the arena and declared loudly. Clang. With the end of his proclamation, the sound of swords clashing and blades being drawn erupted simultaneously. Almost instantaneously, a blade light resembling a full moon intersected with a flying sword. Xu Taiping evaded Ji Wuyou's strike with the moonlit arc, successfully positioning himself behind Ji Wuyou. However, his blade shattered under the impact of their collision, emitting a sharp crack. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping unleashed his inner true energy, drawing another long knife from his waist. Boom. The explosive blade aura transformed into a lengthy shadow, cleaving directly towards Ji Wuyou's back. 7 kills blade. 3rd kill, steel severing. From the full moon's arc to the severing strike, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times, leaving the onlookers in awe. Clang. Yet, in the very moment Xu Taiping executed his 3rd strike, Ji Wuyou's flying sword, as if possessing a will of its own, traced a graceful arc in the air before fiercely slashing towards the blade shadow. Bang! Amidst the roar of a tremendous quake, the blade aura unleashed by Xu Taiping's 3rd kill was abruptly shattered by the flying sword, causing his long knife to splinter with a resounding crack. In stark contrast, Ji Wuyou's sword was merely repelled a few feet by the backlash. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Boom! Yet, as if he had anticipated this very moment, Xu Taiping's fist, concealed behind him, surged forth with a thunderous bellow, striking fiercely at Ji Wuyou's vulnerable back. At that instant, Ji Wuyou found himself unable to summon his sword for defense in time, as the sea dries and stones erode. Just then, still facing away from Xu Taiping, Ji Wuyou suddenly recited an incantation with great fervor, followed by a powerful shout as he stomped his right foot onto the ground. Bang! In an instant, the once solid earth beneath Xu Taiping collapsed, causing him to stagger perilously. Boom! However, Xu Taiping swiftly executed the wind shadow step, his figure flickering as he leaped away from his original position. Clang! Before Xu Taiping could regain his footing, the sound of a sword's cry and the rush of air filled the air as a beam of sword light lunged toward his back. Thud! To the astonishment of everyone present, including Ji Wuyou, Xu Taiping did not evade this strike. Instead, he allowed it to pierce through his body. Boom! Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion and surprise, a mist of blood erupted around Xu Taiping. Instantly, this blood mist crystallized into ice, encasing his upper body along with the flying sword within. Ji Wuyou's sword was subdued. This madman. The sight evoked gasps of disbelief from many, as no one could have fathomed that someone would use their own body to seal a sword. Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were left utterly speechless by the scene. Swish! Amidst the chorus of astonished voices, another sound of a blade being drawn echoed, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. Xu Taiping's movements did not falter in the slightest. Boom! The brilliant blade light cascaded forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, cleaving directly toward Ji Wuyou. 7 kill blade. Absolute kill, pursuing soul. The wind rises. After several failed attempts to control the sword with his qi, Ji Wuyou, his expression darkened, ultimately recited the wind-summoning incantation. Boom! At the instant his words fell, a tempest arose, as if an enormous hand were reaching forth to swat at Xu Taiping's blade gleam. Yet, it was too late. Bang! With a deafening crash, Xu Taiping's blade cleaved through the raging winds, striking down upon Ji Wuyou's form. Swish! Although the gusts diverted the blade's edge, it still severed one of Ji Wuyou's arms. Ji Wuyou let out a wretched scream. But soon, consumed by fury, he formed a sword finger with his remaining hand, channeling all his true energy as he roared, "Sword, come!" With a crack, the dark ice armor crystallized upon Xu Taiping's chest shattered, and Ji Wuyou's flying sword was swiftly withdrawn from Xu Taiping's back. This time, Ji Wuyou was able to draw his sword due to a combination of having accumulated power for a long time and the fact that Xu Taiping was in a relatively weakened state after delivering a strike. Amidst the searing pain, Xu Taiping let out a muffled groan, but he soon smiled widely at Ji Wuyou and said, "One sword in exchange for one hand. Worth it." As he spoke, he once again used the residual energy to seal the wound on his back with the essence of blood. This scene made all the cultivators present break into a cold sweat. From the moment he was struck to the severing of Ji Wuyou's arm, and then to the extraction of the flying sword from his back, it all transpired within a mere dozen breaths. Many cultivators only comprehended the events at that moment. Was this all part of Xu Taiping's elaborate scheme? Qingxiao's heart raced in disbelief. If that were indeed the case, then this young man's cunning might surpass even ours. Ziyuan's expression mirrored that of astonishment. Boom! Amidst the clamor, Xu Taiping swung his long blade once more. Clang! Ji Wuyou, filled with resentment, summoned his flying sword with all his might to counter. However, with one arm missing, Ji Wuyou could no longer wield both the sword and his spell simultaneously, resulting in the situation gradually favoring Xu Taiping. If this trend continued, as long as Xu Taiping could find the opportunity to unleash the bull's hammer formation, Ji Wuyou would undoubtedly face defeat. At that moment, Ji Wuyou suddenly invoked a wind spell, increasing the distance between himself and Xu Taiping. He drew his hand across the blade of the flying sword, smearing Xu Taiping's blood onto his palm, then began reciting a cryptic incantation with a sinister smile, concluding with a fierce declaration, "The pain I endure shall be returned to you tenfold." Hearing this, Duge Qingxiao sprang to his feet in shock. Ji Wuyou actually employed a twofold pain curse. His eyes burned with anger as he scoffed. Chapter 97. Defeating Wuyou, what of tenfold pain? With a swish, Ji Wuyou drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his own thigh. The excruciating pain made him furrow his brow. But he quickly turned to Xu Taiping with a malevolent grin and proclaimed, "Let us see how you withstand this pain, 10 times that of my own." With that, he twisted the dagger violently in his thigh. Not far away, Xu Taiping initially felt perplexed as to why Ji Wuyou would harm himself. However, his pupils suddenly dilated in realization. An indescribable agony surged from his thigh. Groaning in pain, he faltered and fell to one knee. He finally understood what Ji Wuyou meant by returning the pain tenfold. Not just him, but at that moment, most cultivators present grasped the situation. This despicable scoundrel had resorted to such vile sorcery in their contest. Zhao Linglong couldn't contain her outrage and shouted, "Is no one going to stop him?" She turned her gaze towards Su Ziyuan beside her. Though these two curses are malevolent, they are merely a form of low-level sorcery, and the rules of the contest did not prohibit their use. Su Ziyan shook her head in exasperation. "Linglong, have you not yet discerned the truth? It is not the curse that is formidable, but the person, Ji Wuyou himself. I have long asserted that he is a madman. What sane individual would practice such self-destructive sorcery?" At the front, Jin Heji suddenly fanned himself with a folding fan, a smug expression upon his face. Zhao Linglong found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Ha! At that moment, Ji Wuyou on the stage slowly rose from the ground. His face contorted in a grotesque grin as he laughed maniacally. "Do you feel the agony of existence?" He staggered towards Xu Taiping, pressing his hand firmly against the wound of his severed arm. Ugh! Xu Taiping, who had just attempted to rise, stumbled once more to the ground. "It seems it is still not enough pain." With a sinister smile, Ji Wuyou bit down on a dagger, slicing open a gash on the back of his hand, then tore the skin from his hand with his teeth. Ugh! Hiss! Even Ji Wuyou winced in pain from the self-inflicted wound. One cannot imagine the torment endured by Xu Taiping, who was meant to experience tenfold the agony. Even from a distance, Qing Xiao and the others could clearly observe Xu Taiping, kneeling and trembling. "This contest is unjust," Zhao Linglong exclaimed in anger. "When has it ever been declared fair?" Jin Heji countered with a smirk. "You." Zhao Linglong attempted to retort, but Qing Xiao restrained her shoulder, urging her to remain seated. At that moment, Ji Wuyou was merely 10 paces away from Xu Taiping. At this distance, his flying sword could swiftly end Xu Taiping's life in one strike. However, Ji Wuyou had no intention of doing so. "Severing my arm. How could I allow you to die so easily?" Ji Wuyou glared at Xu Taiping with venomous eyes. He then placed one of his fingers into his mouth, biting down on the nail with his teeth before forcefully twisting his head to rip it off. Ugh! As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. At this moment, Xu Taiping finally cried out in agony from the excruciating pain. Zhao Linglong, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes. Ha ha! Ji Wuyou, witnessing this, erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. He continued to gnaw at his finger, now devoid of a nail, as he slowly approached Xu Taiping, leaning down with a twisted smile to whisper in his ear, "Kneel down and lick the dust off my boot. I may consider granting you a more merciful death." As he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that all those in the stands could hear. Those familiar with Ji Wuyou understood that he relished the torment of his opponents more than the victory itself. Hearing this, Xu Taiping slowly raised his head, his pallid complexion glistening with beads of sweat. "Is this for real?" he inquired of Ji Wuyou. "That depends on your performance," Ji Wuyou replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. Standing up and positioning his boot, caked in dust and blood, before Xu Taiping. Witnessing this scene, the individuals atop the cloud tower, including Qing Xiao, found it unbearable to behold and instinctively averted their gazes. However, before they could fully turn away, Xu Taiping, who had been crouching, suddenly drew his long knife with a swift motion, aiming a fierce strike upwards toward Ji Wuyou's arm. The abruptness of the attack left Ji Wuyou no time to summon his flying sword. He could only rely on his protective energy to shield himself. Yet, the hastily conjured defense was no match for the accumulated might of Xu Taiping's strike. With a swift whoosh, Xu Taiping's blade cleaved through Ji Wuyou's protective aura, severing both his defense and his arm. A piercing scream erupted from Ji Wuyou, echoing across the sword stabilization platform. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping's body trembled violently, a fleeting dizziness clouding his vision. But that was the extent of his discomfort. "Impossible. You have fallen victim to my curse of dual injury. Inflicting harm upon me should hurt you tenfold." Ji Wuyou, retreating painfully to the edge of the arena, gazed at Xu Taiping with disbelief. "Tenfold." Xu Taiping chuckled softly. He yearned to express that even if Ji Wuyou were indeed suffering 10 times the pain he felt, it would scarcely compare to the agony he endured when immersed in the bone-washing and marrow-removing elixir. Not to mention the torment he faced while mastering the body-forging techniques taught by the celestial maiden of Lingyue. This pain was trivial. He shook his head and advanced step by step towards Ji Wuyou, knife in hand. "You cannot deceive me. You are merely putting on a brave front, desperately holding on." Ji Wuyou screamed, his face contorted in anguish as he forcibly channeled his internal energy. Lifting his flying sword from the ground, and causing it to slice through his own flesh. The gruesome spectacle was enough to turn the stomachs of onlookers. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping's strides remained unbroken, resolutely approaching him. At this moment, confusion spread not only across Ji Wuyou's face, but also among the disciples gathered at the side. Could it be that the curse of dual injury was a mere fabrication? Impossible. The one who cast the spell would undoubtedly be aware of its effects. Whispers filled the air. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will perish as well. The pain will be your demise. Amidst the murmurs, Ji Wuyou's face twisted in fury as he bellowed from the stage. Yet, Xu Taiping continued his relentless advance, undeterred by the threats. Just then, in a fit of desperation, Ji Wuyou's countenance shifted to one of madness. He released all his internal energy, summoning his flying sword with tremendous force, thrusting it towards Xu Taiping. Bang! Perhaps due to his inability to properly execute the sword technique, this strike lacked the potency of his previous ones. Before it could reach Xu Taiping, he melded with the blade's radiance, circling behind Ji Wuyou like a full moon, before delivering a decisive blow to the back of his neck. You cannot whoosh. As Ji Wuyou spun around in alarm, his eyes widened in terror upon witnessing the imminent blade. But before he could finish his protest, the knife's edge swept across his neck. Bang! Ji Wuyou's voice was abruptly silenced, his head rolling to the ground. From beginning to end, Xu Taiping wielded his blade without a trace of hesitation. Suddenly, an indescribable agony surged through him like a relentless tide. Bang! He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but instinctively steadied himself with the knife. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Those familiar with the arcane arts could easily discern that Xu Taiping had indeed fallen victim to Ji Wuyou's dual injury spell. Yet, this realization only deepened their confusion, even evoking a sense of the uncanny. The dual injury spell is unsolvable by anyone lacking mastery in sorcery, leaving only one possibility. Taiping had bravely endured tenfold the pain Ji Wuyou had experienced. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qing Xiao, his expression grave, spoke with newfound certainty. He was not alone. Most of the cultivators present arrived at this seemingly absurd conclusion in their hearts. 10 times the agony of Ji Wuyou? Zhao Linglong still found it hard to comprehend. How could an ordinary person withstand such torment? Ziyin equally wore an expression of disbelief. In this contest, Xu Taiping triumphed over Ji Wuyou, earning the right to challenge the 7 peaks. Just then, the voice of the overseer echoed across the Jianjin Ping through a transmission talisman, pulling everyone from their discussions and redirecting their gaze to the bloodied, staggering youth on the stage. Regardless of the circumstances, Xu Taiping's victory was indisputable, and his performance beyond reproach. However, Xu Taiping felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had hoped that this duel with Ji Wuyou would grant him new insights, perhaps leading him to the ultimate realm spoken of by the fairy Lingwei. But Ji Wuyou's dual injury spell had interrupted his plans. Sighing with a hint of regret, Xu Taiping exhaled softly. No need to rush, Taiping. There is still another match to be had. A voice resonated in his mind, that of fairy Lingwei. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. He then raised his head, scanning his surroundings for something. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the cloud tower where Zhao Linglong and the others were situated. Upon spotting them, he smiled broadly, sharing his joy with those dear to him. Beneath the sun, the youth's blood-streaked face bore an exceptionally pure and radiant smile, reminiscent of their first encounter years ago. Witnessing this smile, the others couldn't help but beam in return. Congratulations, little Taiping, Zhao Linglong said, her eyes inexplicably misty. Congratulations, added Qing Xiao, also displaying a reassuring smile. Though they had yet to officially ascend the mountain, he had already acknowledged this junior brother in his heart. Do not be too hasty in your congratulations. The 7 of them still must challenge the official disciples of the 7 peaks. Jean Huji interjected with a sudden cold laugh. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of discomfort towards the youth on the stage. As long as one peak is willing to choose him, his performance in the duel is of little consequence, Qing Xiao countered him. The selection of the 7 peaks concludes once 7 outer disciples have been chosen. The so-called questioning of the swords serves as a trial for these 7 outer disciples, enabling the peaks to select the most suitable candidates among them. Should any of them perform poorly, it is entirely possible that no peak will choose them, resulting in their return to the base of the mountain. We, at the 7th peak, will certainly select him, Zhao Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. Now that Xu Taiping has effectively passed the selection process of the Seven Peaks, she is adamant in persuading her father to ensure his admission into the seventh peak, even resorting to stubbornness if necessary. Your willingness to choose him is your affair. But we of the first peak reserve the right to be the first to present him with the questioning of the sword, Jin Heji remarked with a faint smile. Jin Heji, are you truly intent on being so ruthless? Qing Xiao inquired, her tone frigid. Ruthless? Am I to be more merciless than your peak master was when he murdered my mother? Jin Heji retorted coldly, his gaze towards Dugu Qing Xiao filled with venomous resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong, who had intended to argue with Jin Heji, fell silent. Your mother succumbed to madness. My master's actions were unavoidable. He had no other choice. Qing Xiao did not shy away from Jin Heji's gaze. Madness? Who can prove that my mother was mad? If it weren't for you, how would she have encountered that demonic seed? Jin Heji's previously calm demeanor twisted with rage, his voice transforming into a roar. Yet, before long, his expression returned to a semblance of tranquility. In any case, I am willing to do anything that would cause discomfort to you and your seventh peak, he declared, a smile curling on his lips as he turned away, unabashedly revealing his contempt for the seven peaks and Dugu Qing Xiao. Senior brother, may I be arranged to participate in this questioning of the sword? At that moment, Yi Xian, who had been beside Jin Heji, abruptly stood up. Zhao Linglong immediately tensed at the suggestion. Although Yi Xian had only been in the sect for less than 3 years, his possession of the Golden Spirit Bone, particularly the fire variant, had enabled him to break through into the Wangwo realm. Not only did he possess a family's legendary swordsmanship, but he had also mastered several profound techniques, and he might even have grasped the art of sword control. This form of sword control was not akin to Ji Wuyou's manipulation of the sword through Qi. It was a genuine mastery that could sever an enemy's head from hundreds or thousands of miles away. Such an adversary would be far beyond Xu Taiping's capabilities. Junior brother, do you also harbor disdain for this fellow? Jin Heji asked, smiling at Yi Xian. He had already intended for Yi Xian to take the stage, and now that the latter had expressed his willingness, he was naturally pleased. Senior brother, you exaggerate. I merely find his name intolerable. Taiping, Taiping. Where in this world is there true peace? Yi Xian scoffed. In the 3 years since he arrived at the Qingxian sect, he had undergone significant changes in character. After his first year, he received news of the annihilation of the Tianlang Kingdom by the Wei Kingdom, with the entire royal family being slaughtered or captured. Chapter 99. The Questioning of the Sword. First Peak, Disciple Yi Xian. Senior brother Jin, as fellow disciples, must we truly go to such lengths? Su Zian interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. Junior sister Zian, should you agree to be my Dao partner, I might consider it. Jin Heji squinted and smiled. How dare you think I won't take action against you? Upon hearing this, Dugu Qing Xiao let out a cold snort. Drawing his long sword from its sheath with a sharp sound, its formidable presence enveloping the entire cloud tower. You two are being reckless. At this moment, an elder from the Qingxian sect coldly scoffed. If you wish to duel, go to the Ji Tower, otherwise, sit quietly where you are. The elder followed up with another warning. Brother Qing Xiao, do not fall for his provocation. He is trying to force you into action. Su Zian tugged at Dugu Qing Xiao's sleeve. Brother, do not lose your temper. Zhao Linglong, who stood nearby, also chimed in. Dugu Qing Xiao, upon hearing this, shot a glare at Jin Heji, then cupped his hands in respect to the elder patrolling within the tower, and with a clang, sheathed his sword, sitting down in silence. Oh dear, you truly frighten me. Little Xian, you must stand up for brother later. Do not let the seniors of the seventh peak find it amusing. Jin Heji noticed the corners of his mouth curling up, and his previously carefree demeanor returned. Rest assured, brother, I will exert my utmost effort in any contest. Yi Xian nodded. He then glanced at Lin Buyu seated behind him, only to find she had not spared him a single glance, which ignited a surge of anger within him. After all, swords and blades are blind. Should I inadvertently injure or even kill this young brother, I hope the seniors of the seventh peak will forgive me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's heart tightened, and she coldly fixed her gaze on Yi Xian, stating, Junior brother Yi Xian, if you can kill him, I can also kill you. Dugu Qing Xiao then patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder and, without looking back, focused on the arena below, his tone icy as he declared, Junior sister, I will not allow such a thing to happen. The so-called questioning sword at the Seven Peaks entails selecting a disciple from the Seven Peaks to spar with a chosen disciple from the base. thus assessing the strength and potential of the latter, which serves as the basis for future selections. According to the sect's rules, the disciple who ranked highest in the last 7 peaks competition has the first choice. The champion of the previous competition was none other than the first peak, Qianglu Peak. In principle, the peak that expresses interest in you will send a disciple to question your sword, so it should be a brother from the 7 peaks. At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had returned to the arena, was communicating with the white feather in his gourd using his soul. Besides Xu Taiping stood 6 other outer disciples who qualified for the questioning sword. However, apart from Xu Taiping, everyone else wore expressions filled with excitement and apprehension. What if another peak sought to question your sword and took an interest in you? You must understand that the 7th peak, much like its name suggests, ranks the lowest among the peaks in terms of disciple cultivation and resources. The white feather inquired further of Xu Taiping. It was far better informed about the matters of the Qingxian sect than Xu Taiping. Of course, I will choose the 7th peak. Xu Taiping answered without a hint of hesitation. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Today's choices may well determine your future. Baiyu advised. As for the matters of the future, no one can predict them with certainty. All I can do now is to ensure that my choices are in alignment with my conscience, Xu Taiping replied. Lifting his gaze towards the cloud tower, where Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were situated. Well said, echoed the voice of Fairy Lingwei in Xu Taiping's mind. However, Taiping, should you encounter a similar situation in this sword challenge, it would be prudent to remove the items you bear. Even if you can endure, your spirit may not withstand the consequences. She continued to remind Xu Taiping. Understood, Sister Lingwei. In the previous round, I merely sought to test the limits of my pain tolerance. I shall not act so recklessly again, Xu Taiping mentally responded. In truth, he felt a twinge of fear from the last encounter. As in the moment of defeating Ji Wuyou, his consciousness had momentarily blanked, as if he had truly faced death. The first round of the 7 Peaks Sword Challenge would be conducted by the first peak, Qianglu Peak, which would select its disciples for the contest. At this moment, the gravelly voice of Elder Heilung resonated from the highest cloud tower. Upon hearing this, the 6 outer disciples on the stage, aside from Xu Taiping, exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Qianglu Peak, being the most powerful among the 7 peaks, had maintained its title for 3 consecutive decades and was their foremost choice. Thus they all hoped the first peak would select them for the sword challenge. Kings Wujou, Xu Taiping, a robust male voice proclaimed. Undoubtedly, this was the voice of the first peak's master seated in the cloud tower. However, the commotion among the spectators was not due to the speaker's identity, but rather the content of his announcement. The first peak has chosen Xu Taiping? On what basis? Though he defeated Ji Wuyou, his aptitude and cultivation are clearly inferior to our 6. Indeed, why would the first peak make such a selection? The murmurs of confusion and jealousy rippled through the crowd on the cloud tower, as well as among the 6 disciples on the stage. Their gazes directed at Xu Taiping with a mix of bewilderment and envy. At that moment, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. He had no desire to be chosen by the first peak. Fortunately, even if selected, I still possess the right to refuse, he murmured inwardly. Xu Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. Do not turn it down, Baiyu, residing in the green gourd, hastily cautioned him, seemingly anticipating Xu Taiping's thoughts. Xu Taiping refrained from disputing with Baiyu, for he noticed the supervising elder on the stage beckoning him. Xu Taiping, a disciple from the first peak will soon come to challenge you in swordsmanship. During the contest, you are prohibited from using spirit treasures and talismans. Otherwise, there are no restrictions. However, heed this. Though it is a sword challenge, swords do not discern, and thus, the responsibility for life and death lies with you. The elder advised Xu Taiping. Thank you for the information, Elder, Xu Taiping respectfully acknowledged with a bow. Please, let the first peak dispatch its trial disciple. The voice of Elder Heilung resounded once more. The trial disciple from the first peak is Yi Xian. Not long after, the voice of the leader of the first peak began to resonate through the skies above the giant Pain town. Chapter 100. The Battle of Yi Xian. From whence comes this bloodlust? This announcement once again ignited a fervor among the disciples of various sects gathered on the cloud tower. They were astonished that Yi Xian was summoned to test his sword. Clearly, the first peak held Xu Taiping in high regard. Yi Xian was indeed among the top 3 most gifted disciples of the true character generation. And I have heard that he has already transcended the Wuyou realm. To the onlookers, The very fact that the first peak would dispatch Yi Xian indicated their considerable esteem for Xu Taiping. Thus, Xu Taiping found himself once more engulfed in an overwhelming tide of scrutiny. Yi Xian? Upon hearing this name, Xu Taiping felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Ah, that's right. 3 years ago, during the spirit bone assessment at the Longmen Hall, there was a boy by the name of Yi Xian. Suddenly, he recalled the audacious youth from 3 years past. Clang. Just as Xu Taiping pondered whether these two Yi Xians were indeed the same person, a resounding sword cry pierced the air, and a tall, handsome youth seemingly appeared out of thin air, alighting on the arena atop a flying sword. Although his stature and features had undergone subtle changes, Xu Taiping recognized him instantaneously as the very same boy from the Longmen Hall. Xu Taiping, the Yi Xian before you wields authentic swordsmanship, unlike Ji Wuyou, who merely superficially manipulates his sword with qi. The fact that such a disciple has been sent to test you speaks volumes about the first peak's regard for you. Echoed by Yu's voice once more. However, Xu Taiping was not inclined to share this sentiment. The gaze Yi Xian cast upon him was devoid of any goodwill. Rather, it brimmed with hostility. The decision to send him here for a sword test did not seem to reflect any admiration at all. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he glanced towards the stands where Zhao Linglong and the others were seated. Though the distance was considerable, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern their expressions. Upon noticing the worried looks on both Zhao Linglong and Qing Zhao's faces, Xu Taiping's suspicions were seemingly confirmed. But why does he harbor such animosity towards me? Xu Taiping raised his eyes to Yi Xian, who had already descended upon the arena. For this contest, the challenger is prohibited from employing any mystic-level techniques or above, nor may they utilize magical artifacts or talismans. Violators shall be disqualified. The elder overseeing the examination furrowed his brow upon witnessing Yi Xian's arrival on his flying sword and promptly issued a warning. Need I utilize such means to defeat him? Yi Xian replied, casting a scornful glance at Xu Taiping, his words dripping with sarcasm. Hearing this, the elder's frown deepened. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, casting a meaningful glance at Xu Taiping, as if to caution him, before retreating to the side of the arena. Following this exchange, Xu Taiping felt no lingering doubt regarding his earlier conjectures. Little Taiping, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated once more in Xu Taiping's mind. I understand, he promptly replied. After 3 years of companionship, a profound understanding had developed between him and the celestial lady Lingwei, who subtly hinted for him to pay attention to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian raised his sword, causing the flying sword above his head to automatically sheath itself behind him. He then placed a hand on a treasured sword at his waist, its hilt and sheath adorned with precious gems, clearly indicating its immense value. To kill you, a mere iron sword suffices, Yi Xian scoffed. His gaze fixed on Xu Taiping like a beast stalking its prey, his body slightly bending in preparation to draw his sword. With this single movement, an invisible aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Xian. Those who had initially believed that the first peak valued Xu Taiping were rendered speechless, utterly perplexed by the sudden emergence of Yi Xian's killing intent. Xu Taiping, however, was indifferent to the source of Yi Xian's hostility. Wrapping one hand entirely in a strip of silver silk, he placed the other upon the hilt of the long knife at his waist, where 3 blades remained. He then fixed his gaze intensely upon Yi Xian, his body slightly bending as he mimicked the action of drawing his blade. If you seek to slay me, then I shall slay you in return. The atmosphere upon the arena grew tense and foreboding. The gentle breeze that had occasionally wafted through now felt chilling. An elder on one side of the arena, witnessing such ferocity from the two youths for the first time, thought to himself, these two are not to be trifled with. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he cleared his throat before inquiring, are you both prepared? Upon hearing this, the two contenders continued to fixate on one another and nodded slightly in unison. Observing this, the elder refrained from further commentary. Crushing a piece of sound transmission jade and announcing loudly, Xu Taiping challenges Yi Xian of the first peak. The contest begins. Boom. Almost instantaneously, as the words left his lips, the aura surrounding both individuals surged, revealing that each emanated the formidable energy of the consummate opening door realm. While the crowd was unsurprised by Yi Xian's powerful presence, they were taken aback to discover that Xu Taiping had also reached the pinnacle of the opening door realm, concealing such strength. The celestial being, upon sensing Xu Taiping's revealed aura, felt a sharp glint of coldness in her eyes. Meanwhile, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged glances, astonished that they had underestimated Xu Taiping. Clang! Just then, as the sound of a sword ringing echoed, Yixian swiftly drew his sword, merging his form with the blade as he transformed into a streak of sword light, accompanied by dozens of swirling sword shadows, charging towards Xu Taiping. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping unsheathed his knife, countering the sword light with a powerful slash. This strike was the third move of the 7-killing knife, known as Sever Steel. Boom! As the blade and sword clashed, the knife shadow shattered, and the sword energy dissipated. Both warriors were forced to stagger back several steps from the force of the impact. However, in an instant, the two figures vanished from their original positions once more, reappearing as their blades clashed anew. The violent surge of energy created a tempest, radiating from the arena and engulfing the entire Giant Pain town. This fierce confrontation continued to unfold upon the stage. Witnessing this scene, neither those surrounding the arena nor the disciples on the Cloud Tower dared to harbor any contempt for Xu Taiping. Even Jin Heji's expression turned solemn at this moment. Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong were transfixed, their astonishment and delight at Xu Taiping's performance leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 101. Battle against Yixian. How should Taiping respond? Bang! Xu Taiping's blade once again collided against Yixian's sword. The sound of their weapons clashing and the piercing aura of sword and blade resonated throughout Giant Pain Town. However, this time, Xu Taiping's weapon shattered with a sharp crack. Although Yixian's sword was forged from mysterious iron, the material was evidently superior to the long knife in Xu Taiping's grasp, making its ability to sever the blade unsurprising. Xu Taiping had anticipated this outcome. In the instant his long knife broke, his left fist executed a bull-like strike, crashing toward Yixian. Surprisingly, Yixian did not attempt to block. Instead, he smirked, allowing Xu Taiping's punch to descend. Bang! Just as Xu Taiping's fist was about to break through Yixian's protective aura, a fiery blaze erupted around Yixian, engulfing both him and Xu Taiping. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping transformed into a figure of flames. Dragon Flame Technique. Zhao Linglong could not help but exclaim. If her eyes did not deceive her, the intense flames emanating from Yixian were likely derived from the Dragon Flame Technique, one of the 3 fundamental breathing methods of the Qingxian sect. They had acquired this technique during the last 7 Peaks tournament, and upon reaching its first major success, it granted such protective power. Qing Xiao nodded gravely. He was not surprised that Yixian had mastered the Dragon Flame Technique to this level. How should Taiping respond? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Bang! To the astonishment of Qing Xiao and the disciples observing from the cloud platform, Xu Taiping disregarded the flames enveloping him and continued to throw punches, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Yixian. From a distance, it resembled a raging firebolt charging fiercely at Yixian. This unexpected action taken by Xu Taiping caused Qing Xiao to frown deeply. He understood well that while the dragon flame Qi was not true fire, its potency far exceeded that of ordinary flames. If Xu Taiping continued to disregard it, he would undoubtedly suffer burns. Crack! Just as onlookers began to question Xu Taiping's sanity, he emerged from the flames as if shedding a shell, continuing to unleash punch after punch toward Yixian with unwavering determination. I had almost forgotten that Taiping has already mastered the mysterious ice armor of the residual twilight technique. Witnessing this scene, Qing Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously filled with admiration for Xu Taiping's decisive resolution in that fleeting moment. This seemingly reckless and audacious action granted him the opportunity to strike in the bull's hammer formation. Once the momentum of the bull's hammer is unleashed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to suppress. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Yixian found himself in such a predicament, confronted with Xu Taiping's escalating punches, each one higher, swifter, and heavier than the last. Even with his mastery of the Dragon Flame Technique and unparalleled swordsmanship, he could not find a moment to counterattack, relying solely on the defensive barrier of his Dragon Flame energy. Crack! Boom! After shattering the third ice armor, Xu Taiping's bull's hammer finally reached the 108th punch. Bang! This long-anticipated strike, without the slightest pause, carried the accumulated force and vigor of over 100 punches, landing heavily upon Yixian. Boom! This punch shattered the protective dragon flame energy surrounding Yixian and struck him with tremendous force. Bang! Amidst the resounding noise, Yi Xian was propelled backward from the cloud of dust. The suddenness of this spectacle left many cultivators on the cloud tower utterly stunned. Numerous disciples felt that what they were witnessing was almost surreal. After all, that was Yi Xian, a paragon among the newly initiated disciples of the Qingxian sect. To identify an opening in his opponent's defense and execute a flawless sequence of 108 punches, showcasing impeccable timing, courage, and mastery of the bull's hammer, was a feat that seemed inconceivable for the naive youth of yore. Qing Xiao was equally taken aback. Clang! Just as Yi Xian was about to be thrown off the arena, he planted his sword into the ground, halting his backward momentum. Observant cultivators noted that despite his apparent disarray, Yi Xian had not sustained any injuries. It must be acknowledged that this was Xu Taiping's most powerful strike. Boom! Just as many were astonished by Yi Xian's ability to endure, his aura suddenly surged once more, revealing the presence of the wishing ghost realm. Simultaneously, golden flames began to ripple across his body like undulating waves on water, creating the illusion of a suit of armor woven from fire. It was indeed the dragon flame armor. Qing Xiao, equally perplexed, suddenly came to a realization. He had not anticipated that in merely 3 years, Yi Xian had cultivated the dragon flame technique to its second major completion. His expression grew serious once again. Only by reaching the second major completion of the dragon flame technique could one condense the dragon flame energy within into the dragon flame armor, akin to Xu Taiping's ice armor. However, the ice armor pales in comparison to the dragon flame armor. Brother, does that mean Taiping's bull's hammer is ineffective against him? Zhao Linglong became anxious. He had certainly heard of the dragon flame armor. Not even formidable martial techniques or powerful spells could easily breach it. Only the flying swords of sword cultivators could inflict damage upon it. Unless, of course, Taiping's fists could become swifter and stronger. Qing Zhao's expression grew grave. Although he spoke thus, he was acutely aware that Xu Taiping had already extracted most of the potential from the Qingyo fist. It seemed implausible to achieve greater speed and strength. On the arena, Xu Taiping did not pursue Yi Xian. He had sensed the dragon flame armor on Yi Xian when he delivered the final punch of the bouncing bull formation and realized that ordinary strikes could no longer harm him. Glancing at his own fists, he noted the unwrapped hand was marred with burn marks. Even a gentle touch sent sharp pain through him. The wrapped hand fared slightly better. Yet the silver silk cloth was already charred beyond half its original state. It proved more troublesome than the golden bell shield. Xu Taiping raised his gaze to Yi Xian, who was just rising to his feet, murmuring to himself. As he spoke, he decisively tore off the remaining silver silk cloth from his hand, steadying himself against the hilt of his sword. He paced back and forth while maintaining his standoff with Yi Xian, contemplating his next assault. Is this all you are capable of? Yi Xian dusted himself off, casting a cold smile at Xu Taiping. He then drew his sword, mirroring Xu Taiping's movements as he observed him. His expression akin to that of a predator assessing its prey. How much can you endure? You may test it, Xu Taiping replied, his hand resting impassively on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly halted, lifting his sword. The distance between them was approximately 10 zhang. This is the 10 directions sword of the Tianlang royal family. Within 10 zhang, death awaits those who approach, Yi Xian declared coldly, directing the sword's tip at Xu Taiping. In that instant, as the sword was aimed at him, Xu Taiping instinctively felt a tightening in his chest. Without hesitation, he summoned a layer of profound ice armor over his body. Clang! Just as he formed the ice armor, a glint of sword light pierced towards his chest at a speed beyond his perception. Bang! The ice armor shattered upon impact. Xu Taiping was propelled several steps back before he could regain his footing. Clang! At that moment, another sound of the sword echoed, as another streak of light surged directly towards his chest, not allowing him the opportunity to reconstitute his ice armor. Rip! Despite his rapid evasion, Xu Taiping felt a blade graze his arm, blood gushing from the wound. Clang! Before Xu Taiping could stabilize himself, the sound of the sword rang out once more, Yi Xian's sword darting towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! Xu Taiping swung his blade to counter the incoming sword light, yet he was too late. His strike met only the ground. With a sharp sound, a deep gash was carved into his chest by Yi Xian's sword. And this was merely the beginning. Clang! After a few tentative strikes, a sharp sound of a sword echoed, and Yi Xian suddenly vanished from his original position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following this, a flurry of straight sword lights, crisscrossing and illuminating the arena, erupted around Xu Taiping, forming a Tianzhong square area. Each beam of sword light precisely targeted Xu Taiping at the center. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Xu Taiping retaliating with over 10 swift slashes, he could barely defend his vital points, suffering numerous wounds across his body, some even deep enough to reveal bone. This scene left the inner disciples on the Cloud Tower in a state of shock. Could this truly be martial prowess? Zhao Linglong was incredulous. The might of Yi Xian's earlier strike was comparable to that of an average sword cultivator. The 10 Directions sword was a supreme skill of the Tianlang kingdom, capable of unleashing the full potential of martial practitioners, far surpassing ordinary martial techniques. Qing Shao furrowed his brow, exhaling heavily, unable to fathom how Xu Taiping could possibly triumph in this match, given the protection of the dragon flame armor and the mastery of the 10 Directions sword. Taiping, what will you do? Although he doubted Xu Taiping's chances of victory, for some inexplicable reason, Qing Shao felt a flicker of hope within him. Back on the arena, Yi Xian's recent move appeared to be a signature technique of the 10 Directions sword, which then transitioned into a recovery phase, slowing the frequency of his strikes. Xu Taiping finally found a moment to catch his breath. Clang. However, the instant Xu Taiping attempted to escape the designated area, Yi Xian's sword, as if endowed with sentience, pursued him relentlessly. Bang. Yet Xu Taiping did not concede. He repeatedly sought out the flaws in Yi Xian's swordplay. Boom. At that moment, Xu Taiping's aura surged dramatically as he began to execute the wind shadow step. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position, seemingly preparing for a final stand. Clang. However, just as his figure was about to escape the confines of the 10 Directions sword's control, Yi Xian's sword lunged once more, aiming straight for his back. Crack. A layer of mysterious ice armor fell from Xu Taiping's body. This strike did not land, but Yi Xian was not taken aback. After all, this thrust was intended to shatter Xu Taiping's ice armor. The mystical ice armor required at least 10 breaths to condense, and I have already completed my recovery. The next move, Thousand Shadows, will surely pierce you through. As Yi Xian contemplated this, he prepared to return to his original position to execute the second Thousand Shadows. Despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor, he was remarkably astute, remaining vigilant and not letting his guard down due to Xu Taiping's identity. However, before he could retreat, Xu Taiping, who had been staggering, suddenly opened his mouth and forcefully exhaled. Boom. In an instant, the breath that Xu Taiping expelled transformed into a thick mist, enveloping Yi Xian completely. This was the only technique Xu Taiping had obtained in exchange for merit points, the mist technique. The mist technique, however, has been refined by the illustrious fairy Lingwei, rendering the fog not only capable of obscuring vision, but also adept at concealing certain aura perceptions. Thus, even cultivators within it would be rendered blind. Though Xu Taiping remained an exception. Clang. Almost instantaneously, as the mist enveloped Yi Xian, the blade that Xu Taiping had long held at the ready struck down fiercely into the thick fog. Yet, Yi Xian possessed considerable skill. Although he could not discern Xu Taiping's position, he swiftly reacted as the blade descended upon him, his sword responding with remarkable agility. Zing! Accompanied by the sound of a sword's resonance, a myriad of sword shadows intertwined around him, enveloping his form entirely. Bang! Xu Taiping's long knife ultimately collided with the sword shadows surrounding Yi Xian. Not only did those sword shadows dissipate upon impact, but his blade also shattered with a resounding crack, leaving Yi Xian unscathed. Swish. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Xu Taiping drew another blade from its sheath with his right hand the moment the first fractured. Bang. This time, Yi Xian was unable to defend in time, allowing Xu Taiping's knife to strike directly against his shoulder. However, as the blade made contact, armor forged from flame-shaped true Qi manifested, absorbing the blow and retaliating with a fiery tongue that enveloped Xu Taiping's arm. Aside from the protective sword aura, Yi Xian also bore the dragon flame armor. Boom. Yet, faced with the flames spewing from the armor, Xu Taiping did not flinch. He allowed the flames to engulf him as he propelled his left fist forward, striking fiercely at Yi Xian. Bang! This punch landed precisely in the moment when the dragon flame armor had not fully restored, delivering a heavy blow to Yi Xian's shoulder. But this was merely the beginning. After launching his left fist, his right fist followed in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The bull's charge formation. Xu Taiping, enveloped in flames, appeared to hover in midair, his fists alternating in a flurry of afterimages, relentlessly pounding towards Yixian. Chapter 103, Battle with Yixian. You have been treated as a discarded piece. Yet, Yixian was not without resistance. Observing the flames continuously surging from his body, he desperately attempted to unleash his inner true essence to forcibly activate the dragon flame armor to counter Xu Taiping's relentless assault. However, each time the armor manifested, it was shattered by Xu Taiping's fists. Just as before, once the bull's charge formation gained momentum, it became nearly impossible to suppress. At this moment, Yixian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had never imagined that he would be subdued by this seemingly lowly youth, rendered powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, he could only continue to strive, for halting would mean enduring Xu Taiping's fists with his flesh. He was no warrior. His physique was not so formidable that he could withstand several blows. Boom. Ultimately, as Xu Taiping unleashed his 107th punch, Yixian, gritting through the excruciating pain, finally summoned his aura to the realm of Wuyou. A blaze of true essence erupted skyward, propelling Xu Taiping's body backward. He sought to dismantle Xu Taiping's formidable punch with his own prowess. Yet, despite this, Xu Taiping's fist remained undeterred. With a resounding boom, he regained his stance amidst the inferno, channeling the force of 107 punches into a single strike, which he then unleashed upon Yixian with the might of 1,000. Get away from me! Yixian coldly scoffed at the sight, thrusting his palm forward with great vigor, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The fiery essence of his true Qi coalesced into a massive dragon-patterned shield that loomed above him, the Dragon Flame Shield. A power instinctively mastered by a cultivator who had achieved the third major perfection of the Dragon Flame technique. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping's final punch, a culmination of his relentless assault, crashed heavily against the Dragon Flame Shield. The impact resonated with a deafening roar, causing fissures to appear across the shield's surface, yet it held firm. Witnessing this, a bloodied smile crept onto Yixian's lips, only to falter an instant later as he sensed an even greater force emanating from the shield. Bang, bang, bang. With 9 successive tremors resonating from the Dragon Flame Shield, an overwhelming weight akin to mountains bore down upon him, one after another. Ultimately, the Dragon Flame Shield shattered. Xu Taiping's fist pierced through the remnants, forcefully striking Yixian. With a resounding impact, the entire arena quaked. From their vantage point atop the platform, onlookers beheld the fiery figure of the young man whose fist had obliterated the Dragon Flame Shield, sending the gifted Yixian, born with golden spiritual bones, crashing to the ground. The arena was left marred with cracks from the force of that singular blow. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They had never envisioned that Yixian, the official disciple of the first peak and the foremost of the true character generation of the Qingxian sect, would falter in the sword challenge. Not only them, but even Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong wore expressions of disbelief. Had he concealed his mastery of the mist technique and the great perfection of the opening door realm merely to prepare for this moment? Reflecting on Xu Taiping's earlier display against Ji Wuyou, wherein he had not revealed his prowess, Qing Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that this seemingly cheerful youth could exhibit such restraint. It was a pain akin to tenfold flesh being cut and bones being excavated. Zhao Linglong and Xian, equally stunned, shared in the astonishment of Xu Taiping's fortitude. Suddenly, from the very spot where Yixian had fallen, a burst of flames erupted, scattering the mist that had enveloped the arena. To their astonishment, Yixian, also in his youth, emerged from the pit in the center of the arena. Standing tall and roaring, the sword challenge is not over yet. Amidst the roar, the crowd not only faintly perceived the sound of a dragon's chant, but also distinctly felt the rising fluctuation of Yixian's aura, which was escalating wildly. Has he achieved the minor completion of the Wuyou realm? Upon sensing the aura emanating from Yixian, the usually composed Qing Xiao suddenly gasped in astonishment. Approximately half a year prior, he had only just learned of Yixian's breakthrough into the Wuyou realm, and now, merely 6 months later, Yixian had already reached the minor completion stage. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. What had initially been a mere warm-up for Jin Haji now caused a smile to flicker at the corners of his mouth. Senior brother, it is against the rules to allow a disciple at the minor completion stage of the Wuyou realm to test his sword, Zhao Linglong remarked sternly. Casting a serious glance at Qing Xiao, just as she spoke, a voice echoed from the cloud tower opposite them, belonging to the master of the first peak, Yixian, that is enough. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao exhaled in relief, with the master of the first peak intervening. There was no need for them to forcibly interrupt the duel. You all still do not quite understand my junior brother, Jin Huzhi chuckled upon hearing the voice. What do you mean? Qing Xiao inquired coldly. Just watch carefully. Jin Huzhi gestured towards the arena with a nod. Master, if I cannot defeat him in this contest today, my heart will remain unsettled. At that moment, Yi Xian, surrounded by flames formed from true qi, suddenly shouted without turning back. His voice resonated like thunder across the sword suppression platform. Hearing this, Qing Xiao furrowed his brow. The phrase "my heart will remain unsettled," when uttered by an ordinary disciple, would typically be inconsequential. However, Yi Xian was no ordinary disciple, possessing a rare golden spirit bone. He was a prodigy with a fire anomaly bone, an occurrence that happens once in a century. Now, having entered the sect for merely 3 years and already achieving minor completion in the Wanyu realm, his extraordinary spirit bone was undeniable. If his heart were to crumble, it would signify an unprecedented loss for the Qingxin sect, one that could last for centuries, if not millennia. Yi Xian was essentially threatening the master of the 7 peaks and the sect leader with his own heart's resolve. Zhao Linglong also discerned the implications behind Yi Xian's words, her expression turning to one of fury as she gritted her teeth. Yet, both Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong were acutely aware that, at this juncture, the sect leader and the master of the first peak would undoubtedly side with Yi Xian. How could they possibly stand by and watch a genius's heart shatter? Xu Taiping, with his mere white spirit bone, could not be compared to Yi Xian, who possessed a fire anomaly bone, regardless of his commendable performance in martial arts. The distinction was painfully clear. In that moment, the sword suppression platform fell into a profound silence once more. The master of the first peak did not command Yi Xian to withdraw, nor did the sect leader voice any opposition. Even Elder Black Dragon remained silent. Clearly, Xu Taiping had been deemed a pawn at this moment. Chapter 104, Battling Yi Xian. The 2000 gene iron shipweight. From here on, even if Yi Xian were to slay him atop the arena, no one would intervene, and at most, there would be a token punishment afterward. This is unfair, this is unjust. Zhao Linglong grasped the railing, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson. Qing Xiao let out a silent sigh, contemplating the unyielding nature of this world, where fairness is but an illusion. If one possesses the heavenly spirit bone, they are destined for greatness from birth. If one is merely an ordinary soul, they are fated to become nothing more than a speck of dust in this vast universe. Junior sister, I shall step away for a moment. After a brief silence, Qing Xiao gently patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder. Second senior brother? Qing Xiao senior brother. Zhao Linglong and Xian sprang to their feet, both intuitively grasping Qing Xiao's intentions. If we do not act, my heart shall remain unsettled, Qing Xiao remarked, casting a glance at the two before resolutely descending from his seat. It was evident he intended to intervene in the impending duel. Observing this scene, Jin Huzhi's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if everything was within his grasp. On the arena, Xu Taiping, do you concede? Amidst the deathly silence, a gray-clad elder by the sidelines furrowed his brow, offering a subtle reminder to Xu Taiping. He comprehended that Xu Taiping had become a mere sharpening stone for the formidable Yi Xian. However, having witnessed Xu Taiping's entire performance up close, he could not bear to see this determined young man meet his demise. As Xu Taiping, slowly peeling away the charred remnants of his clothing, heard these words, a warmth surged within him. Astute as he was, he had already discerned that he had been deemed a discard by the Qingxin sect. Hence, it was truly rare for this elder to still consider his plight. Elder, you, Xu Taiping began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Xian, whose eyes were aflame with rage. Silence. Yi Xian glared fiercely at the gray-clad elder. I am the supervisor. This is my duty, the elder retorted coldly. Locking eyes with Yi Xian. Elder Qi, the duel is not yet concluded. Please step aside. An authoritative voice resonated from the towering cloud pavilion, aged yet filled with gravitas. Accompanying this voice was a pressure as heavy as a mountain. As this pressure descended, the elder's face turned pale, clearly indicating that it was directed at him. Yes, Sectmaster. The gray-clad elder bowed respectfully towards the highest pavilion before turning to descend from the arena. The personal intervention of the sect master sent a chill through Xu Taiping's heart, yet he felt it was merely a continuation of the unfairness he had endured throughout his life. Elder Qi, Just as the elder was approaching the arena, Xu Taiping suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" The elder turned, his expression a blend of complexity and concern. "How shall I address you, elder?" Xu Taiping inquired, a smile gracing his face. "I am but an old man, surnamed Qi, given the name Howren," the elder replied after a long, contemplative gaze at Xu Taiping. "Thank you, Mr. Qi, for your righteous words today," Xu Taiping expressed earnestly. "Too kind," Mr. Qi replied with a bitter smile, then offered Xu Taiping a respectful gesture. "Take care." Xu Taiping nodded with a smile. "Are you prepared to face your fate?" At that moment, Yi Xian, standing opposite the arena, impatiently inquired of Xu Taiping. The ensuing contest, devoid of any connection to the inquiry of swords, was solely about his desire to surpass Xu Taiping and decisively vanquish him, in order to quell the tempestuous turmoil within his heart. "Just a moment, I shall be ready shortly." Xu Taiping, not lifting his gaze, continued to tear at the garments that had fused to his skin due to scorching. He felt no apprehension that Yi Xian would launch a sneak attack. Such a victory was evidently not what Yi Xian sought. After removing the charred fabric clinging to his skin, Xu Taiping abruptly tore off the coarse linen shirt he wore, revealing a back marred by scars, as well as several metal bars bound around his waist, emitting a deep indigo sheen. "Is that ship ballast iron?" Someone immediately recognized the stout iron bars encircling Xu Taiping's abdomen. "Ballast iron?" Isn't that the secret iron used by ship merchants to weigh down the hull and prevent empty vessels from being capsized by waves? Zhao Linglong also discerned the iron bars strapped to Xu Taiping. Ballast iron is a type of secret iron, with each slender bar weighing 100 pounds. Due to its compact nature, many ship merchants employed it for weighting purposes, hence the name. 14. At least 14 pieces of ballast iron. That amounts to a staggering 1,400 pounds. Xu Taiping had, astonishingly, bound himself with 1,400 pounds of ballast iron for this contest against Yi Xian. Ziyin, after hastily counting the iron bars, suddenly gasped in disbelief. It is indeed known that martial cultivators utilize ballast iron to enhance their strength, but binding 14 of them directly onto one's body, as Xu Taiping had done, was nothing short of madness. Not to mention, Xu Taiping had just tethered these 14 bars to compete against Yi Xian. Zhao Linglong found herself at a loss for words. The previously silent cloud tower erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Yet, many remained skeptical, questioning whether the bars Xu Taiping bore were genuinely ballast iron. Just as the murmurs of doubt intensified, Xu Taiping unraveled the interconnected iron bars from his body and hurled them to the ground below. Boom! The resounding crash of heavy objects striking the earth silenced all skepticism. But the spectacle was far from over. He then rolled up his pant legs and, at his ankles, removed 2 shackles reminiscent of handcuffs, throwing them down onto the arena as well. Bang! Another thundering sound echoed, striking deeply into the hearts of all present. At least 2,000 pounds. He had bound himself with no less than 2,000 pounds of ballast iron. Su Ziyan stood in sheer astonishment. In that moment, the crowd suddenly realized that on the arena stood not merely Yi Xian, a prodigy of cultivation, but also a madman of martial prowess. As one born of mundane flesh, I must strive all the harder. In response to the myriad astonished gazes, Xu Taiping remained remarkably composed. He understood well that he was not mad. He had merely undertaken what he was capable of accomplishing. As he contemplated these thoughts, one hand rested upon the hilt of his long sword, while the other formed a fist, adopting the stance of the Qingyo fist. He then raised his gaze to meet the complex expression of Yi Xian across from him, and with unwavering resolve, declared, "Qingzhou residence, Xu Taiping, inquires of the first peak, Yi Xian, for a duel." Chapter 105. Yi Xian, do you think you are worthy to challenge me? Perhaps it was due to the pent-up frustration within him, but Xu Taiping's words resonated powerfully, each syllable echoing like thunder across the Xinjiang platform, causing many disciples who had been observing with indifference, or even schadenfreude, to flush with embarrassment. Yet to Yi Xian, these words were nothing short of a provocation. Do you think you are worthy to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian let out a cold snort. As his voice faded, his long sword was unsheathed with a swift motion. In the sound of the sword's cry, he seemed to merge with the blade, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword light, accompanied by a torrential flurry of sword shadows, surging like a downpour towards Xu Taiping. This strike, aptly named Violent Rain, was a signature move of the Shifeng sword technique. Now, Enhanced by Yi Xian's mastery of the Wangyu realm, its might transcended mere martial swordplay. Boom. Just as the onlookers in the cloud tower marveled at the ferocity of Yi Xian's violent reign, or pondered how Xu Taiping would respond, the arena on the Xinjiang platform suddenly quaked violently. In the next moment, Xu Taiping's figure transformed into an afterimage, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Appearing behind Yi Xian's sword light, he delivered a heavy punch. Bang! With a thunderous noise, Yi Xian, who had been one with the sword light, was sent flying. Both man and sword propelled backward by Xu Taiping's strike. Boom! Before Yi Xian could even land, Xu Taiping left another afterimage in his wake, and, with a resounding rush, reappeared behind Yi Xian once more. Horned Bull Mountain Smash. His formidable fist, embodying the shape of a bull's horn, struck with tremendous force against Yi Xian's back. Bang! Yi Xian was once again sent hurtling through the air. It was only at that moment, as he soared away, that the flames from his dragon flame armor erupted dramatically. Clearly, Xu Taiping's punch had outpaced the reaction time of the dragon flame armor. Bang! Just as the flames began to dissipate, Xu Taiping reappeared behind Yi Xian yet again, delivering another crushing blow of the Horned Bull Mountain Smash. Boom! This strike nearly shattered Yi Xian's dragon flame armor. Such incredible speed. Such immense power. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators atop the cloud tower gasped in awe. What they had just witnessed was not merely a display of agility. It was the explosive speed and strength unleashed by Xu Taiping after shedding the burden of 2,000 pounds of iron. Su Zian was left speechless. When Xu Taiping had leaped into action, she had sensed no fluctuation of true energy emanating from him. She was aware that some martial artists could refine their bodies to a level comparable to steel or even precious artifacts, but those individuals were invariably masters of their craft, be they dominant figures of the secular world or leaders of martial sections. Yet how old was Xu Taiping? 15? 16? She found it hard to fathom. I fear that Taiping has not only been bound by the ship's iron during this contest, for the past 2 or even 3 years, he has likely been tempering his body with this 2,000-pound weight. Su Zian murmured, possessing some understanding of martial arts cultivation. She recognized that short-term use of the ship's iron yields little effect. It requires prolonged, daily application to achieve the level of mastery that Xu Taiping has attained. Clang! At that moment, Xu Taiping suddenly drew his sword and slashed toward Yi Xian's abdomen. The dragon flame armor at that position had a gap due to Xu Taiping's earlier move, the Bullhorn Mountain collapse. Should this strike connect, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. No one had anticipated that the prodigy of Qingxian's sect would be so utterly defenseless against a youth from the foot of the mountain, drawing the sword as a prison. Just then, Yi Xian, who had been passively enduring the onslaught, suddenly let out a desperate roar. Clang! Boom! The sound of the sword resonated through the air, coinciding with the piercing sound of sword energy. Dozens of pure sword energies surged forth from within Yi Xian, guided by his long sword, tracing a large circle approximately 10 zhang in radius upon the arena, encasing him in its protective embrace. Bang! Xu Taiping's blade ultimately struck the wall formed by the swirling sword energies, shattering upon contact. With this defense, Yi Xian finally gained a moment to breathe. You shall not have a second chance to strike. Enraged and humiliated, Yi Xian wielded his long sword, and, under the shield of the dozens of pure sword energies, lunged at Xu Taiping. Clang! With the sound of the sword ringing, his figure merged once more with the long sword, transforming into a beam of sword light that surged forward. The furious Yi Xian unleashed the 10 directions sword once again. Boom! In an instant, amidst the explosive sounds, sword lights crisscrossed across the arena. Utilizing the small accomplishment of the Wangyujing realm to execute the 10 directions sword, its power had increased several-fold compared to before. Swish! Amidst the intertwining sword lights, Xu Taiping abruptly drew his final steel longsword from his waist. Boom! At the moment of drawing his sword, his aura surged dramatically. A wave of energy, characteristic of the Wangyujing realm, detonated upon the arena, and crystalline sword shadows swirled around him, deflecting Yi Xian's successive strikes. Swish! Simultaneously, Xu Taiping decisively slashed out. In that instant, his figure fused with the longsword, carving a full moon across the arena, shattering Yi Xian's sword energy while maneuvering behind him, delivering a powerful downward slash. The longsword, accompanied by a 2-zhang long shadow, struck heavily against Yi Xian's back. 3 kills. Severing steel. Bang! With a resounding impact, the protective sword energy around Yi Xian was cleaved apart by Xu Taiping's strike. Chapter 106, Battling Yi Xian. The disciple chosen by the spirit bone tablet. Swish. Yet, at this critical moment, Yi Xian finally managed to pivot, raising his longsword to block Xu Taiping's blow. Bang! Nevertheless, even so, the tremendous force of the strike sent Yi Xian crashing to the ground. Rolling several dozen meters away, he finally halted his momentum by plunging his sword into the ground. Witnessing this scene and feeling the palpable fluctuations of the Wangu aura emanating from Xu Taiping, the murmurs in the crowd abruptly transformed into gasps of astonishment. This young man had actually transcended into the Wangu. An astonished voice rang out, echoing through the throng. However, compared to the others, Ziyin and Zhao Linglong wore expressions of even greater shock. They were among the few who knew that Xu Taiping possessed the rare white spirit bone. To achieve a breakthrough in Wangu within 3 years with such a foundation was nothing short of miraculous. Su Ziyin's face reflected her disbelief. Yet Zhao Linglong, brimming with excitement, shook her head and declared, "Sister Ziyin, do not forget, Taiping is a disciple chosen by the spirit bone steel." Upon hearing this, Su Ziyin was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon her. Indeed, he is a disciple personally selected by the spirit bone steel. If Zhao Linglong had not reminded her, she might have forgotten this crucial detail. While geniuses with white spirit bones were rare, they were not entirely absent. Each one had the potential to become a formidable force in the future. Clang! Amidst the chatter and astonishment of the crowd, Yi Xian infused all his true essence into his sword. He leaped into the air, merging with his sword once more, transforming into a colossal sword shadow that swept horizontally towards Xu Taiping from the eastern side of the arena. Clearly, he was not yet willing to concede defeat. Whoosh! In response to this strike, Xu Taiping suddenly exerted force in his legs, his figure becoming a fleeting afterimage that vanished from sight. Bang! Yi Xian's sword struck emptiness, clashing against the arena floor. Boom! At that moment, Xu Taiping executed the wind shadow step, leaping above Yi Xian's head. Without hesitation, he brandished a long knife, riddled with gaps, and brought it down with a whoosh that sliced through the air. Clang! Yi Xian did not flinch. His face contorted with rage as he channeled all his true essence to thrust his sword forward. Bang! The clash of blade against blade unleashed a violent shockwave that swept across the arena. Crack! Xu Taiping's final knife shattered in his grasp. Observing this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk. In his view, without a weapon, Xu Taiping would never breach his dragon flame armor using mere fists. Yet what Yi Xian did not anticipate was that in the instant the long knife shattered, Xu Taiping used the residual blood on his arm to condense a blood-red ice blade with his remaining true energy, striking down in a swift motion without a moment's pause. Bang! Yi Xian was sent flying by this unexpected blow. Not only was his dragon flame armor shattered, but he also bore a long gash across his chest. This marked the first time he had sustained such a severe injury since beginning his cultivation. More critically, after delivering the strike with his left hand, Xu Taiping had already coiled his right fist, gathering power as he prepared to strike down with the sound of thunder and wind. Overwhelmed by anger and fear, Yi Xian formed a sword finger with his hand, reciting an incantation before bellowing, "Fire Dragon Sword, sever his head." No sooner had he spoken than the flying sword behind him soared from its sheath with a resounding clang, darting towards Xu Taiping like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, he disregarded all notions of the rules of sword questioning. He simply yearned to slay the youth before him. Bang! Xu Taiping naturally understood that he could very well be pierced through by the flying sword. Yet, he also comprehended that if he did not unleash his punch, the ensuing circumstances would be even more perilous. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. As he exerted all his strength to channel his internal true essence into forming a layer of mystical ice armor, he did not diminish the force of his punch, which he struck heavily towards Yi Xian's forehead. At this moment, a flicker of panic surfaced in Yi Xian's eyes, which were previously filled with anger. Boom! Bang! In the next instant, the sound of air being sliced and the sound of impact resonated almost simultaneously. Whoosh! Perhaps startled, the flying sword under Yi Xian's control wavered slightly, losing its aim and merely grazing Xu Taiping's neck without inflicting any critical injury. However, Xu Taiping was unwavering. His fist, as resolute as his gaze, landed heavily on Yi Xian's forehead, causing Yi Xian to stagger backward. Bang. Yet, just as Xu Taiping's fist was about to shatter Yi Xian's forehead, a beam of azure light erupted from Yi Xian's brow, enveloping him entirely and thwarting Xu Taiping's formidable blow. Clearly, this was a life-preserving restriction left within Yi Xian by the Qingxian sect. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping paid no heed to anything else and bellowed, charging bull formation. He then began to strike with both fists, alternating blows towards the azure light barrier before Yi Xian. Even if it were a mountain before him, he was determined to break through. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Taiping's fists moved with such swiftness that they appeared as mere afterimages, each blow striking the azure light above. The overwhelming force contained within his fists rendered Yi Xian incapable of gathering his true energy, leaving him to gaze in terror as the azure barrier gradually faded beneath Xu Taiping's relentless strikes. Crack! Just as Xu Taiping's charging bull formation reached its 101st punch, a crack suddenly appeared in the rune on Yi Xian's forehead, causing blood to surge forth. In that instant, fear consumed Yi Xian's eyes. Although he had lost everything, he had been sheltered throughout his life, and now, faced with the possibility of perishing at the hands of this youth, he found himself utterly at a loss. Despite being half a realm above Xu Taiping in cultivation, and possessing powerful techniques yet to be unleashed, he was paralyzed by uncertainty. What to do now? Yi Xian lay motionless on the ground, his mind a tumult of confusion. In stark contrast, even with victory within reach, Xu Taiping's mind remained clear and his gaze unwavering, devoid of any sign of complacency. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 more consecutive punches, Xu Taiping finally landed his 107th blow. Bang. As the 107th punch struck, the massive arena, carved from a single piece of azure gold stone, trembled violently. The dust on the arena rose tumultuously in response. Simultaneously, the azure light barrier before Yi Xian became exceedingly transparent. The faintly emerging symbols upon it shattered significantly. The runes etched upon Yi Xian's forehead, along with his skin, abruptly cracked open, causing his brow to bleed profusely. The once resolute Yi Xian could no longer contain himself and let out a pained groan. Chapter 107. The Battle with Yi Xian. This punch reaches pinnacle perfection. This punch, with its overwhelming force and might, instilled a sense of dread in the 6 disciples observing from below the arena. They all felt that had they faced Xu Taiping instead of Yi Xian, victory would have been utterly unattainable. Boom. However, when Xu Taiping raised his hand once more, preparing to unleash the final 108th punch, the previous 107 punches were swiftly forgotten by the onlookers. For merely lifting his fist unleashed a tumultuous wave of energy that surged violently across the arena. The disciples of the mountain gate atop Cloud Tower were collectively struck with astonishment. Among them, many could potentially deliver a punch more powerful and imposing than Xu Taiping's. Yet that did not diminish the awe they felt in response to this particular strike. They sensed an essence of ultimate mastery within the young man's fist, the pinnacle of body refinement, the zenith of the azure bull fist, and the apex of the white spirit bone. Those who had truly embarked upon the path of cultivation understood well that once an individual achieves ultimate mastery in any endeavor, the next step would either lead them to a catastrophic downfall or allow them to transform magnificently. I once heard my master say that only by perfecting one's techniques to an unparalleled level could a practitioner with innate gifts like the Xuangu bone and white bone carve a path toward transcendence in their cultivation journey. As Xu Taiping prepared to deliver his final blow, Su Zian suddenly recalled a phrase her master had once imparted to her. She had always believed it to be a mere encouragement for her, who bore the Xuangu aptitude. Yet, at this moment, she felt that it might not have been mere consolation. It was likely that her master had encountered someone akin to the young man before her, prompting such words. The pinnacle of mastery suddenly, Su Zian's body began to tremble with inexplicable excitement, yearning to witness the legendary pinnacle of mastery. Xu Taiping, that is enough. Yet at that instant, a cold but commanding voice resonated from the largest structure atop Cloud Tower. Clearly, even if Yi Xian were to be defeated at that moment, the sect leader did not wish for the Qingxian sect to lose a disciple endowed with the golden spirit bone. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping was disinclined to heed such commands. He perceived the hatred and murderous intent in Yi Xian's eyes. Despite having never met, the intensity of their animosity foretold a conflict that would inevitably lead to a life-and-death struggle after this contest. Moreover, although he did not subscribe to the notion of fate, He sensed an aura of destined rivalry emanating from Yixian. More importantly, he had a vague premonition that this final punch held immense significance for him. He believed that by executing this strike, his understanding of the Azure Bull Fist and the path of cultivation would ascend to a new pinnacle, perhaps even allowing him to grasp the ultimate realm spoken of by Sister Linghua. Conversely, should he fail to unleash this strike, his heart's path would undoubtedly be tainted, and he might risk an irreparable decline. Naturally, he is reluctant to embrace such peril, for the journey ahead is long and arduous. To lose one's true essence is to lose everything. One may insult and deceive me, but I cannot allow the erosion of my core self. At worst, I shall relinquish my place among the inner disciples. I shall abandon the Qingxian sect. As a myriad of thoughts rapidly flitted through Xu Taiping's mind, his resolve solidified, his intent sharpened, and his power surged mightily, as if freed from some unseen shackles. With a resounding roar, Xu Taiping suddenly opened all the meridians in his body, channeling his blood and energy, drawing upon every ounce of true essence from the depths of his energy sea, and with all his might, he struck towards Yixian. How dare you! In the very moment his fist descended, a piercing sound of a sword echoed above the Jinjing platform, followed by a gleaming sword that cleaved through the air, positioning itself protectively above Yixian. The immense, majestic pressure emanating from the flying sword struck Xu Taiping's chest like a heavy club, causing his blood to surge and his breath to falter, while his bones creaked under the force. Yet, despite this, Xu Taiping's gaze remained resolute, his fist unwavering. At this juncture, whether it was Yixian or the sword before him was of little consequence. He was solely focused on delivering this punch, shattering everything within his sight. Without a moment's hesitation, his fist came crashing down upon the resplendent flying sword shielding Yixian. Bang! A deafening metallic clang, mingled with the sound of explosive energy, pierced the ears of all present, akin to needles pricking through the air. Some of the less seasoned cultivators, such as the outer disciples below the arena, were overwhelmed, bleeding from their ears and fainting at the sound. Xu Taiping's situation was dire. Even though he unleashed this strike with the force of a charging bull, it merely caused the sect leader's sword to tremble slightly. The recoil from the sword, coupled with the chilling sword intent emanating from it, instantaneously shattered his ice armor, tearing flesh from his arm to reveal sinew, bone, and crimson blood. Then, the tremendous impact sent Xu Taiping hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. Uffed. Lying on the ground, Xu Taiping coughed up blood. He could sense that the sword's energy had penetrated his internal organs. Had it not been for 2 years of relentless physical training, his innards would have likely been reduced to a pulp. Yet, lying there, a smile graced Xu Taiping's lips, for the sound of his fist meeting the sword resonated in his ears more sweetly than celestial music. It felt as though a young antelope had leaped across a ravine for the first time, or like the tumult of rivers converging into the sea, or the final hammer stroke of the celestial emperor forging a divine weapon. Guided by the ethereal sound of collision, he traversed the mist-laden path of immortality, uncovering a narrow yet illuminated route ahead. As he meandered along this path, in a state of reverie, he beheld a towering peak, a majestic mountain that soared into the heavens, known as the Mountain of the Tao. Though he stood at its base, feeling as insignificant as an ant, he nonetheless witnessed its grandeur. Like those born with spiritual bones, who could naturally perceive this mountain, he too had glimpsed it. Could it be that, as an ordinary mortal, I might finally see this mountain as they do? Xu Taiping chuckled softly. Grandfather, the view from that mountain must be splendid. I shall ascend to behold it on your behalf. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with hope as he struggled to rise with one hand propped against the ground. Chapter 108. Defeating Yixian. What wrong has Xu Taiping committed? With but a slight shift of his form, he immediately knelt again, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood. The sword energy emanating from the flying sword was beyond what one of his cultivation level could endure. The pain, previously suppressed by excitement, surged through him like a relentless tide. Xu Taiping, do you not recognize your mistakes? The voice of the sect leader thundered like a storm above the sword suppression platform. Simultaneously, the gleaming flying sword soared once more to Xu Taiping's feet, a heavy pressure crashing against him like tumultuous waves. The sect leader, Xu Taiping, fought against the turmoil within, bones creaking, as he stood defiantly against the oppressive force, diverting his gaze from the sword to the lofty cloud tower before him. What wrong have I committed? He inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon the towering structure. Indeed, what fault lay with him? It was Yi Xian who sought to challenge him with the sword, and it was Yi Xian who wished him harm after failing in that challenge. What wrong had he committed? Was it a sin to triumph over Yi Xian? At this moment, the disciples atop the cloud tower were also beset by doubts. Outrageous. The sect leader bellowed once more, an overwhelming pressure cascading down from the cloud tower. To display such insubordination before even becoming a formal disciple. What chaos would ensue once you are? The sect leader scoffed coldly. Following this derisive sound, although all present understood the unfairness of the sect leader's actions towards Xu Taiping, none dared to voice their dissent, for he was the sect leader, the most formidable cultivator of the Qingxian sect. Clang. As he spoke, the flying sword before Xu Taiping drew nearer by several feet. Acknowledge your mistakes, the sect leader commanded succinctly. Xu Taiping fell silent. He was not one to cling stubbornly to his views. He understood the wisdom and flexibility. Yet, he could not discern a valid reason to concede his error. Clang. The flying sword emitted a sharp, threatening tremor once more. Such pettiness in our realm, at best, is the hallmark of leaders of inconsequential factions. At that moment, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. In this contest, little Taiping, our objectives have been met. There is no need to linger at the Qingxian sect. The world is vast, and with my sister by your side, you may venture anywhere. She continued with a tone as frigid as ice. Xu Taiping could discern that the fairy Lingwei was genuinely enraged. Suddenly, as he was about to speak, a figure hurtled through the air, positioning itself between him and the flying sword. Master, please temper your anger. Taiping has long resided at the foot of the mountain, hailing from the secular world, and is unfamiliar with the proprieties. I implore you, in light of his remarkable performance during this sword inquiry, to overlook his transgressions this once. The individual standing before Xu Taiping addressed the figure across from them, bowing respectfully yet assertively. Though Xu Taiping's consciousness was somewhat clouded at that moment, he immediately recognized the voice of Duge Qingxiao. Brother Qingxiao, do not speak. I shall handle this. Xu Taiping was about to respond when he was interrupted by Qingxiao's telepathic message. Qingxiao, this matter does not concern you. Stand aside. The sect leader remained resolute, undeterred by Duge Qingxiao's appearance. On the contrary, the oppressive aura emanating from the flying sword intensified, compelling Qingxiao to retreat, barely managing to withstand the pressure. Observing Qingxiao's valiant struggle against the sword's formidable energy, Xu Taiping's previously tense expression softened unexpectedly. He then summoned the strength to lift his gaze towards the cloud tower, only to find Zhao Linglong and others sharing the same anxious countenance. An inexplicable warmth blossomed in his heart. To encounter such sincere allies within the Qingxian sect was indeed a journey worth undertaking, he mused. Fairy Lingwei, let us depart. Just as Xu Taiping resolved to leave with Fairy Lingwei, another sound of a sword resonated through the air. Though it was also the sound of a sword, this one was distinctly more profound and unrestrained, entirely devoid of the hostility that characterized the previous blade. Puzzled by the origin of this sound, Xu Taiping was suddenly startled as a flying sword descended rapidly from above, embedding itself between Qingxiao and the sect leader's sword. With a thunderous impact, an even grander aura of swordplay swept across the entire Jian town, obliterating the formidable presence of the sect leader's sword. The sect leader's sword began to emit a low, trembling hum, as if it feared the weapon now lodged in the earth. In astonishment, Xu Taiping focused intently on the sword at his feet and noticed its antiquated design, frayed tassels, and a blade marred by rust. Master Zhou. Just as confusion enveloped Xu Taiping, a familiar voice echoed through the air above Jiantown. Is that the ninth uncle? In an instant, a familiar, inebriated visage flashed through Xu Taiping's mind. Why is it that upon my return, the Qingxian sect is in such disarray? Surely, you do not wish to keep me away? At that moment, the aged, resonant voice resounded once more. Simultaneously, a tipsy old man, resembling a leaf drifting through the air, leisurely floated down from above, resting upon a gourd of wine. The head fell precisely beside the ancient flying sword. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Jiushu. However, Xu Taiping was already aware that apart from being referred to as Jiushu, he was more widely recognized among the members of the Qingxian sect by another title, Shizu. Master Lu Daoxian. Disciple pays respects to the junior master. Almost simultaneously with Jiushu's appearance, the sect leader descended like a gust of wind from the cloud tower, followed closely by 7 peak masters. Junior Master, upon your return from the Northern Realm, why did you not inform your disciples in advance? Sect leader Zhou inquired with an expression of utmost reverence towards the inebriated Jushu. If I had notified you, would you have been able to witness this splendid performance? Jushu shot Zhou Tong a sidelong glance. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please allow the disciples to handle such mundane matters. Upon hearing this, sect leader Zhou hastily offered his apologies. No need for trouble. Continue, Jushu said, stretching and standing tall, instantly appearing imposing. Continue? Sect leader Zhou wore a puzzled expression, and the 7 peak masters exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't this sword challenge already concluded? Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Xian, who was seated on the ground healing, then looked at Xu Taiping behind Qing Xiao, and finally turned his gaze past sect leader Zhou towards the 7 peak masters, saying, Don't just stand there. You 7 peaks should begin selecting disciples. Or do you all find this young man unworthy? Upon hearing this, the peak masters of the 7 peaks exchanged glances. Uncertain of the true intentions behind the junior master's words, none wished to be the first to act. Just as the atmosphere on the stage became somewhat awkward, a somewhat portly, unkempt man with stubble stepped forward, clearing his throat. Since you all seem reluctant to accept this young man, I, Zhao Qian, shall reluctantly take him on behalf of the 7th peak. The man spoke with an air of self-importance, as if declaring, If I do not enter hell, who will? Indeed, this man was Zhao Qian, the peak master of the 7th peak, and father of Zhao Linglong. After all, this young man had originally been chosen as a disciple by the spirit bone steel for the 7th peak, and it seemed that fate still bound them. Zhao Qian grinned as he approached Qing Xiao and Xu Taiping, winking at Xu Taiping in a rather greasy manner, as if to say, I have high hopes for you. Young lad. Wait, what do you mean by reluctantly accepting him? We haven't even asked yet. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters finally reacted. They had merely been observing, not anticipating that Zhao Qian would seize the opportunity first. As for whether to select Xu Taiping, they were not blind. Judging by his performance in the sword challenge against Yi Xian, even if limited by his root bone realm, he would still have ample prospects as an elder in the Qingxian sect. Haha, Zhao Qian, your expectations are quite optimistic. A woman clad in a dark robe, with a strikingly cold demeanor, stepped forward assertively. Little Taiping, have you given it careful thought? The 7th peak is utterly destitute, lacking everything one could desire. However, my 6th peak, the Xiannu peak, is an entirely different story. Should you choose to come to the 6th peak, I assure you that the elixirs you require for your cultivation will be abundantly provided. With a firm hand, she pushed Zhao Qian aside, then turned to Xu Taiping with a benevolent smile, making a solemn promise. This strikingly graceful woman is none other than the peak master of the 6th peak, Meng Qingxiu, who is also Su Xian's mentor. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. He had prepared extensively for the upcoming selection among the 7 peaks, yet he had not anticipated this scene unfolding before him. Instinctively, he reached for his head, only to inadvertently tug at the wound on his right hand, inflicted by the sword energy of Master Zhou, causing a brief wince of pain. Just as he contemplated whether to seal his acupoints to alleviate the discomfort, Uncle Jiao, who had been tilting his head back to pour wine into his mouth, suddenly extended a hand and grasped his shoulder from afar. In an instant, not only did the pain in his arm vanish, but the bleeding also ceased. Thank you, Uncle Jiao. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude immediately. Please, continue. Uncle Jiao waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of a mere spectator as he resumed his drinking. Taiping, consider joining our 5th peak. By fortunate coincidence, we have an elder who is a martial arts master. With his guidance, you will undoubtedly make significant advancements. A martial arts master? Peak master Du. You must be referring to my defeated subordinate, Wu Lai, correct? Taiping, come to our 3rd peak, and I shall personally guide you in your martial arts training. How far can one journey on the path of martial arts? Join us at the 2nd peak, Taiping, and I can assure you that even as a mere skeleton, I can enable you to break through the Tongxian realm within 30 years. With Zhao Qian leading the charge, the other peaks, save for the 1st peak, also extended their invitations to Xu Taiping, each offering exceedingly generous conditions. They had observed his previous performance with keen interest, even with a frail skeletal frame. He managed to break through to the Wangyu realm within 3 years, indicating immense insight and perseverance that they could not overlook. Moreover, Xu Taiping's displayed talent in martial arts was already quite remarkable. Although the Qingxian sect is primarily a sect for cultivators, powerful martial arts practitioners can complement the frail physiques of cultivators, making them invaluable during external expeditions. As for future potential, Xu Taiping has already reached the Wanyu realm. Even if he does not make further advancements, as long as he can solidify his current standing, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Upon witnessing the invitations from several peaks, the master of the first peak could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat a few times and addressed Xu Taiping. Taiping. Although there was some unpleasantness earlier, I still hope you will choose to join our first peak. Hearing this, Master Zhou Tong's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Noticing the master's silence, the peak master of the first peak breathed a sigh of relief and continued to warmly entice Xu Taiping. Our first peak boasts the most abundant spiritual energy among the 7 peaks. With the oldest spiritual herbs available, among the 3 major techniques of the Qingxian sect, both the Dragon Flame technique and the Heavenly Frost formula are found in my peak. Should you choose to join us, I can promise you the liberty to select any one of these techniques at this very moment. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian, supported by Jin Heji, was immediately consumed by fury. Were it not for Jin Heji's grasp, he might have charged forward to confront the leader of the first peak. He was perplexed as to why the peak master would extend such generous terms to his rival. Meanwhile, the other peak masters furrowed their brows upon hearing this, as the conditions they could offer paled in comparison to those of the first peak. This disparity was the primary reason why the finest disciples were invariably selected by the first peak each year. Jinyu, it's rather uninteresting of you to directly present the Dragon Flame technique and the Heavenly Frost secret art, Zhao Qian muttered, casting a disdainful glance at the master of the first peak. Given Taiping's performance today, he was undoubtedly deserving of these 2 techniques. Jinyu merely chuckled and shook his head. If one cannot defeat an opponent, then it is customary to recruit them under one's banner. This has always been the first peak's principle. One must admit that Jinyu, with his smiling facade, possessed an impressive audacity. Unaffected by the earlier clash between Xu Taiping and Yi Xian, his skin is indeed thick, Zhao Qian murmured softly. After that, he adopted an expression that conveyed, I've done my part. The rest is up to you, and gestured towards Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao, upon noticing this, felt an overwhelming exasperation. In a certain sense, his master was quite similar to his eccentric junior sister. However, Qing Xiao refrained from commenting, choosing to ignore the situation and turning his gaze aside. Although he was keen on having Xu Taiping join the 7 peaks, he did not wish to impose or interfere with his decision. Witnessing this, Zhao Qian rolled his eyes and quietly remarked, why is that little rascal so thin-skinned? He should learn from the master of the first peak. Half of his words were deliberately directed towards Jinyu. Yet, Jinyu seemed unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he quietly observed Xu Taiping. Consequently, the other peak masters also fell silent, directing their attention towards Xu Taiping. In their estimation, the terms they could offer would never rival those of the first peak. It was now entirely up to Xu Taiping's choice. Dear friends, having reached this point, I humbly request a 5-star review. Is that too much to ask? Chapter 2. Ascending the 7 Peaks. Do you dare refuse me? Apologies, Master Jin, but I am not particularly inclined to join the first peak. Xu Taiping replied without hesitation, outright rejecting the master of the first peak. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's lips twitched, a fleeting glimmer of irritation flashing in his eyes, but he quickly donned a beaming smile and addressed Xu Taiping. Choosing which peak to join is entirely your prerogative, Taiping, and it is also the custom of our Qingxian sect. As he spoke, he casually cast a glance at Uncle Jiu. Were it not for Uncle Jiu's presence, he would not have been so courteous to Xu Taiping. He would likely have stormed off in indignation. The other peak masters, witnessing Xu Taiping's refusal of the first peak, regained their spirits and turned their hopeful gazes towards him. Xu Taiping, seeing this, felt a surge of frustration. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to express his desire to join the 7th peak, he was interrupted by Uncle Jiu. Young one, I shall offer you another choice. Uncle Jiu drained the wine from the gourd in one gulp and then wiped his mouth, casting a playful glance at Xu Taiping. You rascal, he remarked. Although your innate talent is somewhat lacking and your appearance pales in comparison to my youthful vigor, considering your performance in today's sword inquiry, I can reluctantly accept you as my disciple. As he casually dug at his ear with his pinky finger, his words, delivered with nonchalance, ignited a fervor both inside and outside the venue. What? Surely I misheard. The master is taking on a disciple? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Master Zhou, unable to contain his astonishment, stepped forward, addressing Uncle Jiao with a mixture of confusion and shock in his eyes. Are you truly intending to accept a disciple here? Is that a problem? Uncle Jiao shot Master Zhou a cold glare. Is it too abrupt? Accepting disciples is a significant matter for our sect. It cannot be treated so lightly. Master Zhou urged, recalling the numerous promising disciples he had presented to Uncle Jiao over the years, none of whom had garnered his interest, including Yi Xian, currently being supported by Jin Heji. With a sudden outburst of frustration, Yi Xian could no longer contain his anger upon hearing Uncle Jiao's intentions, resulting in a spurt of blood. Observing this, Jin Heji shook his head and led him away from the arena. Am I jesting? Uncle Jiao, after reflecting on Master Zhou's words, set down the gourd and fixed him with a piercing gaze. The intensity of that single look silenced Master Zhou, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, rendering him speechless. Little one, should you become my disciple, I cannot guarantee much, but I will impart to you all that I have learned throughout my life. Uncle Jiao turned his smile back to Xu Taiping, his words sending a tremor of excitement through the hearts of the peak leaders present. The phrase to impart all carried a weight that, when uttered by Uncle Jiao, stirred a sense of envy among the 7 seasoned masters. Who is Uncle Jiao? To the average person, he might merely be regarded as a senior with a high standing within the sect. Yet, to these 7, his significance transcended mere seniority. Uncle Jiao, renowned as Jian Jiao and Dao Xian, was the only one in the 9 celestial mansions who once dared to confront the demon lord and inflicted grave injury upon him. Although that was a feat of his youth, the witnesses among the 7 remained convinced that the sword sheathed at Uncle Jiao's side still possessed the power to vanquish demons. Thus, the gravity of his promise to impart all was abundantly clear. Seeing the 7 peak masters retreat, the uproar in the arena fell silent, and all eyes turned once more to Xu Taiping, including those of Uncle Jiao himself and Zhao Linglong from the Yunlu stand. Indeed, Zhao Linglong, much like the 7 peak masters, sensed that the choice of Xu Taiping was all but evident after the appearance of the 9th uncle. Yet she harbored a flicker of hope within her heart. At this moment, Xu Taiping found himself in a rather perplexing predicament. However, his dilemma was not in making a choice, but rather in how to decline the 9th uncle's proposition. Undoubtedly for him, the decision of which peak to join and whom to take as a mentor had been predetermined long before his ascent to the mountain. Master and ancestor, it is thanks to Senior Qingxiao and Senior Sister Linglong of the 7 peaks that I stand here today. 3 years prior, an agreement had been forged with Senior Qingxiao and Senior Sister Linglong to become an official disciple through the selection of the 7 peaks and ascend to the 7th peak. After careful deliberation, Xu Taiping solemnly responded to the 9th uncle. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. No one anticipated that Xu Taiping would refuse the 9th uncle. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Linglong stood there in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and confusion as she turned to her companion, Senior Sister Ziyuan, for confirmation. Senior Sister Ziyuan, did I hear incorrectly? Momentarily taken aback, Su Ziyuan then smiled and nodded, assuring her, you heard correctly. Taiping has expressed his intent to join your 7 peaks. Standing beside Xu Taiping, Qingxiao initially mirrored the astonishment of the crowd, but quickly leaned in to softly caution him. Taiping, do not be foolish. The opportunity to be accepted by the 9th uncle is a tremendous fortune. In contrast to Zhao Linglong, he was acutely aware of the significance of being the heir to the 9th uncle. Just as Xu Taiping was about to clarify his stance to Qingxiao, he was interrupted by the 9th uncle's hearty laughter. Ah, little one, this is merely a test I have devised for you. Did you truly believe that I, El Daoxian, would desire to take a mere mortal as my disciple? The 9th uncle shot Xu Taiping an incredulous glance, then continued, however, your conduct has been commendable. You have not lost sight of your principles in the face of external temptations. Henceforth, dedicate yourself to your studies at the 7 peaks. With that, he patted Xu Taiping on the shoulder and gracefully turned to depart. Yet, as he turned away, he muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, you rascal, how dare you refuse my humble request when I have lowered myself to seek you out? No, this cannot stand. I shall ensure that you come to me, begging to be my disciple. The other attendees remained unaware of the 9th uncle's whispered words. Upon learning that the ninth uncle's intentions were merely a test, the sect leader and several peak masters collectively sighed in relief. Although they all recognized Xu Taiping's commendable performance in the sword duel, the prospect of the ninth uncle selecting a disciple with a white spiritual bone as his successor would undeniably pose a significant loss for the entire Qingxian sect. After all, centuries of cultivation experience had taught them that the potential of a white spiritual bone was inherently limited. Merely breaking through to the transcendence realm would be considered a rare feat should one fail to achieve this. Xu Taiping's lifespan would eventually wane, resulting in the loss of his master's swordsmanship. Such a loss was one that the Qingxian sect could not afford. Just as Master Jiao was about to depart from the arena on his sword, he suddenly halted. He turned to the sect leader, Zhou Tong, and said, "After the disciples conclude their questioning, return to the main peak and wait for me. I have matters to discuss with you." "Yes," Zhou Tong replied, his expression instantly turning serious as he clasped his hands in respect. Although he held the position of sect leader, he dared not exhibit any arrogance in front of Master Jiao. "Haha, esteemed guests, I appreciate your forbearance." Upon Master Jiao's departure, Zhao Qian, the master of the seventh peak, proudly bowed to a few individuals, then jovially patted Xu Taiping on the shoulder, gesturing towards the masters of the sixth peak across the way. "Young man, you possess discerning eyes. Although our seventh peak may appear to be the lowest in every aspect, we are by no means inferior to them." "What utter nonsense!" Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqiu, the master of the sixth peak, rolled his eyes at Zhao Qian. "Indeed, I concur." Even more astonishing to the six was Xu Taiping's unwavering endorsement of Zhao Qian's statement. Zhao Qian's delight swelled further, as if he wished to have Xu Taiping as his apprentice on the spot. "Taiping, in 6 months, the grand competition of the 7 peaks will take place. After witnessing it, you will surely regret your choice today." Meng Qingqiu could no longer tolerate the situation and cautioned Xu Taiping once more. "I shall not." Xu Taiping resolutely shook his head. Zhao Qian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "This child is truly stubborn, beyond salvation." Meng Qingqiu could only facepalm in disbelief. "Little Taiping." At that moment, Zhao Linglong and Su Zian, accompanied by Lin Buyu, descended from the cloud tower, hurrying towards Xu Taiping. "Sister Linglong." Xu Taiping smiled at Zhao Linglong. "Address me as senior sister." Zhao Linglong corrected him with a grin. Xu Taiping paused briefly, then nodded with a smile, "Senior sister." Hearing this, Zhao Linglong erupted into joyous laughter. "Enough, there are still 6 more questioning sessions. Those unrelated, please exit." At this juncture, sect leader Zhou interjected. Once Master Jiao had departed, he resumed his previous lofty demeanor, deliberately exuding an immense pressure as he spoke. "Linglong, Qingxiao, take Taiping back to the 7th peak for healing." Zhao Qian, clearing his ears, reminded Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao with a smile. As he spoke, an invisible pressure radiated from him, countering Zhou's imposing aura. "Understood." The two responded cheerfully. "Taiping, I shall first take you for treatment. Once your injuries have healed, I will show you around the various places of our 7th peak. Your residence should be ready shortly. Oh, and we must take you to the library of 10,000 scrolls to select your martial arts techniques. This is the reward promised to you by our 7th peak." Zhao Linglong grasped Xu Taiping's hand, chattering incessantly. At this moment, Xu Taiping's condition was far from optimal. He felt a heaviness in his mind and a weakness in his vitality, yet inexplicably, he found solace in the ceaseless chatter of the girl beside him. "Oh, I remember now. My mother seemed to enjoy her chatter as well." Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the visage of his mother, a face that now only appeared in his dreams. At that moment, a young girl's voice unexpectedly resonated behind the 3 of them. Xu Taiping turned his head and, in a daze, beheld a countenance of exquisite beauty. After a few moments of hesitation, a name finally emerged in his mind, Lin Buyu. "At long last, we meet again, Miss Buyu." He smiled at her. "Not again, but farewell," she retorted, a subtle and elusive smirk gracing her lips as she spoke. Without waiting for Xu Taiping's response, she turned and departed with Su Zian. "Farewell?" Zhao Linglong glanced at Xu Taiping in surprise. "Aside from the time you first entered the mountain gate, have you two met again?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, pondering whether she had indeed recognized him that day in the maple grove. The thought sent a chill down his spine. "Taiping," Zhao Linglong called out again, noticing his distraction. No, we haven't met again. I suspect when Miss Buyu mentioned farewell, She was referring to our previous encounter returning from Longmen Hall. Xu Taiping replied evasively, quickly shifting the subject. Sister Linglong, Brother Qingxiao, my energy is severely depleted. I require a tranquil location to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao immediately grew tense. Sister, I shall escort Taiping back to the 7th peak, Qingxiao said, glancing back at Zhao Linglong. All right, I will follow shortly. Zhao Linglong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two summoned their flying swords and soared into the night sky. That night, atop the star-picking platform at the main peak where the sect leader Zhou Tong resided. Sect leader, what did the young master just say to you? Ji Wuyou, the head of the 1st peak, inquired curiously. Observing the silver streak left by the young master's sword in the air. Bai Hong is not dead. Not only is he alive, but he has also gained a significant opportunity in the Northern Territory. In the fastest year, and at the latest 3 years, he is expected to break through to the demon sovereign realm. At that point, unless we leverage the 7 peaks restrictions, I fear that even our combined strength may not suffice to capture him. Thus, the young master came to warn me, urging me to contemplate how to provide an explanation to Bai Hong. Zhou Tong replied, gazing upward with his hands clasped behind his back. This poses quite a dilemma. Ji Wuyou mused, frowning. Not a dilemma. Zhou Tong chuckled, shaking his head. Not a dilemma? Ji Wuyou looked at him, perplexed. The young master instructed me to prepare an explanation for Bai Hong. Then I shall simply provide one. After all, the masterminds behind this matter are the leader of the West Wind Pavilion and that peacock, Zhou Tong remarked with a chuckle. Ji Wuyou understood the implications of his words. This man and this beast, sect leader, you have nurtured for many years. It is somewhat regrettable. He sighed. Indeed, but if their lives can be exchanged for Bai Hong's, it would be worth it, Zhou Tong replied, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sect leader, are you confident? Ji Wuyou's pupils widened, instantly grasping the deeper meaning of Zhou Tong's words, and he lowered his voice to inquire. Chapter 4, Ascending the 7 Peaks. Let him come to be my master. Bai Hong is the last support of my junior master. Once he is vanquished, it will not be long before the Qingxian sect is entirely under my control, Zhou Tong declared with a cold gaze. However, I still harbor some concerns regarding my junior master, Ji Wuyou replied. Have you not noticed? Since my junior master returned today, he has indulged rather excessively in alcohol. Zhou Tong countered. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyou was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, are you implying, master, that my junior master is also injured? Zhou Tong smiled noncommittally. Yet even if my junior master is wounded, you and I may still not be his match. Ji Wuyou remained apprehensive. Last year, while perusing the relics left by our master, I discovered that in his pursuit of that sword technique, my junior master vowed to our ancestor that under no threat to his life, his sword shall never be drawn against a fellow disciple. Zhou Tong suddenly turned, his tone contemplative. Upon hearing these words, Ji Wuyou's face brightened, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. He now understood why the sect leader had recently decided to take action against the Windfall Valley. Master, allow me to orchestrate this matter entirely. Even if Bai Hong breaks through to the Demon Lord realm, as long as he remains within the Qingxian sect, I will find a way to eliminate him, Ji Wuyou said, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Very well, Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. There is one more matter. He suddenly called Ji Wuyou back. Please, master. Give your orders, Ji Wuyou replied respectfully. In accordance with the traditions of the Qingxian sect, as a new disciple from the mountain below, one must independently descend the mountain within 3 months to complete a sect trial. Zhou Tong gazed at Ji Wuyou with profound intent. Are you suggesting I arrange a trial for Xu Taiping? Ji Wuyou quickly grasped Zhou Tong's unspoken meaning. Recently, a member of the royal family from the Baishu kingdom, who has ties with Qingxian, approached us with a token, seeking our assistance in a matter. Perhaps you could assign this task to Xu Taiping, Zhou Tong elaborated. The royal family of Baishu, could it be the little princess of Baishu? This is a precarious situation, Ji Wuyou remarked, his eyes lighting up, then nodded with a smile. I shall make arrangements immediately. However, there is one thing I do not understand. He hesitated before finally asking. Speak, Zhou Tong. In a cheerful mood, did not mind engaging further with Ji Wuyou. Why do you harbor such disdain for Xu Taiping? Is it solely because he is favored by my junior master? Ji Wuyou summoned his courage to inquire. Have you heard the term extremes lead to the demonic? Zhou Tong countered. Indeed. I have, Ji Wuyou nodded. The distinction of root bones in this world, such as the white spirit bone, golden spirit bone, and heavenly spirit bone, exists because it is a rule ordained by the heavenly path. The white spirit bone ought to possess the self-awareness befitting its nature, refraining from the folly of challenging the celestial laws. Otherwise, it shall undoubtedly suffer the consequences. At this juncture, Zhou Tong paused, his gaze once more drawn to the profound night sky, before continuing, much like my senior brother, Su Chan, who, despite being merely a humble white bone, dared to defy the heavenly principles, ultimately bringing calamity upon our Qingxian sect, forcing us to retreat to this secluded corner. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's expression shifted to one of realization. The name Su Chan was not unfamiliar to him. Indeed, it was a name that commanded immense admiration among the disciples of Qingxian sect in their generation. More significantly, he was the sole disciple of their esteemed little master. In those days, Su Chan, despite being a white spirit bone, was astonishingly gifted, and through extraordinary perseverance and the unrelenting guidance of his little master, he triumphed over the 9 prefecture sword cultivators, securing his place as the champion of the 9 prefectures. His acclaim was unparalleled. Had he not ultimately succumbed to the path of darkness, the position of sect leader would undoubtedly not have fallen to Zhou Tong. Simultaneously, Jin Yu was acutely aware of the intense envy Zhou Tong harbored towards Su Chan, an obsession that remained unresolved to this day. This matter shall be handled by the sect leader, Jin Yu promptly affirmed. You need not trouble yourself excessively. Simply impose some discipline upon that youth, instilling in him a sense of self-awareness, lest he continue in his arrogance as he did today. Zhao Qian, though seemingly coarse, possesses a keen intellect. No matter how well you execute this, he is unlikely to be deceived, and we must not inadvertently push him towards the 9th uncle. Zhou Tong continued to advise. The relationship between the 7 Peaks leader and the sect leader is, in truth, quite delicate, akin to that of an emperor and his vassals in the secular realm. The emperor certainly possesses the authority to command the vassals, yet must refrain from oppressing them excessively, lest it incite rebellion. Rest assured, sect leader, my arrangements will adhere strictly to the sect's regulations. Even if Zhao Qian becomes aware, he shall find no fault. Jin Yu replied with a confident smile. You may go now. Zhou Tong nodded in acknowledgement. On the same night, at the residence of Peak Master Zhao Qian of the 7th Peak, Little Master Uncle, I have erred. Zhao Qian, with a bruised face, knelt upon the cold ground, casting a pitiful glance at the elder before him. The elder was none other than Lu Daoxian, the Little Master Uncle of Qingxian sect. What was your mistake? Pray, enlighten me, Daoxian inquired, leisurely reclining with one leg crossed, savoring the peanuts laid out before him. I should not have been so hasty in wanting Xu Taiping to become my disciple. Zhao Qian stammered, his voice trembling. Wrong. Daoxian shot him a glare. Zhao Qian appeared perplexed. Little Master Uncle, did you not punish me precisely because I wished for Xu Taiping to acknowledge me as his master tonight? He questioned, bewildered. Your error lies in the very fact that you should not have sought to make Xu Taiping your disciple. Daoxian glared at Zhao Qian with the expression of one who believes him to be a fool. Little Master Uncle, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. If I do not allow Xu Taiping to become my disciple, shall I simply seek out any elder for him to pledge himself to? That seems inappropriate, does it not? Although Taiping is merely a white spirit bone, this young man's character, perseverance, and insight are exceptionally commendable. I certainly do not wish to squander such a promising talent. Zhao Qian retorted. Allowing him to take you as his master would indeed be a waste. Daoxian shot Zhao Qian a disapproving glance. Then who should he take as his master to avoid such a fate? The sect leader? The sect leader would undoubtedly refuse, as he has always looked down upon white spirit bones, and given that Taiping previously contradicted him, it is impossible for him to accept him as a disciple. Zhao Qian continued, lost in his thoughts. The sect leader of Qingxian sect possesses the authority to select favored disciples from the 7 peaks to take them as his own, much like Yi Xian from the 1st peak. Suddenly, Daoxian rose from his seat, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Qian, sending him tumbling to the ground, and pointed at the bewildered and aggrieved Zhao Qian, saying, You, my friend, are either truly confused or feigning ignorance. With that, he emphatically gestured to his own chest. It is I. Let him come to me as his master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian sprang up from the ground in disbelief. Little Master Uncle, are you serious? He looked at Daoxian with wide, incredulous eyes. Chapter 5 Little Master Uncle. Isn't this against the rules? Zhao Qian initially believed that Little Master Uncle's earlier proposal to take Xu Taiping as a disciple was merely a test of his character. He never imagined that Little Master Uncle truly intended to accept him. "Do you think I would deceive you?" Dao Xian returned to his chair and began to pour himself a drink. "However, Little Master Uncle, this may not conform to the regulations, right?" The event of Xu Taiping taking his place at the seventh peak was witnessed by many, and now to allow him to leave the seventh peak to become your disciple would not adhere to the rules of Qingxian sect. Seeing that Dao Xian was genuinely considering accepting a disciple, Zhao Qian's expression turned serious. He naturally could not oppose Little Master Uncle's desire for a disciple. Yet, the rules established by the sect's founder are exceedingly strict. Breaking them would result in severe penalties from the sect, affecting not just him, but even Little Master Uncle. Rules are immutable, while people are dynamic. The fact that Xu Taiping cannot leave the seventh peak does not mean I cannot come to him. Dao Xian remained unfazed by this. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face lit up with joy. "Little Master Uncle, could it be that you intend to join our seventh peak?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Do not dream." Dao Xian shot Zhao Qian a glance and continued, "Arrange for me a position as an elder or a revered guest, and I shall teach Xu Taiping swordsmanship in that capacity. As for the title of master and disciple, I am indifferent to such matters." Zhao Qian was left utterly astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "Little Master Uncle, why? Why would you, for the sake of a mere Xu Taiping, stoop to masquerade as an elder of our seventh peak, and even forego the title of master to teach him swordsmanship? I fail to comprehend." Zhao Qian summoned his courage to inquire of Dao Xian. The title of master and disciple can sometimes be more of a burden than a boon. Dao Xian shook his head with a sigh, then countered, "Do you not think that Xu Taiping bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Zhao Qian was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression grew serious as he asked with a weighty tone, "Little Master Uncle, are you referring to senior brother Su Chan, sharing the same ethereal grace as the white spirit bone?" Zhao Qian was instantly reminded of his esteemed senior brother whom he had once revered immensely. Dao Xian, with a hint of melancholy in his demeanor, nodded slightly. "Junior uncle, why do you still linger on thoughts of senior brother?" Zhao Qian sighed. "Because I have yet to comprehend why Su Chan succumbed to madness and betrayed Qing Xian all those years ago." Dao Xian looked up and sighed deeply. "But, junior uncle, Xu Taiping is ultimately not senior brother. If you choose to take him as your disciple based on this, you will surely regret it in the future. This would not be favorable for you, nor for Taiping. Thus I cannot acquiesce to your wishes." Zhao Qian, with a bruised countenance, abruptly rejected Dao Xian's counsel. Dao Xian, upon hearing this, cast a penetrating gaze upon Zhao Qian, then set down the wine flask and spoke leisurely. "Taking him on as a disciple is not a whim of mine." He proceeded to recount the day at Yanglu Mountain when he fortuitously encountered Xu Taiping confronting a specter. Choosing to remain in Qingzhou residence rather than become an accomplice, along with the subsequent plot to vanquish the ghost. As a human, you must cultivate yourself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, dwelling in the abyss while choosing to do good. After absorbing the tales from his junior uncle, Zhao Qian reflected on each incident. Murmuring to himself, "The sword I, Jianjiu, cherish need not originate from a renowned master, nor be forged from the finest materials, nor honed to an extreme sharpness. However, there is one crucial aspect. It must possess a perfectly straight spine, devoid of any curvature." As he spoke, Dao Xian unsheathed an ancient long sword from his waist with a swift motion. The sword, as he had described, appeared plain and unadorned, crafted from common dark iron, bearing unsightly patterns along its blade. Yet, unlike other swords, the spine and edge of this blade were impeccably straight, not revealing any curvature to the naked eye. "Junior uncle, such a sword is prone to breaking," Zhao Qian remarked, frowning. "That is merely due to the wielder's lack of strength," Dao Xian replied, shaking his head before sheathing the sword. "Since you are so resolute, I shall leave everything to my disciple." Zhao Qian nodded. "But, must you truly withhold your identity from Xu Taiping?" He sought confirmation from his junior uncle once more. "No need. A mere title of master and disciple holds no significance for me, Jianjiu." With an air of pride, Dao Xian lifted his head and stood, seemingly preparing to depart. However, just as he stepped toward the door, he glanced back at Zhao Qian and said earnestly, "Zhao Qian, among that batch of disciples, you were the one I favored the least. You were lazy, cunning, and timid. Yet now, reflecting on it, you are the one who has changed the least among them. Is junior uncle implying that I remain as lazy, timid, and cunning as in my youth? Zhao Qian found himself both amused and exasperated by the remark. Dao Xian offered no reply, instead shaking his head, grasping the wine gourd from the table, and as he walked out, he remarked without looking back, "Little fatty, my time is running short. And you, how long can you evade? Step out from your lair and retrieve the sword that was cast down the cliff. You may endure hardship for yourself, but you must never allow your sword to suffer." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qian trembled, his unkempt face suddenly turning pale. He had never imagined that within the Qingxian sect, the one who understood him best was not his deceased master, but rather this little uncle who had always held a disfavor towards him. That night, Zhao Qian sat at the table, sleepless until dawn. Over 10 days later, at the foot of the 7th peak, before the Wanjun building. "Taiping, are you truly not going to rest for a few more days?" Qing Xiao turned to glance at Xu Taiping, who was fixated on the plaque of the Wanjun building. "Rest assured, senior brother, I have been tempering my physique these past few years. As long as my injuries do not affect my foundation, I shall encounter no significant issues," Xu Taiping replied, patting his chest. "Your body has indeed been well-tempered. Astonishingly, your injuries have nearly healed in less than 10 days. Qing Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed. I shall lead you upwards." As he walked toward the interior of the Wanjun building, he gestured for Xu Taiping to follow. Xu Taiping nodded and complied. Typically, a newly initiated disciple could only select a basic yellow-grade technique on the first floor, but due to your outstanding performance during the 7th peak selection, you are permitted to ascend to the 2nd floor of the Wanjun building, where you may choose one mysterious grade technique and one mysterious grade mental method at your leisure. Upon reaching the staircase, Qing Xiao suddenly halted and began to introduce matters to Xu Taiping. Additionally, regarding that mysterious grade mental method, since you previously practiced the Sanxia Gong, I suggest you select the Danxia Jing, as it is essentially the complete version of the Sanxia Gong. While it is not impossible to switch to another Qi cultivation method, you might need a year or two to adjust. He added thoughtfully. Understood, Xu Taiping nodded, recalling that they had discussed this during their recovery period. Now, you may go up. I shall wait for you here. Linglong is likely to arrive shortly, and then we can head to your new residence together, Qing Xiao said, glancing up toward the building before returning his gaze to Xu Taiping. The matter of selecting techniques had already been extensively discussed between them prior to this, and Qing Xiao merely reiterated it for clarity. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, it became evident that although the Wanjun building was situated on the 7th peak, the elders and disciples managing its affairs were not from the 7th peak, but rather appointed from the main peak where the sect leader resided. The same applied to the other 6 peaks. "Esteemed elder, I am here to select a technique," Xu Taiping stated at the counter on the 2nd floor, presenting his copper mirror to an elderly man clad in gray behind the counter. The elder, his head bowed, obscured his features from Xu Taiping's view. "Place it on the table," the gray-clad elder responded without raising his gaze, his fingers deftly working the abacus. Xu Taiping nodded slightly and set the copper mirror down on the counter. It is worth noting that this copper mirror, used by outer disciples, could be exchanged for a silver mirror, but only after completing the first trial post-ascension. At that moment, the elder's abacus fell silent. However, as he prepared to retrieve the bronze mirror, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed his face, followed by a hint of delight as he turned to Xu Taiping and inquired, "You are Xu Taiping, are you not?" "Indeed," Xu Taiping replied, initially somewhat puzzled, but soon his expression transformed into one of joy as he continued, "You are Elder Qi, the inspector from the Jianping event, are you not?" The elderly gentleman before him was indeed Elder Qi Haoran, who had, on that day at Jianping, advised Xu Taiping to concede and withdraw. Although they had only met once, Xu Taiping recognized him immediately, as Elder Qi had shown rare concern for him during the sword testing event. "I never expected you to remember this old man." Elder Qi chuckled heartily upon hearing Xu Taiping's words. "Of course I do," Xu Taiping replied with a smile, adding, "I just did not anticipate that Elder Qi would be working at the Wanjun building on the 7th peak. This year, I happen to be assigned here as well." Elder Qi nodded in acknowledgement. While speaking, he produced a brush and inscribed a rune on the surface of the bronze mirror with vermilion ink. Following this, a line of golden seal script materialized above it, proclaiming Xu Taiping of the 7th peak, due to outstanding performance at the 7 Peaks Conference, awarded with 200,000 merits. "Very well, your identity has been confirmed." These 200,000 merits are sufficient for you to select any 2 mystic-level techniques within this building, Elder Qi said, smiling as he returned the bronze mirror to Xu Taiping. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Qi, Xu Taiping replied with a slight nod. On this second floor, be mindful of the boundary marked by this corridor. The shelves on the eastern side are filled with yellow-level techniques, while those on the western side contain mystic-level techniques. Do not make a mistake, Elder Qi advised with a smile, pointing towards the corridor. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Qi, Xu Taiping acknowledged gratefully. You may go now. I have numerous accounts to settle and cannot linger. Elder Qi waved his hand with a smile. The rhythmic sound of the abacus resumed once more. Take your time, Taiping. If there are any remarkable techniques, they shall not escape my notice. The voice of the spirit moon fairy suddenly resonated in Xu Taiping's mind as he approached the shelf containing the transmission jade slips. Understood, Xu Taiping mentally affirmed. He naturally trusted the discerning eye of the spirit moon fairy. The red cloud palm, 7 steps technique, and smoke net hand. How did the Qing Xian sect acquire such mediocre techniques? After traversing several rows of shelves, the spirit moon fairy expressed her disappointment. In her view, these techniques were far from impressive. Are they truly so subpar? After all, they are still mystic-level techniques, Xu Taiping inquired curiously as he continued his search. Indeed, they can be classified as mystic-level, but most of these techniques are rather unorthodox. Some may exhibit great power upon initial execution, yet as your cultivation advances, their potency may remain unchanged. Others deplete resources excessively. Long-term practice of these techniques can be detrimental to your cultivation, the spirit moon fairy explained. What she sought for Xu Taiping were techniques that, while not necessarily of the highest grade, possessed the potential for sustained cultivation and ideally shared roots with ancient techniques she was familiar with. Only through such techniques can their power grow in tandem with Xu Taiping's cultivation, allowing her to provide guidance and address the deficiencies within these spells, even enhancing their potency. She would not hesitate to have Xu Taiping select techniques, even if they were of a lower rank. After searching extensively and finding nothing, the fairy Lingyue resolutely decided. If she could not find anything suitable, she would simply modify a few techniques herself for Taiping to practice. The reason she had refrained from allowing Xu Taiping to learn the methods under her tutelage was twofold. First, she feared discovery by enemies. Second, the techniques she knew, even the most basic, were of the caliber of the ice breath technique, which had already been weakened by her. Xu Taiping's current level of cultivation was insufficient to practice them. Additionally, she had endured too much deception and betrayal in her life, leading her to remain cautious. Even after 3 years of living with Xu Taiping, however, his performance during the recent sword inquiry had completely dispelled her reservations. Lingyue, shall we check the section for yellow rank techniques? Xu Taiping suggested. The merits I accumulated from this sword inquiry are enough to purchase 2 superior yellow rank techniques. He pointed toward the shelves in the west. The fairy Lingyue was not particularly surprised by his dissatisfaction with the techniques here, considering the benchmark set by the ice breath technique. Although she had not disclosed its rank, its ability to freeze the tiger demon in an instant indicated its superiority over these mysterious rank techniques. Very well, she acquiesced. If you truly find nothing satisfactory, I suggest you save your merits to exchange for a suitable weapon or artifact. As for techniques, we prefer quality over quantity. As Xu Taiping approached the shelves, Lingyue reminded him once more. I think likewise, Xu Taiping agreed. He felt that both the Azure Bull Fist and the 7-kill blade held potential. And with the ice breath technique in his arsenal, he was not particularly eager to learn other techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the fairy Lingyue had begun searching her memories for appropriate techniques for him. It seemed that the selection here was even less impressive. Upon reaching the western shelves, Xu Taiping selected several techniques in succession, but this time, not only was Lingyue dissatisfied, he himself felt let down as well. Logically, in a sect like the Azure Mystical Sect, there should be at least 2 commendable techniques of each rank, yet the current situation suggested that. As the other peak masters had remarked, the 7 peaks indeed lacked anything noteworthy. Lingyue sighed, not particularly surprised, for in her eyes, the entire Azure Mystical Sect lacked anything of substance. Shadow division technique. Could this be some sort of illusionary art? At that moment, Xu Taiping noticed a transmission jade slip labeled Shadow Division Technique. Driven by curiosity, he picked up a nearby pamphlet detailing the cultivation method and began to read it intently. It seemed to indeed pertain to a form of illusionary art. After glancing through the explanation, Xu Taiping felt a tinge of disappointment. According to the description, when mastered to its utmost pinnacle, this technique could manifest two identical phantoms, thereby confounding adversaries. However, the issue lay in the fact that these phantoms were insubstantial. While they could deceive the uninitiated, experienced opponents would easily see through the ruse. It was ultimately superficial. Nevertheless, under certain circumstances, it might prove useful. If he couldn't find anything better, he would settle for this, as it was not overly complex to practice. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. Taiping. Turn to the next page of that pamphlet. The voice of Fairy Lingwei suddenly resonated in his mind, imbued with an unusual gravity. All right. Although puzzled, Xu Taiping complied and flipped to the next page. This page bore no text, only a hand-drawn diagram illustrating the flow of vital energy, briefly outlining the method for conjuring phantoms. What's amiss, Sister Lingwei? He inquired, finding nothing particularly strange as other techniques were described similarly. It is somewhat peculiar, Fairy Lingwei remarked as her ethereal form emerged from the gourd. At that moment, she was visible only to Xu Taiping, alleviating any fear of being discovered. The handwriting in this manual is unlike that of the other techniques I have just perused. Each stroke possesses a certain finesse. Such artistry cannot be achieved without centuries of diligent practice. Lingwei expressed her intrigue. Moreover, scrutinize this diagram of meridians. While the lines may appear commonplace, the variance in thickness is notable. More crucially, the thickness aligns perfectly with the intensity of the vital energy flow. From this alone, it is plausible that the author's mastery surpasses even that of your peak leader. Fairy Lingwei stood beside Xu Taiping, her gaze fixed intently on the manual in his grasp, occasionally gesturing as she pointed out details. Could it be that this illusion technique originates from a master's hand? Xu Taiping felt a spark of excitement. Yet therein lay the conundrum. Lingwei shook her head and indicated the diagram of meridians, continuing. The pathways and intricacies of the vital energy depicted here are utterly mundane, utterly unworthy of such exquisite calligraphy and illustration. This discrepancy is one of the reasons that caught my attention regarding this manual. The second reason is that I have encountered a technique with a name almost identical to this, yet its potency was vastly superior. Is it possible that this manual harbors deeper secrets? Xu Taiping found Lingwei's assessment compelling. He promptly took the manual and examined it meticulously, hoping to uncover something extraordinary. Suddenly, he noticed an incongruity at the depiction of the figure's palm in the meridian diagram. What is it? Fairy Lingwei inquired with curiosity. It appears that the figure's hand in this diagram has been drawn incorrectly, he replied. Xu Taiping pointed to the figure of a hand on the meridian chart and spoke to the Fairy Lingwei in his heart. Upon glancing down, Lingwei indeed discovered that the depiction of the hand on the meridian chart was oriented with the back facing outward and the palm inward, which was distinctly different from the representations found in most secret manuals. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lingwei. Taiping, flip the meridian chart over and hold the paper up to the window, she said, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Understood, Xu Taiping quietly affirmed. He then turned the page depicting the meridian chart, presenting the front towards the window and the back towards himself. As the sunlight streamed through the window, the chart became illuminated before Xu Taiping's eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that viewing the chart in this reversed manner caused certain texts on the front page to align perfectly with specific nodes of the meridians. It was as if this was the intended method for observing the chart. Sister Lingwei, could it be that someone deliberately drew this meridian chart in reverse? He asked, his mind racing with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Lingwei's own surprise was equally profound. Little Taiping, you have stumbled upon a treasure, she exclaimed with palpable excitement. What do you mean? Xu Taiping inquired, still perplexed. Although I have not practiced this particular art, I was fortunate enough to glimpse a similar meridian chart in the study of an old friend years ago, and it mirrored the way you are viewing it now. Lingwei explained as she finally withdrew her gaze. What art is that? Xu Taiping wondered, sensing that the significance of this technique must be extraordinary if it had so moved Lingwei. The body duplication technique, also known as the Taiching Xianyuan body duplication technique. She replied, Taiching Xianyuan body duplication technique. Xu Taiping had never heard of such an art. Though the terms duplication and shadow differ by only a word, their powers are worlds apart. To illustrate, the shadow technique can only create illusory figures to confuse the enemy, while the duplicates produced by the body duplication technique can be controlled to attack opponents. Lingwei elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes widened in realization. So, if I can produce multiple duplicates, my strength could potentially be multiplied? Multiplication may be a bit ambitious. However, if utilized skillfully, the duplicates can at least exert 50% of your power, Lingwei corrected him. 50% is substantial. If I could create 2 or even 3 duplicates, I would stand a significant chance even against cultivators of higher realms, Xu Taiping mused inwardly. The applications of the body duplication technique extend beyond this. Yet the version you possess likely contains only the first 3 levels of the technique. The chart I once saw included 3 such illustrations. And this is merely one of them, Lingwei remarked, seemingly a bit regretful. Chapter 8. The Library of 10,000 Volumes. Selecting 2 Huang-tier techniques? For me at present, even mastering the first 3 levels will be sufficient, Xu Taiping responded optimistically. Indeed, Lingwei affirmed. The fairy Lingwei nodded thoughtfully, reflecting that it was reasonable to assume that such an intricate method of concealing books would have been employed more than once by the esteemed individual who left the secret manuals behind. We should continue our search. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping found her reasoning quite compelling. With renewed enthusiasm, he joined fairy Lingwei in the quest. However, after nearly half an hour of searching, they had yet to discover any other techniques hidden in this manner. Nonetheless, their efforts were not entirely fruitless, as they surprisingly unearthed a technique known as fire flick, derived from the heavenly fire technique, amidst the collection of yellow-grade spells. Indeed, a worthwhile endeavor. Gazing at the 2 selected jade slips in Xu Taiping's hand, fairy Lingwei beamed with delight. Sister Lingwei, this fire flick seems rather ordinary in power, Xu Taiping remarked while searching for the final manual, the Danxia technique, and mentally inquired of fairy Lingwei. Indeed, even if one were to cultivate this fire flick to its utmost, the flame produced by a single flick might not penetrate Yi Xian's dragon flame armor. However, if I merely assist you in altering the flow of vital energy in 2 of your meridians, the power of your fire flick could increase 3-fold, if not more. Once you break through to the profound realm, I can impart the methods to enhance the remaining meridian's energy flow, at which point your fire flick may be elevated to the status of heavenly fire flick. Though it may not compare to the true heavenly fire technique, it would be sufficient for your current level of cultivation. Fairy Lingwei elaborated with great detail. Upon hearing her explanation, Xu Taiping quickly grasped why she valued this technique so highly. According to Sister Lingwei, it seemed that the fire flick resembled a technique that certain elders of sects had simplified for disciples lacking sufficient cultivation. Xu Taiping speculated. You are not mistaken. Fairy Lingwei chuckled lightly, continuing, in larger clans and sects, to bolster the strength of their members or disciples without allowing the techniques to spread outward. They often provide modified spells for their disciples to practice. Over time, these adaptations transform into incomplete techniques. Xu Taiping understood her point. However, I have never actually encountered the true heavenly fire technique, so I can only make minor repairs based on the traces left by the fire flick. And its power will certainly not match that of the genuine heavenly fire technique, fairy Lingwei added. That is more than sufficient for me, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Shaking his head, he was quite satisfied with the 2 techniques chosen for him by fairy Lingwei. With both techniques selected, they proceeded to retrieve the jade slip for the Danxia technique. Just as the second senior brother Qingxiao had stated, the technique Xu Taiping practiced, the remnant glow technique, indeed originated from the Danxia technique. The term remnant in its name signifies this connection, making the Danxia technique the most suitable for Xu Taiping's current cultivation. If I am not mistaken, your Qingxian sect's version of the Danxia technique should derive from the ancient text Chengyun Jing by the venerable Zhiyun ancestor. This scripture enumerates myriad phenomena, from which subsequent generations have deduced numerous advanced techniques, despite its somewhat unremarkable standing compared to other techniques. The Danxia formula offers considerable flexibility for future practice due to its shared roots. The fairy Lingwei elucidated her reasoning for recommending this technique to Xu Taiping. Upon first attempting the Danxia skill, she found it remarkably harmonious, thus she harbored little desire to switch to another method. As Xu Taiping made his way to the counter on the 2nd floor, he shared his thoughts with fairy Lingwei. It is indeed commendable that you feel this way. After all, discovering a technique that resonates with one's spirit, especially in the realm of Qi cultivation, is far more challenging than seeking a higher-tier method. Fairy Lingwei wholeheartedly endorsed Xu Taiping's sentiments. As they conversed, they arrived at the counter. Have you made your selections? Elder Qi, who seemed to have finished his previous tasks, beamed at Xu Taiping. Yes, I have chosen, Xu Taiping replied, placing 3 jade slips upon the counter. Each slip bore a seal, rendering them incapable of transmitting skill until Elder Qi lifted the restrictions. You have chosen 3 transmission slips? Elder Qi expressed his surprise. Do you possess sufficient merit points? He inquired, a hint of worry in his voice as he handled the slips. No need for concern, Elder Qi. Aside from the Danxia Sutra, the other 2 are of the yellow tier. According to the price list, I should still have some points left, Xu Taiping smiled. Oh, they are of the yellow tier. What? You selected 2 yellow tier techniques? Elder Qi was taken aback, scrutinizing the jade slips in his hand before frowning. How could you choose 2 techniques of this grade? Even if you selected 3, they would not equate to a single mystic tier technique. It was evident that he genuinely cared for Xu Taiping's welfare. Elder Qi, there's no need for concern. I have my reasons for choosing these 2 yellow tier techniques. Xu Taiping assured him, his tone growing more resolute. Very well, Elder Qi conceded with a resigned shake of his head. He recognized that he could not interfere with his disciples' decisions, especially given Xu Taiping's steadfastness. You still have 10,000 merit points remaining. If you desire, you may visit the 100 Refinements Pavilion to select a fine blade. Elder Qi made a notation on the copper mirror before returning it to Xu Taiping, while also offering his suggestion. Having witnessed the recent competition, he believed that if Xu Taiping possessed a suitable weapon, even if it were not a treasured one, it would significantly ease his encounters with Yi Xian. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Qi, Xu Taiping replied, his eyes lighting up. He had not considered this aspect previously. If this 10,000 merit points could procure a fitting blade, he would no longer need to carry 6 swords as he did that day. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Xu Taiping descended the stairs directly. Taiping. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he spotted a girl in red waving enthusiastically at him. Although it was not their first meeting, her radiant smile inexplicably evoked a sense of warmth. Sister Linglong. Xu Taiping approached with a box containing the transmission jade slip. Have you made your selection so swiftly? Qing Xiao inquired as he arrived at Xu Taiping's side. Although Xu Taiping had spent nearly an hour, it was still considered a quick decision compared to other newly initiated disciples. Yes, I have made my choice. Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. Let me see the spells you have selected, Zhao Linglong said, her curiosity piqued. Just as Xu Taiping was about to open the box, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from outside the Wanjun building. The 3 turned in unison. Standing outside the entrance was a slender young woman in green, looking somewhat forlorn. Junior brother, do you know this junior sister? Zhao Linglong glanced at the woman outside before looking back at Xu Taiping, her curiosity evident. She had not anticipated that Xu Taiping was acquainted with anyone else in the Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping hesitated for a moment, and then a name surfaced in his mind. Lu Ziqin. Is it senior sister Lu? Xu Taiping asked, his expression calm as he gazed at the woman outside. It is I. Upon recognizing Xu Taiping, Lu Ziqin's face broke into a smile. After all, she had only met Xu Taiping once at Qingzhou residence. Junior brother Taiping, I have a matter I would like to confirm with you, Lu Ziqin stated directly. Xu Taiping regarded Lu Ziqin thoughtfully before nodding. Please wait a moment, senior sister. He surmised that Lu Ziqin had indeed recognized him as the youth who had battled the tiger demon in the red maple forest. Senior brother Qing Xiao, senior sister Linglong. I wish to discuss a private matter with senior sister Ziqin. I will inform you of the specifics upon my return. Xu Taiping addressed Du Gu Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong. Go ahead. We will wait for you here and then accompany you to your assigned courtyard. Qing Xiao replied with a nod, as he typically refrained from interfering in the private affairs of his fellow disciples. In a scenic pavilion outside the Wanjun building, Lu Ziqin gazed at Xu Taiping with a hint of trepidation. You are the youth who descended from the heavens in the red maple forest, are you not? At first, she had not connected the Xu Taiping from Qingzhou residence with the boy from the red maple forest, as their cultivation levels appeared vastly different. It was only on the day of the Seven Peaks Conference, when she witnessed Xu Taiping executing the same Qing Miao fist as the boy in the forest, that she made the connection. It is I, Xu Taiping said after a moment's hesitation, ultimately nodding in affirmation. He had no fear of being recognized from the battle against the tiger demon in the red maple forest. After all, his victory over the tiger demon was largely due to the latter's prior injuries, and he had caught the demon off guard. Thus, even if someone inquired about it, he could easily explain. Moreover, it was Lu Ziqin, standing before him, who recognized him. Indeed, I thought it was too coincidental that the youth would appear at such a critical moment, Lu Ziqin said, visibly relieved. Continuing, she solemnly inquired of Xu Taiping, why did you urge me to be cautious of Lu Chen when you departed that day? Is it connected to my sister's disappearance? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Ziqin's intuition would be so astute. Yes, he eventually nodded in affirmation. His conjecture had proven accurate. Lu Ziqin's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and she anxiously sought confirmation from Xu Taiping. Did my sister tell you to be wary of Lu Chen? With merely this thread of evidence, Xu Taiping could not help but regard the young woman before him with newfound respect. Indeed, he nodded once more. It truly is your sister. It truly is. Lu Ziqin exclaimed joyfully. But what of my sister? What has become of her? She pressed nervously. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping fell silent. His silence transformed Lu Ziqin's excitement into immediate unease. Sister Ziqin, when I encountered Sister Qingmei, she had already become a ghostly servant. Xu Taiping finally resolved to reveal the truth to Lu Ziqin. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqin trembled violently. How could this be? How could my sister become a ghostly servant? She was on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Xu Taiping, could it be that you were mistaken? That what you saw was not my sister at all? Lu Ziqin suddenly grasped Xu Taiping's shoulders in a moment of panic. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, she added with a bewildered expression, could it be that it was Lu Chen? Was it that Lu Chen who did this? In recent days, thanks to Xu Taiping's warning, she had gradually discerned that Lu Chen seemed to be concealing something from her. Now, tying these two matters together upon Xu Taiping's revelation, she was immediately struck by the connection. Your sister was right. She has a remarkably intelligent sister, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. Witnessing her suspicions validated, Lu Ziqin felt as if she had plunged into an abyss. It is I who have harmed my sister. I should never have allowed that scoundrel Lu Chen to meet her. Lu Ziqin clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here is a stick of Xuanchen incense that Sister Qingmei entrusted me to give to you. Once lit, it will reveal Lu Chen's transgressions. If you hand it directly to the elders of Qiyu Hall, they can bring Lu Chen to justice. Xu Taiping produced a box containing the Xuanchen incense from his gourd. In truth, there had originally been 2 sticks, but he feared that Lu Ziqin might lose control of her emotions upon seeing them, so he deliberately mentioned only one, ensuring that Lu Ziqin would feel compelled to present it to Qiyu Hall. He had learned about Qiyu Hall during his recuperation. It was a place specifically designated for addressing the transgressions of disciples from the 7 peaks, independent from the peaks themselves, with the hall master holding equal rank to the peak masters. According to Brother Qingxiao, if even Qiyu Hall could not uphold justice, it would signify that the matter had transcended what ordinary disciples could manage. I need another stick of Xuanchen incense. Give it to me. Lu Zijing shook her head in response, extending her hand towards Xu Taiping. Surprised, he had not anticipated that she would discern he still possessed one. No, I do not, he replied, shaking his head. You cannot deceive me, for this Xuanchen incense is a gift I bestowed upon my sister. At that moment, Lu Zijing's voice quivered with a hint of sorrow. Her teeth clenched as she continued. There are 4 in total. My sister ignited one, and you ignited another, which should leave 2 remaining. Her voice trembled as she reached out to Xu Taiping once more. With a long sigh, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply, still reluctant to part with it. Xu Taiping, give me that one as well. I cannot remain unaware of how my sister met her demise, Lu Zijing implored. Her eyes reddened, her outstretched hand shaking incessantly. Very well, he eventually conceded, nodding in resignation. He surrendered the concealed piece of Xuanchen incense to Lu Zijing. Senior Sister Zijing, I must caution you, do not look. Sister Qingmei surely would not wish for you to see. Xu Taiping felt compelled to offer a reminder. She is always like this, keeping everything bottled up within, unwilling to share anything with me. Lu Zijing's emotions began to spiral out of control, unsure how to console her in this moment of turmoil. Xu Taiping chose silence once more. After a considerable time had elapsed, witnessing Lu Zijing's emotions finally stabilize, he handed her a handkerchief, her face stained with tears. Senior Sister Zijing, if you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at the 7th peak, he added gently. Chapter 10, Lu Zijing. I shall avenge my sister in recent days. Even the snippets of information gleaned from Sister Linglong had been sufficient to illuminate the intricate web of factions on the mountain. Thus, he now understood that confronting Lu Chen was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. If fortune did not favor him, It was likely that this piece of Xuanchen incense would never reach Caiyutang. If possible, he was willing to lend a hand within his capabilities. Xu Taiping, do not underestimate me. Lu Zijing clutched the box containing the Xuanchen incense tightly, her expression resolute as she gazed at him. I shall avenge my sister. I will do it alone. If I cannot even accomplish this, what meaning does my existence hold? With that declaration, she forcefully wiped her tears and turned to leave. Just as she was about to step out of Xu Taiping's sight, she abruptly turned back, offering a deep bow. Thank you, junior brother Taiping, for extending your hand to my sister in her moment of utmost despair. With those words, she departed without hesitation. Xu Taiping returned the bow from a distance. Sister Lingwe, entrusting this Xuanchen incense to senior sister Zijing may not have been the wisest course of action, he murmured to himself, gazing at Lu Zijing's retreating figure. Taiping, do not forget that you are merely a novice disciple of the Qingxian sect, while Lu Zijing has already established her foothold among the Five Peaks. The tranquil voice of Fairy Lingwe reminded him gently. Upon hearing those words, Xu Taiping felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, instantly awakening him to reality. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary disciple of the Seventh Peak now, with capabilities likely inferior to those of Lu Zijing. However, there was a slight distinction. He was blessed with a pair of elder brothers and sisters who cared for him. As he pondered this, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Wanwan building. At that moment, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao had emerged from the building. Noticing him looking over, Zhao Linglong beamed and waved vigorously. Junior brother, hurry. I'll take you to see your new courtyard. She called out, her voice ringing clear. This cheerfulness washed away the remnants of gloom from Xu Taiping's heart. He smiled and nodded in response. Above the serene azure sky, a flying sword and a celestial silk glided through the air, one trailing the other. Xu Taiping and Qing Xiao stood upon the flying sword, while Zhao Linglong stood alone on the celestial silk. It was unexpected that Lu Chun from the Fifth Peak had committed such heinous acts at the foot of the mountain. After listening to Xu Taiping's account, Duga Qing Xiao frowned and scoffed lightly, but that was the extent of his reaction. It was not that Duga Qing Xiao was cold-hearted. He had simply witnessed such incidents numerous times during his years on the mountain. However, even if there was the Xuanchen fragrance, Lu Chun would likely only be expelled from the mountain, to eventually return after a few years through the Seventh Peak selections. Qing Xiao expressed his helplessness. Is that truly the only punishment for such vile deeds? Xu Taiping queried in confusion. Lu Qingmei is merely an outer disciple with a white spirit bone, whereas Lu Chun possesses a profound spirit root as an inner disciple. How do you suppose the Seven Laws Hall would weigh their fates? Duga Qing Xiao replied coolly. Xu Taiping fell silent. Indeed, in the eyes of the disciples on the mountain, the lives of those below were as inconsequential as weeds. Yet, since this matter involved another inner disciple, the outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, to my knowledge, Lu Zijing possesses commendable cultivation talent. Although she has a profound spirit bone, it is a rare variant known as the profound fire bone. How this situation will ultimately be adjudicated truly depends on how Lu Zijing chooses to address it. Duga Qing Xiao added. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt somewhat reassured. At present, it was clear that Lu Zijing held far more weight among the disciples on the mountain than he did, and this matter could only be resolved by her. Even if I wished to assist, I doubt I could be of much help, Xu Taiping murmured to himself. Junior brother, look. That floating mountain connected by an iron chain on the side of the peak is your future training ground. Zhao Linglong, standing on the celestial silk, pointed excitedly towards a nearby suspended mountain. Let us go, junior brother. We shall first explore your residence. Qing Xiao turned back to glance at Xu Taiping. I appreciate your kindness. Senior brother, Xu Taiping nodded. He set aside thoughts of Lu Qingmei and began to gaze expectantly towards the floating mountain. Magoo Mountain, Qiyue Pavilion. On the floating mountain, Zhao Linglong joyfully pointed to the plaque of a villa before her, exclaiming, This shall be your residence and place of cultivation from now on, Taiping. This scene felt oddly familiar to Xu Taiping, reminiscent of 3 years prior when senior sister Linglong had introduced her to the green bamboo cottage in a similar manner. However, this villa, named Qiyue Xian, was more than 10 times larger than the green bamboo cottage, not to mention that the Mount Magoo, suspended in the air, also belonged to him. The disparity in treatment between inner disciples and those outside the mountain was evident. Under the guidance of Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao, Xu Taiping meticulously explored her future abode. Firstly, it was a 3-part courtyard. Upon opening the courtyard gate, she was greeted by a spacious yard paved with lapis lazuli tiles, the sheer area of which rivaled that of her previous green bamboo cottage. The front yard boasted several rooms, including a gatehouse at the entrance and storage rooms flanking either side. Within these rooms, Xu Taiping detected a potent herbal aroma, suggesting that the previous owner had used them to store dried medicinal materials. The front yard was rather open, featuring a ginkgo tree thick enough for two people to embrace and a trellis laden with grapes, beneath which a table and chairs were set. Passing through the front yard led to a grand hall, where an image of the 5 ancestors of Qingxian was enshrined in the center. Further along, she arrived at the central courtyard, which was exquisitely arranged. At its heart lay a small pond with flowing water, flanked by corridors designed for scenic appreciation. Crossing through the corridors brought her to the owner's study and bedroom. Both the study and bedroom boasted enormous glass windows, offering a panoramic view of the central courtyard, creating a delightful atmosphere. Continuing inward led to the rear courtyard, which was a completely independent space. Unlike the front yard and central courtyard, this area was devoid of ornamentation. Upon entering, one would immediately notice a spacious training ground paved with dark iron rock, surrounded by rows of weapon racks. At the far end of this rear courtyard stood a 3-story stone tower built against the cliff, known as the Fan Tower. Its walls were largely embedded in the rock face, exuding an aura of strength. According to Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao, this was a place for cultivators to seclude themselves for training. Once within the stone tower, lowering the stone door would ensure the safety of the cultivator inside, even if the outer array were breached. This stone tower was, without a doubt, Xu Taiping's favorite part of Qi Baili. In her time at the green bamboo cottage, she had always felt anxious during cultivation, fearing that someone might intrude. Now, with the presence of this stone tower, such concerns were alleviated. However, what excited Xu Taiping most about Qi Baili, or rather Mount Magu, was the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, palpable with every breath she took. Although the leader of the Qingxian sect may appear somewhat petty, the architectural grandeur of its mountain gate possesses the semblance of a major sect. The layout, featuring 7 peaks as the focal point, complemented by a series of suspended smaller mountains, has ingeniously formed a substantial gathering array for spiritual energy. Could the 5 elders who established this Qingxian sect possibly be disciples from a prominent sect in the outside world? At this moment, the celestial maiden Lingyue could not help but voice her curiosity. Sister Lingyue, do you imply that the 5 elders who founded Qingxian sect might be cultivators who arrived in this realm through a transmission decree from other realms? Xu Taiping inquired, as he accompanied Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao on a tour of the several acres of medicinal gardens at Magu Mountain, seeking guidance from the celestial maiden Lingyue in his heart. There is indeed a possibility of that, Lingyue replied, not dismissing the notion. For now, do not dwell on such matters. The spiritual energy present on this mountain is ample enough for you to attempt a breakthrough into the transcendental realm. Simultaneously, we can prepare to ignite the seeds of the earth fruit and plant them upon the cliffs of the 7th peak, which will surely yield some remarkable results. In any case, you will have plenty to occupy yourself with. Taiping, Lingyue continued. Understood, Xu Taiping acknowledged inwardly. As Lingyue suggested, aside from his daily cultivation, he would need to gather materials for alchemical concoctions and protective talismans for his impending breakthrough, as well as prepare true fire talismans for the earth fruit seeds. He anticipated a whirlwind of activity ahead. You may cultivate this expanse of celestial fields and medicinal gardens at your discretion. After all, you are now an inner disciple, required to complete merely 1 sect task annually to remain on the mountain. Upon fulfilling the sect's assigned tasks, you can also accept bounty missions through the Copper Mirror to earn merit points, Qing Xiao elucidated after their tour of the celestial fields and medicinal gardens. You may also enlist the aid of outer disciples from the base, though this can only occur after 2 years of your initiation, Zhao Linglong added. I shall tend to the cultivation myself for now. Every bit counts, Xu Taiping responded with a smile and a nod. That is well. However, I still advise you to devote more time to your cultivation, Qing Xiao cautioned Xu Taiping once more. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Xu Taiping nodded appreciatively. Sister Lingyue can bring Ping in to assist you with the management of the celestial fields and medicinal gardens, relieving you of any concerns. The voice of the celestial maiden Lingyue resonated in Xu Taiping's mind once again. Will this not hinder your cultivation, Sister Lingyue? Xu Taiping asked with some concern in his heart. Now that my spirit has stabilized, To further enhance it, I must await the third transformation of the earth fruit. Until then, I have little to occupy my time, Ling Yue replied languidly, stretching within her gourd. Upon hearing Ling Yue's words, Xu Taiping refrained from further comments and merely expressed his gratitude in his heart. Taiping, although this place may seem modest, it is quite suitable for a newly initiated disciple. Reside here for 5 or 6 years, and once you demonstrate your prowess in the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, you may relocate your residence to the main peak of the 7th peak, Qingxiao remarked, interpreting Xu Taiping's silence as dissatisfaction with the Qiyue Pavilion and promptly offering encouragement. No, brother Qingxiao, this place is far from small. It surpasses my original Qingzhou residence by many folds, and I am exceedingly pleased, Xu Taiping promptly clarified, sensing that brother Qingxiao had misunderstood. At his words, Zhao Linglong exchanged a knowing smile with Qingxiao. By the way, brother Qingxiao, is the 7 Peaks Grand Competition not just half a year away? Xu Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued by Qingxiao's mention of the event. Indeed, it is merely half a year hence, Qingxiao affirmed with a nod, continuing, however, as you have only recently begun your journey, you may simply observe this time. Your senior brothers and I will participate, and I as well, Zhao Linglong eagerly interjected. Yes, and your senior sister, Qingxiao added after a moment's contemplation, though he seemed reluctant to allow Zhao Linglong's participation. Very well, I shall observe closely and expand my horizons, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Though accustomed to solitude, he found great comfort in the harmonious atmosphere shared with his fellow disciples. Junior brother, our residence is quite distant from Magoo Mountain. It is likely we shall not visit often. Should you require anything, you may summon a nearby spirit crane to deliver a message, Qingxiao remarked as he handed Xu Taiping a jade flute. Visiting every 2 or 3 months is certainly feasible. Zhao Linglong chimed in with a cheerful grin. But do not disturb Taiping's cultivation, Qingxiao admonished her promptly. Understood. Do you think I am idle? In the coming 6 months, I shall devote myself entirely to preparing for the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, Zhao Linglong retorted. As long as you are aware, Qingxiao replied, casting her a stern glance. Just as the two were about to bid farewell to Xu Taiping, a piercing cry echoed from above Magoo Mountain. Suddenly, a celestial crane descended from the sky, landing with a thud at the entrance of Qiyue Pavilion. Xu Taiping, your entry trial task has been assigned, the spirit crane announced, dropping a letter at Xu Taiping's feet. Thank you, Xu Taiping replied, refraining from immediately opening the letter as he bowed respectfully to the crane. Each disciple who ascends from the mountain must, in their 3rd month post-entrance, undertake a solitary trial set by the sect, serving as the final examination of Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping had already learned of this during his recuperation, thus it came as no surprise. Prepare well, the spirit crane advised, nodding before flapping its wings and ascending into the sky. Taiping, let me see what task you have been assigned, Zhao Linglong said, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer to Xu Taiping. Such tasks are generally not too arduous, Qingxiao added, stepping beside Xu Taiping. Chapter 12. The Bestowal of the Art. Transmitting the Crimson Crow Golden Flame Technique, Xu Taiping nodded and opened the envelope in his hand. According to the commission from the Empress of the Baishu Kingdom, in 3 months, the 6th princess of Baishu would journey to Wujiu Kingdom for peace talks. Both Baishu and Wujiu were making every effort to thwart this negotiation, making the princess's journey exceedingly perilous. Xu Taiping, you must ensure her safe arrival in Wujiu and escort her back to Baishu after the talks are concluded. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Zhao Linglong and Qingxiao both relaxed visibly. I have visited both Baishu and Wujiu. They are secular nations where the populace primarily cultivates martial arts, with a few scattered practitioners, albeit not in abundance. Most possess strength around the opening door realm, with perhaps 1 or 2 scattered practitioners of the profound shadow realm residing within the palace, Qingxiao introduced. Indeed, if it were merely an escort mission, it should not pose significant difficulty, though one must be wary of encountering tasks involving demon extermination or monster slaying. Zhao Linglong nodded in agreement. Such demon-slaying tasks should never permit disciples to venture alone. Qingxiao shook his head. Nonetheless, Taiping, it is essential for you to familiarize yourself with the intelligence of both the Baishu and Wujiu kingdoms. You can acquire this information within the Copper Mirror. He continued, rest assured, senior brother, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, Xu Taiping assured, tucking the letter away. as a mere escort mission in a secular realm. He felt confident in his ability to manage it, and after 3 years away from the world, he was somewhat eager to return to the mundane streets once more. Very well, junior brother, tidy up this courtyard, and we shall not disturb you any longer, Qing Xiao said as he took Zhao Linglong by the hand, preparing to leave. Take care of yourself, junior brother. If anything arises, send me a message, Zhao Linglong called back, though she wished to linger a while longer. However, she conceded, waving goodbye to Xu Taiping. Until we meet again, senior sister, Xu Taiping nodded. He indeed had many matters to attend to. That night, within the stone tower of Qi Yuxian, Sister Lingyue, I feel that the Danxia technique has compensated for many shortcomings of the Zanxia skill. For instance, the time required to condense the Xianbing armor has been reduced to less than 5 breaths, and its strength can be enhanced in accordance with the amount of true essence infused. Moreover, my speed in refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has significantly improved. Previously, I could not complete a full cycle in an hour, but now I can achieve it in half an hour. Xu Taiping joyfully shared his insights with the fairy Lingyue after operating the Danxia technique for 1 full cycle. You grasp concepts remarkably quickly, fairy Lingyue smiled and nodded. While praising Xu Taiping, she could not help but marvel at the extraordinary clarity of his Dao heart, which enabled him to attain such understanding of the Danxia technique in such a short span. However, compared to the Xinling bone, or even the ordinary Bailing bone, my speed must still be at the bottom, Xu Taiping sighed, scratching his head. Although his training speed had improved significantly relative to his past, it still paled in comparison to others. Do not be anxious. You still have plenty of dragon gallbladder wine left, sufficient for you to break through to the profound realm. The fairy Lingyue comforted Xu Taiping with a gentle smile, then continued, in addition to that, we can also begin preparing the materials for the Qi opening elixir. Much like the bone cleansing elixir, it will further enhance your cultivation speed. Xu Taiping nodded vigorously in agreement. After his last purchase of techniques, he still had 10,000 merit points remaining, along with an additional 1,000 points he possessed, which would be sufficient to acquire a fine blade and several medicinal herbs. I had planted a considerable amount of materials for the Qi gathering pill in the medicinal garden of Qingzhou residence, enough to refine about 10 pills. However, I still need to purchase an alchemical furnace, he further contemplated. Beyond what he had just discussed with the fairy Lingyue, he also needed to prepare in advance the medicinal materials required for breaking through to the transcendence realm, along with true fire talismans for nurturing the earth fruits and their necessary nutrients. The more he pondered, the more he felt his merit points were insufficient. With your dozen or so acres of celestial fields and medicinal gardens, I can assist you in setting up a small spirit gathering array later, and occasionally nourish the spiritual herbs in your garden with dragon gall wine. It should be no trouble for you to earn around 10 to 20,000 merit points in a year, fairy Lingyue calculated alongside Xu Taiping. With Sister Lingyue's assistance, I cannot remain idle. After this trial upon descending the mountain, I shall see if I can undertake more tasks to earn merit points without falling behind in my cultivation progress. According to senior brother Qing Xiao, a task of Class A difficulty could yield at least 30,000 merit points. Most inner disciples obtained their points in such a manner. According to the letter, upon completing this trial task, I should also gain 6,000 merit points, which would enable me to purchase a decent true fire talisman, Xu Taiping murmured to himself. A true fire talisman is unnecessary, fairy Lingyue replied with a smile, shaking her head. Unnecessary? Xu Taiping was puzzled. Cultivating earth fruits was of utmost importance for both him and fairy Lingyue. I have prepared a technique for refining true fire, fairy Lingyue said with a smile. But, Sister Lingyue, what if your enemies discover it after I practice your techniques? Xu Taiping asked with concern. Thus, this technique can only be used for nurturing earth fruits, and when your life is in danger. Can you manage that? Fairy Lingyue asked earnestly. I certainly can. Xu Taiping replied resolutely, nodding firmly. After 3 years of companionship, he had placed his complete trust in fairy Lingyue, and upon ascending the mountain, he increasingly realized the significance of strength in cultivation. Therefore, he would surely not refuse such an opportunity. Upon hearing his response, fairy Lingyue revealed a beautiful smile. In truth, her willingness to teach this technique to Xu Taiping meant she was prepared to bear the consequences of her identity being discovered by her enemies, as unforeseen circumstances are always a possibility. Nevertheless, she was willing to take this risk entirely because Xu Taiping was worth it. Come a little closer. Fairy Lingyue beckoned to Xu Taiping. He promptly moved closer to her. Following this, the ethereal figure of Ling Yue, as before, extended a delicate finger and gently tapped Xu Taiping's forehead. A resonating hum, akin to a ringing in the ears, reverberated within Xu Taiping's mind. Subsequently, profound insights into the techniques surged into his consciousness like a mighty tide. After a brief moment, Xu Taiping finally opened his eyes, his expression tinged with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sister Lingyue, the Qiwujinyanju you bestowed upon me is actually a celestial-level technique?" Though it was his first encounter with the Qiwujinyanju, and he was not fully aware of its precise capabilities, he understood well the rarity of celestial-level techniques. For instance, within the Qingxin sect, one could count on their fingers the celestial techniques possessed by each peak. The more refined methods for tempering true fire were, at the very least, celestial-level techniques. Lingyue smiled softly. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Xu Taiping couldn't help but wonder, could there be techniques beyond celestial level? However, he merely pondered this inwardly, refraining from voicing it. Based on his understanding of Sister Lingyue, her reluctance to discuss it indicated that he was not yet ready to engage with such matters. Nevertheless, mastering the Qiwujinyanju would not be a simple task. He would also need to cultivate the shadow split technique and fire flick finger. The days ahead promised to be anything but easy. At this moment, Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping once more, no matter how arduous the journey, it matters not. Xu Taiping vigorously shook his head in excitement. He feared far more the absence of motivation and goals than the toil itself. Now, with so much to pursue, he could hardly contain his joy. Thus, for the next 3 months, focus on your training. First, to acclimate to the spiritual essence of this mountain, and second, to prepare for your descent into the world below, Lingyue said with a smile, nodding in agreement. As for the several acres of celestial fields and medicinal gardens on the mountain, leave them to me, she added. Xu Taiping's fervor possessed a unique infectiousness, prompting Lingyue to seek out more tasks to occupy her time. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Lingyue, he replied earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Magu Mountain, Qiyue Pavilion. A clear morning 2 months later. You foolish bird, do not sloth. You must finish catching the pests in this field before nightfall. Xiaopingyan, do not assist it. Come here and enjoy some grapes. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, do not expect to enter the gourd tonight. In the misty medicinal garden, Lingyue's ethereal form languidly reclined on a chaise, one hand levitating a cluster of grapes, while the other gestured toward the white-feathered figure diligently catching bugs in the garden. You wicked creature, why is it that I catch bugs while Pingan eats grapes? The white-feathered figure retorted, feathers ruffled in indignation. Simply because you spied on me while I slept in the gourd last night. Lingyue shot a glance at the agitated creature. Then, she tilted her head back and inhaled deeply, extracting all the essence from the grapes, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled bunch of skins. I did not. Although Baiyu continued to argue, the tone of her voice noticeably lacked conviction. After finishing her words, she began to peck at insects, no longer contemplating the grapes. Sister, look, I've picked some plums for you. At that moment, the little monkey pinged and approached Fairy Lingyue, holding a handful of plums. You are the most obedient. Unlike that foolish bird, whose mind is perpetually muddied. Fairy Lingyue gently patted Ping's head from a distance. Baiyu, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. Fairy Lingyue merely cast her a distant glance before returning to her task of pecking insects. Baiyu had been aware of Fairy Lingyue's presence for 2 months now. At that time, Xu Taiping was preparing for seclusion, and the medicine garden was short of hands. Thus, Fairy Lingyue decided not to conceal her identity from Baiyu any longer. It was from that point onward that Baiyu's woeful existence commenced. Sister, Taiping hasn't he come out for a long time? The little monkey, while stuffing grapes into her mouth, inquired of Fairy Lingyue. Do not fret. If he doesn't he emerge today, he will surely do so in the next couple of days, Fairy Lingyue replied with a smile. According to her agreement with Xu Taiping, regardless of the progress in his cultivation, he was to emerge from seclusion no later than 10 days before the deadline for his training task. However, just as she finished speaking, a hint of surprise flickered in Fairy Lingyue's eyes, followed by a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. She had just sensed Xu Taiping's aura. Lingyue Jia, Pingan, Baiyu. Just as the little monkey was lamenting the lack of Xu Taiping's dishes, his voice suddenly resonated from the direction of the stone tower, clear and melodious. Taiping, you have finally emerged. Before the little monkey could react, Baiyu flapped her wings and soared towards the stone tower like an arrow released from a bow. Xu Taiping, You must stand up for me. That demoness is tormenting me. Baiyu's lament echoed above Qiyue Pavilion. Ah, Baiyu, you are flying so fast. Just a moment ago, you claimed to be exhausted. The little monkey, swallowing a bunch of grapes, stared in astonishment at the stone tower. It seems I must assign her more tasks, Fairy Lingwei mused thoughtfully, nodding her head. At the back courtyard in front of the stone tower of Qiyue Pavilion, Xu Taiping, she is coming. Baiyu, perched on Xu Taiping's shoulder, whispered a warning. Soon, Xu Taiping saw Fairy Lingwei's ethereal form enter the courtyard alongside the little monkey. Lingweijia. Xu Taiping greeted Fairy Lingwei with a smile as he approached her. Xu Taiping, did you not promise me you would address her properly? Baiyu urged, growing anxious. Baiyu, it is time for you to return to the gourd for cultivation. Fairy Lingwei lifted her green gourd with a gentle gesture. I refuse. Baiyu darted to the rooftop. What? Do you believe you can now defeat the Peacock King? Fairy Lingwei gazed at Baiyu with calm eyes. Upon hearing this, Baiyu trembled visibly. Without further ado, she dove into the green gourd. But not before tossing a remark to Xu Taiping. I want roasted yellow goat for dinner. Xu Taiping found himself both amused and exasperated by the situation. Yet he ultimately acquiesced, saying, Very well, focus on your cultivation, and I shall prepare it for you. Xu Taiping, I do not wish to eat meat. I desire roasted sweet potatoes. At this moment, the little monkey leaped onto Xu Taiping's shoulder. All right, I shall prepare some for you as well. Xu Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head, eliciting a gleeful smile from it. How has your seclusion over the past 2 months treated you? Have you made any progress? The Fairy Lingwei asked, crossing her arms and smiling at Xu Taiping. My cultivation has not advanced significantly. However, the spiritual energy on this mountain is indeed far more abundant. Even without the dragon gallbladder wine, my cultivation speed can now rival that of the white bone. And I have acclimated to the potency of a cup of dragon gallbladder wine. I can attempt to consume 2 cups next. At that point, my speed should match or even surpass that of the Xianling bone. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. His rate of cultivation growth had always been rather sluggish. While in the valley, he managed to progress faster than others. Thanks to regular immersions in the bone-washing and marrow-refining elixir, coupled with nearly daily uninterrupted meditation, and ultimately, the dragon gallbladder wine. Chapter 14, The Tiger-Striped Blade. Preparing to descend the mountain for training not bad. Your current priority remains to adapt to the potency of the dragon gallbladder wine. Once you can down a whole jar in one go, your cultivation speed will align with that of the heavenly spirit bone, Lingwei Fairy remarked with a nod. I shall do my utmost, but at present, 2 cups are already my limit. Beyond that, my body may struggle to withstand it. As Xu Taiping spoke, he raised one hand, revealing several wounds on his exposed arm that resembled porcelain cracks. Upon seeing this, Lingwei Fairy's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, she refrained from offering consolation, for she understood that any such comfort would be a desecration of Xu Taiping's diligent efforts. Once this trial task is completed, I will teach you the Emperor's body refinement technique. By then, the detrimental effects of the dragon gallbladder wine on your body will be considerably mitigated, Lingwei Fairy stated. Indeed. At the mention of cultivation, Xu Taiping's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. How has your practice of the improved shadow technique and fire-flicking finger progressed? Lingwei Fairy inquired further. Upon hearing her question, a slight smile graced Xu Taiping's lips. He then stepped forward, and with a resounding burst, a wave of true energy erupted around him. Instantly, a shadowy figure, identical to him, appeared at his side. Though he could not yet manipulate it with complete ease, he could manage to have this doppelganger move back and forth under his control. In just 2 short months, achieving such progress is commendable. Lingwei Fairy acknowledged with a nod. Next, Xu Taiping demonstrated his advancement in the fire-flicking finger technique. He had reached the level where he could convert true essence into fire essence, condensing it at his fingertips, and then rapidly flick it forth. However, he had yet to master the ability to release fire essence in succession. He could only manage to flick it once within a span of 10 breaths. Regrettably, his progress with the Qiyu golden flame technique was somewhat slower. Although he could gather a small amount of golden flame in his palm, it would extinguish after merely 1 or 2 breaths. Xu Taiping raised his hand with a hint of disappointment. Then, the celestial maiden Lingwei beheld a dazzling golden flame manifesting in Xu Taiping's palm. However, instead of feeling disappointed, Lingwei was filled with delight at this sight. To condense golden flames in merely 2 months is quite an impressive rate of progress, she remarked joyfully. Is that so? I was rather concerned that I might be advancing too slowly, Xu Taiping replied, feeling somewhat bashful under Ling Yue's praise. After exchanging a few more words, a sudden cry of a crane echoed from the front courtyard. Xu Taiping of Qi Yue Pavilion, the items you purchased have arrived, the voice of the spirit crane announced. It should be the alchemical furnace and the sword you ordered, Ling Yue stated, soaring into the green gourd. I shall take a look, Xu Taiping said, grabbing the gourd and swiftly heading to the front courtyard. He found a finely crafted black iron long sword, an alchemical tool, and several herbs necessary for concocting qi gathering pills. These constituted the entirety of Xu Taiping's purchases. Among ordinary weapons, this is quite commendable, Ling Yue remarked as Xu Taiping drew the long sword. Hearing Ling Yue's approval brought Xu Taiping great satisfaction. This sword was selected for me by senior brother Qingxiao. It is named the Tiger Stripe Sword, due to the patterns on its blade resembling tiger stripes. It is said to have been forged by Elder Ouyang of the Four Peaks himself. Although it is not exorbitantly priced, Elder Ouyang only forges swords once in each of the 4 seasons, making it a rare find. I was fortunate enough to acquire it due to the favor Elder Ouyang owes to senior brother Qingxiao. Xu Taiping explained the sword's provenance to Ling Yue. Spring Tiger, 21. Ling Yue noted as she glanced at the name inscribed on the blade. Given this name, it seems this sword was forged during Elder Ouyang's 21st spring crafting session. How amusing that he names his swords this way. If it were forged in summer, would it then be called Summer Tiger? Xu Taiping chuckled at her words, finding the name endearing despite its lack of elegance. Your senior brother Qingxiao possesses an excellent eye. This sword is very suitable for your current abilities, Ling Yue remarked, nodding in approval after using her spirit sense to assess the spring tiger. To be precise, this sword is exceedingly fitting for a martial artist, she added. I too find it quite comfortable to wield, Xu Taiping said, drawing the sword and swinging it in his hand, nodding in agreement. This alchemical furnace, however, is rather ordinary. It can barely manage to refine 7 or 8 batches of pills. Ling Yue's gaze then shifted to the furnace. A decent furnace typically costs over 30,000 merits. For now, this will have to suffice in emergencies. Xu Taiping shared her dissatisfaction with the furnace. Yet, he understood he must refine several batches of qi gathering pills before descending the mountain, for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, fine alchemical furnaces are rare. However, I must caution you that to refine the sway fire pill necessary for breaking through to the profound realm in a mortal form, you will need at least a magical grade furnace. Ling Yue advised Xu Taiping. I comprehend this. After this trial concludes, I shall endeavor to accumulate more merit to procure the necessary materials for the alchemical furnace and the fire essence pill. Xu Taiping nodded solemnly. Although he still had a considerable distance to traverse before breaking through to the profound realm, the materials required for the fire essence pill and the treasure-grade alchemical furnace were not easily obtainable. Thus, he needed to begin his preparations at once. Having a plan in place is advantageous. Given your current cultivation progress, even with the assistance of dragon gallbladder wine, it would take no less than 5 to 6 years to break through to the profound realm, providing you ample time to prepare. Fairy Ling Yue nodded in agreement. Then, Sister Ling Yue, we shall commence the refinement of the qi gathering pill tonight. Xu Taiping smiled as he lifted the alchemical furnace towards Fairy Ling Yue. You've just emerged from seclusion. Want you take a night's rest? Fairy Ling Yue furrowed her brows. No need. If we can successfully refine the qi gathering pill tonight, I can set off down the mountain the day after tomorrow. The sooner I arrive, the better prepared I can be. Xu Taiping shook his head. Although it was merely a trial task, it was his first assignment since becoming an official disciple, and he wished to approach it with due diligence. Then I shall return early to continue my cultivation, he added with a smile. Fairy Ling Yue found herself both amused and exasperated, sensing that this young man was increasingly consumed by his martial and Taoist passions. The following evening, at the 7th peak, atop the ascending cloud platform, the designated departure point for all disciples of the 7th peak. Taiping, it would be fine to delay your descent for a couple more days, Zhao Linglong said, hurriedly approaching upon hearing of Xu Taiping's intention to descend. I wish to be more thoroughly prepared for my first venture down the mountain, Xu Taiping replied. Somewhat sheepishly, Zhao Linglong chuckled in response. Do not fret. Although there are malevolent spirits below, most can be deterred with a single burning lamp talisman. As for demonic beasts, they primarily conceal themselves in the wilderness to cultivate in secrecy. They will not emerge unless provoked. Qingxiao clapped Xu Taiping on the shoulder. Here, Take these. He then handed several talismans to Xu Taiping. Brother, there is no need for such generosity. This is merely an escort mission, and I do not require so many talismans. Xu Taiping protested, shaking his head. He sensed that the talismans in Qing Xiao's possession emanated with powerful spiritual energy, at least of upper-grade yellow tier, if not. Taiping, take them. Our seventh peak provides a few talismans to every disciple descending the mountain, Zhao Linglong explained, winking slyly at Qing Xiao. Ah yes. It is a customary practice here at the seventh peak, Qing Xiao acknowledged, promptly stuffing the talismans into Xu Taiping's embrace. Xu Taiping saw through Zhao Linglong's clumsy deception. Yet recognizing their genuine concern for his well-being, he accepted the talismans with gratitude. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. I shall not bring shame to the name of the seventh peak during this descent. Xu Taiping declared earnestly. The reputation of the seventh peak holds little value. Your foremost priority is to ensure your own safety. Regarding this sect's trial, one should act within their capabilities. Even if one stumbles once, there will always be another opportunity. Zhao Linglong corrected Xu Taiping. Indeed, Xu Taiping agreed with a smile, fully aware of this. However, if the disciples of the seventh peak were to experience a series of failures, the allocation of spiritual pills and herbs they received annually would diminish. Conversely, if they successfully completed more tasks, their share of these resources would increase. Senior brother Qing Xiao, senior sister Linglong. As Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao began to remind Xu Taiping of certain matters to be mindful of, an elderly man clad in simple garments hurriedly approached from the entrance of the ascending cloud platform. Eighth junior brother? What brings him here? Zhao Linglong inquired, somewhat surprised. Eighth junior brother? Xu Taiping glanced at Zhao Linglong, then turned to the old man, his expression one of confusion. Eighth junior brother is named Wu Liang, and like you, he ascended from the lower mountain. However, he was already over 50 when he participated in the grand competition of the seven peaks, and at that time, no peak was willing to select him. It was out of compassion that our master took him into the seventh peak, Qing Xiao explained to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping immediately understood. During his prior recuperation, he had heard of this senior brother Wu Liang from senior sister Zhao Linglong. So this is our little junior brother Taiping? Upon reaching the group, Wu Liang beamed at Xu Taiping. Though Wu Liang was dressed in humble attire, he was impeccably clean, and his hair and beard were neatly groomed, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. I have met senior brother Wu Liang, Xu Taiping said, promptly offering a respectful salute. No need for such formality, Wu Liang replied, lifting Xu Taiping's hand. So, you are to escort the princess of the Baishu kingdom to the Wuzhou kingdom? He continued, inquiring of Xu Taiping. Yes. Xu Taiping nodded. My hometown happens to be in the Wuzhou kingdom, and before ascending, I managed a small faction there. If you encounter trouble in the Wuzhou kingdom, you may hand this cloth bag to a beggar by the roadside. Someone will come to assist you, Wu Liang said as he presented a patched cloth bag to Xu Taiping. Thank you, senior brother, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that despite its tattered appearance, the opening of the bag was embroidered with golden thread, inscribing a line of poetry, a fortune spent without restraint, feasting upon the wind and drinking wine, never lonely. Moreover, the bag felt heavy and bulging. When he opened it, he was astonished to find it filled to the brim with gold. Senior brother Yu. Xu Taiping began to inquire, but was interrupted by Wu Liang's cheerful demeanor. Old 8, you are sending gold and tokens. Surely you must have some request for the little junior brother? Zhao Linglong chuckled, playfully patting Wu Liang on the shoulder. Nothing can be concealed from you, senior sister. Wu Liang scratched his head, smiling ingratiatingly at Zhao Linglong. Eighth junior brother, it is Taiping's first descent from the mountain. Do not cause him any troubles. Qing Xiao admonished Wu Liang with a stern look. No. I merely wish for Taiping to convey a message to my former subordinates. To inform them that the items they seek are hidden in the cellar of Yangming Mountain, Wu Liang clarified. Wu Liang, with a look of panic, repeatedly waved his hands. What is it? Zhao Linglong inquired curiously. It is the transmission token of our sect's leader, along with several secret manuals of profound techniques. I was in such a hurry when I ascended the mountain that I did not have the opportunity to relay these matters, Wu Liang replied, somewhat sheepishly. You forgot the leader's token and the sect's secret manuals? Are you certain your sect still exists? Zhao Linglong gazed at Wu Liang incredulously. Thus, upon hearing that Taiping was bound for Wuzhou country, I hastily made my way here, Wu Liang explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. Brother Wu, If it is merely a message, I can assist you. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing. One must act according to their capabilities. Your task is paramount. A year on the mountain equates to 3 years below. He has been at Yunlu Mountain for nearly a decade. Whether that sect still endures is uncertain, Qingxiao remarked, shaking his head. Yes, 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 Taiping. Gauge your own strength. Wu Liang nodded repeatedly, showing no intention of pressuring Xu Taiping, as if leaving it to fate. All right. Senior brother, Xu Taiping nodded. For him, the trials below the mountain were undoubtedly of greater importance. He had long understood the concept of a year on the mountain equating to 3 below, so he was not overly surprised. In this case, it has been nearly a decade since I left Qingyou village. I wonder if my uncle and the others are still there. He reflected quietly to himself. After a few more exchanges, a resonant cry of a crane echoed from the horizon. Subsequently, an enormous celestial crane soared through the sky, landing gracefully upon the ascending cloud platform. Xu Taiping, the hour has come. You may descend the mountain, the celestial crane announced in a somewhat haughty feminine voice. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance, Xu Taiping replied with a respectful salute. The celestial crane bore 3 golden rings around its neck, indicating its rank was akin to that of an ordinary elder within the sect, possessing at least the strength of a demon king. Chapter 16, Lion Slope. Re-entering the mortal realm after 3 years, Elder Yun, I entrust my little junior brother to your care. Zhao Linglong seemed to recognize the celestial crane and waved to it. Elder Yun's gaze softened slightly upon seeing Zhao Linglong, although she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Come aboard. We must descend before nightfall. Elder Yun then glanced at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded and, while advancing, turned to Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong, smiling as he cupped his hands in farewell. Fellow brothers and sister Linglong, we shall meet again in a month. Safe travels. Qingxiao returned the gesture with a nod. If there are any interesting tales, do remember to share them with me upon your return. Zhao Linglong waved cheerfully. Junior brother, take care. Wu Liang also cupped his hands in farewell. After exchanging parting sentiments, Xu Taiping did not hesitate further. With a graceful leap, he alighted upon Elder Yun's back. With another resonant crane call, Elder Yun soared into the skies, carrying Xu Taiping from the ascending cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, a person and a crane disappeared from the sight of Zhao Linglong and her companions, although it was not uncommon for them to go a month without seeing each other while on the mountain. The sudden departure of Xiao Taiping left a hollow feeling within her. Zhao Linglong crossed her arms and sighed. After this selection for the 7 peaks, she had genuinely come to regard Xu Taiping as a younger brother. He would be back from the mountain in no more than a month. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he might return in less than half that time. As for you, in just a few months, the day of the 7 peaks competition will arrive. How have your twin swords, the Ziqing sword, been practicing with your 3rd senior sister? Qingxiao inquired of Zhao Linglong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong suddenly became hesitant, her gaze eventually landing on the 8th junior brother beside her. An idea struck her, and she deftly shifted the topic, asking, 8th junior brother, what is the story behind your little gang? I've never heard you mention it before. This piqued Qingxiao's interest, and he, too, turned to old 8, Wu Liang. It's just a small gang, nothing of note, Wu Liang replied, his eyes darting away, seemingly reluctant to discuss the sect he had established below the mountain. Old 8, is your gang truly so disreputable? Qingxiao furrowed his brow, concerned that Wu Liang's gang might affect Xu Taiping. No, senior brother, you are misunderstanding. Seeing the anger on Qingxiao's face, old 8 quickly waved his hands, scratching his head, and said with a sheepish expression, my gang is certainly not involved in any nefarious dealings. I am merely afraid you might mock it. Still keeping us in suspense, Zhao Linglong said, her hands on her hips, somewhat displeased. I dare not. My gang is called the Beggars Sect, Wu Liang admitted, somewhat embarrassed. The Beggars Sect? Zhao Linglong responded, momentarily taken aback. It is a sect comprised entirely of beggars, Qingxiao interjected, as if he had heard of the Beggars Sect before. 2nd senior brother is not mistaken. My members are indeed a group of beggars who beg on the streets. However, senior brothers and sisters, rest assured, we of the Beggars Sect do not engage in any unscrupulous activities. Wu Liang chuckled awkwardly. Could it be, junior brother, that you once lived as a beggar below the mountain? Zhao Linglong asked curiously, not looking down on beggars, but simply intrigued. Alas, I was once merely a scholar. While traveling to the capital to take the imperial examination, I inadvertently lost my funds. Had it not been for the assistance of several beggars, I might have starved on the road. Subsequently, through a series of fortuitous events, I learned some martial arts and witnessed my fellow beggars often being bullied. In a fit of anger, I founded the Beggars' Sect. Later, I was pursued by the authorities and inadvertently escaped to Yunlu Mountain, never to return again. I do not even know if my brothers are still alive, Wu Liang sighed. His trial tasks were not in the kingdom of the vultures, but rather in the faraway kingdom of Shu, and each time he descended from the mountain, his tasks were always distant, leaving him no opportunity to return and check on them. As for whether your brothers are still around, I cannot say. However, I did hear about the Beggars' Sect in the kingdom of the vultures when I descended a few years ago. Though their circumstances were not particularly favorable, they were, after all, still in existence. Qingxiao gently patted Wu Liang's shoulder and expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother, for informing me." Wu Liang's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Who would have thought that the 8th junior disciple possessed such a warm heart? Rest assured, your words will surely be conveyed by the younger disciple. Zhao Linglong also offered a word of comfort to Wu Liang, affirming, "I trust the younger disciple." Wu Liang nodded, his gaze directed towards the departing figure of Xu Taiping. That evening, as twilight enveloped the sky, Xu Taiping learned that this place, known as Lion's Slope, served as a conduit for the Qingxian sect in the mundane world. 200 miles to the south of Lion's Slope, in the depths of Qingluo Valley, lay Mandala Manor, where the little princess of the White Tree Kingdom and her guardians awaited your arrival. They will not depart until you arrive. Upon completing your trials, you must return to Lion's Slope within 3 months, and I shall send someone to escort you back to the mountain. On a small hill, Elder Yun, the crane, was briefing Xu Taiping on the matters of descending the mountain. The disciple has taken note, Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. This half of the jade bracelet, along with these 2 maps of the White Tree Kingdom and the Vulture Kingdom, you should keep safe. With a flap of his wings, Elder Yun cast a white feathered pouch at Xu Taiping's feet. Elder Yun, what is the purpose of this feather? After confirming the contents of the pouch, Xu Taiping picked up the white feather. He sensed an immense spiritual power emanating from it, indicating it was no ordinary feather. This spirit feather is a safeguard for your life. Should you encounter unforeseen circumstances or fail to complete your task on time, simply burn this feather to ashes, and I will personally come to retrieve you, Elder Yun replied in a detached tone. However, once you use this feather, it signifies your failure in the trial. Thank you, Elder, for this precious gift. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude once more. Elder Yun nodded slightly, then struck the rocks with his claws a few times. Soon, the sound of a neigh echoed through the forest. A majestic black steed galloped forth, a spirit horse raised by the Qingxian sect. During your descent, it shall serve as your mount. According to the regulations of the 9 prefectures, practitioners of various sects must refrain from using their abilities in the mundane world unless absolutely necessary, to avoid disturbing the common folk and inciting unnecessary trouble. Elder Yun glanced at the black steed before turning his gaze back to Xu Taiping. The disciple shall certainly heed the elder's teachings. Xu Taiping responded with a respectful gesture. Practitioners, especially those with celestial status, must adhere to the regulations of the 9 prefectures while in the mundane realm. As Elder Yun just mentioned, one cannot fly in the mortal world, even on spirit birds, in crowded places or bustling markets. However, as long as one remains discreet, the Celestial Regulations Bureau usually does not intervene. Go now. The 6th princess should already be at Mandala Manor. As Elder Yun spoke, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant above Lion's Slope, leaving behind an ethereal echo of his voice resonating through the mountains. The troubles surrounding that little princess are considerable. Do not underestimate them. If the situation becomes untenable, withdraw promptly. Chapter 17, Qingluo Valley. Who is the one awaited by the 6th princess? Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Elder Yun's words were laden with meaning. Do not worry excessively. Your only task is to ensure the safety of the 6th princess, and everything else is of no concern to you. As Elder Yun departed, the voice of Fairy Lingwei echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded, dismissing further thoughts, and walked directly towards the black horse. Have you ever ridden a horse? Fairy Lingwei suddenly inquired with a playful smile. Not really, Xu Taiping scratched his head. He had ridden a bull, but was entirely unfamiliar with horseback riding. Sister will teach you, Fairy Lingyue said with newfound enthusiasm. All right. Xu Taiping nodded, fully aware of Fairy Lingyue's intentions. Lingyue, go ahead. He then focused his mind and allowed Fairy Lingyue to control his body. It had been centuries since he last rode a horse, and he felt a rush of excitement. With a bright smile, Fairy Lingyue took the reins, guiding Xu Taiping's body to leap onto the horse. Giddy up, with the sound of a neigh. Xu Taiping expertly mounted the horse and began to gallop through the forest. Taiping, the spiritual energy in the mortal realm is tainted. You must drink several cups of dragon gallbladder wine daily. Otherwise, upon returning to the mountains, you will need to spend considerable time expelling the impurities from your body. Fairy Lingyue reminded him as they rode. Then should Bai Yu and the little monkey also remain in the gourd? Xu Taiping asked. That would be best. Prolonged exposure to this polluted spiritual energy is detrimental to their cultivation as well, Fairy Lingyue replied. Xu Taiping nodded. However, the mundane world's earthly essence is truly nostalgic. It is no wonder that cultivators often linger in the secular world, reluctant to return to the mountains. Fairy Lingyue inhaled deeply, relishing the scents surrounding Xu Taiping. What do you think, Taiping? She inquired further. It is indeed pleasant, but since grandfather has departed, this mortal realm has ceased to be a refuge for me. Compared to its earthly charms, I prefer to cultivate in solitude atop the mountains, Xu Taiping murmured, gazing at the verdant landscape before him. Hearing this, Fairy Lingyue unconsciously sighed. Qingluo Valley, Mandala Mountain Manor. Your Highness, we can no longer delay. A tall and robust inner guard clad in dark attire, with a precious sword at his waist, expressed his concerns to a gentle-eyed maiden in a concealed building within the manor. The maiden, adorned in exquisite palace garments, was captivating even with a veil obscuring her face. Captain Chow, I cannot leave until that person arrives. She shook her head resolutely, gripping a half-jade bracelet tightly in her hand. Your Highness, rumors are rampant in the kingdom of Wujiao regarding your potential to transcend from mortal to immortal. Both righteous and evil factions are eager to find you. If we continue to wait, your whereabouts may be exposed, and with our current manpower, it will be difficult to ensure your safety amidst those martial artists. Captain Chow urged earnestly. Once that person arrives, everything will be resolved, the maiden said firmly, her gaze unwavering as she clutched the half-jade bracelet. Your Highness. At that moment, a young man clad in dark attire hurriedly entered the room, his expression marked by palpable tension as he approached the young lady. General Chu. Upon seeing him, the girl's eyes sparkled with hope, and she sprang to her feet. Has he arrived? She asked anxiously. No. General Chu replied with a resigned shake of his head. The moment she heard this, the glimmer in her eyes faded once more. Your Highness. Could you reveal to me the identity of the person you are waiting for? General Chu suddenly regarded her with a serious demeanor. I apologize, General Chu, but I cannot disclose his identity to anyone until I meet him, she answered, her expression troubled. In that case, Your Highness, you must make a decision. General Chu said after a moment of contemplation, furrowing his brow as he looked at her. A decision? The girl appeared puzzled. Today, as per your command, I awaited that individual at the valley's entrance. However, as dusk approached, my subordinates discovered several freshly broken branches and some crimson spider silk in the forest. I suspect that the young master of Blood Spider Valley and his companions have already arrived near Manduo Manor. Therefore, I implore you to decide swiftly whether we should leave Manduo Manor, General Chu said, his countenance grave. Have they truly caught up with us? The girl sighed heavily, her expression somber. But these past few days mark the agreed-upon time with him. If we leave now, we may miss him. She hesitated. Your Highness, since General Chu has already detected their presence, we cannot linger here any longer, urged Captain Chow, his face stern. Just then, urgent shouts erupted outside the small building. General Chu, you stay here to protect the princess. I will investigate, Captain Chow said, glancing at General Chu and the young lady before hastening to the window. What is happening? He called out. Captain Chow, it's bad. 2 guards who went on patrol have been killed, their bodies hung at the manor's entrance. And the walls are covered in blood writing, a guard below shouted, his voice tinged with fear. Do not panic, our people are in the manor. They wouldn't dare to invade, Guardly shouted back. What do the walls say? He inquired further. Upon hearing this, the girl and General Chu both perked up their ears. It says that the young master of Blood Spider Valley has come to propose to the princess at Manduo Manor. If she does not consent, he will continue to kill within the manor until she agrees, the guard below explained in a frantic tone. Chapter 18. The proposal of Blood Spider Valley's young master indeed. It is that scoundrel Zhu Tianzi from Blood Spider Valley. If this were the kingdom of Baishu, I would mobilize the army to annihilate Blood Spider Valley. Upon hearing this, General Chu slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with rage. The girl beside him also displayed her indignation at the news. They were relentlessly pursued by Zhu Tianzi, resulting in the death and injury of over a dozen guards, thereby sealing their enmity. You are to position the crossbowmen atop the corner tower and arrange several squads to guard the two entrances of the villa, while the rest should descend into the building. At this moment, General Chu and Captain Chao began directing the guards below. Captain Chao, General Chu, it is I who have brought you into this predicament. Once their arrangements were complete, the sixth princess approached the two with a look of deep remorse. Your Highness, there is no need for such words. We are your personal protectors during this journey to the Yujiao kingdom. Ensuring your safety is our duty, replied General Chu, shaking his head, before turning serious and inquiring. However, Your Highness, could you enlighten us as to why we must wait for the individual you mentioned? Upon hearing this, the sixth princess sighed deeply before responding. Before my departure, my mother entrusted me with 3 silk pouches, one of which indicated that only upon meeting that person could we devise a means to confront the treacherous rebel Fan Shi of the Fury Fist Villa. Upon hearing this, General Chu's expression sharpened, surprise evident on his face. Is there truly anyone capable of contending with Fan Shi? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, addressing the sixth princess with grave seriousness. Your Highness, while that person may indeed possess the power to confront Fan Shi as the Queen Mother suggested, you must heed my counsel and evacuate this villa post-haste. Otherwise, we may find ourselves ensnared in the Blood Spider Valley before we even encounter Fan Shi. Very well. After careful consideration, the sixth princess ultimately nodded. She understood that to insist on waiting now would only serve to chill the spirits of her accompanying soldiers. However, just as they began to deliberate their escape plans for the night, a resounding crash echoed through the valley enveloping Mandala Villa. Both General Chu and Captain Chao instantly became alert, one shielding the young princess while the other dashed to the window. Upon opening the window, they beheld a crimson thread that had mysteriously appeared above the valley where the villa stood, extending straight from one end of the valley to the peak on the opposite side, resembling a taut cableway across the cliffs. Spider Demon. It is the Spider Demon. Before Captain Chao could decipher the nature of the red thread, the guards who had emerged to observe suddenly erupted in terrified cries. It is the Blood Demon Spider of Blood Spider Valley, exclaimed Captain Chao, unable to contain his shock upon sighting the massive crimson arachnid. The young master of Blood Spider Valley has even brought the Blood Demon Spider. At that moment, General Chu and the princess also reached the window. As they beheld the enormous blood spider above, their faces turned ashen. Suddenly, the Blood Demon Spider unleashed a thread towards the villa, ensnaring one of the guards who had been watching below. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the guard was swiftly ensnared by the silken threads. His body rapidly bound and ultimately transformed into a colossal, blood-red spider chrysalis, suspended upon the strand. Your Highness, the sixth princess. As the 3 pallid figures stood in stunned silence, a young man clad in a resplendent red robe gracefully leaped onto the back of the massive crimson spider, his demeanor exuding a beguiling charm. Are you satisfied with the token of my Blood Demon Valley? He inquired, a wicked smile playing upon his handsome features as he gazed down at the young lady in the building below. Light the incense to dispel the foulness, and everyone else, retreat indoors. After a brief moment of hesitation, General Chu bellowed at the guards below. No sooner had his words left his lips than a series of blood-red threads began to shoot forth from the spider's maw like arrows. Many guards, unable to reach the safety of the building in time, were ensnared by the threads emitted by the Blood Demon Spider, ultimately being transformed into chrysalis forms, hanging suspended in the air amidst a chorus of anguished cries. In that instant, a vast blood-red web materialized above Mandala Manor, enveloping the entire estate. With a resounding thud, General Chu forcefully shut the thickened wooden window, just as a thread aimed towards the small building was released. Instantly, the interior was plunged into darkness. At that moment, the laughter of the young master of Blood Demon Valley echoed once more. Your Highness, the sixth princess, I possess little patience. I shall grant you one more night to contemplate. Should you fail to emerge and consent to our union, all the guards within Mandala Manor shall become the sustenance for my valley's spirit spiders. The following morning, outside the Green Snail Valley, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as Xu Taiping galloped like the wind along the path at the foot of the mountain. Though his steed bore the bloodline of a spirit horse, it ultimately paled in comparison to its ethereal counterparts, which is why he had only just arrived at Green Snail Valley. Furthermore, with at least 2 days remaining until the agreed deadline, Xu Taiping felt no urgency in his travels, often exchanging rides with the ethereal Yu along the way. By this morning, he had already mastered the control of the spirited horse. What a heavy scent of blood! Just as he approached the valley's entrance, a strong stench of blood wafted towards him with the mountain breeze. His black steed neighed loudly, suddenly rearing back and halting. Clearly, the horse sensed impending danger. There is the aura of a demon. The voice of the Yu resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. He nodded in acknowledgement. Dismounting, he grasped the reins with one hand while securing the hilt of his spring tiger blade with the other, cautiously advancing towards the valley entrance. The designated meeting place with the sixth princess lay within the valley. Regardless of the dangers ahead, he was determined to uncover the truth of what transpired within. After taking just a few steps, Xu Taiping's gaze fell upon numerous blood-red webs of varying sizes, intricately woven and densely layered, blanketing the entire valley. So it is the blood demon spider. The Yu fairy instantly recognized the creature lurking within the valley. It may be targeting the sixth princess. As Xu Taiping continued his forward march, a sense of apprehension enveloped him. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed urgently from the depths of the valley. With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, he lifted his gaze to the horizon. Before him galloped a blood-soaked warrior clad in armor, astride a fiery chestnut steed, racing towards his direction. Chapter 19, Qingluo Valley. Are you the one they call His Highness? Simultaneously, a barrage of arrows surged forth from behind the warrior, some barely grazing his scalp, while others lodged themselves into his armor. However, despite the relentless assault of arrows, the warrior remained undeterred, urging his steed onward with unwavering resolve. Just as he was on the verge of bursting forth from the valley, a blood-red spider, the size of a calf, suddenly released a crimson silk strand from its maw, ensnaring the man's back. In a swift reaction, the warrior drew his blade and severed the thread with a single stroke. Xu Taiping was astonished to observe that the warrior's sword emanated a palpable energy, indicating he was at least a practitioner of the innate realm, a martial artist capable of harnessing internal power without yet converting it into true energy. Prior to his own breakthrough into the open-door realm, Xu Taiping had also been an innate martial artist. According to his previous knowledge, those in the innate realm were considered top-tier experts in this world. However, shortly after severing the spider's thread, the warrior's steed was abruptly struck down by a robust man wielding a horse-slaying blade, severing its leg. With a resounding crash, horse and rider tumbled. Yet, even in this dire predicament, the warrior refused to concede. He abandoned his fallen mount, wielding a goose-feather blade, and sprinted fiercely towards the valley's mouth. Run, young man. Upon spotting Xu Taiping at the valley's entrance, the warrior managed to shout a warning. The distance between them was a mere 30 paces. Xu Taiping remained silent, watching intently. In that instant, the blood spider unleashed another strand of silk, ensnaring the warrior's leg and hoisting him upside down. Suspended in midair, the armored man was soon surrounded by several others adorned in robes embroidered with spider motifs, led by the man who had struck down his steed. Let you run, did I? The robust man delivered a punch to the armored warrior's face, causing it to swell instantly. Boy, he told you to run. Why did you not heed him? After landing a few more blows, the bearded giant turned his gaze towards Xu Taiping, who stood quietly at the valley's entrance, leading the horse. Who are you? The young man inquired, his expression unwavering. In response to this question, the bearded man erupted into boisterous laughter. Have you heard of Blood Spider Valley? He inquired. No. Xu Taiping pondered briefly before shaking his head, genuinely unfamiliar with the name. Then it seems you are not the person I seek. He then turned his gaze towards the burly man. Oh, young lad, have you come to this Qingluo Valley in search of someone? The burly man chuckled mockingly. At that moment, his eyes regarded Xu Taiping as if he were a predator toying with its prey. Indeed, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding his head. Pray tell, who are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you in your quest. The burly man grinned widely, and his companions joined in with derisive laughter. I wonder, have any of you encountered Princess Liu of the White Tree Kingdom within this valley? Xu Taiping inquired, casting his gaze upon the guard suspended by spider silk. Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes brightened instantaneously. Yet, he soon shouted urgently, "Young man, flee. The princess has been taken captive. You must hurry to Haishi town for help." Bang! Before the guard could finish his words, the burly man dealt him a fierce blow to the head, rendering him speechless. "He speaks the truth. That princess is indeed in our blood spider valley," the burly man said, smiling at the youth. "Is she still alive?" Xu Taiping asked. "Alive, of course." The burly man laughed heartily. "That is good to hear." Xu Taiping nodded, secretly relieved. "So what is your intention? Are you planning to rescue her?" The burly man and his subordinates erupted into laughter. Xu Taiping remained silent, placing his hand on the hilt of his blade. His intentions were unmistakably clear. "Chao Qianhu, do not tell me this lad is the reinforcement the princess has been awaiting," the burly man remarked, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he noticed Xu Taiping's readiness to draw his sword. The guard, unable to speak, fixed his gaze on the youth, shaking his head with great difficulty. "Since you are so unafraid of death, let us see whose blade is swifter." The burly man then brandished his long-handled saber. As he gripped the hilt with both hands, a palpable aura of blade energy enveloped him. The moment he prepared to strike, his companions quickly stepped back, watching with amused anticipation. Throughout this encounter, Xu Taiping remained silent, observing the burly man intently, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. It was this very gaze that unnerved the burly man inexplicably. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to play with you." Suddenly, the burly man snorted coldly, taking a decisive step forward, and with a resounding whoosh, he swung his saber toward the young man. Swish! Almost instantaneously, as the burly man's blade descended, a blinding flash of light accompanied by a piercing sound sliced through the air before him. The burly man, who was poised to strike, suddenly felt as though a fierce wind had slammed into his face, causing his hand to falter. He glanced at his blade in confusion. In an instant, with a sharp crack, the weapon shattered. Lowering his gaze, he noticed blood gushing from his chest. Ultimately, he raised his bewildered eyes to the young man before him, only to find a line of blood trickling down from his forehead. "What a swift blade," murmured the burly man, his eyes devoid of life. With a resounding thud, a spray of blood erupted from within him, and his towering form split neatly in two from the center of his brow. Bang! The severed halves of the man collapsed stiffly to the ground. It was not until this moment that his subordinates reacted. However, instead of scattering in fear, they instinctively seized their weapons and lunged toward the youth. This group was well trained, clearly not mere common fighters. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Xu Taiping remained motionless. As the assailants drew within mere feet of him, dozens of fist shadows suddenly appeared before him, collectively striking out at the attackers. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the subordinates of the Blood Spider Valley burst apart, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, the guard suspended by the blood silk gasped in terror, then exclaimed with wild joy, could you be, the one whom Her Highness the Princess has been awaiting?" Chapter 20, Green Snail Valley. The initial test of the spring tiger, Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He then swiftly drew his blade, severing the strand of silk that bound the man. Above, the blood demon spider, sensing imminent danger, scurried away along the web, hastening into the depths of the forest. "Taoist, we cannot allow that blood demon spider to escape. It will alert the other blood demons and the young master of Blood Spider Valley." The weak-spirited Chao Qianhu struggled to inform Xu Taiping. "Do not fret," Xu Taiping replied with a nod. He extended a hand, positioning his thumb against his middle finger. In an instant, a ball of flame erupted from his nail, which he gently flicked toward the fleeing blood spider. Boom! The flame shot forth from his fingertip, soaring straight toward the blood spider. Upon impact, the fire erupted violently, engulfing the creature in a roaring inferno. Within moments, the blood spider and a small patch of forest were reduced to ashes. Observing this spectacle, the astonished Chao Qianhu swallowed hard, his throat moving. Could you possibly be, a cultivator?" he asked the youth, his voice tinged with trepidation. Xu Taiping did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and handed the guard a vermilion pill. "A small healing elixir. It can restore your vitality. Take it." The guard paused momentarily, then eagerly accepted the pill and swallowed it. The small healing elixir, distributed by the Qingxian sect to its inner disciples, was solely for healing and restoring vitality. To Xu Taiping, it held little value, but for the guard, It was undoubtedly a miraculous remedy. As the pill took effect, his previously waning vitality surged back, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Thank you, young Taoist, for this precious medicine. The guard expressed with profound gratitude. You are the protector of the sixth princess? Xu Taiping inquired, shaking his head in response. Indeed. The young man is named Chao Yin, and they refer to me as Captain Chao, the personal guardian of His Highness on this journey. Captain Chao nodded firmly. What is the current situation within the Mandala Manor? Xu Taiping extended a water pouch towards Captain Chao before entering to rescue the sixth princess. He needed to ascertain the conditions inside. Thank you, Taoist. Captain Chao quickly accepted the water pouch, took a few sips, and promptly responded, yesterday evening. The Blood Spider Valley's forces surrounded the entire Mandala Manor, and the area is filled with blood spider silk, leaving no room for escape. The young master of Blood Spider Valley is threatening the life of everyone within the manor to compel the sixth princess to agree to marry him today. Naturally, we refused. But the Blood Sorcerer Spider is exceedingly formidable, particularly the one beside the young master, which has devoured over 10 of our guards. Unable to bear the thought of further loss, the princess ultimately acquiesced to the young master's demands. Captain Chao spoke with a tone of shame as he recounted the situation to Xu Taiping. Why does the young master of Blood Spider Valley wish to marry the sixth princess at this time? Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. Because, when she was young, the princess ingested a celestial herb gifted by a sage from the mountain. Many believe that by marrying her and engaging in unspeakable acts, one could seize the celestial power within her, transforming the mundane into the immortal, thus achieving eternal life. Captain Chao stammered in explanation. There is no such divine herb in this world. Even if it existed, it would not be suitable for mere mortals, Xu Taiping reflected. As the voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed in his mind. This is likely a rumor spread by your princess's enemies, he suggested to Captain Chao. After taking a sip of water, Captain Chao hastily wiped his mouth and nodded. Indeed, there are those who wish to use these rogue elements to harm the princess. Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. Although he harbored many questions, he recognized that this was not the time for such inquiries. Will you accompany me inside? Or will you wait here? He took back the water pouch and posed the question to him. Esteemed immortal, the Mandala Manor is currently surrounded by the Blood Sorcerer Spider and the forces of Blood Knife Valley, including a demon lord-level Blood Sorcerer Spider. Even if you are unafraid of the people from Blood Knife Valley, facing that demon lord and the other ordinary Blood Sorcerer Spiders is beyond your capacity alone. Therefore, I suggest you accompany me to Blackstone Town to summon reinforcements before discussing how to rescue the princess. Captain Chao earnestly advised Xu Taiping. Then you shall wait here. Xu Taiping replied without contesting Captain Chao's counsel. He handed the reins of his horse back to him, saying, Please keep an eye on my steed. With that, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and strode directly into the valley. Captain Chao's suggestion was undoubtedly prudent, but taking such action would significantly increase the likelihood of an unforeseen event befalling the sixth princess. As Xu Taiping's primary mission was to safeguard her, he preferred to take risks rather than exacerbate the chances of a calamity occurring. Immortal, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's resolute intention to proceed, Captain Chao understood that persuasion would be futile and thus led his horse to follow. Xu Taiping made no attempt to dissuade him. He allowed Chao to trail behind. Oh, reinforcements have arrived? As the two ventured deeper into the valley, they encountered a group from Blood Spider Valley, charging forth from the forest with 2 blood demon spiders in tow. Taoist, I will ride ahead to divert their attention. You may continue onward. Chao declared as he swiftly mounted his horse and drew his long knife. One must commend his decisiveness. Once he resolved to assist Xu Taiping, he wasted no time in hesitation. No need for that. You may wait here, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He placed his hand upon the hilt of the spring tiger knife, leaning slightly forward and stating, I shall use them to test my blade. Chapter 21. Within the manor, the sixth princess is forced to marry as Xu Taiping spoke. He exhaled a breath of stale air. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife. In a burst of energy, Xu Taiping's figure left behind a fleeting shadow, and with the glimmer of his blade, he resembled startled birds taking flight from the forest, suddenly scattering from the group in Blood Spider Valley. Boom! In the next instant, a crimson mist erupted around the group, and their bodies were severed at the waist. Without the protection of vital energy, the ordinary warriors were as fragile as tofu before Xu Taiping's blade. However, The precision of his strike was largely attributed to the spring tiger knife in his grasp. It felt as natural as an extension of his own arm. Xu Taiping examined the spring tiger. Its blade shimmered like autumn water, untouched by a single drop of blood. Although he had heard tales that a well-suited weapon could amplify martial prowess, he had always considered such claims exaggerated. Yet, after wielding the spring tiger, he believed that, if not doubling his strength, it at least enhanced it by 50 to 60%. More importantly, he no longer feared that the knife would break when he unleashed his full power with the 7 kills blade. This alone elevated the potency of his technique to a new level. Clink. Xu Taiping sheathed his knife with satisfaction. Witnessing this, Captain Chao broke into a cold sweat and realized, no wonder His Highness remarked that once this person arrives, everything shall be effortlessly resolved. Bang bang. At that moment, Xu Taiping unleashed 2 powerful punches, shattering the skulls of the 2 blood demon spiders that had attempted to flee. When confronting such beasts, striking with fists proved far more gratifying than using a blade. Taiping, you might as well keep the corpses of the blood demon spiders. They can serve as nourishment for the earth fruits in the future, Fairy Lingwei reminded him. Xu Taiping nodded slightly, and then retrieved a green gourd from his waist, raising it to absorb the bodies of the 2 blood demon spiders. What rank do these blood demon spiders hold among the beasts? Xu Taiping pondered inwardly as he stored the gourd away. The blood demon spider may not be an exceptionally formidable beast, yet when it reaches the ranks of a demon lord or even a demon king, its silk can be fashioned into weapons such as gauntlets and soft armor, capable of deflecting fire and wind, as the fairy of the spirit moon elaborated. That must be worth a considerable amount of merit coins, right? Xu Taiping was solely concerned with this matter, as he found himself in dire need of merit coins. The silk of a royal blood demon spider is regarded as a valuable material in our realm, not due to the rarity of the blood demon spider, but rather because it requires human blood for sustenance. Most territories governed by righteous sects prohibit such practices, the fairy of the spirit moon remarked with a frown. Does that mean that behind each blood demon spider, behind every web, lies a trail of human lives? Xu Taiping's tone suddenly turned frigid as he glanced at the layers of webs above him. Indeed, the sheer number of blood demon spiders implies the loss of at least 100 lives, the fairy of the spirit moon responded. Having witnessed excessive slaughter, she was rather unperturbed by such revelations. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's countenance grew even colder. 100 lives could rival the population of Qingyou village, he murmured to himself. Stay close behind me, he instructed, casting a glance at the Captain Chao who followed him. Yes, sensing the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from Xu Taiping, Captain Chao nodded vigorously. He no longer doubted Xu Taiping's prowess. Within the inner courtyard of the Mandala Mountain Manor, a loud thud echoed as 2 subordinates from the Blood Spider Valley forcefully tossed a blood-soaked man onto the ground. Young master. This man attempted to escape through the back entrance and was discovered by Lord Bloodfang. One disciple from the Blood Spider Valley kicked the man before grinning at a youth dressed in a vibrant red celebratory outfit. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Bloodfang, the youth said, raising his head to acknowledge a colossal blood demon spider perched upon an enormous web above. Beside this youth stood a young maiden, also clad in festive attire. General Chu. Upon recognizing the injured man on the ground, the maiden's face instantly registered alarm. She attempted to rush towards the wounded General Chu, only to be intercepted by the young master of the Blood Spider Valley. The maiden was none other than the 6th princess of the White Tree Kingdom. Did you not promise me that you would spare their lives? The 6th princess glared at the youth, her expression stern despite her precarious situation. My dear, I merely promised to spare their lives. I did not grant permission for him to escape the valley, the young master replied innocently, his gaze towards the 6th princess infused with greed and mockery. And what of Captain Chao? Has he also been captured by you? The 6th princess evaded Zhu Zetian's avaricious stare and questioned the subordinates of the Blood Spider Valley. They exchanged knowing smiles, and one bare-chested subordinate chuckled. Earlier, Lord Bloodfang discovered 2 individuals attempting to flee, one from the front and one from the back. The one escaping through the front must be Captain Chao, as you mentioned. Your Highness, I demand to know where Captain Chao is. The 6th princess's brows knitted together as she questioned them sharply. Cease your frivolity and speak swiftly. Observing the 6th princess seemingly enraged, the young master furrowed his brow and cast a stern glance at his bare-chested subordinate, reporting to the young master. The one who fled through the front door is being pursued by Shurtu and Huli. I estimate they are already. The bare-chested man had not finished his sentence when he was silenced by the young master's glare, prompting him to amend. I estimate they are on their way back. However, this entire exchange was witnessed by the sixth princess, whose gaze dimmed with regret as she thought, had I known this would transpire, I would have rather fought alongside these individuals. Yet, she was acutely aware that her retinue could not possibly withstand the forces of the Blood Spider Valley under siege. The only reason she acquiesced to the young master of Blood Spider Valley was that a flicker of hope remained within her heart that he would indeed come. My lady, the hour grows late. This General Chu shall be tended to, but let us proceed with the wedding ceremony. The young master of Blood Spider Valley remarked with a smile directed at the sixth princess. His insistence on marrying her was not out of a desire for companionship, but rather to avoid the backlash of the curse that clung to her. Only through the completion of the wedding rites could the curse be lifted, thereby granting him access to the celestial power contained within her. This understanding was a consensus among those in the martial world who coveted the sixth princess's strength, both righteous and malevolent. The sixth princess remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently on the young master of Blood Spider Valley. My lady, I swear to you, once the ceremony is completed, all your guards shall be released. Should I fail to uphold this promise, I shall face divine retribution. The young master of Blood Spider Valley solemnly vowed, raising his hand to the heavens. The sixth princess fell silent for several moments before finally turning away and striding toward the grand hall. She found herself with little choice left. She resolved to buy whatever time she could. A quiet sigh escaped her lips. Chapter 22. Within the manor, is it truly your highness, the sixth princess? As the ceremony commenced, the festively adorned hall was filled with the cheerful voice of a woman from Blood Spider Valley announcing, "Let us bow to the heavens and the earth." The young master had made ample preparations, bringing all the necessary personnel and items for the wedding. However, once the matchmaker concluded her call, the sixth princess seemed oblivious, standing dazed in place. Your highness, your highness? The matchmaker hastily urged her forward upon noticing her inattention. Yet, the sixth princess remained unmoved, lost in thought beneath her red veil. She had envisioned her wedding numerous times, but never had she imagined it would unfold in such despair and humiliation as it did today. My lady, should you continue in this manner, our agreement shall be void. You are aware that with the blood demon spider elder in our valley, I could easily summon its aid to break the curse upon you. The young master of Blood Spider Valley whispered coldly, leaning closer to her beneath the veil. I understand, the sixth princess replied with a detached demeanor. At her words, a smirk appeared at the corner of the young master's mouth. From the tone of the sixth princess, he discerned that she had entirely relinquished any desire to resist. He then nodded to the waiting matchmaker beside him. The matchmaker immediately understood, returning the gesture with a smile, and then proclaimed in a loud voice, the two newlyweds. Bow to heaven and earth. She deliberately raised her pitch, allowing her voice to resonate throughout the entire Montois villa. Boom, almost coinciding with her utterance. A violent explosion and a fierce shockwave surged toward the hall. Who dares to jeopardize my plans? Sensing an overwhelmingly powerful and unusual aura rapidly approaching, the young master of Blood Spider Valley coldly snorted, his gaze turning fierce. You lot, keep an eye on the princess, the rest follow me. He glanced at the matchmaker and a few female disciples of Blood Spider Valley. Yes, they responded in unison. The matchmaker seized the sixth princess's arm tightly. In the kingdom of Vulture, who dares to meddle in the affairs of Blood Spider Valley? Truly, they seek death. As he spoke, the young master of Blood Spider Valley brandished a long sword, his aura radiating outward as he soared into action. At that moment, the sixth princess, sensing something amiss outside, lifted her veil. Struggling to break free from the matchmaker's grasp, she strained to look towards the hall's entrance. Your highness, you cannot go out. The matchmaker's grip was like a vice on the princess's arm. I merely wish to glance at the entrance. If you continue to impede me, then I shall refuse to bow even if it costs me my life. The sixth princess glared at the matchmaker. With no other choice, the matchmaker held onto her arm and brought her to the entrance of the hall. Boom. Just then, several figures of Blood Spider Valley disciples, akin to arrows released from a bow, were hurled back into the courtyard, ultimately transforming into a mass of flesh that crashed to the ground. Close the door quickly. As everyone wondered what was happening, a group of Blood Spider Valley disciples, covered in wounds, rushed in recklessly, disregarding those still outside, and forcefully shut the courtyard doors. ensuring that several blood demon spiders sealed it completely with webs. What on earth is happening? The young master of Blood Spider Valley hastened to approach them. Young master, it's terrifying. That youth is truly fearsome. One disciple replied, his voice trembling with despair. The young master of Blood Spider Valley kicked the man away with a resounding thud and turned to another equally panicked disciple, demanding, "You speak." Reporting to the young master. "Out there, a boy has come," the trembling disciple stammered. "A boy? A mere boy can instill such fear in you?" The young master raised his foot again, ready to kick. "No, no, no, young master, listen to me. This boy is no ordinary person. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. We were utterly defenseless beneath his blade, like sheep and pigs awaiting slaughter." The disciple's voice trembled with terror. Boom. At that moment, the courtyard door quaked violently as if a heavy object had struck it. "Uncle Ya." The young master of Blood Spider Valley lifted his gaze to the enormous blood demon spider overhead. With a sudden movement, the creature descended from its silken strand, landing heavily upon the courtyard floor. Meanwhile, other blood demon spiders took up positions, vigilantly guarding the web above. In mere moments, the entire courtyard of Mandala Manor was ensnared within the web's grasp, enveloped by the ominous presence of the blood demon spider. Bang, bang. At that moment, a series of heavy thuds echoed against the door, mingled with cries of despair. "Young master, save us. Young master, let us in." The pleading voices of the disciples of Blood Spider Valley resonated from outside, yet none dared to take a step forward. They could sense a powerful, unsettling aura gradually encroaching upon them. The sixth princess was within the courtyard. As tension gripped the hearts of those present, a clear and youthful voice emerged from beyond the door, starkly contrasting with the ominous energy that surrounded them. "I am here," the sixth princess cried out, struggling. Although she could not discern the identity of the person outside, she was assured of their intentions, recognizing the treatment of the disciples as a sign of friendship rather than enmity. "Silence her," the young master of Blood Spider Valley scoffed, and the matchmaker quickly moved to seal the sixth princess's acupoint, rendering her mute. At that moment, a piercing metallic resonance erupted from outside the courtyard. Instantly, the onlookers beheld glimmering blades slicing through the air like a tempestuous flurry, penetrating the entrance with startling speed. With a thunderous roar, the fortified courtyard door shattered into a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, a young man wielding a long blade, his hair tied in a bun, and clad in a cerulean Taoist robe, entered the courtyard with an expression of tranquil resolve. Following closely behind him was a guard leading a horse. It was none other than Xu Taiping and Chao Qianhu. "You dare meddle in the affairs of Blood Spider Valley?" the young master of Blood Spider Valley questioned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his cold gaze fixed upon Xu Taiping, while the massive blood demon spider beside him stirred restlessly. "You are the young master of Blood Spider Valley, are you not?" Xu Taiping inquired, casting a glance at him. "And if I am?" the young master replied, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Despite the formidable aura emanating from the young man before him, he believed himself to be on par, bolstered by the presence of the demon spider at his side. Xu Taiping chose to disregard the young master, and instead focused his attention on the young woman clad in wedding attire at the entrance of the hall behind him. "Might I inquire if you are the sixth princess?" he asked her. Chapter 23. Within the manor, I need only to ensure your safety. The sixth princess, unable to speak due to her sealed acupoint, could only struggle and nod fervently. "I have been sent to escort you, your highness. Please remain calm. I shall come for you shortly," Xu Taiping assured her, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension. Upon hearing his words, the sixth princess's heart soared with joy, and she nodded vigorously in response. She had already surmised the identity of the youth in her heart, yet the boy's appearance starkly contrasted with her imagined ethereal grace, leaving her hesitant to confirm her suspicions. It was not until she heard the boy confess that the anxiety weighing on her heart finally lifted. His tone, however, was rather audacious. The young master of Blood Spider Valley smiled faintly, casting a glance at the numerous layers of spider silk overhead, and then at the door behind Xu Taiping, now sealed by the web. With a haughty demeanor, he redirected his gaze towards Xu Taiping, saying, "Little do you know, you are in no position to guarantee your own safety." Swish, swish, swish. Almost instantaneously as his words fell, dozens of spider threads shot forth from all directions towards Xu Taiping, who stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he was ensnared by the threads, seemingly on the verge of being torn asunder by the exertion of the blood demons overhead. What do you think? I speak the truth. Do I not? The young master of Blood Spider Valley smirked. Yet, despite his seemingly flippant demeanor, his grip on the sword hilt remained unyielding, clearly wary of the blade in Xu Taiping's possession. Come, everyone, let us extend our greetings to our friend from afar, he proclaimed, a grin spreading across his lips as he slowly raised his hand, then forcefully pressed it down. The blood demons above received their command and began to pull on the threads with all their might. In an instant, the spider silk clinging to Xu Taiping's body tightened like steel cables. However, what unnerved the young master was that, contrary to his expectations, the boy did not shatter under the strain. Instead, he remained utterly undeterred, standing firm in place. Simultaneously, a palpable pressure, akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami's crash, emanated from the boy, washing over him. With no hesitation, the young master of Blood Spider Valley unsheathed his sword. With a resonating clang, it transformed into multiple sword shadows, piercing straight towards Xu Taiping. Just then, Xu Taiping abruptly twisted his form, channeling strength akin to that of a mythical beast, yanking the blood demons from the spider web above. Boom. At the same time, his left fist, concealed until now, delivered a powerful blow towards the sword shadows with unyielding force. The sound of shattering echoed as the sword shadows disintegrated. Xu Taiping's fist continued unabated, heading straight for the face of the young master, whose expression twisted in fear as the blow approached. Just as Xu Taiping's fist was about to shatter the young master's distorted visage, a demon-level blood spider suddenly enveloped him, unleashing 6 strands of blood webbing towards Xu Taiping. Though the webbing was quite resilient, it shattered under the might of Xu Taiping's fist. Ultimately, his fist landed heavily on the massive blood spider's head, sending the creature rolling to the ground. Yet, Xu Taiping did not press the advantage. Instead, he executed a swift movement, appearing as if in an instant before the 6th princess. Upon witnessing this, the matchmaker of Blood Spider Valley viciously transformed her palm into a claw, lunging towards the delicate neck of the 6th princess. This was the command given to her by the young master of the Blood Spider Valley. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she was to eliminate the 6th princess immediately. Bang! Just as the matchmaker's claw was about to graze the princess's neck, 3 powerful fist shadows struck her, propelling her like a cannonball through the air, directly breaching the back wall of the hall, perfectly severing the large celebratory character in the center. With a crack, after effortlessly dispatching another subordinate of the Blood Spider Valley, Xu Taiping gently patted the 6th princess on the shoulder. A surge of robust vital energy flowed into her body, unblocking her acupoints. With a sigh of relief, the 6th princess expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Taoist. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained an impeccable composure in her demeanor. No need for thanks, it is my duty, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head and once more directing his gaze toward the center of the courtyard. There, the young master of the Blood Spider Valley was being carried by a demonic spider of monstrous proportions, ascending along a silken thread to the highest point of a web. Having witnessed the might of Xu Taiping's punch, the young master had lost all will to resist and promptly chose to flee. Stop him. Block his path. Panic-stricken, he barked orders at his remaining subordinates and the few demonic spiders as he felt Xu Taiping's gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. Thunderous sounds echoed as, albeit reluctantly, the remaining 20 or so subordinates of the Blood Spider Valley charged towards Xu Taiping under the coercion of the demonic spider. Boom. However, before this group and the dozen demonic spiders could close the distance, they were met with sudden and violent punches that shattered their bodies, sending them hurtling back. In an instant, the courtyard was devoid of any demonic spiders or disciples of the Blood Spider Valley. The 6th princess, standing behind Xu Taiping, and Xiao Qianhu at the entrance did not even catch a glimpse of how Xu Taiping had unleashed his strikes. Taoist, this is bad. We cannot let the young master of the Blood Spider Valley escape. He has stolen a crucial token from me. If he reaches the valley, retrieving it will be exceedingly difficult. The 6th princess became anxious as she saw the young master about to flee. As per our agreement, my sole responsibility is to ensure your safety, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He intended to refrain from undertaking any tasks beyond his mandate. A repeated admonition from his senior brother, Qing Xiao, which he himself also believed. Just moments ago, he had the opportunity to eliminate the young master of the Blood Spider Valley. but doing so would prolong the danger faced by the sixth princess. For instance, had he failed to neutralize the matchmaker in time, the princess could very well have been silenced. But, Taoist, that item is truly of utmost importance to me, the sixth princess implored nervously. Chapter 24, The Blood Spider Valley. Would that not be even better? Xu Taiping remained unmoved, instead turning to the sixth princess to confirm. Let me see that half bracelet of yours. With that, he produced his own half of the jade bracelet. Before handing over the task, he felt the need to confirm once more the identity of the sixth princess. Taoist. The token I mentioned is precisely that bracelet. Upon hearing this, the sixth princess's beautiful eyes suddenly glimmered with a hint of mischief, followed by a look of tension. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. When lying, it is best to maintain a steadier aura. He spoke expressionlessly while extending his hand towards the sixth princess. As a practitioner of the Wangwo realm, even the slightest fluctuation of a mortal's aura or spirit would be palpable to them. Upon hearing this, the sixth princess's cheeks flushed. Forgive me, Taoist. I just desperately want to reclaim that item, she timidly said, pulling a necklace from her collar, from which dangled the half bracelet. Indeed. Xu Taiping picked up the bracelet for comparison, then nodded. However, just as he finished his comparison, the sixth princess swiftly reclaimed the half bracelet. Mother told me that this half bracelet can only be given to you once everything is concluded. She tucked the half bracelet back into her collar. Rest assured, I shall not take your bracelet until I ensure your safe arrival. Xu Taiping remarked nonchalantly. Taoist, are you truly not going to pursue the young master of Blood Spider Valley? They are already aware of our whereabouts and may gather forces to encircle us tonight. At this moment, Chao Qianhu approached. His request to pursue the young master of Blood Spider Valley was not solely for the sake of the sixth princess's lost token, but rather out of concern for their safety. Xu Taiping remained resolute. It was not that he was inflexible, but rather that protecting the sixth princess was of utmost priority in his mind. If he acquiesced to their request, they would undoubtedly present more demands along the journey. We have no doubt in your strength, Taoist, but within Blood Spider Valley lurks an ancient blood demon spider, rumored to be a royal-level beast. Should it pursue us, we would be in grave danger, Chao Qianhu continued to persuade. Initially, Xu Taiping's stance did not waver, but upon hearing the mention of a potential royal-level beast within Blood Spider Valley, his interest was piqued. Taiping, royal-level blood demon spiders are exceptionally rare, and their silk commands a high price. The voice of Fairy Lingwei echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Clearly, they were on the same wavelength. If we could capture it alive and rear the blood demon spider in the Qinghulu, occasionally feeding it some dragon gall liquor, it should be able to produce silk continuously, Fairy Lingwei added. This notion stirred Xu Taiping's interest. Are you certain that within Blood Spider Valley resides a royal-level blood demon spider? He raised his gaze, looking anew at the sixth princess and Chao Qianhu. Although he had never seen it, he felt it was highly likely. Chao Qianhu nodded with evident concern. The sixth princess, witnessing Xu Taiping's change in tone, felt a surge of joy. Taoist, if the young master of Blood Spider Valley escapes back to the valley, our journey will be fraught with peril. She believed that Xu Taiping had relented out of fear of the blood demon spider ancestor. Come with me, Xu Taiping said, glancing at the sixth princess. Huh. The sixth princess was taken aback. Taoist, would it be safe for His Highness to accompany you? Chao Qianhu interjected with concern. Is there anywhere safer than by my side? Xu Taiping retorted. Upon hearing this, the two found themselves unable to counter his words. Chao Qianhu, settle the injured guards here. The sixth princess and I will return shortly. As Xu Taiping led the sixth princess toward his black steed, he tossed a vial of small healing elixirs to Chao Qianhu. Thank you, Taoist, Chao Qianhu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he caught the vial. He had just taken one of those elixirs to save his own life, and now with this vial, he could potentially save dozens. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping and the sixth princess had already mounted the horse. The black steed, possessing the bloodline of a spirit horse, remained spirited even under the weight of two riders. Just as Xu Taiping was about to urge the horse forward, he felt two hands resting on his waist. Without needing to look, he knew they belonged to the sixth princess. Your Highness, there is no need to hold on to my waist, Xu Taiping said seriously, turning to meet her gaze. Huh. The sixth princess quickly withdrew her hands. But Taoist, without something to hold on to, I fear I might fall, she said timidly. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt an invisible force, akin to an arm, pressing her firmly against the horse's back. For a moment, the sixth princess fell silent, reflecting, truly, he is a practitioner from the mountains. Thus, the two rode together towards the direction of Blood Spider Valley. Beneath the evening glow, the sixth princess's flowing attire danced in the wind, making it seem as though the black steed sprouted wings from afar. After more than half an hour, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as the black steed galloped swiftly over 100 miles, finally bringing Xu Taiping and the sixth princess to the entrance of a canyon. The passage of the canyon could only accommodate a single horse, resembling a line that cleaved the sky. They halted here because the aura of the Blood Spider Valley's young master had abruptly ceased at this point. We are still a step too late. The sixth princess sighed from behind Xu Taiping. Protected by Xu Taiping's vital energy, she found the journey not overly exhausting, yet felt a sense of regret for not catching the young master of Blood Spider Valley. Why do you say that? Xu Taiping inquired, glancing around without turning his head. Beyond this narrow passage lies Blood Spider Valley. I suspect that the young master has already escaped back into the valley. To capture him now, we must venture deeper into Blood Spider Valley, the sixth princess replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. In her eyes, since the young master had returned to Blood Spider Valley, retrieving that item would undoubtedly be impossible. After all, Blood Spider Valley was renowned as one of the 3 great lairs of the Black Vulture Kingdom. How could they dare to storm in alone? However, upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Isn't that even better?" The sixth princess looked on in bewilderment. Just as she was about to inquire why Xu Taiping felt this way, he abruptly squeezed his legs against the horse's sides and urged it to gallop towards the narrow passageway ahead. Taoist. There must be an ambush from the Blood Spider Valley within that gorge. If we recklessly charge in, we will be caught off guard. The sixth princess's face turned pale with fear. She disregarded her royal demeanor and instinctively grasped Xu Taiping's robe. Yet, Xu Taiping seemed oblivious, continuing to steer the horse with determination toward the gorge's entrance. This time, however, he held the reins with one hand while gripping the hilt of the spring tiger knife with the other. Boom! Just as they burst into the gorge, massive stones wrapped in crimson spider silk rained down upon them. Simultaneously, from the caves on either side of the gorge, numerous blood demon spiders emerged. As if summoned by an unseen command, they began to spit out silk, ensnaring the entire gorge in a web of crimson threads in an instant. Any unfortunate soul caught in their path would undoubtedly become ensnared. It was over, with falling boulders above and the road ahead blocked by spider silk. Despair engulfed the sixth princess. Yet at that moment, Xu Taiping swiftly drew his spring tiger knife from his waist and, spurring his black steed onward, swung the blade straight down towards the narrow passage. Boom! Amidst the explosive sound, a blade of energy, stretching over 10 feet long, coalesced into a massive shadow that erupted from within the gorge. Bang! In the wake of the resounding shock, the previously despondent sixth princess suddenly realized that both the descending boulders and the obstructing webs had been cleaved away by that strike. As they burst forth from the gorge, a mountain breeze, laden with moisture, rushed towards them, striking the sixth princess's face and jolting her awake. Mother did not deceive me. As long as I open the second pouch and await the person who possesses the other half of the bracelet, everything will be resolved. With this thought, the look of astonishment in the sixth princess's eyes gradually transformed into excitement and joy, her grip on Xu Taiping's robe tightening. Chapter 25, Blood Spider Valley. Summon the ancestor of Blood Spiders, Blood Spider Valley. The Blood Pool altar on the back mountain. This altar, towering over 90 feet high, provided a panoramic view of the entire Blood Spider Valley. Tianza, my child, who has hurt you so grievously? Atop the altar stood an elderly man with a long beard, clad in a blood-red robe, his hair and beard all white, hastening towards the Blood Spider Valley's young master, who lay on the ground, alongside the nearly lifeless blood demon spider. The elder was none other than Zhu Mo, the valley's master, an immortal from the mountain. The Blood Spider Valley's young master struggled to rise, and exclaimed to Zhu Mo, "An immortal from the mountain? Did you not go to wed the sixth princess of the White Tree Kingdom? How could you have provoked an immortal?" The elder quickly bent down, placing a hand on the young master's chest to infuse him with energy, his face a mask of astonishment as he inquired further. "It must be her summoned mountain cultivator," Zhu Tianza exclaimed with a face full of resentment. After uttering these words, he began to cough up blood profusely. Although Xu Taiping's formidable punch was intercepted by the blood magic spider beside him, the violent energy from that blow still left his internal organs severely damaged. Fetch the blood pill. Xu Mo shouted urgently to one of his subordinates. Father, hurry, summon the ancestor. That cultivator is pursuing us. If I had been any slower, he would have caught up with me. Zhu Tianzi, suppressing the tumultuous blood energy within, urged Xu Mo anxiously. Do not panic, my son. Your father has encountered mountain cultivators before. I doubt he would dare to invade our blood spider valley alone. Xu Mo continued to assist Zhu Tianzi in healing. At that moment, the blood pill arrived. Without hesitation, he administered it to Zhu Tianzi and began to channel his own inner strength to dissolve its potency. Father, listen to me. Quickly summon the ancestor. This mountain cultivator is unlike any ordinary one. Even Uncle Shuya could not withstand a single punch from him. Zhu Tianzi pressed on. He was already terrified by Xu Taiping's earlier strike, and now yearned to summon the blood spider ancestor immediately. The ancestor is currently in a critical breakthrough. How can we disturb him at this moment? Xu Mo frowned. The blood spider ancestor had been in seclusion for 3 years, and it was presumed he was at a pivotal point in his breakthrough. He dared not disrupt him. Boom. Just then, a tremendous sound echoed from the entrance of the blood spider valley. Xu Mo instantly stood up, alert. He looked up from the altar towards the valley entrance and beheld a massive blade shadow cleaving through the air, cutting through their defenses at the entrance of the valley with ease. Then, he saw a figure on horseback charging straight toward the altar. Wherever this figure passed, blade shadows swept through, and sword energy surged. Both Xu Mo's subordinates and the blood magic spiders fell powerless beneath the onslaught, crashing toward the altar as if an unstoppable divine general from ancient legends had emerged. Thunderous roars. In mere moments, Xu Mo witnessed the figure slice through half of the blood spider valley. Only the ancestor can contend with this person. Xu Mo, without any hesitation or concern, pulled out a piece of blood jade from his bosom and crushed it with force. Bang! The instant the blood jade shattered, a mist of blood enveloped Xu Mo entirely. Xu Mo, you worthless fool, who permitted you to disturb my tranquil cultivation. After a lengthy pause, an angry, shrill, aged voice resonated from above the altar. Ancestor, the blood spider valley is in peril. We implore your emergence. The valley master Xu Mo knelt down fervently. It is no wonder he lost his composure. The sight of Xu Taiping, a single figure cutting through the entire blood spider valley, would unsettle anyone. Worthless, worthless. The blood spider ancestor bellowed in fury once more. Immediately, the colossal altar trembled violently, and the vast pool of blood, once brimming with crimson, began to dry up at a visibly rapid pace. Concurrently, wisps of sanguine mist began to rise from the crevices of the altar's surface. From the depths of the earth, the roar of the blood spider ancestor echoed once more. You worthless fool, if you have disturbed me for the sake of a few insignificant pests, I shall immerse you in the blood pool for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing these words, Xu Mo trembled in fear. Yet, when he lifted his gaze and beheld a figure, radiant with the glint of a lethal blade, poised to pierce through the entirety of Blood Spider Valley, his dread of being submerged in the blood pool dissipated entirely. Ancestor, in this critical moment for the survival of Blood Spider Valley, I implore you to emerge swiftly. Xu Mo nearly shouted in desperation. With a thunderous crash, the blood pool was utterly drained, and a dense plume of blood mist erupted violently from its depths. Following this, a blood demon spider, nearly the size of the pool itself, surged forth from the bottom with a ferocious leap. Fool, do you not realize you nearly thwarted my ascension? The immense blood demon spider bellowed furiously, lifting one of its slender legs to ensnare Xu Mo, drawing him close to its grotesque visage. Although this blood demon spider possessed the form of an arachnid, it bore a human face, one unnaturally large, with a stiff expression devoid of color, resembling that of a corpse. Ancestor, I assure you, I had no choice. Xu Mo quickly pleaded, gesturing towards the front. Look there, that individual has single-handedly breached the entirety of Blood Spider Valley. Upon hearing this, the Blood Spider ancestor's eyes shifted, following Xu Mo's pointing finger. There, he witnessed the scene of Xu Taiping, a solitary warrior wielding a blade, wreaking havoc upon the valley. Boom. Just as the ancestor was deep in contemplation, a wave of cutting energy surged forth, crashing toward the altar. It struck both Xu Mo and the blood spider ancestor. Although the force did not inflict any harm upon them, the chilling aura of lethal intent sent shivers down Xu Mo's spine. Even the blood spider ancestor furrowed his brow slightly. Interesting, he mused coldly, casting a frosty glare at the figure ahead while discarding Zhu Mo to the ground. Had I not entered seclusion 3 years ago, this might have posed a challenge. However, now that my spider demon technique has ascended to the 6th level and the blood spider spear has reached a minor completion, even if you are a practitioner of the profound realm, I shall not fear. With a cold snort, the blood spider ancestor declared his newfound strength. Upon hearing of the ancestor's mastery of the 6th level of the blood spider technique, Zhu Mo was instantly elated, his face brimming with excitement as he congratulated the ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. I dare say even the general of the Vulture Kingdom would think twice before confronting you now. The Zhu family had served the blood demon spider for generations and understood well the significance of such an advancement. The great general of the Wujiao Kingdom. I shall inevitably confront him in due time. For today, I shall first use this oblivious little cultivator as a means to whet my appetite. A chilling smile suddenly appeared on the pale visage of the blood spider ancestor. Boom. As soon as their words fell, a knife shadow exceeding 10 zhang cleaved violently against the gate of the altar's courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping had already arrived at the altar. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Mo grasped Zhu Tianzi and retreated to the side of the blood spider ancestor. Bang! Accompanied by another thunderous sound, yet another knife shadow descended with force. The myriad of blood spider webs surrounding the altar, along with the tall courtyard gate, trembled violently. The stone gate, constructed from massive stones, even began to crack. Boom. Ultimately, with yet another colossal knife shadow descending, the stone door shattered and collapsed, raising clouds of dust into the air. Clatter, clatter, the crisp and hurried sound of galloping hooves resonated outside the altar. A tall black horse, bearing a young cultivator clad in a Taoist robe and a young maiden adorned in a radiant celestial garment, surged forth from the swirling dust. Chapter 26. Blood Spider Valley. My spiritual companion for 300 years with a neigh of the horse, the youthful cultivator reined in the reins, halting their rapid advance. Nevertheless, the turbulent aura emanating from him, coupled with the swirling blade energy surrounding him, still imparted an inexplicable sense of pressure upon Zhu Mo and the blood spider ancestor. May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, where exactly has our blood spider valley transgressed to provoke such a ruthless assault from you? After a moment of hesitation, Valley Master Zhu Mo summoned his courage to question. Bolstered by the support of the blood spider ancestor behind him, he felt significantly emboldened. Xu Taiping did not deign to look at Zhu Mo. Instead, he dismounted and extended his hand to assist the 6th princess down. Thank you, Taoist. Even with her feet firmly planted on the solid ground, the 6th princess felt as though she were still floating in midair, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of her surroundings. This is indeed one of the 3 great demon layers of the Wujiao Kingdom, Blood Spider Valley. Have we truly just invaded? She yearned to confirm with Xu Taiping whether she was merely dreaming. You have not offended me. After assisting the 6th princess from the horse, Xu Taiping finally cast his gaze towards Zhu Mo, also glancing at the enormous human-faced spider lurking behind him. If you have not wronged the esteemed Taoist, can we put an end to this matter? Zhu Mo inquired in a conciliatory tone. Although he stood before the blood spider ancestor, he was acutely aware that should a confrontation ensue, the upheaval caused by the battle between man and monster alone could obliterate Blood Spider Valley. Hence he wished to avoid conflict with the young Taoist unless absolutely necessary. The blood spider ancestor voiced no objections, clearly sharing Zhu Mo's sentiments. After all, Blood Spider Valley had been its long-standing domain, nurtured over the years, and it had no desire to see it destroyed in such a manner. But you have wronged her. Xu Taiping turned to look at the still-dazed 6th princess. Is that not so? He inquired of her. Suddenly called upon, the 6th princess was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure and nodded vigorously. Yes. You, the Blood Spider Valley, not only pursued me relentlessly but also laid traps at the Mandala Villa, resulting in the demise of several dozen of my guards. Such a blood feud must be avenged in kind. With Xu Taiping willing to lend her support, she naturally had no need to feign politeness with these individuals. Your Highness, this is merely a misunderstanding, the 6th princess remarked, a forced smile on her lips. Misunderstanding? Had it not been for the Taoist's timely intervention, I would have surely become a lamb awaiting slaughter. The 6th princess's anger grew with every word. At this, the blood spider ancestor let out a cold snort, clearly losing patience for such verbal sparring. Were it not for this young Taoist, Not even your father would dare act so arrogantly before me, it declared, its gaze fixed on the sixth princess, its tone low and foreboding. As it spoke, a palpable aura of menace swirled around it, striking fiercely against the sixth princess. Yet, she remained undaunted, staring defiantly into the eyes of the blood spider ancestor. However, the perspiration beading on her forehead revealed that merely resisting the ancestor's killing intent was proving to be a considerable strain. Observing this, Xu Taiping gently placed a hand on the sixth princess's shoulder, as if to brush away the dust from her attire, effortlessly dispelling the oppressive aura surrounding the blood spider ancestor. The sixth princess cast a grateful glance at Xu Taiping, while the blood spider ancestor furrowed its brow, taken aback by Xu Taiping's unexpected prowess. Little Taoist, if you could grant me the courtesy of departing, I assure you that I will repay this favor in the future. The blood spider ancestor said coldly, its tone still lofty despite the seemingly conciliatory words. Xu Taiping did not respond immediately, but instead held the ancestor's gaze, silently inquiring of the fairy Lingyue within his heart. Sister Lingyue, is this indeed the one? Indeed, such a blood demon spider possesses considerable value, even in other realms. Fairy Lingyue replied, her voice tinged with excitement. Recognizing the merit of this expedition, Xu Taiping understood he was on the right path. Should the blood spider ancestor overhear their current exchange, it would likely be driven to fury. Why wait until the future? Let us settle this matter now, Xu Taiping declared, resting his hand upon the hilt of his spring tiger blade, tilting his head with serious intent directed at the blood spider ancestor. This single action compelled both Zhu Mo and the blood spider ancestor to take a step back. Oh, little Taoist, how do you propose I repay the blood spider valley? The ancestor sneered, wisps of crimson mist beginning to swirl around it, clearly preparing for an impending confrontation. Xu Taiping did not rush to answer. Instead, he retrieved the drowsy snow monkey, Pinyin, from his sleeve and handed it to the sixth princess. Taoist, what is this? The sixth princess inquired, glancing at the yawning little monkey in her hands before looking quizzically at Xu Taiping. Take a good look at this, sister, Xu Taiping said, playfully tapping Ping Yin's little forehead, as Jingjing covered her head with both hands. A hint of dissatisfaction crossed her face before she leaped onto the head of the sixth princess, resuming her slumber atop her crown. The sixth princess, bewildered, stood frozen in place, a small monkey perched upon her head. Little Taoist, my patience is finite, the blood spider ancestor remarked coldly, noticing Xu Taiping's disregard. If you truly wish to settle this, then bind your soul to me and serve as my spirit pet for 300 years. Xu Taiping, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, replied earnestly to the blood spider ancestor. He felt no moral qualms in confronting such a malevolent creature. You seek death. Realizing the Taoist was mocking him, the blood spider ancestor erupted in fury. A surge of crimson, demonic energy exploded from around him, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a barrage of blood-colored silk that shot towards Xu Taiping like a rain of arrows. In a split second, Xu Taiping drew his spring tiger from his waist, swinging the blade in a sweeping arc that conjured hundreds of blade shadows, expanding like a full moon, slicing through the oncoming silk with ease. However, at that very moment, the blood spider ancestor leaped into the air, his 8 sharp legs lunging towards Xu Taiping with incredible speed. What horrified the blood spider ancestor was that Xu Taiping's blade was no slower than his own limbs, countering each attack with remarkable precision. The swiftness of his strikes astonished all who beheld it. Ultimately, Xu Taiping discerned a flaw in the blood spider ancestor's defense. With a decisive maneuver, he executed a technique known as 3 kills, breaking steel, cleaving through the ancestor's massive form, sending it hurtling backward. Nonetheless, the blood demon spider's exoskeleton was exceedingly tough. Even Xu Taiping's most proficient technique, adept at breaching armor, failed to penetrate its formidable shell. Seeing that Xu Taiping's blade could not harm him, the blood spider ancestor was elated, promptly launching a volley of silk arrows towards Xu Taiping, followed by a colossal web woven from his primal demonic blood, which he had refined over decades. He was confident that once ensnared, few could escape. Yet, just as the blood spider ancestor believed, he would surely capture Xu Taiping this time. He witnessed the Taoist suddenly press his thumb against his index finger and flick it forcefully. With a resounding explosion, a ball of fire shot forth from Xu Taiping's fingertip, hurtling towards the web. The ensuing blast engulfed the web in a fierce inferno, incinerating it in an instant. Meanwhile, having already activated his wind shadow steps. Xu Taiping surged forth from the flames, delivering a swift strike toward the blood spider ancestor. In a moment of crisis, the ancestor's 8 legs converged, bracing themselves to absorb Xu Taiping's blow. However, the immense force of Xu Taiping's strike still sent the creature tumbling backward. Xu Taiping would not let this opportunity slip away. In a flash, he appeared above the blood spider ancestor and swiftly struck down with his blade, with no time to employ any other demonic arts. The blood spider ancestor decided to block Xu Taiping's attack with its legs. However, it soon realized something was amiss. As it brought its 8 legs together as a shield, it suddenly noticed that the knife in Xu Taiping's hand had vanished, replaced instead by an upright index finger, pointed directly at it. Bang! Before the blood spider ancestor could comprehend the situation, a whirlwind of energy erupted from Xu Taiping's fingertip, piercing through its leg defenses and delivering a heavy blow to its abdomen. Undoubtedly, this was the renowned technique known as one finger breaking the clouds from the Zhongwan ring. In an instant, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in the blood spider's body. In a mixture of fear and fury, the blood spider ancestor let out a furious roar and spewed forth a long spear formed from its web, hurling it towards Xu Taiping. Yet, with a mere snap of his fingers, an invisible wall of wind deflected the sharp web spear effortlessly. Unhindered, Xu Taiping's fist struck down with a resounding thud against the blood spider ancestor's head, causing its massive form to tilt backward. Without granting the blood spider ancestor a moment to recover, Xu Taiping unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow raining down like a torrent upon the creature. From a distance, the formidable bulk of the blood spider ancestor resembled a colossal drum, with Xu Taiping's fists acting as mallets, incessantly pounding away. The violent vibrations shaking the entire altar. Zhu Mo and Zhu Tianze watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom that even a being as powerful as the blood spider ancestor was reduced to mere target practice before this young man. Bang! In just a fleeting moment, Xu Taiping unleashed a total of 108 punches. As the final blow connected with the blood spider ancestor's head, a cascade of bloodlines erupted from within its body. This last punch, infused with 1,000 layers of strength, though only a fraction of its potential, was sufficient to injure the internal organs of the blood spider ancestor. I will fight you to the end. Realizing it was outmatched, the blood spider ancestor suddenly entered a frenzied state, its eyes glowing crimson as it bellowed. With ample experience from previous encounters with beastly foes, Xu Taiping recognized that the blood spider ancestor was preparing to burn its life force in a fit of rage. However, he would not allow it that chance. With a swift motion, he activated his wind shadow step, flashing above the blood spider ancestor once more. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful gust toward the raging creature. Boom! A howling blast of icy wind erupted from Xu Taiping's mouth, sending the blood spider ancestor reeling backward once again. In the blink of an eye, just as its body was engulfed in a surge of blood energy, the blood spider ancestor was encased in ice with a series of cracking sounds. This was the formidable power of Xu Taiping's current ice breath technique. His current ice breath technique has far surpassed his capabilities during his encounter with the tiger demon. Even without the use of energy-gathering pills, he can effortlessly execute it once or twice. More significantly, the freezing power of his technique now is immensely greater than before. The chilling force of his ice breath technique does not merely encase the surface, it freezes the very flesh and bones of his opponent, even sealing the demonic energy within their core. This is the most terrifying aspect of this arcane art. Sister Lingyue, how did I perform? Gazing at the spoils before him, Xu Taiping clapped his hands, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he silently inquired of the celestial Lingyue. Quite well indeed. The ice breath technique has finally taken on a respectable form, Lingyue chuckled in response. His task was to bring the blood demon spider to the brink of death and then encase it in ice using his ice breath technique, precisely as instructed by Lingyue. Had it not been for her admonition to exercise restraint, Xu Taiping would have already carried off the blood spider ancestor after his initial flurry of strikes. Ancestor. In Zhu Mo's eyes, the scene unfolding was so utterly astonishing and abrupt that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Release the ancestor, or I shall slay her. At that moment, the blood spider valley's young master, who had been lying low, unexpectedly appeared behind the 6th princess, brandishing a sword. Zhu Mo quickly regained his composure and commanded the surrounding blood demon spiders to interpose themselves between Xu Taiping and the sixth princess. One must admit, the father and son duo displayed a commendable synergy on this occasion. Taoist, do not let go. With you here, they dare not harm me. The sixth princess remained remarkably composed, confident that the two men would not dare to act against her in Xu Taiping's presence. Young Taoist, you were sent down from the mountain to protect her, correct? If I were to kill him, you would undoubtedly find it impossible to report back to the mountain. The young master of Blood Spider Valley spoke with a menacing expression as he pressed the sword against the sixth princess's back. Xu Taiping was taken aback by how well he understood matters concerning the mountain. What he did not realize was that the young master of Blood Spider Valley had once been a disciple of the mountain himself, only to be expelled after a few years in the outer sect. Hence, he still retained some knowledge of these affairs. Taoist, shall we strike a bargain? Observing Xu Taiping's silence, Zhu Wuyou suddenly felt emboldened. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and then glanced at the small monkey, Pinyin, who was napping atop the sixth princess's head. Pinyin, do not be lazy. Oh, Pinyin yawned, stretching and standing up on the sixth princess's head. He then turned slightly to face the Blood Spider Valley's young master. I am going to hit you now. Pinyin, ever polite, understood the importance of a proper greeting before engaging in battle. The young master of Blood Spider Valley was momentarily taken aback. However, at that moment, Pinyin sprang into action, leaping off the sixth princess's head and raising his tiny fist to strike at the young master. Initially stunned, the young master's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed the once palm-sized monkey transform into a colossal figure, wielding an enormous fist aimed directly at him. In a state of panic, the young master swiftly turned the blade of his sword, attempting to thrust it toward Pinyin. Before his sword could pierce, Pinyin's fist had already struck the top of his head. With a resounding thud, the Blood Spider Valley's young lord was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Zaire, Zhu Wuyou shouted in fury, commanding the two blood magic spiders beside him to attack the sixth princess and the little monkey. I shall kick you. Unfazed by the approaching Zhu Wuyou and the blood magic spiders, Xiao Pinyin, now nearly a yard tall, simply turned and swept his leg forward. With a loud bang, he shattered the two blood magic spiders with a single kick. Chapter 28, Blood Spider Valley. The sword sheath of Jian Kuei, Su Chan. Upon witnessing this scene, the Valley Lord Zhu Wuyou no longer dared to entertain any illusions and turned to flee. However, at that moment, the little monkey leaped up to block his path. I'm going to smash you, Xiao Pinyin shouted in his somewhat childish voice, raising his fist. With a single punch, Zhu Wuyou did not even have time to scream before he was obliterated into a mass of flesh. This spectacle astonished not only the sixth princess, but also Xu Taiping. Although he was aware that the little monkey had cultivated the ape demon technique under Ling Yue's guidance, he had not anticipated that its physical prowess had reached such formidable heights. Heave-ho! After accomplishing all this, Pinyin transformed back into his little snow monkey form. He appeared dazed, as if still waking from slumber, and began to climb up the long legs of the sixth princess until he reached her chest. Then, tilting his head, he sleepily inquired, Sister, it's very soft here. May I rest for a while? The sixth princess, taken aback that the little monkey could speak human language, was filled with astonishment. Could this monkey be the legendary spirit pet? With this thought, her heart leaped with joy, and she embraced the little monkey tightly, nodding vigorously, of course. In her view, forming a good relationship with such a powerful spirit pet would ensure their safety throughout the journey. Did you teach Pinyin some nonsensical things? In the distance, Xu Taiping, while retrieving the blood spider ancestor with his green gourd, transmitted a message to Bai Yu. Xu Taiping, do not slander me. I have not taught this little one anything. It has learned all on its own. Bai Yu immediately retorted, followed by an envious remark. Xu Taiping, quickly release me as well to protect the princess. It is our duty. Nonsense duty. You are just lusting after her body. As soon as Bai Yu's words left his mouth, he was met with a flurry of punches and kicks from the spirit of Ling Yue within the gourd. Ouch! Ouch! Sister, spare me. I won't dare again. Xu Taiping, save me. Inside the gourd, Ling Yue was the strongest, and Bai Yu was utterly powerless against her. Naturally, Xu Taiping had no intention of releasing Bai Yu. The murky spiritual energy of the mundane world greatly affects spirit beasts with insufficient cultivation, and the little monkey's current dazed state was the best evidence of this. Ignoring the commotion within the gourd, he lifted the green gourd in his hand and recited a spell to capture the ice-encased blood spider ancestor within. The subsequent handling of the blood demon spider is a matter for the esteemed spirit moon fairy. He then approached the remains of Xu Tianzi and his son, retrieving a square box forged from dark iron from their disfigured corpses. "Your Highness, is this item yours?" Xu Taiping inquired, shaking off the bloodstains from the box with his vital energy before presenting it to the sixth princess. "Indeed, this is the item I lost," the sixth princess exclaimed, her delight palpable upon seeing the box. However, with the little monkey nestled in her arms, she hesitated, unsure of how to accept it. "Come, let us return to rest." Xu Taiping gently took the monkey from her embrace and stowed it back into the green gourd. Upon reclaiming her pet, a look of disappointment washed over the sixth princess's face. "Thank you, Taoist." After a brief moment of surprise, she regained her composure, graciously accepting the box while offering a slight bow of gratitude to Xu Taiping. Her demeanor was remarkably elegant, strikingly out of place amidst the surrounding carnage. "Your Highness, with this matter concluded, shall we proceed to the Vulture Emperor's palace?" Xu Taiping inquired. According to the letter from his sect, the sixth princess's journey was to meet with the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom and deliver a peace letter from the Emperor of the White Tree Kingdom. "Please wait a moment, Taoist." The sixth princess did not respond directly, but swiftly opened the dark iron box. Upon discovering the two intact pouches, one yellow and one purple, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "As I prepared to journey to the Vulture Kingdom, my mother entrusted me with 3 pouches. The first contains the jade bracelet intended for you, and the yellow pouch is to be opened upon your presence." As she explained, she clutched the yellow pouch. "Your Highness, my sole task is to escort you safely to the Vulture Emperor's palace and then return you securely to the White Tree Kingdom." Xu Taiping remained reluctant to engage in any unnecessary troubles. If the sixth princess had no objections, he could even accompany her directly to the Vulture Emperor's palace. "Taoist, do not be hasty in your refusal. Let us first open this pouch." The sixth princess bestowed a courteous smile upon Xu Taiping. "Very well," he nodded, taking the iron box from her hands to allow her to unfasten the pouch. "Thank you, Taoist." She expressed her gratitude once more, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor as she unwrapped the yellow pouch. Xu Taiping then observed as she extracted a note and a bronze ring from within. After glancing at the note, her face brightened, and she exclaimed softly, "Indeed, my mother has already devised a strategy." Xu Taiping remained silent, standing quietly by her side. "Taoist, may I request your assistance in eliminating a person?" The sixth princess suddenly looked at Xu Taiping with excitement after calming her emotions. "No," Xu Taiping replied without hesitation, firmly declining her request. "Do not be so quick to refuse." The sixth princess seemed to have anticipated Xu Taiping's refusal. As she spoke, she raised her hand to present the bronze ring before him, continuing, "If the Taoist agrees, I can bestow upon you one treasure contained within this ring." However, the aura emanating from the ring bears an ominous presence of a sword cultivator, Xu Taiping thought, ready to decline once more, but was interrupted by the voice of the immortal Lingyue echoing in his mind. "Ominous. This is the first time I've heard her use such a word to describe an object," he mused. "For now, it remains merely a conjecture. You might consider testing the sixth princess." Xu Taiping acknowledged her suggestion inwardly. An object that could render Lingyue so cautious certainly warranted careful consideration. "I shall first ascertain the value of your treasure," he replied, turning his gaze back to the sixth princess. Upon hearing this, the trepidation on the sixth princess's face transformed into elation as a relieved smile broke forth. She genuinely feared Xu Taiping would refuse, as she believed that only this young Taoist could vanquish the individual mentioned in her mother's note. "You will undoubtedly appreciate this treasure, Taoist," she declared joyfully, lifting her hands. Before Xu Taiping's eyes, a silver sword sheath, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, materialized in her grasp. "Do you know the origin of this sword sheath, Taoist?" the sixth princess inquired with a smile. Although Xu Taiping sensed the extraordinary spiritual energy and murderous intent emanating from the sheath, he remained unconvinced of its significance, considering it unlikely to persuade him. "What is its origin?" he eventually asked after a moment of contemplation. "This sheath once belonged to the great sword immortal, Su Chan, the sword champion of the 9 prefectures, and by chance, it was acquired by the royal family of my White Tree Kingdom. As a disciple of the Qingxian sect, you must have heard of the renowned sword immortal Su Chan," the sixth princess said, suppressing the turmoil within her. Xu Taiping had indeed heard of Su Chan. Not only he, but all disciples of the Qingxian sect, both those from the mountain and those below, had at least some knowledge of her deeds, as she was the sole disciple to have claimed the title of sword champion of the 9 prefectures. However, beyond that, Xu Taiping knew little of Xu Chan herself. Regarding Xu Chan's cultivation, Xu Taiping could not ascertain, but he recognized that the sheath was certainly no ordinary object. He even sensed a hint of antiquity from it. If utilized as nourishment alongside the ice crystal moon spirit stone, it might yield a remarkable spirit weapon, perhaps even a celestial one. The voice of the immortal Lingwei resonated once more in his mind. The praise from Lingwei stirred Xu Taiping's interest. Daoist Taiping, though this is merely a sheath. My mother has said it conceals the secrets of Xu Chan's swordsmanship, and the one who possesses it shall inherit Xu Chan's legacy, the 6th princess added, seemingly anxious that Xu Taiping might not be swayed. If a common cultivator were to hear of the existence of the Xu Chan sword technique within the scabbard, they would undoubtedly be tempted. However, for Xu Taiping, the allure of the Xu Chan sword technique pales in comparison to the scabbard itself. This is merely an ordinary scabbard, devoid of secrets. Yet one must consider that with Taiping's current cultivation and strength, acquiring a spiritual weapon of such caliber, even if it is just a scabbard, is an exceedingly rare opportunity. At that moment, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, even without her prompting, he had already reached a conclusion in his heart. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to confirm with the princess whom she intended to kill and the reasons behind it. Your Highness, let us first return to the Mandala Manor. Once we arrive, please inform me of the identity of your target and your rationale for this act, so that I may determine whether I can assist you in this endeavor, Xu Taiping remarked as he moved to fetch the horse. The allure of the Xu Chan scabbard was indeed compelling, but it had not yet driven him to the brink of irrationality. Furthermore, he could not justify the slaughter of innocents for the sake of a mere scabbard. Rest assured, Taoist, I would never compel you to commit such an unjust act. This individual is undoubtedly deserving of their fate. The 6th princess's anxious demeanor relaxed at these words, and she assured Xu Taiping with a radiant smile as she lifted her skirt and hurried ahead. A short while later, the two rode swiftly out of the Blood Spider Valley. Behind them, a group of villagers, liberated from the valley, knelt in gratitude upon the ground. In the distance, a fierce blaze engulfed the Blood Spider Valley. It is unlikely that anyone could have anticipated that one of the 3 great demon layers of the Vulture Kingdom, the Blood Spider Valley, would be so thoroughly consumed by fire. That night, in the Qing Luo Valley at the Mandala Manor, Xu Taiping sat across from the 6th princess in the same small building as before. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the princess set down her teacup, her expression turning grave as she began to recount her tale to Xu Taiping. The person I wish for you to eliminate is named Fan Qi. Once the mightiest general of the White Tree Kingdom, he later betrayed us for his own selfish desires and defected to the Vulture Kingdom. It was he who led to the slaughter of 9 cities in our realm, leaving our people drowning in a sea of corpses. This battle, pivotal to our nation's fate, severely weakened the White Tree Kingdom, causing us to lose more than half our territory and relegating us to a mere corner of the southern skies. Now facing the peril of annihilation. After joining the Vulture Kingdom, Fan Qi, to prove his loyalty, surrendered his military power to the emperor and retreated to a peaceful life, establishing the Rage Fist Manor in Huangmei Town, a mere 800 miles from the Mandala Manor. There, he dedicated himself to the study of martial arts, setting up a life-and-death arena within the manor. On the 7th day of each month, he personally presides over the arena, accepting challenges from martial artists from all directions. Yet, since the arena's inception a decade ago, Fan Qi has never suffered a single defeat. Countless warriors have perished at his hands, earning him the notorious title of the Butcher of the Jianghu. In recent years, countless valiant souls from the Kingdom of White Tree have ventured forth to challenge Fan Qi at the death arena, driven by a desire to avenge the grievances of the past. Alas, none have returned alive from that perilous battleground. It is understandable. Fan Qi, once the foremost martial artist of the Kingdom of White Tree, has since achieved mastery in martial arts and now stands invincible on that arena. The only individuals capable of defeating him are the cultivators from your mountain. At this juncture, the 6th princess fixed her beautifully captivating gaze upon Xu Taiping. Is the possibility of slaying him connected to your highness's quest? Despite the 6th princess's compelling and passionate narration, Xu Taiping, with his well-defined objectives, remained steadfastly aware of the primary purpose of his journey. He could assist the sixth princess in her endeavor to eliminate an adversary. Yet the justification for such an act must be intertwined with her mission. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to explain his actions to the Nine Courts Celestial Law Office and their esteemed Seven Laws Hall of Qingxian. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed the sixth princess's countenance. Among the princes and princesses of the Kingdom of White Tree, she took great pride in her eloquence and rhetorical skills, so witnessing Xu Taiping's indifference to her account inevitably stirred feelings of frustration within her. Your inquiry, Taoist, serves as the second reason for my desire to eliminate Fan Qi. However, the sixth princess quickly regained her composure. She smiled gently at Xu Taiping before continuing. The ability to vanquish Fan Qi is one of the conditions for my audience with the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. Are we not directly heading to the Vulture Kingdom's palace? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. This detail had not been mentioned in the correspondence from Qingxian sect, which merely instructed him to escort the sixth princess to meet the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. During the initial peace talks, the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom had imposed 3 exceedingly harsh conditions. The sixth princess sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she elaborated. Firstly, the envoy for the peace talks must be selected from among several princes and princesses, without the company of other ministers, and can only bring 300 guards. Secondly, the journey to the Vulture Kingdom must pass through specific cities he has designated. Lastly, one must conquer Fan Qi at the death arena in order to present his severed head before entering the imperial city. This was clearly a ploy to send your highness to certain doom. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow as he suddenly grasped the implication of Elder Yun Ye's parting words. Indeed, merely reaching this point had already resulted in significant casualties among the guards assigned to escort him. Had he not encountered you, Taoist, it is likely that we would all have perished in the Mandala Villa. The sixth princess's expression turned somber. Knowing all this, why proceed? Xu Taiping asked, puzzled. The Vulture Kingdom has stationed hundreds of thousands of troops at the borders of the Kingdom of White Tree. Regardless of how severe the conditions may be, we have no choice but to comply. As long as I am alive, the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom cannot afford to break his word in front of the world and launch an invasion against the Kingdom of White Tree. Thus, I can at least secure a year of respite for the common folk of White Tree. The sixth princess replied with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping gained a clearer understanding of the situation and began to formulate his own judgments. However, he did not hastily agree to the sixth princess, but instead posed a question to her. Your Highness, are you aware that according to the regulations of the Nine Courts Immortal Law Division, we cultivators on the mountain are forbidden from interfering in the affairs of the world below? Xu Taiping gazed steadily at the sixth princess. Is there truly such a rule in the Nine Courts Immortal Law Division? The sixth princess appeared bewildered, somewhat at a loss. Although she belonged to the royal family, she was not the heir apparent and thus was unaware of these regulations that constrained the cultivators on the mountain. In fact, she had only learned about matters concerning the mountain during her journey. Then, Taoist, what should we do? As the last glimmer of hope seemed to fade, the sixth princess could no longer concern herself with decorum. She leaned forward, her hands braced against the table, anxiously questioning Xu Taiping. Do not fret. Xu Taiping replied with a shake of his head. I possess a method to circumvent this regulation, but even with this approach, I may not necessarily triumph over Fan Qi in the life and death arena, so your highness must be mentally prepared. What method? The sixth princess remained visibly anxious. By engaging Fan Qi purely through martial skills, without utilizing any cultivator techniques, the Immortal Law Division will not intervene. As he spoke, Xu Taiping rose to his feet. No cultivator techniques? Upon hearing this, the sixth princess was momentarily taken aback, then stood up in haste, shaking her head fervently. Taoist, this is unfeasible. My mother has said that Fan Qi is a born warrior, unmatched in martial arts. You would perish on the arena. We should deliberate further and consider other options. Regardless of the perspective, she was unwilling to witness Xu Taiping meet an untimely demise. Your Highness, if possible, please compile a dossier regarding Fan Qi's background and the martial skills he practices, and have it delivered to my residence in 2 hours. Xu Taiping had made his decision and would not waver. After speaking, he did not provide further explanation to the sixth princess, but walked directly towards the residence he had chosen. It was not that he intentionally disregarded or belittled the sixth princess. Rather, it was time for his daily meditation and training, which he could not afford to delay. As for the possibility of dying in the arena, he was not foolish enough to face defeat head-on. If he truly could not win, he would certainly resort to using techniques to withdraw, and the most he would face for violating the Immortal Law Division's regulations would be a few years of confinement. 2 hours later, Xu Taiping, having circulated the Danxia Classic for 3 complete cycles, exhaled deeply. After consuming a cup and a half of Dragon Gall liquor, he felt as though he had just emerged from a downpour, his entire body damp. He circulated some vital energy, expelling all the sweat with a powerful force. A cup and a half of Dragon Gall liquor, 2 hours, 3 cycles, and under such worldly conditions, with your current training speed, you should be able to barely catch up with the Xinling Bone, evaluated Lingua Fairy regarding Xu Taiping's progress today. The spiritual energy of the mortal realm is excessively tainted, necessitating more time for refinement. Xu Taiping nodded inwardly. Moreover, I have a peculiar sensation that my body has grown significantly heavier, as if something is weighing down upon me. He stretched his limbs while sharing his experiences of cultivating in this mortal realm with Lingua Fairy. The weight of turbid energy surpasses that of ethereal energy, a fact that the celestial maiden Lingua is undoubtedly aware of. It is said that in certain chaotic realms filled solely with turbid energy, ordinary mortals may find their bodies crushed upon entry. Suddenly, a thought struck Lingua. Should she attempt the Emperor's body tempering method in advance? Her gaze turned to Xu Taiping with a glimmer of excitement. Wait, Sister Lingua, did you not mention we would practice this upon returning to the 7th peak? Xu Taiping inquired, taken aback. This body tempering technique, known as the Emperor Yan's furnace method, comprises 3 chapters: the hammering bones, the pressing apertures, and the supporting heaven. Your breathing technique, which resembles the hammering bones chapter, is essential to this process. What I am about to share pertains to the pressing apertures chapter, Lingua elucidated. Is the pressing apertures chapter related to turbid energy? Xu Taiping asked with curiosity. Lingua smiled and nodded, continuing. Within the pressing apertures chapter lies a section titled Turbid Energy, pressing the 7 apertures. This method allows cultivators to safely guide turbid energy into specific apertures, utilizing its weight to apply pressure. An aperture filled with turbid energy can bear a weight equivalent to 3,000 pounds, far surpassing the effects of your current method. Moreover, the weight produced by the turbid energy is imperceptible to others. Should you wish to release its pressure, you need only to open the aperture and expel the energy. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes brightened. The effectiveness of the ship-pressing iron had plateaued, and without finding a superior material, further use of this method would yield minimal results. Sister Lingua, I wish to attempt this now, he said eagerly. I am aware of your resilience and capacity to endure pain. Yet I must advise you, do not be greedy at this stage. Gradually introduce turbid energy into the apertures. Otherwise, this method may prove detrimental rather than beneficial, Lingua cautioned. Nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Under Lingua's guidance, he began to extract the turbid energy from the surrounding spiritual essence, incrementally infusing it into the designated aperture of the pressing apertures chapter. As the influx of turbid energy approached the equivalent weight of 1,000 pounds, Xu Taiping's aura surged violently, instinctively seeking to dissipate the formidable force with his own spiritual power. Yet, the bed beneath him remained unyielding. It is noteworthy that during his time in Qingzhou residence, Xu Taiping had replaced his bed with a stone one after donning the ship-pressing iron, lest he be crushed each night. With a sudden strike, Xu Taiping attempted to deliver a punch, only to find his speed significantly diminished. In this world, the methods of physical refinement are fundamentally similar. They involve the continuous escalation of the weight and impact that your corporeal form can endure, pushing beyond the limits to eventually bear even greater burdens. As she observed Xu Taiping throwing punches, Fairy Lingua elucidated, with the pressure point technique at your disposal. Why then is there a need for the bone hammering technique? Xu Taiping, somewhat perplexed, turned to Fairy Lingua, believing that the pressure point technique alone sufficed for physical training. The pressure point technique primarily allows your spirit to perceive the ultimate limits of your body's endurance, whereas the bone hammering technique is designed to enable your body to truly master these limits, refining each bone to be more resilient than tempered steel, Fairy Lingua explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's confusion began to dissipate. Furthermore, another benefit of the pressure point technique is that it fortifies your meridians. If you were to practice swordsmanship in the future, this would prove immensely advantageous, for For the true essence of a sword cultivator is often quite formidable, she added. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at his door. A woman's voice called out, Taoist Taiping. We have prepared the dossier regarding Fan Qi. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping approached and opened the door. Thank you, Your Highness, he said as he accepted the document from the sixth princess's hands. Do you truly feel confident, Taoist? The sixth princess inquired, a hint of concern in her tone. Fear not. Even if I do not prevail, there is little he can do to me, for I am a cultivator, Xu Taiping replied sincerely, recognizing the genuine nature of her worry. Indeed, you are a cultivator, and one from the mountains at that, the sixth princess remarked, her anxiety slightly alleviated. But what of you, Your Highness? Should I fail against Fan Qi, will you still choose to remain in the kingdom of Vulture? Xu Taiping questioned. If he were to lose, he could only accompany her for a maximum of 3 months. Absolutely, the sixth princess declared without hesitation. As long as I remain in the kingdom of Vulture for another day, the people of my White Tree Kingdom will be safe for that duration, she smiled. And what of your own safety? Xu Taiping scrutinized the naive princess with seriousness. I possess the last pouch left to me by my mother. Should I find myself in dire straits, opening it will surely reveal the path forward, she asserted with unwavering confidence. Such faith you have in your mother. Xu Taiping expressed curiosity about the queen she mentioned. My mother is a descendant of the sage of war, well-versed in military strategy, and always anticipates every outcome. The sixth princess spoke of her mother with an admiring glint in her eyes. Then I implore you to instruct your subordinates. We shall depart for the Fist of Fury Mountain Manor at dawn, Xu Taiping suggested, nodding in agreement. Regardless of whether the sixth princess's mother was truly infallible, he would not interfere as long as she felt assured. Very well, Taoist, you should also take some rest, she concluded. The sixth princess inclined her body slightly towards Xu Taiping before turning away gracefully. Even in the evening, her every movement exuded elegance and poise. Is there truly such a thing as an infallible calculation in this world? Lingyue, standing beside Xu Taiping, gazed at the retreating figure of the sixth princess and sighed. I recall my grandfather often lamenting that the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Chance is preferable to calculation. Xu Taiping suddenly remembered his grandfather's frequent musings. Your grandfather was indeed a remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, Lingyue burst into laughter. The following day, while traversing the road, a sudden downpour hindered Xu Taiping and the sixth princess, forcing them to seek refuge in a dilapidated temple. At this moment, they were still 30 to 40 miles away from Huangmei town, where the Rage Fist Manor was situated. This rain is truly uncanny. At the temple entrance, a portly guard with a long scar across his face grumbled as he wrung out his wet clothes. Old Xian, why does this temple resemble a coffin so much? It doesn't even have a window. Another guard looked up at the temple's worn plaque, where the words Old Mountain Temple could faintly be discerned. Old Xian, little song. Hurry and come in once you've changed. We can start a fire and prepare a meal. At that moment, Captain Chao called out to the two. Yes. They replied in unison, quickly entering the temple. Captain Chao glanced around the entrance, ensuring no one was outside, and promptly shut the door. Bang! Just as the door closed, a man appeared as if from thin air, standing motionless at the entrance. Or perhaps he had always been there. This man, with a vacant expression, was completely naked and bore a long scar across his face. Remarkably, it was old Qian, who had been wringing out his clothes just moments before. Observing the weather outside the temple, despite the overcast sky, not a drop of rain could be seen. Within the dilapidated temple, the guards, including Captain Chao, seemed utterly oblivious to the strange occurrence. Some busied themselves with cooking, while others accounted for their supplies. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping sat alone before a row of mud Buddha statues, roasting a leg of lamb. Master Taiping, come sit with us. We have chefs from the palace accompanying us, and you can sample the culinary delights of our Baishu kingdom. General Chu approached Xu Taiping, extending an invitation. No, I am not accustomed to such fare. Xu Taiping glanced at the dishes across from him, frowned, and shook his head, then cut a piece of meat from the lamb leg. General Chu smiled awkwardly at this. Though somewhat displeased, feeling that Xu Taiping looked down upon the culinary offerings of Baishu kingdom, he chose to remain silent, attributing it to the peculiar nature of mountain cultivators. Please enjoy your meal, Master Dao. Should you require anything, do let us know, General Chu said with a courteous gesture before returning to the gathering of guards. Is it truly safe to consume such food? Xu Taiping gazed at the array of dishes presented before him, savoring the roasted leg of lamb he had prepared, while inwardly inquiring of the ethereal Lingwei. "Let us endure this for a few days," she responded with a smile. However, after partaking in this ghastly feast, their vitality would wane, rendering them susceptible to even the most ordinary of specters or ensnaring them in illusions. She added, "Such a thing as a ghost banquet truly exists." Xu Taiping mused silently, his gaze unwavering upon the peculiar items arrayed before the guards. Among the repulsive offerings were platters teeming with dead rats, living chicks, a grotesque mixture of crushed locusts and earth, and even a dish of maggots, which made Xu Taiping's stomach churn. Yet, neither the meticulous General Chu nor the prudent Captain Chao perceived anything amiss. They indulged heartily alongside the guards. "I can only apologize for this," Xu Taiping murmured with a twinge of guilt. Long before the sudden downpour, both he and Lingwei had sensed an ominous shift, but it was too late. Nearly everyone besides him had fallen victim to the illusion. The so-called rain was merely a sudden gust of ominous wind. The entity responsible for such a wind must possess considerable prowess. Although it posed no threat to cultivators like themselves, it could be fatal to ordinary folk. Once afflicted, attempting to break the spell would lead to mental disarray, rendering them like mindless children. The only means to dispel the enchantment would be to slay the formidable specter lurking behind the lesser apparitions. Lingwei cast a glance at the crude clay statues behind them. Despite their dilapidated appearance, each bore an unsettling grin. "It must be this way," Xu Taiping conceded silently. The malevolent wind had struck so unexpectedly. He had been trailing behind the princess's carriage, and by the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. The sixth princess had also succumbed to the spell, leaving them with no choice but to observe and await the emergence of the great specter. "Your Highness," at that moment, the sixth princess, clad in male attire, emerged from the temple's side chamber, accompanied by a devoted maid. "Could you provide me with a pair of chopsticks as well?" she inquired with a smile, approaching the group. "Your Highness, please take a seat." General Chu and Captain Chao hastily cleared a space, instructing the cook to fetch utensils. The sixth princess gracefully accepted a cushion from her maid and seated herself comfortably between Captain Chao and General Chu. Throughout her journey, she had often shared meals with her guards, and they had long since grown accustomed to her presence. Were it not for her empathy towards her subordinates, they would not have willingly risked so much to escort her from the kingdom of white trees to the kingdom of black vultures. "Your Highness, do try this exquisite fragrant jade hairpin. It is old Qian's specialty," Captain Chao suggested, pointing to a dish before her. "Yes, yes, yes, Your Highness. Do give it a taste." Others chimed in at this moment. Yet in the distance, Xu Taiping could not help but furrow his brow upon witnessing the scene. To him, the dish that Cao Qianhu had offered the sixth princess was not the luxurious delicacy known as fragrant jade hairpin, but rather a plate of crushed cockroaches. "I must certainly sample it more." The sixth princess joyfully took the chopsticks handed to her by her maid and cheerfully picked up a cockroach from the bowl, displaying remarkable skill with her chopsticks. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xu Taiping exchanged a glance with the celestial being Lingwei beside him. "If you cannot bear to watch, you may call her over. It matters little if one or two people abstain." Lingwei felt a pang of compassion. While it was one thing for a group of rugged men to indulge, the small princess, should she learn of this later, would likely carry the burden of this moment for a lifetime. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. "Your Highness." He stood and called out to the sixth princess, "Daozhong." Upon hearing Xu Taiping's voice, the sixth princess set down her chopsticks and turned to look at him. "Come, try my roasted leg of lamb." Xu Taiping smiled and waved to the sixth princess, who still held half a cockroach in her chopsticks. "As you personally invite me, I must certainly indulge," she replied, her face illuminated with delight. Naturally, she would not miss the opportunity to be close to a practitioner from the mountains. "Please wait a moment, Daozhong. I shall first taste this fragrant jade hairpin prepared by old Qian." To Xu Taiping's surprise, the sixth princess was still fixated on the cockroach in her hand, attempting to consume it once more as she spoke. Ahem, ahem, he quickly cleared his throat twice. "What is the matter, Daozhong?" Upon hearing his cough, the sixth princess turned her head towards him again, yet she still did not set down her chopsticks. "How much do you truly enjoy that fragrant jade hairpin?" Xu Taiping could not help but tease internally. This roasted leg of lamb is crafted from the yellow sheep of the mountains, prepared using ancient methods, resulting in a unique flavor. To avoid any confusion with other dishes, I kindly ask that your highness refrain from tasting anything else beforehand. Quick-witted. Xu Taiping immediately concocted an excuse. Lingwei silently gave a thumbs up to Xu Taiping's cleverness. Chapter 33. The Old Mountain Temple. Determined to see the villain through to the end, is that so? Then I must certainly taste it. The sixth princess responded with delight, seemingly eager to try. It is merely roasted leg of lamb. What else could it possibly taste like? Grumbled the chef, old Qian. Upon hearing this, Cao Qianhu and General Chu simultaneously shot a glare at old Qian, causing him to retract his head in an instant. Though both had fallen under the illusion, they had not forgotten Xu Taiping's identity. Even from a distance, Xu Taiping caught wind of old Qian's remark. Just like the myriad dishes before them, the honest and simple old Qian appeared to the others, yet to Xu Taiping he resembled a foul-smelling goat demon capable of walking upright. Humph, daring to critique my roasted leg of lamb? Once I draw your master out, I shall be the first to deal with you. Xu Taiping made a mental note. As for whether the goat spirit would realize it had not been ensnared by the illusion, he held no concern. According to the words of the spirit of Lingwei, this goat spirit was merely a lowly enchantment, acting solely at the behest of its master. The recent mutterings were nothing more than instinctive mimicry of the old man Qian. Apologies for the interruption, Taoist Taiping. At that moment, the sixth princess gracefully approached, carrying her small cushion, and seated herself opposite Xu Taiping at the grill. Her hands cradling a plate, her face alight with anticipation. Your Highness, please indulge. Xu Taiping promptly sliced the tenderest portion from the leg of lamb and placed it onto the plate in her hands, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The goat spirit's murmurs had ignited an inexplicable desire to gauge the sixth princess's reaction. Thank you, Taoist. The sixth princess cheerfully picked up the chopsticks offered by her maid and prepared to taste the roasted meat. However, as she lifted the piece of lamb to her mouth, her brow furrowed momentarily, as if she had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Yet, upon noticing Xu Taiping's expectant gaze, she dismissed her qualms and swiftly stuffed the roasted lamb into her mouth. As the meat entered her mouth, Xu Taiping observed her expression contorting with discomfort, as though she had ingested something exceedingly unpalatable. Sister Lingwei, what is happening? Noticing the sixth princess's reaction, Xu Taiping felt a sense of unease and inquired within his heart to the spirit of Lingwei. It is likely that the creature has employed its illusion to muddle their taste perception, rendering the unpalatable delectable and the delectable unpalatable, Lingwei replied with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of disappointment, for it meant that the sixth princess would not be able to discern the true flavor of his roasted meat. Any chef would be disheartened to witness such a pained expression from a guest consuming their culinary creation. Yet, to his surprise, despite her evident distress, the sixth princess ultimately swallowed the entire leg of lamb. Taoist Taiping, this roasted lamb truly possesses a rather unique flavor. She managed to utter with a strained smile after swallowing. Witnessing this scene, the spirit of Lingwei silently commended. This young lady's temperament is quite commendable. She bears none of the airs of royalty. In truth, it was not only Lingwei who felt this way. Xu Taiping's fondness for the sixth princess had undeniably grown. Taoist Taiping, since I have already sampled your offering, I shall not disturb your meal further. I will go and try the exquisite fragrant hairpin crafted by old Qian. The sixth princess said with a smile and began to rise. Seeing that she remained fixated on the plate of roasted meat, Xu Taiping found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he decided to play the part of the villain. Your Highness, you took but a single bite and now wish to forego it. Do you find my roasted meat unpalatable? Xu Taiping feigned displeasure as he gazed at the sixth princess. The sixth princess was momentarily taken aback. The Taoist misunderstood. The roasted leg of lamb was succulent and delectable, truly a delightful dish. However, if that is the case, then I shall indulge in a few more pieces. Before the sixth princess could finish her sentence, Xu Taiping abruptly interrupted, slicing off a piece of meat from the leg of lamb and placing it onto the plate previously used by the sixth princess. The sixth princess's eyes were filled with a struggle. Your Highness. At that moment, General Chu and Captain Chao, seated opposite, rose as if to aid the sixth princess in her predicament. General Chu, Captain Chao, you two should continue to enjoy your wine with the soldiers. I happen to wish to discuss matters concerning the angry fist manner with Taoist Taiping. The sixth princess gestured for the two to sit back down. Understanding her intent, they reluctantly complied, choosing to respect her decision despite their hesitation. Taoist, I shall humbly accept your invitation. The sixth princess took the plate handed to her by Xu Taiping and sat back down. Resolutely, she picked up the piece of lamb with her chopsticks and swiftly brought it to her mouth, swallowing it in one swift motion. Upon swallowing, she let out a sigh of relief. This sight left Xu Taiping both amused and bewildered, casting doubts upon the flavor of his roast. Meanwhile, Captain Chow, indulging in rat meat and insects, occasionally glanced over, sharing sympathetic looks with the sixth princess. It was indeed a bizarre scene. Those feasting on cockroaches and worms expressing pity for someone savoring delicious roasted meat. How does it taste? Xu Taiping, determined to play the villain to the end, inquired before the sixth princess could voice any objections. The taste is exquisite. The sixth princess felt that this was the most insincere statement she had ever uttered in her life. Since it is indeed delicious, Your Highness, do partake more. There is plenty here. Xu Taiping smiled, cutting another piece for the sixth princess. Very well. The sixth princess was on the verge of tears. Chapter 34. In the old mountain temple, it is our turn to dine. However, what surprised Xu Taiping was that even after consuming an entire plate of lamb, the sixth princess did not exhibit any signs of distaste or displeasure. She even cheerfully began to share stories about the customs and traditions of her kingdom, Baishu. If it weren't for the fact that she was swallowing the meat whole, Xu Taiping might have doubted whether she had broken free from the ghostly illusion. Although he understood her indulgence stemmed from her need for his assistance, the absence of resentment in her eyes made the sixth princess truly endearing. It was no wonder her loyal guards remained steadfastly by her side. Seated beside Xu Taiping, the ethereal fairy Lingyue rested her chin on her hand, observing the sixth princess with a smile. She is quite different from the princess I had imagined. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. As he spoke, he poured a cup of diluted Longdan liquor, quietly drizzling it over the roasted meat before slicing a piece and presenting it to the now slightly tipsy sixth princess. Taoist, I truly cannot eat anymore. Though the sixth princess uttered these words, she accepted the piece, taking small bites. At this moment, her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, suggesting a hint of inebriation. The ghostly banquet nearby was drawing to a close. The vitality of those present had nearly dissipated, and the spirit lurking behind them was poised to emerge. The ethereal moon fairy cast a glance towards the group across from her. Among them, including General Chu and Captain Chow, although they continued to engage in laughter and conversation, their tones and gestures had softened considerably, losing the vigor they had previously exhibited. Furthermore, the temperature within the temple had noticeably dropped, causing many to shiver. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the temple. Who is it? Despite their weakened state, both General Chu and Captain Chow immediately became alert. Might you allow my grandson and me to seek refuge from the rain within your temple? Came the quavering voice of an old man from the outside. I shall see who it is. General Chu exchanged a glance with Captain Chow before swiftly making his way to the temple entrance. The sixth princess stood beside Xu Taiping, and they were not overly concerned about any unforeseen occurrences. Creaking, the temple door swung open. General Chu beheld an elderly man, drenched from the rain, accompanied by a young girl clad in a rain cape. Good sir, what brings you here at this late hour? General Chu inquired, his vigilance evident. Because it is only at night that we can venture out in search of food, replied the old man with a peculiar grin. Despite the strangeness of his smile and his response, General Chu failed to perceive any anomaly and merely turned to the sixth princess, saying, This grandfather and granddaughter wish to enter the temple to escape the rain. Let them in, and share some of your provisions with them. Though somewhat disoriented, the sixth princess nodded in acquiescence. In Xu Taiping's eyes, this was no ordinary grandfather and granddaughter. Rather, they were a huffing and puffing wild boar spirit and a pallid, otherworldly woman with golden eyes, who trailed behind her a bushy tail. So, it is a fox spirit. No wonder she excels in illusion, mused the moon fairy. Is she the manifestation of a fox's soul? Xu Taiping inquired of the moon fairy as he observed the boar spirit and fox spirit being welcomed inside by General Chu. Not necessarily. Some spiritual entities imbued with fox demon essence may also transform into such enchanting beings under the influence of malevolent energies in the mountains, she replied. At that moment, the boar spirit kicked the decrepit temple door, then stationed itself at the entrance, drooling as it eyed the occupants within, evidently guarding against any attempts to flee. Meanwhile, the fox spirit, under General Chu's guidance, approached the table where the guards were feasting. surveying her surroundings before finally fixing her gaze upon the sixth princess. At this juncture, the sixth princess, like Xu Taiping, had her aura concealed by the moon fairy, and combined with her slight intoxication, she bore no distinction from Captain Chao and the others who had consumed ghostly fare. Upon witnessing this scene, the pallid vixen could not help but reveal a chilling smile at the corners of her lips. With her grin, the goat spirit masquerading as the cook, along with the several statues of deities in the temple, likewise exhibited sinister smiles, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally eerie. Clap, clap, clap. After surveying her surroundings, the vixen disregarded General Chu's invitation, clapped her hands, and with an exquisitely piercing voice, coldly declared, "Children, it is time for us to dine." He 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 he. As her words fell, the spirits within the temple erupted into a cacophony of ghastly laughter. Upon hearing this sound, all those within the temple felt an overwhelming dizziness, an unbearable discomfort. At that moment, General Chu seemed to sense something amiss. His breath weak, he unsheathed his sword, and, rushing towards Princess Lu, shouted with all his might, "Your Highness, flee. Something is terribly wrong." Bang! However, before he could finish his warning, a heavy blow from the goat's spirit struck his head, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bang bang! Simultaneously, the previously seated clay statues atop the incense altar sprang to life, each delivering a kick that rendered the remaining conscious guards unconscious. "Leave that girl to me. These men are yours to enjoy," the woman remarked with a covered smile, then disregarded her spirit subordinates, making her way directly towards Princess Lu and Xu Taiping. "What a stunning beauty! Once I feast upon your heart and liver, and don your skin as my own, I shall surely captivate those scholars and wealthy young lords," she mused. The woman crouched down, lifting Princess Lu's chin with her hand. "Remember to apply plenty of makeup to mask that foul fox scent of yours." Just as the woman licked her lips, ready to bite into Princess Lu's neck, Xu Taiping, who had been feigning sleep with his chin propped up, lifted his head and cast a cold gaze upon her. Chapter 35. Old Mountain Temple. Who sent you? Swish. Upon hearing this, the vixen instinctively recoiled, flying backward. A foxtail sprouted from behind her. Such caution. Surely, she has engaged in such dealings before? Xu Taiping remarked while rising to his feet, simultaneously unleashing the suppressed energy that had been building within him. With a resounding explosion, his Danxia true energy surged forth, flooding the dilapidated temple like a tidal wave. Bang! In an instant, the spirits that had been preparing to attack the unconscious guards were all thrown to the ground. The goat spirit, unable to withstand the onslaught of true energy, burst apart, dissipating into a cloud of malevolent essence within the temple, leaving behind only a single horn that fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining spirits, though not as severely affected, struggled desperately against the encroaching Danxia true energy. Just as Brother Qing Xiao had mentioned before descending the mountain, in the presence of a true cultivator, these mountain spirits and demons were as fragile as paper, easily crushed. It turns out to be a mountain cultivator. The vixen gritted her teeth in regret. At this moment, a faint blue light enveloped its entire being, a protective aura that effectively shielded it from the surrounding Danxia true energy. It was evident that this fox spirit possessed a treasure capable of resisting such energies. Xu Taiping stepped forward, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword while the other unfurled, summoning a sphere of fire. Although merely a manifestation of true energy through the fire bullet technique, its intimidating presence was significantly more potent against enchanting creatures than ordinary spells. The fox spirit recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. "Who sent you to ambush us here?" Xu Taiping inquired, cradling the fiery orb. He found it implausible that the fox spirit had laid in wait precisely when they passed by this dilapidated temple. "No one sent me," the fox spirit gritted its teeth, responding defiantly. "I merely asked who commanded you, not whether anyone did," Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile. The fox spirit's expression darkened at his words, and with clenched teeth, it spat. "What does it matter if you are a cultivator from the mountains? They are already ensnared by my illusion, and I can strike them down at any moment." "At any moment? Does your curse require 10 breaths, 5, or perhaps 3? Xu Taiping said, simultaneously clenching his hand to extinguish the flame and then placing it upon the hilt of the spring tiger blade, transforming his Danxia true energy into fiery essence. With a resounding boom, the previously frigid Danxia energy transformed into an unbearable heat, eliciting screams from the myriad of enchanting beings within the temple. Even the fox spirit displayed an agonizing expression. Or are you faster than my blade? Xu Taiping declared, making a motion as if to draw his sword. His gaze unwavering as it bore down upon the fox spirit. An invisible pressure emanated from his eyes, crashing down upon it. I can tell you, but you must promise not to harm me, the fox spirit sighed, raising its hand in surrender. Its alluring gaze turned pitiful as it looked at Xu Taiping, an expression so gentle it could soften the hardest steel. Yet, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Xu Taiping swiftly drew his spring tiger blade, the scorching wave accompanying the blade's arc, cleaving towards the fox spirit. With a swift motion, the fox spirit was severed in two, and a surge of demonic energy erupted, transforming into a swirling mist that rushed towards the temple's entrance. Gather. Xu Taiping calmly uncorked the green gourd, raising it to direct the opening towards the escaping mist. With a whoosh, a powerful suction emanated from the gourd, drawing in the wispy remnants of the fox spirit's soul that had narrowly escaped through the crack of the door. This mist represented the remnants of the fox spirit's essence. Should it evade capture and find a vessel, it could quickly reincarnate. Long before they decided to lie in wait, Fairy Lingwei and Xu Taiping had devised a strategy. Though the gourd's ability to capture spirits was still weak, it was adequate for dealing with a mere wisp of essence from a feeble fox spirit. Fairy Lingwei, can you discern anything from the remnants of this fox spirit's soul? As Xu Taiping approached the lifeless form of the fox spirit, he mentally inquired of the Fairy Lingwei, unwilling to be covertly observed along this path. It seemed that the fairy was preoccupied, offering him only a brief response. Nodding in acknowledgement, he bent down to retrieve a bracelet adorned with fox teeth from the ground. Could it be that this fox spirit had transformed into this very bracelet? Xu Taiping murmured to himself. He recalled reading that many spirits in the wilderness were manifestations of certain enchanted objects, having absorbed the malevolent energies of the mountains. At that moment, the sixth princess rubbed her eyes and called out to Xu Taiping. With the fox spirit's demise, the illusion it had cast was dispelled, and although the sixth princess still bore traces of inebriation, her awareness was gradually returning. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled, as she observed Xu Taiping rummaging through the ground. Your Highness, take a look around, Xu Taiping replied, concealing the bracelet and rising to his feet. Look around? The sixth princess glanced about, and the last remnants of her intoxication vanished instantaneously. There's no dilapidated temple here. This is merely a chaotic graveyard overgrown with weeds. Taoist, where are we? Shouldn't we have been resting in that broken temple? She approached Xu Taiping anxiously. After surveying her surroundings again, she noticed a group of guards sprawled out on the ground, as well as several grotesque corpses of strange creatures among them. Have we encountered demons and fallen victim to their illusions? She suddenly realized. Indeed, do you remember that heavy rain? Xu Taiping nodded. Could it be that everything we've encountered since that downpour has merely been an illusion? The sixth princess shuddered at the thought of the preceding events. At that moment, General Chu and Captain Chao awakened, their expressions shifting to astonishment upon witnessing the scene around them and the corpses of the monstrous beings nearby. Your Highness, are you all right? General Chu called out to the sixth princess with urgency. I'm fine with the Taoist here, she replied, shaking her head in trepidation and unconsciously inching closer to Xu Taiping. Why is there a plate of dead mice here? One of the recovering guards remarked, spotting a dish on the ground. And a plate of cockroaches. Another exclaimed, ugh, and a plate of maggots. More bizarre dishes were discovered, causing General Chu and Captain Chao to exchange glances, a single phrase surfacing in their minds, ghost banquet. In an instant, their faces turned ashen. This can't be the ghost banquet spoken of in legends, set by spirits before claiming lives, can it? Could it be that we just consumed these things? Other guards began to realize the grim truth. Taoist, the sixth princess turned her gaze back to Xu Taiping, seeking confirmation. General Chu and Captain Chao, both wearing expressions of anxiety, turned their gazes towards Xu Taiping. Indeed, upon ascending the mountain, you fell victim to the illusion of a fox spirit. In order to dispel the enchantment surrounding you without causing harm, I had no choice but to lie in wait for the fox spirit to reveal itself. Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. And what of the fox spirit? Inquired the sixth princess urgently. It is dead. Had it not perished, your illusions would remain unbroken, Xu Taiping replied. Upon hearing this, the sixth princess visibly relaxed. Master, did we consume that ghostly feast? Captain Chao asked nervously, gesturing toward the remnants of food scattered on the ground. Initially, the The sixth princess had not noticed, but upon hearing Captain Chao's words, her face turned pale, nearly causing her to retch. Master, she stammered, casting a worried glance at Xu Taiping. Everyone except you and me partook, Xu Taiping stated matter-of-factly. This revelation incited a wave of nausea among the gathered crowd at the burial ground. As they heaved, memories of their earlier indulgence under the spell surged back, intensifying their retching. The sixth princess recalled her desire to sample the luxurious dish of fragrant hairpin, only to be drawn away by Xu Taiping to taste his roasted lamb. Thank you, master. The sixth princess expressed her gratitude, her heart racing with dread. It was my duty, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Master, what was that dish of fragrant hairpin made from? The sixth princess inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. That, Xu Taiping pointed to the half-plate of cockroaches remaining. Ugh. The sixth princess glanced at it and promptly retched. Suddenly, amidst the moonlit burial ground, applause echoed. A splendid strategy of lying in wait. A young man in white, bearing a long sword, emerged from the depths of the graveyard. Who are you? General Chu and Captain Chao, startled by the unexpected visitor, hastily wiped their mouths, instinctively gripping their weapons. I am Huang Ke, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect from Xinxia Mountain, the one who captures the mantis while the yellow warbler waits behind, the youth stated, disregarding General Chu and the others, and respectfully bowed to Xu Taiping. Xiaoyao sect? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xu Taiping's eyes, for in his recollection, the Xiaoyao sect was the second largest sect among the 9 houses, while his own Qingxian sect ranked only 7th. Xu Taiping of Qingxian sect. I greet my fellow disciple from Xiaoyao sect. Xu Taiping returned the gesture. The young man radiated an aura of purity, unmistakably a disciple of a cultivation sect. Oh, a fellow from Qingxian sect. I beg your pardon, Huang Ke replied with a faint smile. May I inquire, Huang Ke, what brings you to this place? Xu Taiping asked, his vigilance evident. Without concealing anything from my esteemed friend, aside from my identity as a disciple of the Tranquil sect, I also serve as an envoy of the 9 Prefecture Celestial Law Division, tasked with overseeing the conduct of disciples beyond the mountain. Yesterday, I detected your presence in the Blood Spider Valley and followed it here, replied the Yellow Sparrow with a smile. How might you substantiate this? Naturally, Xu Taiping would not take the Yellow Sparrow's words at face value. The Yellow Sparrow chuckled softly, then produced a tome from his sleeve, proclaiming aloud, Qingxian sect, Xu Taiping. Who might he be? As soon as the words left his lips, the tome began to flutter open on its own, finally coming to rest after a brief moment. Following that, he took out a brush and gently traced a line on the page. With a humming sound, a beam of golden light burst forth from the tome, transforming into golden characters that hovered above it. Upon closer inspection, Xu Taiping realized that the inscriptions chronicled his life within the Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping of the Qingxian sect, having once been a mere mortal, not only triumphed over numerous outer disciples during the 7-peak selection, but also defeated the foremost young disciple, Yixian, in the sword inquiry, thus becoming an official disciple of the 7th peak. The Yellow Sparrow read aloud the lines of text. The record of merits and faults from the Celestial Law Division? Xu Taiping inquired with some astonishment. Indeed, every envoy of the Celestial Law Division carries such a record, documenting the lives of most cultivators within the 9 prefectures. Now, I trust you have reason to believe me. The Yellow Sparrow smiled again at Xu Taiping. I beg your pardon. Xu Taiping first cupped his hands in respect, then asked, My friend Yellow Sparrow, what counsel do you bring by presenting yourself to me? During his convalescence, he had gleaned some information about the Celestial Law Division from his senior brother Qingxiao, learning that their envoys typically lurk in the shadows and seldom reveal themselves. Thus, the Yellow Sparrow's deliberate appearance must carry significant import. Xu Taiping, do you intend to visit the Fury Fist Manor? The Yellow Sparrow questioned with a smile. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. Is it to engage in the life and death duel for Her Highness, the 6th Princess of the White Tree Kingdom? The Yellow Sparrow further inquired. Yes, Xu Taiping nodded once more. Might I offer you a word of advice? The Yellow Sparrow asked again. Please, do share. Xu Taiping gazed at him calmly. The master of Fury Fist Manor, Fan Shi, has now attained the realm of Martial Grandmaster. Without resorting to your cultivation techniques, it would be impossible for you to triumph over him. However, should you employ your techniques against Fan Shi in the life and death duel, according to the rules of the Celestial Law Division, you would be promptly summoned back to Qingxian and prohibited from descending the mountain for 3 years. Therefore, I would counsel you to abandon your quest to Fury Fist Manor and forego this descent, the Yellow Sparrow advised earnestly. If I were to compete with Fan Shi in the life and death duel as a martial cultivator, would that contravene the regulations of the Celestial Law Division? Xu Taiping sought clarification from the Yellow Sparrow. It would not. The Yellow Sparrow shook his head, but then furrowed his brow, adding, however, you would perish at Fury Fist Manor. Xu Taiping remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. That will not happen. In the gaze of the perplexed Yellow Sparrow, he added, when faced with life and death, distinguishing between violating the regulations of the immortal law and losing one's life is a matter I can discern clearly. Chapter 37. The Angry Fist Manor. First encounter on the streets of Huangmei, my fellow cultivator. You are steadfast in your beliefs, yet not rigid. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Sparrow was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a hearty laugh. Could it be that this alluring fox spirit tonight is your handiwork, my dear friend? Xu Taiping, however, regarded the Yellow Sparrow with suspicion. The sparrow's identity as a member of the immortal law did little to ease his vigilance. What fox spirit? Is there truly a fox spirit here? My friend, you must be seeing things. The Yellow Sparrow chuckled, then respectfully clasped his hands towards Xu Taiping, saying, since you insist on proceeding, let us meet at the Angry Fist Manor. With that, he vanished into the shadows of the night. This individual is quite suspicious. Xu Taiping murmured to himself as he watched the Yellow Sparrow depart. A few days later, at the Misty Rain Pavilion by Mirror Lake in Huangmei Town, Taoist Taiping. Over there lies Fan Shi's Angry Fist Manor, remarked the sixth princess, pointing towards the manor shrouded in mist across the lake. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Their group had arrived in Huangmei Town several days prior, yet to avoid drawing attention, they only decided to explore the town today. The life and death arena at Angry Fist Manor is tomorrow. It would be wise for you to return and rest, Taoist. I shall have General Chu and Captain Chao keep an eye on the situation over there, the sixth princess said, noting Xu Taiping's somewhat pallid complexion. I am fine. Let us explore the streets a bit more, Xu Taiping replied with a smile, providing no further explanation. Just last night, he had filled the first acupoint with turbid energy, and with an additional 2,000 pounds of ballast iron, he was now bearing a total weight of 5,000 pounds, reaching the limits of what his bones and acupoints could endure. Yet, it was precisely in such circumstances that he could not remain indoors. He needed to move about, gradually acclimating himself to this extreme pressure, or he would struggle to persist. This was also why he refrained from returning to the inn. The sixth princess nodded without further inquiry. Over time, she had come to trust Xu Taiping immensely. The streets are quite chaotic. Please hold on to little Ping'an, Xu Taiping said, pulling the little monkey Ping'an from his sleeve and presenting it to the sixth princess. Given his current state, it was prudent to have the little monkey out. All right. The sixth princess's face brightened at the sight of little Ping'an, and she promptly gathered it into her arms. Little Ping'an, is there anything you wish to eat? I will buy it for you shortly. She gently stroked the soft little head of Ping'an. I want to drink wine, Ping'an replied, gazing up at the sixth princess with bleary eyes. After all these days, it had yet to adapt to the earthly spiritual energy and would become drowsy the moment it left the gourd. The only remedy was to let it drink dragon gallbladder wine. Wine? I shall procure it for you soon, the sixth princess responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly assented. Your Highness, I have some here. As Xu Taiping walked, he took out an ordinary wine gourd and handed it to the sixth princess. This gourd contained diluted dragon's gall liquor. Xu Taiping, I too wish to rest in the fragrant, soft embrace of the princess. I beg you, let me go? At that moment, Baiyu from the green gourd pleaded with an envious tone. You do not desire that, Xu Taiping replied while continuing on his way. I do. You do not. Before Xu Taiping could respond, Lingyue Fairy retorted to Baiyu. Indeed, I do not wish for it. Upon hearing Lingyue Fairy's voice, Baiyu immediately wilted. As they conversed, the two had also reached the street. Due to the presence of the Angry Fist clan, this once obscure little town had become extraordinarily lively. Especially on the eve of the monthly life and death tournament, the streets were bustling with crowds, sometimes making it impossible to traverse from one end to the other even after spending hours. However, today, due to the rain, there were considerably fewer pedestrians. Most tourists were sheltering in the taverns and tea houses, leaving only vendors selling goods under makeshift awnings and beggars soliciting along the street. Spotting these beggars, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the admonition of his senior brother from the mountain. Never mind. I shall wait until after the tournament to find a seemingly trustworthy beggar on the street to hand over the items. Xu Taiping dismissed the thought of giving the money pouch from his senior brother to a beggar on the street. Hee, brother, come chase me. Little sister, do not go into the street. It is raining. At that moment, 2 children of about 5 or 6 years old darted out from a pancake shop, playfully chasing each other down the street. Both of you come back. Shortly after, a woman covered in flour emerged, wielding a rolling pin, appearing to be the owner of the pancake shop and the children's mother. Although it was an entirely ordinary scene, the 6th princess besides Xu Taiping watched with great interest. If only my subjects in the kingdom of Baishu could live as peacefully as they do, she murmured, cradling Ping and in her arms. Xu Taiping did not speak, but his gaze toward the 2 children was equally gentle. Just as the 2 little ones were about to be caught by the adult, Xu Taiping and the 6th princess withdrew their attention. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from the end of the street. Xu Taiping immediately became alert and looked up, spotting a horse-drawn carriage with no driver racing towards them, causing the once spacious street to become congested as pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside. However, the 2 frolicking children seemed startled, frozen in the middle of the street, unable to move. Oh no, those 2 children are in danger. The 6th princess exclaimed anxiously. Pinyin, protect the princess. Xu Taiping instructed without turning back to the Ping and in the 6th princess's embrace. With a sudden burst of energy, the previously drowsy Ping and jumped onto the head of the 6th princess. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping had already taken a step forward, propelling himself with a thunderous force. In the bustling marketplace, unable to wield his magical arts, he could only push his physical prowess to the utmost limit. Boom. Ultimately, when the 3 horse-drawn carriages were merely a couple of yards away from the 2 small children, Xu Taiping finally reached them. However, at this distance, it was evidently too late for him to lift the 2 children and evade the impending danger. Thus, he was left with but one option: to collide with the carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping darted past the 2 children, aligning his shoulder with the thundering hooves of the 3 gallant steeds. Whoosh! Just at the moment when Xu Taiping was about to collide with the fierce horses, another figure surged forth from across the street, mirroring his intention to sacrifice himself to halt the horses. Bang! In the next instant, a tremendous crash echoed alongside the neighing of the steeds throughout the thoroughfare. Subsequently, the patrons within the taverns and tea houses lining the street caught sight of a bald, diminutive elder and a tall, slender youth, whose bodies had remarkably withstood the force of the 3 galloping horses, sending them and the carriage tumbling into the air. More crucially, as the horses were flung away, the 2 figures remained steadfast, seemingly anchored to the ground. The 2 small children behind them were completely unharmed. The street fell into a profound silence. It was not until the 2 children before the youth and the elder burst into tears that the onlookers snapped back to reality. The previously quiet street erupted into an uproar. Amidst the clamor, the youth and the elder exchanged glances, each displaying a look of astonishment. Moments ago, they had both sensed an extraordinary strength emanating from one another, far surpassing that of ordinary martial practitioners. Chapter 38, Life and Death Arena. Second brother's friend Huang K. Young lad, splendid skill. The elder, stooped and frail, clasped his hands in greeting to Xu Taiping. He stood no taller than 5 feet, with only a few wisps of sparse white hair adorning his head. Had it not been for the recent collision, Xu Taiping could hardly have imagined that such a frail figure could unleash such formidable strength. Respected elder, what a sturdy physique you possess. Xu Taiping returned the gesture with a slight bow. Oh, merely an old bone, the elder chuckled, waving his hand dismissively before approaching the 2 small children. Simultaneously, the voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. The vitality within this elder far exceeds that of an ordinary martial master. He subtly embodies the aura of an unparalleled martial artist. Regarding the ranks of martial practitioners, Xu Taiping had once heard the spirit moon fairy mention that they could generally be divided into martial soldiers, generals, masters, and sovereigns. The martial master corresponds to the martial sage, while the sovereign signifies the pinnacle of martial prowess. According to the spirit moon fairy, the vast majority of martial practitioners remain at the level of martial general, with only a select few extraordinarily gifted individuals able to transcend to the realms of martial sage and sovereign. Only upon reaching the sovereign level can a martial practitioner truly contend with cultivators on equal footing. In the realm where Xu Taiping and his companions resided, The suppression of martial cultivators was exceedingly formidable. A martial grandmaster was already a rarity, much like this elder before them. Xu Taiping's heart contemplated a name. Yet he hesitated to confirm it. The possibility existed, but if it were indeed that individual, it was implausible that no one on this street would recognize him. The fairy Lingwei responded, "Little one, do not cry, do not cry. Come here, Grandpa has candy for you." At that moment, the elder had already crouched before the two children and produced a handful of sweets to share with them. Xu Taiping noticed that to meet the children at eye level. The elder spoke while kneeling on one knee, indifferent to the fact that one leg was submerged in rainwater. Could it truly be that person? Xu Taiping felt a flicker of doubt. This elder, in no way, resembled the fiend who had slaughtered 9 cities and countless righteous souls of the Baishu nation. Master Taiping. At that moment, the 6th princess, cradling a small monkey, approached Xu Taiping, closely followed by General Chu and Captain Chao. Xu Taiping nodded to the 6th princess. He observed her reaction to the elder and, upon realizing that she too did not recognize him, silently mused. Perhaps this individual is also here to challenge Fan Qi. Young lad, would you care for a drink? The elder, after returning the 2 children to their mother, stood and turned to Xu Taiping. His face adorned with a warm smile, mimicking the gesture of drinking. Thank you for your kind offer, elder. But I must refrain from drinking today, as I am to challenge Master Fan at the life and death arena tomorrow. Xu Taiping deliberately revealed his schedule for the following day to the elder. However, he was somewhat taken aback when the elder, upon hearing this, displayed neither surprise nor anger, but rather profound concern and regret. Young lad, you are rather young to be engaging in the life and death arena, the elder gently advised Xu Taiping. After speaking, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, enough. Perhaps I am too old. May our paths cross again, young lad. With that, he turned and walked away towards the tavern across the street. Drunken immortal residents. I recall intelligence from the palace indicating that the scoundrel Fan Qi is particularly fond of their roast goose, the 6th princess murmured, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping frowned once more but quickly shook his head, saying, Let us depart, your highness. With such commotion, it is time for us to return. Indeed, we should return. The 6th princess nodded in agreement, vigilance etched upon her face as she observed the increasing throngs of people. Your highness, have you ever encountered Fan Qi? Xu Taiping inquired as they walked. Never, the 6th princess replied, shaking her head. I have seen his likeness, but only from his youth. Since arriving in the Wujiao kingdom, he seldom reveals his true visage, even at the life and death arena, where he always dons a mask, thus no recent likeness exists. She spoke with a hint of embarrassment. But what if the figure standing at the life and death arena is not him? Xu Taiping questioned. I once heard the Queen Mother say that as long as he stands on the arena of life and death, even without showing his face, no one would question his identity, for the overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounding him is unmistakable. The 6th princess spoke these words with palpable hatred. This aura of killing intent was forged by the lives of countless citizens of our White Tree Kingdom. She exclaimed bitterly. Her statement made Xu Taiping increasingly doubt his previous deductions, for he had not sensed any murderous intent from that elder. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. With this thought, Xu Taiping suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Upon returning to the inn, Taiping, my friend, I have finally found you. A familiar voice called out from behind him just as he was about to enter. Turning around, he saw it was none other than the carefree Huang, Quebec Huang Ke. You truly live up to your name, Xu Taiping remarked with a smile, feeling no animosity towards the man. Young master, please take the little monkey upstairs. He glanced at the 6th princess, who was disguised as a boy. The little monkey will be sleeping with you tonight, he added. All right. Upon hearing this, the 6th princess nodded eagerly, as if afraid Xu Taiping would change his mind. After nodding, she tightly embraced Ping Un and rushed towards the inn, inciting a wave of envy and jealousy from the white feather in the gourd. Taiping, have you not changed your mind? Huang Ke asked with a smile, observing him. Huang Ke, you seem rather idle. Could you perhaps refrain from watching me all day long? Xu Taiping inquired earnestly. He had long sensed Huang Ke following him, but had chosen not to expose it. However, even knowing the other harbored no ill will, he still felt somewhat uneasy. If I do not keep an eye on you, others will, Huang Ke grinned. Xu Taiping nodded in reluctant acknowledgement. It was indeed the truth. Rest assured, Huang Ke. Tomorrow I shall not act against the laws of the 9 mansions, he assured him sincerely. That is precisely what my second elder brother and I are most concerned about. Huang Ke replied lightly, though the content of his words startled Xu Taiping, who then exclaimed, Huang Ke, do you know my second elder brother? Huang Ke smiled and made a gesture for silence. In any case, preserving your life is of utmost importance. I shall say no more. Take care of yourself. With that, Huang Ke waved his hand and gracefully turned to leave. Chapter 39. The Arena of Life and Death. The wandering hero facing death. No wonder Huang Ke has repeatedly reminded me. It turns out he is acting on my second elder brother's behalf. Xu Taiping's lingering doubts about Huang Ke were finally resolved, and he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Thank you, second elder brother. Thank you, brother Huang Ke. He bowed to Huang Ke's retreating figure, silently expressing his gratitude to both men. Nevertheless, he still intended to challenge Fan Qi with his martial skills the following day, not only for Master Su Chan's sheath, but also to further hone his martial prowess, for such opportunities were exceedingly rare. With the watchful gaze of his good brother, the second master, he could not afford to disgrace the seventh peak and the second master on the morrow. Thus, he turned and returned to the inn, continuing his cultivation for the night. The following day, according to the time outside the mountains, it should be the 15th of May. Huangmei town, shrouded in persistent rain, remained undeterred in its enthusiasm for the life and death arena, just as it had been the day before. Fortunately, the Angry Fist Manor was spacious and welcoming, opening its grand doors to all who approached. Your Highness, I have just spotted Fan Zhong, murmured General Chu, his expression grave, as he spoke softly to the already seated sixth princess from the stands erected for the life and death contest. How did he come here? The sixth princess was taken aback. He knew that Your Highness must pass this trial, so he has been waiting here for many days, solely to fight on your behalf. General Chu replied with a hint of respect in his eyes. But he could never be a match for Fan Qi. To step into the ring would be akin to courting death. The sixth princess exclaimed, her agitation palpable. In her view, if the Taoist of Taiping did not have certainty, how could Fan Zhong possibly contend with Fan Qi? Moreover, Fan Zhong lacked the life-preserving measures of the Taoist. Once he took the stage, his demise was inevitable. Not only he, but Shi Yin, Wang Jinghao, He Yuan, and D.E. All the valiant heroes who have benefited from Your Highness's kindness to the kingdom of Baishu have come, solely to repay their gratitude, added Captain Chao. Gravely approaching the sixth princess, she fell silent, clutching the small monkey in her arms tightly. Your Highness, you are well aware of their natures. Once they have set their minds on something, it is beyond our power to dissuade them, nor can you. To them, dying for Your Highness is an act of great righteousness, Captain Chao added in a somber tone. I shall remember each of them, etching every contest into my memory. Never to forget, the sixth princess declared after a long pause, lifting her head and wiping away her tears, her gaze resolutely regaining its strength. In truth, there was another sentiment she longed to express. I shall forever remember the humiliation and discontent of this day. As a princess facing the calamity of her nation, her options were painfully limited. Beneath the stage of the life and death arena, having signed the death warrant, one would ascend the platform, either to survive or to be carried down lifeless. A youth brandished a contract before the crowd, drawing their attention. Those accustomed to witnessing the life and death contests knew this youth was none other than Fan Qi's grandson, Fan Yi. Those willing to ascend the stage today, come forth swiftly to sign the death warrant, Fan Yi continued. Excuse me, pardon me, do not obstruct the path. As Xu Taiping attempted to approach, he was brusquely shoved aside by a burly man. How bothersome. The man shot Xu Taiping a glare before cursing as he advanced towards Fan Yi, swiftly pressing down a handprint. Where did this fool come from? Step back, little one. This is no place for frivolity. Indeed, indeed. Your mother has called you home for dinner. Before Xu Taiping could take another step, several martial artists hurriedly approached and pushed him aside. Wasn't it said that there were few participants in the life and death arena each month? Xu Taiping gazed in confusion at those eagerly signing the life and death contracts. According to his prior understanding, the number of martial artists challenging Fan Qi in recent years should have diminished. Little Taoist. Once everyone had finalized their contracts, Fan Yi called out to Xu Taiping. I'm coming. Xu Taiping nodded and swiftly made his way over. Once you sign this contract, it will be either your life or the arena masters. Have you considered this thoroughly? Fan Yi did not immediately extend the pen to Xu Taiping, instead regarding him with a solemn expression. I have made up my mind. Xu Taiping directly took the pen from his hand. He swiftly inscribed his name and pressed his handprint before quietly returning to his position. Xu Taiping. Fan Yi glanced at the last contract and sighed, murmuring, "Why are there so many seeking death this month?" Not long after everyone had signed the contracts, a sudden uproar erupted from the spectator stands of the arena. Following the gaze of the crowd, Xu Taiping beheld a tall elder with flowing white hair, a menacing mask adorning his face, and clad in tattered leather armor, striding confidently onto the stage. Upon ascending, the elder spread his arms wide, exuding an indiscernible air of deadly intent as he proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Rage Fist Manor. As always, in the life and death arena, it is either your demise or mine. Whether you are an old enemy of mine or merely a martial artist seeking a breakthrough, you may step forth to challenge me. Should you prevail, not only shall my head belong to you, but all that is Rage Fist Manor shall be yours, even without overt displays." The palpable aura of murderous intent swept through the courtyard housing the life and death arena. This overwhelming presence, despite the elder's masked visage, left no doubt among the spectators regarding his identity. The dense and formidable aura of killing intent must have been forged in the crucible of blood and conflict. At such an age, Fan Shi had not succumbed to the corrosive effects of this malevolence, a testament to his formidable prowess. The spirit moon fairy within the gourd murmured something at this moment. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Beyond this revelation, he could also ascertain that the elder on the stage was markedly different from the individual he had encountered on the street, in both stature and demeanor. Of course, even if Fan Shi were indeed the elder, he would still exert every effort. The first challenger in this life and death arena is Fan Zhong. At that moment, Fan Yi announced the name of the inaugural challenger with a resonant voice. Chapter 40. The Arena of Life and Death. Do you still remember my grandfather? Upon hearing this name, the previously contemplative Fan Qi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. At that moment, a remarkably towering man leapt onto the stage with a thunderous crash. "Fan Qi, do you still remember my grandfather, Fan Sheng?" Fan Zhong bellowed as he ascended the platform. "How has your grandfather been?" Fan Qi turned to regard Fan Zhong. "My grandfather passed away 6 years ago. Before he died, he uttered but one sentence. Would you like to know what it was?" Fan Zhong smirked at Fan Qi. "What did he say?" Fan Qi asked coldly. "The descendants of the Fan family will one day bring your head to my grave, and for generations, they must never forget." Fan Zhong retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing this, Fan Qi let out a chilling laugh, as frigid as the winds from the northern realms. No wonder over the years, many from the Fan family have come seeking their demise. As he spoke, Fan Qi removed his mask, revealing a face that, while unremarkable, bore few signs of age apart from a few wrinkles and a mane of white hair. "Today, I shall send you to reunite with your grandfather." With that, Fan Qi assumed a fighting stance, his gaze icy and menacing as he fixated on Fan Zhong. "Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined." Fan Zhong retorted with a cold snort. Suddenly, a surge of inner strength erupted around him, and he advanced with a powerful kick, launching a fist towards Fan Qi. However, it seemed Fan Qi had anticipated Fan Zhong's trajectory. Just as the fist was about to strike his face, he deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a well-prepared punch that landed heavily in Fan Zhong's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Fan Zhong's towering form was propelled backward, the leather armor on his back splitting with a sharp sound. Yet, in that instant of being thrown back, Fan Zhong's inner strength erupted with a mighty force. In a mere heartbeat, his aura intensified dramatically. Then, his figure twisted in midair, and his powerful leg descended like a blade, aimed at Fan Qi. Thud. Although Fan Qi raised his arm to block at the last moment, the sheer force of Fan Zhong's kick sent him stumbling back several steps. The onslaught did not cease. Fan Zhong's aura once again exploded outward, and his speed and strength surged anew. Like a tempest, he struck again with a sweeping kick aimed at Fan Qi. Thud. Caught off guard, Fan Qi was struck hard in the abdomen, causing him to retreat once more. However, as Fan Zhong prepared to unleash a third kick, Fan Qi suddenly surged forward, delivering a forceful palm strike against Fan Zhong's leg. At the moment of impact, a massive shadow of energy coalesced around his hand, crashing down upon Fan Zhong's thigh. With a thunderous explosion of energy, Fan Zhong's leg was audibly shattered by Fan Qi's strike. With a single strike, the momentum that Fan Zhong had painstakingly built was effortlessly neutralized by Fan Qi. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, Fan Zhong utilized the force of the recoil to retreat to the edge of the arena. balancing himself on one foot while employing the other hand to channel his inner power, transforming it into a blade-like strike that severed his own broken leg. "Have you truly mastered the exploding acupoint technique?" Fan Shi inquired, not immediately pursuing Fan Zhong, but regarding him with a hint of admiration. "Did you ever imagine it?" Fan Zhong retorted with a sinister grin. As he spoke, he raised his hand and forcefully struck the area of his severed leg, sealing the acupoints above to staunch the relentless flow of blood. "Next, I shall explode my third acupoint. Are you prepared, old thief?" As he declared this, he aligned his index and middle fingers and bellowed, "Qingming." At that instant, the Qingming acupoint near his left eye erupted violently, shattering both the eye socket and the eyeball itself. Simultaneously, his aura surged once more. Boom. Balancing on one leg, Fan Zhong leapt into the air and hurled a punch toward Fan Shi. This time, Fan Shi did not block the attack. Instead, he countered with a sweeping palm strike, resulting in a flurry of palm and fist shadows dancing across the arena. No one anticipated that Fan Zhong could indeed contend with Fan Shi's might. The exploding acupoint technique, which enhances one's power through self-destructive means, often leads to dire consequences for its user. Just as Xu Taiping pondered the nature of Fan Zhong's power-enhancing technique, the Yellow Sparrow suddenly appeared at his side. Xu Taiping was not surprised by the Yellow Sparrow's presence. The two exchanged nods before the Yellow Sparrow spoke again. Once the Qingming acupoint explodes, it significantly amplifies the martial artist's vision in the other eye, allowing them to easily discern their opponent's moves. Otherwise, with Fan Zhong's current strength, he would be unable to withstand even 3 of Fan Shi's strikes. "Dear Yellow Sparrow, to what extent can this exploding acupoint technique enhance one's power?" Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. "Once all 7 vital acupoints have exploded, it can temporarily elevate one's power beyond that of a martial arts master, though the exact degree depends on individual talent. However, after all 7 acupoints are detonated, the practitioner will not survive for more than 10 breaths." The Yellow Sparrow sighed. Fan Zhong is wagering his life against Fan Shi. As he spoke, he stood firm beside Xu Taiping, his gaze returning to the arena. Boom. At that moment, Fan Zhong's palm blade struck mercilessly at Fan Shi's abdomen, forcing Fan Shi to stagger back several steps. Boom. Before Fan Shi could regain his footing, Fan Zhong propelled himself off the ground with his single leg, channeling his inner energy to ignite flames along his right palm blade, and sliced towards Fan Shi's neck with a swift, ferocious strike. This palm strike was executed with incredible speed and massive internal force, leaving the spectators in awe, certain that even if Fan Shi survived, he would undoubtedly be injured. Yet, at the critical moment, Fan Shi leaned back sharply, expertly evading Fan Zhong's lethal blow, and then launched his powerful thigh upward, delivering a crushing kick to Fan Zhong's abdomen. With a deafening crash, Fan Zhong's formidable body was sent soaring off the arena. Just as Fan Zhong was about to hit the ground, Fan Shi clenched his right fist with a decisive snap. He delivered a powerful punch towards Fan Zhong, who was plummeting from the sky. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, Fan Zhong's body erupted into a mist of blood, soaring outward like a straight line before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. This was Fan Shi's first strike. Yet, with this singular, seemingly simple blow, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the vast courtyard, akin to dark clouds looming overhead. From a distance, Fan Shi appeared as a deity of death, instilling a palpable sense of terror and oppression. Chapter 41. Life and Death Arena. I, Fan Zhong, have no regrets. Fan Shi had not only tempered his physical form into something akin to bronze and iron, but had also mastered the control of every sinew and bone within him. The fists and feet of ordinary martial artists could scarcely inflict harm upon him. He had merely been testing Fan Zhong, evidenced by the fact that he had not even unleashed his full strength. "The most terrifying aspect of Fan Shi," remarked Huang Ke, stroking his chin with a serious expression, "is that even while aware of Fan Zhong's inferiority, he remains utterly cautious, showing no hint of underestimating his opponent." As he spoke, Xu Taiping's gaze remained fixated on the arena, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail of the duel unfolding before him. Huang Ke cast a deep glance at Xu Taiping. Just then, a wave of astonishment rippled through the courtyard. Looking up, they beheld Fan Zhong, now with only one leg and his chest a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, propel himself upward with a mighty leap, once again ascending to the platform. He still wished to fight. Perhaps if he pleaded for mercy, the master would show him leniency. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The life and death arena would not conclude simply because one fell from the stage. Victory or defeat would be determined by survival. As long as Fan Zhong drew breath, he retained the right to challenge Fan Qi. However, it was evident that he had no intention of conceding. "I am profoundly disappointed in you," Fan Qi declared as he assumed a fighting stance, his gaze filled with disdain directed at the heaving chest of Fan Zhong across the platform. "You resort to self-destructive techniques like the exploding acupoint, yet your strikes remain utterly ineffective. How has the Fan family produced such useless offspring over the years?" He emphasized the word useless, allowing his voice to resonate like thunder above the arena. In response, Fan Zhong did not seethe with anger, but rather smiled. "Indeed, compared to you, we are all worthless. You are a rare talent in the Fan family, an object of admiration for countless disciples. Yet, what have you accomplished? This once-in-a-century genius? You betrayed the kingdom of White Tree, turned your back on the Fan family, and forsook the thousands who once hailed your victories within the city. Your hands are stained with the blood of the people of White Tree. You have condemned the disciples of the Fan family to decades of humiliation, leaving our revered elder unable to find peace in death." Each word resonated with fervor, his veins bulging, his voice a poignant lament. "I have grown weary of this rhetoric. Old man, if you have nothing new to offer, then prepare to strike." Fan Qi remained unfazed by Fan Zhong's words. Not only did he remain unmoved, but the murderous intent and fury emanating from him intensified. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, akin to the incessant rain that blanketed the sky, leaving one breathless. After his thunderous roar, Fan Zhong's expression returned to tranquility as he exhaled a deep, turbulent breath, then resolutely proclaimed, "Today, I, Fan Zhong, seek not victory, but to restore the honor of the Fan family's martial arts." No sooner had his words faded than 3 explosive bursts of crimson mist erupted around him. Following this, his inner strength surged at a visible pace, creating a spiraling vortex of energy that swept across the courtyard. Boom! As onlookers marveled at Fan Zhong's sudden amplification of power, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at Fan Qi's side. Balancing on one leg, he swiftly pivoted and unleashed a punch, simple yet devastating, known as the breaking the cauldron. Fan Qi did not shy away, countering with an identical punch. Bang! The fists collided. While Fan Qi staggered slightly, Fan Zhong's arm shattered completely. Yet, remarkably, Fan Zhong appeared oblivious to the pain and fatigue. As one arm crumbled, the other swiftly followed, delivering another blow. Boom! Once more, this unadorned yet formidable punch was thrown. And again, Fan Qi chose to engage. Bang! Another resounding clash resulted in Fan Zhong's remaining arm fracturing, while Fan Qi remained unscathed. Though the explosive technique had enhanced Fan Zhong's inner strength and speed, his mastery of the body and understanding of the martial arts paled in comparison to Fan Qi's. Nevertheless, even with but one leg remaining, Fan Zhong exhibited no signs of fear or retreat. Boom! In the instant his arm fractured, he leaped powerfully from the ground with his single leg, while the temple on his head erupted. Fan Zhong unleashed the final explosion of his explosive technique. In that moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, which he concentrated entirely on his remaining leg, bellowing, "Today, for the 6th princess and the people of Baishu Kingdom, I, Fan Zhong, shall have no regrets." As his words fell, he brought his leg crashing down towards Fan Qi's head. Boom! In response to this strike, Fan Qi met it with the same breaking the cauldron punch. However, at that moment, his robe billowed with a palpable intent to kill and fury, as if it were a tangible force, striking fiercely towards Fan Zhong. Bang! Another tremendous sound echoed as Fan Zhong's leg forced Fan Qi back a step, while Fan Zhong suffered the consequences of Fan Qi's punch, resulting in a shattered thigh and a punctured chest, propelling him from the platform like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground outside the arena. Yet this time, he did not rise again. The miracle of the weak overcoming the strong did not materialize. Chapter 42, Life and Death Arena. Willing to sacrifice for the 6th prince, silence enveloped the arena, both around the platform and in the stands. Although Fan Zhong's final desperate strike failed to injure Fan Qi, his unwavering courage in the face of death earned him the respect of the onlookers. In the stands, the 6th princess trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, unlike before, she displayed no signs of fragility. She wiped her tears away and fixed her gaze intently on the arena below. Down on the platform, even without the aid of the explosion technique, Fan Zhong's final kick exuded a hint of the aura of a martial arts master. Xu Taiping cast a respectful glance at Fan Zhong's lifeless form, acknowledging his worth. Indeed, Fan Zhong was far from the useless individual he claimed to be. On the contrary, he was one of the rare talents of the Fan family in recent years. It was unfortunate that in the presence of the monstrous Fan Qi, his talents paled in comparison. Huang Ke nodded. In this life-and-death arena, the second challenger was Qi Yan. Just then, Fan Yi stepped onto the stage and announced the name of the next challenger. Almost simultaneously, a young man clad in white, wielding a long spear, leaped gracefully onto the platform. Your surname is Qi and you wield a spear. Could you be the grandson of the old Qi Kai from the state of Wu? Fan Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a dispassionate glance at the young man. The youth smiled. I did not expect Fan Lao to remember my grandfather. He then unslung his spear from his back. It seems we have no grievances between us. Yet you come to challenge me, perhaps in pursuit of fame? Fan Qi responded with a cold smile, expressing his disdain for those who sought glory without regard for their own lives. Qi Yan was aware that he was no match for Fan Qi. However, years ago, he had narrowly escaped death in prison due to treachery while traveling in the state of white trees, thanks to the aid of the sixth princess. Upon hearing of the prince's plight, he felt compelled to intervene. As he spoke, he raised his spear, the amiability in his demeanor replaced by a fierce determination. Your grandfather was no match for me. Do you believe you are stronger than him? I am not as formidable as my grandfather. Then you are courting death. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the sixth prince. With those words, Qi Yan thrust his spear forward, its tip shimmering like a dragon as it roared toward Fan Qi. Like Fan Zhong before him, each strike from Qi Yan was delivered with all his might, disregarding his own life. Yet, Fan Qi remained an insurmountable ancient beast, despite Qi Yan's utmost efforts and the exquisite finesse of his strike. He could not withstand the casual might of Fan Qi's fist. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Qi Yan, once clad in white, was sent flying from the arena, now drenched in crimson. Thud! As he fell, the onlookers beheld his spear, shattered into two pieces, embedded in his chest. Taiping, did you witness that clearly? This is Fan Qi. This is the power of a martial arts master at the pinnacle. Do you still harbor confidence in your ability to surpass him? Huang Ke turned to gaze at Xu Taiping, who remained silent. His silence, however, was not due to the formidable strength of Fan Qi, but rather stemmed from the realization that both Fan Qi and Qi Yan were willing to risk their lives to challenge him. Motivated by the sixth prince's sacrifice for the nation of Baishu. In this life-and-death arena, the third challenger was Wang Zhenghao. At that moment, Fan Qi's grandson, Fan Yi, proclaimed the name of the third contestant. Here he comes. A seemingly carefree youth swaggered past Xu Taiping, carrying a large blade on his back. As Xu Taiping watched the young man stride confidently towards the arena, he hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. Brother, could you pause for a moment? What do you want? The young man turned, his expression one of impatience. May I ascend the stage first? Xu Taiping calmly inquired. Get lost. The youth shot Xu Taiping a disdainful glance and cursed vehemently. Without a second thought, he turned his back to Xu Taiping and waved dismissively, saying, I know who you are, and I know you're formidable, but don't underestimate me. With that, he strode towards the arena without looking back. It was futile. In Baishu, the spirit of the wanderers thrived, with these individuals taking pride in dying for their benefactor and seeing cowardice as disgraceful. Unless one were to kill them, it was impossible to drag them from the arena. Huang Ke chuckled, looking up at the arena. The carefree young man ascended the stage, brandishing his large blade before addressing Fan Qi with a grin. Old thief Fan Qi, the leader of the Blade Gang, has come to seek death. His voice echoed throughout the angry fist manor. Before long, Wang Zhenghao's not particularly tall frame was sent crashing out of the arena by Fan Qi with a resounding blow. As the servants of Angry Fist Manor carried his lifeless body past Xu Taiping, he noticed that despite the gaping hole in his chest, the expression on his face bore no trace of fear or trepidation, retaining that nonchalant demeanor. One must not underestimate these mortals. While we yearn for immortality in vain, they willingly embrace death for the sake of righteousness. It is no wonder the nine houses have been reluctant to loosen their grip on the mortal realm. Witnessing Wang Zhenghao's calm acceptance of death, Huang Ke could not help but express his admiration. Of course, Xu Taiping did not underestimate the mortals, for he was one of them. After diverting his gaze from Wang Zhenghao, he silently retreated to his original position, abandoning the thought of persuading these individuals, and began to earnestly observe each match between them and Fan Qi. He Yuantian came to die. Di came to seek death. Ran Yong came to seek death. In the wake of these declarations, the number of people standing beneath the arena dwindled while the corpses being carried away multiplied. Xu Taiping's expression gradually transformed from confusion to solemn respect. When the last wanderer's body was removed from his side, Xu Taiping did not wait for Fan Ye's voice to ring out. He stepped forward decisively towards the arena, murmuring softly, "Your good intentions shall not be in vain." Chapter 43, Life and Death Arena. Xu Taiping versus Fan Qi. How could he not perceive that this group of individuals, rushing forth to meet their demise, intended to expend whatever strength Fan Qi possessed on his behalf? Xu Taiping remained oblivious to the exact extent of Fan Qi's energy they had depleted, nor did he care. For within their actions, he discerned a far more significant impetus for their strikes. Drawing from the teachings he had absorbed from the esteemed Thang Jinjuan, he understood that the essence of the intention behind a strike, what one might call fist intent, was akin to sword intent, knife intent, and even the heart of Tao, all converging upon a singular path. What initially appeared to Xu Taiping as mere fleeting thoughts of fist intent began to crystallize into a clear form after witnessing the fierce contest between this group and Fan Qi. Both his aura and state of mind underwent a transformation. As a companion who had shared the same space with Xu Taiping for 3 years, the celestial maiden Lingyue immediately sensed this shift in his inner state, leaving her both astonished and elated. For cultivators, possessing an indomitable heart of Tao ensures that even if one's physical body were to shatter and spirit to wither, this heart could facilitate the reconstruction of one's golden form and the rebirth of one's essence. Such a realization made this arduous trial exceedingly worthwhile, Lingyue mused to herself. Not only Lingyue, but also Huang Ke, who had been observing Xu Taiping closely, felt the subtle changes in his aura. While he could not perceive the nuances of Xu Taiping's inner transformation, he could distinctly sense the intensified fluctuations in Xu Taiping's energy following this transformation. The aura emanating from this young man, already more resilient and substantial than that of ordinary folk, now bore an added sharpness. In just a few short days, such a metamorphosis had occurred. Was it possible that he had been stirred by the resolute spirit of these mortals willingly facing death? Huang Ke murmured in astonishment. The ninth challenger is Xu Taiping. At that moment, Fan Qi's grandson, Fan Yi, finally announced Xu Taiping's name. By now, Xu Taiping had firmly established himself in the arena, meticulously rolling up his sleeves. "Young man, have you come to die on behalf of the sixth prince?" Fan Qi, having bloodied his hands by slaying 8 opponents, appeared even more menacing, his towering figure enhancing the ferocity of his countenance. Yet, compared to the palpable aura of murderous intent and wrath that surrounded him, this ferocity seemed trivial. If Fan Qi had initially emerged as a roaring tiger, he now resembled a malevolent dragon perched upon a high mountain. "You are only half correct. Old man, I have indeed been entrusted by the sixth princess to come," Xu Taiping stated, assuming a combat stance after rolling up his sleeves. "But it is not to face death. Rather, I have come to claim your head." Xu Taiping's voice was remarkably calm. Yet this very calmness sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of those who heard it. "Ha ha ha." In response, Fan Qi erupted into a thunderous laugh. "The scent that envelopes you, if my senses are not deceived, must belong to the ascetics from the mountain. To speak candidly, I have slain more than one of those mountain dwellers in this arena of life and death. Their severed heads I have preserved in wine, prominently displayed in my study. You shall soon join their ranks." As Fan Qi uttered these words, he assumed the stances of the Fan family's martial arts. "I fear there is no vessel within your clan that could contain my head." Upon finishing this statement, Xu Taiping's mind delved into a tranquil state, as if time itself had momentarily halted, standing resolutely in his stance on the arena. Fan Qi mirrored his stillness, both of them immobile in their postures. Yet, even in their frozen positions, the onlookers surrounding the arena began to sense an ineffable pressure. This weighty atmosphere rendered their very breaths a challenge. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously from the overcast sky. At the instant the thunder resonated, the arena, forged from mysterious iron, trembled violently. In the next moment, the spectators beheld Xu Taiping and Fan Qi leaving behind fleeting silhouettes on the arena. When they reappeared, the two stood at the center of the arena, their fists colliding with a resounding crash. Their speed was so extraordinary that only a creature as astute as the yellow sparrow could barely discern their movements. Yet, the yellow sparrow's initial curiosity gradually transformed into astonishment, for it realized that Xu Taiping, without the use of vital energy or mystical arts, was solely relying on the Qinyo fist and sheer brute strength to subdue Fan Qi. With a thunderous sound, Fan Qi launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at Xu Taiping's head. In that critical moment, Xu Taiping evaded the oncoming blow with remarkable swiftness, ducking beneath Fan Qi's cannon-like strike, and countered with a devastating blow from the Qinyo fist that struck heavily against Fan Qi's chest. The tremendous force of the Qinyo fist propelled Fan Qi's body 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Yet, almost instantaneously, Fan Qi retaliated with a crushing descent, forcefully bringing his body back to the earth, then lunged forward with a fierce punch towards the advancing Xu Taiping. With the distance too close to maneuver, Xu Taiping could only raise his elbows to block, resulting in a reverberating impact that sent him staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Qi surged forward, his imposing figure crashing into Xu Taiping. He took 3 thunderous steps, then, gathering all his might, he thrust his shoulder against Xu Taiping's body. This long-prepared assault, combined with Fan Qi's towering stature and the strength reminiscent of a mighty beast, conveyed the sensation of a mountain collapsing. In the face of this onslaught, Xu Taiping neither dodged nor defended. Instead, he stomped his foot firmly on the ground. Then, he concentrated all his strength into his right fist, launching a Qinyo fist that thundered towards Fan Qi's formidable form. To the spectators, Xu Taiping's punch appeared as an act of futility against the immovable force that was Fan Qi. What left the crowd in utter shock was the resounding crash that echoed through the arena, as Xu Taiping's seemingly slender fist unleashed a power capable of cleaving mountains, forcefully propelling Fan Qi's body several feet into the air once more. This time, Xu Taiping afforded him no opportunity to touch the ground. With a thunderous roar, he swiftly advanced towards Fan Qi, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, alternating with remarkable precision. Indeed, this was the famed charging bull formation. Chapter 44, Life and Death Arena. Little one, it's your turn. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sound of his fists reverberated through the air. Fan Qi, faced with this tempestuous onslaught, found himself utterly unable to retaliate, resorting only to raising his elbows in a futile attempt to block. Yet, despite his body being as resilient as steel, he could not withstand the ferocious strikes of Xu Taiping, gradually being forced back across the arena. Bang! As Xu Taiping delivered his 107th blow with the azure bull fist, the previously arrogant expression on Fan Qi's face shifted abruptly to one of surprise. He realized that his own momentum had been shattered by Xu Taiping's relentless assault. Without the slightest hesitation, Fan Qi summoned 90% of his strength, roaring, armor-crumbling strike. Simultaneously, he lunged to the side, his arms flaring outward, unleashing a torrent of inner energy that erupted like a wall, forcefully pushing Xu Taiping away. In that fleeting moment of Xu Taiping being repelled, Fan Qi clenched his right fist with determination, launching a counterstrike at Xu Taiping's fist while bellowing, sinking vessel technique. The power of this punch was so immense that even the distant yellow sparrow could sense it. However, at that moment, the yellow sparrow's focus was not on Fan Qi, but solely on Xu Taiping. To everyone's astonishment, after being pushed back by the armor-crumbling strike, Xu Taiping's momentum did not dissipate. Instead, it surged even more violently. With a slight sway, he launched his fist once again towards Fan Qi. Observing the incoming punch, the yellow sparrow's expression turned grave, for within Xu Taiping's strike, he sensed the essence of ultimate mastery. Before he could contemplate further, Xu Taiping's fist collided with Fan Qi's. The azure bull fist's charging bull formation met the Fan family's sinking vessel technique. Bang! The clash of fists produced a deafening sound, sending shockwaves through the spectators, leaving many clutching their ears in distress. Those with considerable prowess, who remained fixated on the arena, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Boom! After a brief stalemate, Fan Qi's towering figure was sent hurtling off the stage by Xu Taiping's strike, akin to a cannonball. As he flew backwards, he smashed through several flagpoles before finally being halted by the sturdy courtyard wall, which cracked upon impact. This scene plunged the angry fist manor into a profound silence. A young man had sent Fan Qi flying out of the arena with a single punch. The common folk of Huangmei Town, along with the martial artists from surrounding counties, could scarcely fathom the unfolding events. Likewise, the Yellow Sparrow had never encountered such a scene. No wonder Qing Xiao held his disciple in such high regard. The vigor and tenacity exhibited were on par with Fan Qi. The Yellow Sparrow's eyes sparkled with intensity. Meanwhile, in the stands, upon witnessing this spectacle, the sixth princess sat in stunned silence for a prolonged moment before springing to her feet, embracing the little monkey, Pinyin, and joyously exclaiming several times in delight. As she continued to shout, tears streamed down her face. Today's life and death arena had been a culmination of her suppressed emotions. Familiar faces fell before her one after another, nearly shattering her composure. Had it not been for Xu Taiping's recent punch, she would have begun to doubt the significance of her relentless perseverance. Beside her, General Chu and Captain Chao struggled to contain their emotions, though their trembling bodies betrayed them. For them, Fan Qi on the stage represented the final mountain to conquer. Failing to surmount this challenge would render their efforts a mere jest. Returning to the arena, Xu Taiping, with an expressionless face, swung his fists a couple of times before retreating to one side of the stage, standing quietly as if awaiting something. Indeed, it wasn't long before the fallen Fan Qi suddenly sprang to his feet, crashing back onto the stage with a resounding thud. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Fan Qi bellowed from the platform before tearing off his leather armor with a swift motion, revealing his bulging muscles adorned with the legendary ship-pressing iron. It has been ages since I felt such a thrill in combat, he declared, tossing the ship-pressing iron to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the earth, awakening many to the realization that what Fan Qi bore was no ordinary iron, but the fabled ship-pressing iron. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Hey, little fellow, it's your turn. Fan Qi gestured towards Xu Taiping, evidently recognizing that Xu too was bound with ship-pressing iron. For top-tier martial artists, this was not an extraordinary occurrence. Contemplating for a moment, Xu Taiping removed his garments to similarly unbind the ship-pressing iron, discarding it from the arena. With a resounding crash, the heavy iron struck the ground, causing a tremor similar to before. Onlookers once again displayed expressions of shock, for the tremor revealed that the iron Xu Taiping bore was not significantly lighter than that of Fan Qi. The Yellow Sparrow below the stage chuckled in disbelief. Hey, are you a martial artist or a cultivator? At such a tender age, you are so hard on yourself. If Xu Taiping's earlier punch had merely evoked admiration for his talent in martial arts, this moment completely won him over. I, the Yellow Sparrow, fear not fierce warriors, but those who are fierce with themselves. Qing Xiao, your little disciple is indeed an anomaly like you, he mused, gazing at Xu Taiping on the stage with astonishment. As Fan Qi beheld Xu Taiping unfastening the iron restraining the ship, he suddenly erupted into uproarious laughter. The old man had never anticipated that there existed cultivators capable of refining their physiques to such an extraordinary level. With you serving as a stepping stone, I shall undoubtedly transcend my limits today. Following his laughter, a glint of avarice flickered in Fan Qi's gaze as he regarded Xu Taiping. The palpable aura, thick with murderous intent, surged forth like a tidal wave, dispersing the gentle drizzle that fell from the heavens, clearing the arena entirely. Likewise, Xu Taiping responded, resuming his stance with renewed determination. From Fan Qi, he glimpsed the potential for further advancement in his martial journey. As he assumed his stance, a thunderous explosion of energy resonated, emanating a fierce aura that radiated from him. Although he was compelled to confine his true energy beneath the threshold of the opening door realm, the fierce and sharp essence within his aura cleaved through Fan Qi's murderous intent as if it were a keen blade. Indeed, upon sensing this aura, the Yellow Sparrow's eyes sparkled with realization. It was this very essence that he had previously detected within Xu Taiping. Chapter 45, Confronting Fan Qi. Transforming mortal resolve into the essence of fist as a cultivator of the Yellow Sparrow realm, he was acutely aware that for the majority, true energy or internal force bore little distinction. It was merely a manifestation of raw power. Only a select few could intertwine their beliefs and will with their true energy, amplifying its potency to extraordinary levels. The most common manifestations of this phenomenon were murderous intent and wrathful energy. However, both were double-edged swords, if uncontrolled. A cultivator's heart could shatter, plunging them into madness. Individuals like Xu Taiping, who could infuse their insights into their true energy, were exceedingly rare. When this essence melded with fist techniques, it became the essence of the fist. When infused into swordplay, it transformed into the essence of the sword. With such intent, one's techniques transcended the ordinary, becoming imbued with spirit and far surpassing conventional martial arts. He murmured to himself. Undoubtedly, the process of integration was not a simple feat. A novice wielding a sword could not possibly grasp the essence of the sword. It required the rigor of a blacksmith forging iron. Only through relentless practice could one assimilate this essence into their martial techniques. Bang! Just as the yellow sparrow contemplated, Fan Qi suddenly lunged forward from the arena, appearing beside Xu Taiping like a tempest, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Unlike before, this time Fan Qi's strike was infused with overwhelming rage and murderous intent. Akin to a horde of enraged beasts howling in fury, yearning to devour flesh and blood. Bang! Although Xu Taiping raised his fist to meet the blow, his defense crumbled almost instantly, and he was sent staggering backward from the force of Fan Qi's attack. Before he could regain his footing, Fan Qi's fist struck again. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xu Taiping's defense shattered once more, his counterattack rendered feeble and ineffective, ultimately culminating in him being sent hurtling backward by a single punch. The disparity in the essence of their strikes became glaringly apparent. Boom! Once Xu Taiping steadied his breath and had just taken his stance, Fan Qi rushed towards him with a sudden, forceful lunge. The impact was akin to being struck by a mountain. With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping was propelled backwards, nearly tumbling off the edge of the platform. Had he not delivered a swift punch to the stage at the last moment, he would have been sent flying out of the ring. Moreover, if it weren't for his body, honed through rigorous training, being sufficiently resilient, he might have met with a catastrophic fate under Fan Qi's collision before even being thrown from the stage. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping regained his footing, Fan Qi unleashed a flurry of punches, each as swift as the wind, crashing down upon him like an unstoppable tide. Although the force of the Fan family's boxing style was not as rapid as Xu Taiping's bull charge, when combined with Fan Qi's furious intent, the technique became merciless and impenetrable, leaving no openings for Xu Taiping to exploit. With agility and keen perception, Xu Taiping managed to evade several strikes, but eventually, he found himself cornered, with no option but to withstand the onslaught. Bang! As before, the moment Xu's fist was swung, it was dismantled by Fan Qi's furious intent, sending him crashing against the edge of the ring once more. The spectators, including the sixth princess, were left astonished by the scene. Below the stage, Huang Ke furrowed his brow, contemplating the arduous path of transforming one's insights into the essence of boxing. However, Xu Taiping himself felt an unexpected surge of clarity. Each punch from Fan Qi, perceived as perilous by others, began to unravel the confusions that plagued his understanding of the Qingmiao fist. More importantly, the once ethereal concepts of boxing intent and the heart of the way began to take on tangible form within his mind. Yet, each time he felt he was on the verge of grasping this elusive boxing intent, it would slip away like a fleeting illusion, eluding his attempts to integrate it into his strikes. Bang! At that moment, he was struck once again by Fan Qi's formidable punch. After finally regaining his stance, the immense force behind Fan Qi's blow surged through his flesh, impacting his internal organs and inducing a moment of dizziness. In that instant of disorientation, images of the fearless faces of the earlier adventurers, Fan Zhong and Qi Yin, flashed in his mind. Along with their declarations of impending sacrifice, He Yuan comes to face death, Di comes to seek death, Ran Yong comes to seek death, and Huang Ke's words echoed, "We must not underestimate these mortals. While we desperately seek longevity in vain, they are willing to face death for the righteousness that burns within their hearts." In that fleeting moment, what had merely stirred Xu Taiping's heart suddenly crystallized into something concrete. What compelled these mortals to embrace death was not merely the benevolence of the sixth princess, but rather their unwavering belief that they would rather shatter than forsake their noble cause. With this realization, the force of the punch that had just been shattered by Fan Qi suddenly coalesced anew in his hand. Following this, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Fan Qi's fist. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, both Xu Taiping and Fan Qi were propelled backward. Although Xu Taiping did not succeed in toppling Fan Qi, his momentum regained stability, resisting Fan Qi's assault. Subsequently, Xu Taiping straightened his body abruptly and raised his fist once more. "I, Xu Taiping, though I have ascended to the realm of cultivators, shall never forsake the dignity of my mortal existence. I shall infuse this spirit into my martial intent, henceforth using this mortal spirit to safeguard my heart of the way and to justify my strikes. This thought crystallized within him, akin to the final quenching stage in sword forging, solidifying Xu Taiping's previously erratic martial intent. Boom. Once his intent solidified, Xu Taiping's power surged dramatically, and he struck again at Fan Shi's incoming blow. Chapter 46. Battling Fan Shi, a dazzling spectacle indeed. Bang. Once more, fists clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. However, this time, Xu Taiping remained steadfast, while Fan Shi was forced to retreat several steps from the impact of Xu Taiping's fist. Boom. Without giving Fan Shi a moment to regain his footing, Xu Taiping followed up with another punch. Fan Shi, gathering his inner strength, propelled himself off the ground and countered with a punch. Bang! In another resounding clash, Fan Shi was once again sent reeling by Xu Taiping's strike, showing signs of being suppressed. Conversely, Xu Taiping's power intensified, delivering 2 consecutive strikes reminiscent of a mountain's collapse, forcing Fan Shi to retreat several steps until he finally halted at the center of the arena. The sudden reversal of fortunes on stage left the audience in a state of astonishment. The 6th princess, who had felt her heart leap to her throat, exhaled deeply. In such a brief moment, he truly managed to merge his martial intent, a testament to his talent in martial arts. Below the stage, Huang Ke could not help but applaud in admiration. Unlike others, he immediately discerned the crucial element that allowed Xu Taiping to reverse the situation against Fan Shi. Boom. With the explosive sound of a shift in energy, Huang Ke's gaze returned to the arena. Your hypocritical martial intent cannot compare to the fury within my heart. After being forced back several steps by Xu Taiping's relentless strikes, Fan Shi suddenly let out a furious roar. His palpable rage and murderous intent began to converge and coalesce upon his fist, ultimately transforming into a torrent of power that he hurled towards Xu Taiping. Bang! Another thunderous impact sent both Xu Taiping and Fan Shi staggering backward. This punch, infused with all of Fan Shi's strength, allowed him to regain a modicum of dignity. Boom! Yet immediately, both men steadied themselves and prepared to deliver another round of blows. In the ensuing exchange, they demonstrated a remarkable synchronicity, no longer avoiding each other's fists, as if engaged in a fierce contest, determined to shatter each other's resolve with their strikes. Young man, do you have any notion of the sacrifices I have made to cultivate this aura of killing intent and fury? It encompasses my family, my beloved wife and daughter, my irreplaceable homeland, and the lives of countless souls. As his voice thundered, Fan Shi unleashed a desperate punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping was forced back 2 steps, his own martial spirit momentarily subdued. Yet this time, Xu Taiping quickly regained his stance, his gaze resolute as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Fan Shi. In my eyes, your so-called furious punches lack the noble courage of those wandering heroes, he declared, launching his own fist. In stark contrast to the wrathful and menacing force of Fan Shi's strikes, Xu Taiping's punches radiated a pure determination, reminiscent of the unyielding spirit of those ordinary souls who refuse to capitulate to fate. Bang! The 2 men collided once more, fists meeting with tremendous force, both leaning back as if on the brink of collapse, yet swiftly righting themselves. They repeated the cycle, fists flying towards one another. Despite the seeming simplicity of their exchanges, the intensity of their confrontation generated formidable waves of energy, stirring up fierce gales that swept across the entire arena. The deafening sounds of their clashes echoed like the shattering of mountains, infused with an aura of brutal destruction, as if any who dared to be ensnared within would be utterly obliterated. At that moment, the 2 combatants appeared to the onlookers as ancient beasts locked in a relentless struggle. Even the most audacious among them dared not underestimate either fighter. Boom! Just then, they clashed fists once more, and this time, Fan Shi's furious strike surged to new heights. Nonetheless, even with this escalation, Xu Taiping's spirit remained unyielded. The martial essence derived from the courage of an ordinary man surprisingly withstood Fan Shi's furious assault, which had been forged from the loss of countless lives and betrayal. Xu Taiping, you have truly earned my respect. Observing this spectacle, Huang Ke noted that Xu Taiping's martial spirit, though seemingly unadorned, exuded an extraordinary resilience, akin to those earlier warriors who stood firm even against overwhelming odds. Bang! Once again, Xu Taiping and Fan Shi exchanged blows. This time, to everyone's astonishment, Fan Shi was forced back several steps, while Xu Taiping remained steadfast. The stalemate that had persisted between them was abruptly shattered. The infamous Fan Shi had been bested in martial spirit. Those knowledgeable in the art wore expressions of astonishment, while Fan Shi himself recognized the truth of the moment. Yet he was loath to admit defeat. In a fit of rage, he swung again, attempting to overpower Xu Taiping's spirit. But soon he realized that the fury and killing intent that had fueled him began to dwindle, like water from a dry well. Bang! With another clash, Xu Taiping sent Fan Shi reeling backward. Just as Fan Shi prepared to raise his fist for another strike, he suddenly realized that the formidable force he had painstakingly gathered with his clenched fists disintegrated in an instant under Xu Taiping's impending strike. Bang! After shattering Fan Shi's momentum, Xu Taiping's fist struck heavily against Fan Shi's abdomen. The tremendous impact lifted him off the ground, and it took considerable effort for him to regain his footing. However, Xu Taiping's fist came again, this time unleashing the bull's charge formation. Yet, Fan Shi refused to yield, relying on his ironclad physique to withstand Xu Taiping's blows, and seized the opportunity to retaliate. At this moment, Xu Taiping no longer sought to evade Fan Shi's punches. Instead, he braced himself to engage in a fierce exchange. The arena echoed with the resounding thuds of flesh colliding and the cracking of bones. Before long, both Xu Taiping and Fan Shi were reduced to bloodied figures. At this juncture, their contest transcended mere martial prowess, internal strength, or physical endurance. It became a battle of resolve, a fierce determination to sustain their fighting spirit and momentum. Fan Shi's conviction was fueled by his overwhelming bloodlust and rage, while Xu Taiping drew strength from his indomitable spirit as an ordinary mortal. Their conflict hinged solely on a singular breath. Bang! Moments later, after yet another collision, Fan Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, his fighting spirit crumbling. In contrast, Xu Taiping's tenacity remained undiminished, his martial intent blazing ever more fiercely, as if it would never extinguish. It was evident that this struggle had reached its climax. Boom! At that moment, Xu Taiping's bull's charge formation culminated in its final strike, with his intent and momentum peaking. Blinding, truly blinding. Struggling to rise from the ground, Fan Shi squinted at Xu Taiping, who was gathering strength for a decisive blow, his bloodied lips twitching. Unlike others, in his eyes, Xu Taiping radiated an overwhelming martial spirit, akin to the blazing sun at noon, so brilliant that it could scorch the very eyes of onlookers. Chapter 47. Confronting Fan Shi, this fist shines brightly. Suddenly, Fan Shi recalled his great-grandfather. He remembered the first time he witnessed his great-grandfather wielding his fists, radiating with the same brilliance as Xu Taiping before him. Then, a long-buried conversation resurfaced in his mind. Great-grandfather, what is the essence of martial intent? Martial intent is the reason we warriors strike. And what is your reason for striking? My reason for striking is to spare you, Qi, from the suffering of a wandering life. To ensure that the descendants of the Fan family do not endure the anguish of devastation, and to protect the Baishu kingdom from foreign humiliation for all time. Qi, you must remember my words today. Great-grandfather, I shall never forget. This dialogue pierced Fan Shi's heart like a dagger. Gazing at the resplendent Xu Taiping before him, and recalling the conversation with his great-grandfather, Fan Shi's resolve solidified once more, and he clenched his fist with renewed vigor. Great-grandfather, I have not forgotten. I have never forgotten. In an instant, the previously dissipated intent and force of his fist surged forth once more, culminating in a powerful strike aimed directly at Xu Taiping's fist. A resounding crash echoed. Fan Shi's blow bore a might greater than any he had previously unleashed. Just as Xu Taiping perceived the brilliance emanating from Fan Shi, so too did the latter appear radiant in Xu Taiping's eyes. Not only did Xu Taiping feel this shift, but the Yellow Sparrow also sensed the transformation within Fan Shi. Having relinquished his fury, Fan Shi was capable of manifesting such formidable fist intent. Could it be that he gained insights from his contest with Xu Taiping? The Yellow Sparrow pondered in astonishment. Or perhaps, this was the true essence of his fist intent? A sudden pang of realization struck him. Upon sensing Fan Shi's alteration, Xu Taiping felt no fear. Rather, exhilaration coursed through him. At that moment, Fan Shi was even more deserving of his strike. With a thunderous impact, Xu Taiping and Fan Shi once again fell backward in unison, evenly matched. Yet, in the next heartbeat, A cloud of blood mist erupted from Fan Qi's body. His vital essence swiftly dissipated into crimson vapor. The once tall and robust Fan Qi experienced rapid muscle atrophy, tufts of hair falling away in clumps. Ultimately, the imposing figure transformed into a diminutive, balding elder. This elder was unmistakably the same man who had previously obstructed Xu Taiping's carriage. Though Xu Taiping had surmised this during their confrontation, witnessing Fan Qi's altered visage evoked an inexplicable pang of sympathy within him. "My apologies, young friend, for not allowing you to fully unleash your prowess," the wrinkled Fan Qi said, kneeling amidst the pool of blood. Xu Taiping remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. "Alas, this body of mine is far too aged. Even with the aid of elixirs, it is but a remnant of its former strength." Fan Qi lifted his head, gazing at Xu Taiping with a smile. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded, discerning that Fan Qi's words were laced with regret rather than bitterness, not an excuse for his defeat. "My final strike, young friend, how was it?" Fan Qi inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Radiant, Xu Taiping candidly expressed his true sentiments. At his words, Fan Qi's face broke into a grin, and he gradually lowered his head, murmuring repeatedly, "Radiant, radiant." In the end, he remained motionless, kneeling in the blood-soaked ground. He had perished. The feared figure in the hearts of the citizens of the White Tree Kingdom had met his end. The sixth princess, watching from the stands, stood frozen in disbelief, as if turned to stone. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly covered her face and wept. Her tears were for the deceased citizens of the White Tree Kingdom, for the valiant souls who had sacrificed themselves moments ago, and for herself. During the past 2 years away from the White Tree Kingdom, Fan Qi had cast a shadow over her heart, as long as he lived. Hope for her journey to the Vulture Kingdom remained elusive. "Mother, Fan Qi is dead. With the final pouch you left behind, I shall strive with all my might to persuade the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom to withdraw his forces." The sixth princess wiped away her tears with determination, her eyes brimming with hope. Swiftly, she descended the stairs and hastened to Xu Taiping's side. "Daozhong, how is your injury?" she panted, catching her breath as she approached the arena. "No harm done," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head, then popped a medicinal pill into his mouth. The wounds he bore were merely superficial. Had he not grasped the essence of the fist, this duel would have proven far more arduous. "Take the head of Fan Qi." "Your Highness," Xu Taiping said, handing her the spring tiger blade. With the retrieval of Fan Qi's head, their pact would be fulfilled. "Understood," the sixth princess nodded firmly, brandishing Xu Taiping's spring tiger sword as she ascended the stage. "People of the White Tree Kingdom, you may now close your eyes." With that declaration, she raised the sword high and brought it down in a single stroke. With a thud, Fan Qi's severed head rolled away, marking the curtain call for the furious fighter in the realm of martial arts. That night, in adjacent rooms of an inn, Xu Taiping and the sixth princess each engaged with their respective tasks, one opening the final silk pouch left by his mother, the other placing Su Chan's sword sheath upon the table. Unbeknownst to the sixth princess, who was poised to open her pouch, a beautiful spirit sat beside her. This ethereal being was none other than the fairy Lingwei. "Taiping, have you discovered anything remarkable about Su Chan's sword sheath?" Lingwei inquired, noticing the sixth princess's hesitance to unveil the contents of her pouch. "Nothing of note, merely a sword sheath. I've placed it in the iron gourd for safekeeping." Xu Taiping responded. "Let it rest there until the next time the fruit of the earth is burned," Lingwei nodded. Finally, the sixth princess decided to proceed with her unveiling. "I'm ready to open it now," she declared, excitement lacing her voice. "Lingwei, I shall begin meditating. Please keep an eye on me." Xu Taiping was indifferent to the contents of her pouch. "Very well, attend to your matters. I will inform you later," Lingwei replied, her focus entirely on the sixth princess. With a deep breath, the sixth princess tugged at the strings of the pouch. As with the previous one, it contained a letter, but this time, it bore no additional items. The letter surely held her mother's counsel on persuading the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. Upon realizing this, the sixth princess's spirits soared. She hesitantly opened the letter, her hands trembling. As she unfolded the paper, elegant and flowing characters leapt forth, her mother's handwriting. However, upon reading the first line, she froze, disbelief flooding her gaze. Lingwei, curious, glanced over. "Li Yuwu, please sacrifice yourself for the White Tree Kingdom." Chapter 48, Breaking the Deadlock, the Contest of Dao Imprints. According to the imperial concubine's words within the secret letter, The true purpose of the sixth princess's journey was not for peace talks, but rather to assassinate the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom under the guise of negotiation. In orchestrating this intricate scheme, the first critical piece she sacrificed was the sixth princess. As early as the first month following the birth of the sixth princess, she summoned a hermit from the mountains to seal within her a profoundly enigmatic power, which is precisely what the outside world speculates to be the divine energy residing within the sixth princess. The second pivotal piece she laid down was Fan Qi. It was the scheming of that imperial consort that led Fan Qi to betray his country and massacre the city. His treason was, of course, intended to gain the trust of the emperor of the vultures, while the massacre served two purposes. Firstly, to further secure the emperor's trust, and secondly, to enhance Fan Qi's prowess through the blood and souls of countless citizens of the White Tree Kingdom, forging within him the malevolent sword, infanticide. After accomplishing these two tasks, the imperial consort patiently awaited for over a decade, biding her time for the sixth princess to mature and for the opportune moment to assassinate the emperor of the vultures. Finally, the chance for negotiation presented itself. Today, when the sixth princess severed Fan Qi's head, it marked the fateful convergence of the regicide and the one who wields the sword. In Xu Taiping's chamber, the celestial maiden Lingyue briefly recounted the contents of the secret missive contained within the brocade pouch. It was a deadlock, indeed. Xu Taiping leaned back in his chair and exhaled softly. Indeed, even if the sixth princess succeeded, her escape from the palace would be impossible. Lingyue nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the sword infanticide is quite intriguing. Before encountering its wielder, it exists as a formless amalgamation of malice and murderous intent, undetectable by any. Yet upon meeting its master, should it remain sheathed, it would inevitably turn against its owner. She added with a contemplative tone. No wonder Fan Qi chose to embody his murderous intent and fury as his fighting spirit, deliberately setting a life-and-death arena. He was conspicuously masking the presence of that sword. Infanticide. Xu Taiping pondered. What was the sixth princess's reaction upon reading this letter? He turned to Lingyue. Being commanded to her demise by her revered mother is not something anyone can easily accept. Moreover, according to the letter, she has been regarded as a mere pawn since her birth. Lingyue sighed softly. Yet, given the sixth princess's character, I believe she is likely to accept it. Even if not for her mother, considering the many gallant heroes who perished along the way from the White Tree Kingdom to the Vulture Kingdom, and the loyal guards who sacrificed their lives to protect her, she would likely come to terms with this grim fate. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, each step along this path has seen that imperial consort driving the sixth princess toward an inevitable demise, both in circumstance and in her own mental state. Lingyue concurred. Over 2 decades of scheming, costing the lives of countless citizens, along with a formidable general and her own flesh and blood. All to take the life of the emperor of the vultures? I still find it somewhat incomprehensible. Xu Taiping remarked. According to the letter, the emperor of the vultures is a formidable ruler. Should he fall, chaos would surely ensue in the Vulture Kingdom. Lingyue elucidated. I feel this reasoning is still lacking. That imperial consort seems to be plotting something beyond our understanding. Xu Taiping shook his head. The scheme appeared plausible. Yet Xu Taiping could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Your intuition is not mistaken. The celestial maiden Lingyue suddenly smiled enigmatically. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping looked at her in astonishment. The relationship between earthly rulers and their subjects resembles that of a boat and water. Thus, even the most callous of leaders would not disregard the lives of hundreds of thousands of common folk in such a scheme. Those truly capable of treating mortal lives as mere weeds are solely the cultivators residing in the mountains. As the celestial maiden spoke, she deftly manipulated a chess piece from the box on the table to the board using her spiritual power. Are you suggesting that behind this, there may be a struggle among the cultivation realms? Xu Taiping felt a jolt of realization. Simultaneously, he sensed that the previously tangled doubts were beginning to unravel. Indeed, I have caught a whiff of contention for the Tao. The celestial maiden nodded in affirmation once more. Contention for the Tao? What does that entail? In this mundane world, where spiritual energy is tainted, what could possibly incite cultivators from the mountains to vie against one another? Xu Taiping posed several questions in rapid succession. Have you heard of the fallen immortal? The celestial maiden inquired of Xu Taiping at that moment. Xu Taiping nodded and responded. According to the sect's records, once a cultivator transcends the threshold of the profound realm, they can reincarnate through the method of military dissolution. and those who undergo this process are referred to as fallen immortals. The celestial maiden acknowledged this with a nod. The method of military dissolution is a last resort. When a cultivator's lifespan nears its end and they are unable to break through, they can only extend their life through this means. However, this method carries a significant drawback. Not every fallen immortal can awaken the memories of their past life. Most either blend into the crowd or completely transform into another person. To avoid such outcomes, some cultivators leave a Tao imprint on their spiritual essence before undergoing military dissolution, entrusting this imprint to their closest confidant for safekeeping, only to be unlocked at an opportune moment. This is known as imprint unsealing. The so-called Tao imprints often embody regrets from a previous life, such as unfulfilled ambitions or lost lovers. Resolving these lingering attachments can lead to the revival of past memories. Yet, this gives rise to a new dilemma. If your Tao imprint is discovered by an enemy, and they shatter it, preventing you from dissolving your attachment, you shall have no chance of embarking on the path of cultivation again. This is the essence of the contention for the Tao. The celestial maiden meticulously explained to Xu Taiping. Chapter 49. Breaking the Deadlock, a secret letter from Fan Qi. For the sake of this so-called great contention for the Tao, rivers of blood and mountains of corpses are sacrificed without hesitation. In your world, a cultivator capable of military dissolution is at least of the caliber of a sect leader or even an ancestral figure, as long as they can extend their life. They would hardly care about such matters, the celestial maiden remarked with a hint of detachment. Once again, Xu Taiping felt the ruthless nature of the cultivation realm. However, after the celestial maiden's reminder, he indeed began to sense a thread of conspiracy woven into the conflicts between the kingdom of Baishu and the kingdom of Wujiao. The resolution to the dire predicament of the sixth princess may lie within the very essence of contention, specifically revolving around the concepts of unsealing and breaking the seal. But who among the sixth princess and the emperor of the vulture kingdom occupies the role of the unsealer, and who assumes that of the breaker? Xu Taiping pondered deeply, murmuring to himself, "Taiping, are you still intent on unraveling the situation to save the sixth princess?" Lingyue, the celestial maiden, suddenly inquired with a smile. "She may perish anywhere, but she must not meet her end within the palace of the vulture kingdom," Xu Taiping declared with unwavering resolve. This arduous trial had been navigated to its culmination. Even with the knowledge of its fatal nature, he was reluctant to abandon his efforts. Lingyue chuckled lightly. "Yet, I advise you to prepare for the worst. For unless we can discern which among the imperial concubine, the sixth princess, and the emperor of the vulture kingdom is the fallen celestial, and what their respective seals entail, this predicament remains insurmountable." She then reminded Xu Taiping with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Lingyue's words rang true. His information was woefully inadequate, making the task of breaking the deadlock seem akin to climbing the heavens. "Let fate take its course while I do my utmost. I cannot surrender so easily," he mused, leaning back against the chair. Failure in this endeavor would be a bitter pill to swallow, but capitulation was not in his nature. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the inn's door. "Who is it?" he asked, alert. "Feng Yi from the Angry Fist Manor," came the cold response from outside. "Feng Yi?" Xu Taiping expressed surprise, for Feng Yi was none other than the grandson of the manor's master. "My grandfather left a letter for you," Feng Yi stated. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Taiping approached and opened the door. "My grandfather instructed me to deliver this letter to you." As soon as the door swung open, Feng Yi handed a letter to Xu Taiping. "This letter is from my grandfather?" Xu Taiping accepted it with a puzzled expression. "I discovered it while sorting through his belongings. He specifically instructed me that if you could best him in a fair contest of martial arts and secure his respect in defeat, I was to deliver this letter into your hands," Feng Yi replied, his expression neutral. "The match today was the most exhilarating of those I have witnessed. Particularly that final punch. I never imagined my grandfather's intent could be so serene. Thus, I believe he has truly conceded with admiration," Feng Yi murmured, before turning away without a backward glance. Watching Feng Yi's retreating figure and then glancing at the letter in his hand, Xu Taiping felt a tumult of emotions. Perhaps this letter holds a clue. After all, Feng Qi must have known of the imperial concubine schemes, Lingyue's voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded, returning to his room with the letter in hand. After the passage of a stick of incense, having thoroughly perused the letter, Xu Taiping slowly lifted his gaze. He exchanged a glance with the ethereal fairy Lingyue beside him, and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, as we surmised. Fan Shi is indeed a pawn set forth by the imperial consort. Whether in surrender, the slaughter of a city, or the establishment of a life-and-death arena, all are part of her cunning design. However, this pawn has ultimately retained a hidden card. Fairy Lingyue pointed to the final segment of the letter with a smile. It was only after more than a decade that I realized I had been deceived by her. Everything she orchestrated was not for the dawn of the common folk of Baishu Kingdom, but solely for the sake of that path of contention. She is a celestial being from the mountain, and the Emperor of the Black Vulture Kingdom is also a fallen immortal from that very mountain. Her intent is to use the Sixth Prince as a sword to obliterate the Emperor's path seal, ensuring he can never return to the mountain for all eternity. While I am unaware of the animosity between her and the Emperor, I inadvertently came across a secret letter she had safeguarded closely. This letter, inscribed with strange characters, was accompanied by her declaration that one could never hope to unravel your path seal. Thus, I speculate it may be related to the legendary path seal, prompting me to transcribe the characters. My young friend, if you can decipher these characters, perhaps you might break this impasse. She was the love of my life, yet she has wrought my ruin. I cannot bring myself to hate her, but the Sixth Prince is an innocent soul. If you can offer assistance, I implore you to do so. If not, please incinerate this letter, allowing this all to fade into oblivion. After contemplating this passage thoroughly, Xu Taiping found himself at a loss for words. His curiosity regarding the imperial consort deepened. Fairy Lingyue, however, wore a sly smile. To her, whether kin or beloved, all were merely pawns in her game. Such a person could not be an insignificant figure, and we may encounter her again in the future. There was a glimmer of competitive spirit in her gaze. It would be best to avoid such an encounter, Xu Taiping remarked, bemused by Fairy Lingyue's sudden desire for rivalry. Do you recognize the writing on this paper, Sister Lingyue? He then produced another sheet of unusually textured stationery from the envelope. According to Fan Shi's letter, the contents of this paper were likely related to the path seal. Chapter 50, Breaking the Deadlock. Can poetry serve as a path seal? Oh, to think I could still encounter dragon script in this realm. Upon glancing at the characters on the paper, a flicker of surprise illuminated Fairy Lingyue's eyes. Dragon script? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. It is an ancient script used within the realm of cultivation, now known only among a select few practitioners, Fairy Lingyue elucidated. What does it say? Xu Taiping pressed further. A poem, she replied, her gaze fixed on the letter as she recited. Spring whispers softly, the night stretches long. Blue clouds drift far from the Chu Palace's throng. Dreams unbound, without restraint, treading on willow fluff, across the bridge I paint. Can poetry truly serve as a path seal? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. If the poem has a profound impact on practitioners, then indeed, it can. Fairy Lingyue was not overly surprised, but soon furrowed her brow, pondering, but whose path seal is this? Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. According to the current intelligence, the imperial consort of the Baishu Kingdom, Her Highness the Sixth Princess, along with the Emperor of the Wujiao Kingdom, may all be celestial beings. Yet, there exists but a single poem. Sister Lingyue, to break the seal, must we merely recite this poem? Xu Taiping inquired of the celestial maiden. It also requires the right moment, such as when one faces the brink of life and death, when great ambitions are about to be fulfilled, or when one's name is inscribed on the golden list. Lingyue shook her head. If that is the case, we must wait until the Sixth Princess enters the palace of the Wujiao Kingdom and meets with its emperor before we can attempt to recite this poem. Xu Taiping nodded. This presents the optimal opportunity. As long as one among them can awaken memories of their past life, this predicament may be resolved. Lingyue remarked. Regardless, it is certain that one of either the Sixth Princess or the Emperor of Wujiao is a celestial being. Of course, even so, there remain numerous variables. For instance, this poem may not even be a seal of the Tao, or it could indeed be the imperial consort seal. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping and the others must attempt it, for it is presently their sole means of breaking the deadlock. The pressing issue now is how you will evade the watchful eye of the Huangke and infiltrate the palace on the day the Sixth Princess meets the Emperor of Wujiao. Lingyue presented another dilemma to Xu Taiping. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Taiping's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps I need not evade him at all. I could have him serve as a witness to affirm that I have never entered the palace. Upon uttering these words, his aura surged dramatically, and wisps of true energy flowed from his form, coalescing into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. To his surprise, this technique of creating a doppelganger proved to be remarkably useful. Ling Yue's eyes brightened at this sight, swiftly grasping Xu Taiping's intentions. A month later, at the gates of the Wujiao Kingdom's imperial city, Master Taiping, please take this half of the jade bracelet, the sixth princess said, removing the token from around her neck. Your Highness need not be so hasty in returning it to me, Xu Taiping replied, frowning slightly. It matters not. The escort mission is complete. Whether early or late makes no difference, the sixth princess smiled. As she spoke, her gaze flickered, and she found it difficult to meet Xu Taiping's eyes. Then I shall wait for your Highness at the tavern by the city gates tomorrow. Xu Taiping indicated a tavern across from the imperial city. The sixth princess paused momentarily before nodding vigorously with a smile. At that moment, she remained unaware that Xu Taiping had discerned the true nature of her mission. Master Taiping, I sincerely thank you for your protection along the way, the sixth princess suddenly expressed with great solemnity, performing a respectful bow before turning to stride into the palace. Escorted by General Chu and Captain Chao. According to custom, the Emperor of Wujiao would receive the sixth princess of Baishu the following morning. Friend Taiping, stop gazing. She has entered, come share a drink with me. At that instant, the elusive Huang Ke emerged from the shadows, draping an arm over Xu Taiping's shoulder as they proceeded toward the tavern. Brother Huang Ke, must you watch so closely? Xu Taiping sighed in resignation. What are you talking about? We've known each other for quite a while. What's wrong with inviting you for a drink? Huang Ke shot Xu Taiping a disapproving glance. However, let me make myself clear. If you dare to cause any commotion in the capital of the Vulture Kingdom, I will not hesitate to incapacitate you on the spot. Understood? He glared at Xu Taiping with a fierce expression. How could I? You are a prodigy from the second-ranked sect of the Nine Houses, Xu Taiping replied with a sigh. Recently, on his way to the capital, he had dueled with Huang Ke, only to find himself suppressed in both realm and technique. Bah. I have no desire to be labeled a genius. Do not ever refer to me as such again. Huang Ke warned Xu Taiping. Brother Huang, do you think the sixth princess will be able to persuade the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom to withdraw his troops? Xu Taiping suddenly changed the subject and inquired. Absolutely. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. She possesses remarkable eloquence and has the backing of that imperial concubine. Even if she cannot achieve peace between the two nations, she can at least secure a truce for several years, Huang Ke replied, patting Xu Taiping on the shoulder. Despite the subtlety of his expression, Xu Taiping sensed that he knew more than he let on. A question arose in his mind. If the Nine Houses were aware of the sixth princess's true intentions, why did they not stop her, but instead seem to support her? He had a vague feeling that a larger hand was at play behind the imperial concubine. Brother Huang, are you skilled at chess? Xu Taiping suddenly asked. Chess? You've come to the right person. My chess skills rank among the top 3 in the Xiao sect. Huang Ke replied confidently. Then I shall bring a chessboard tomorrow morning, so we can play a few games while we await the sixth princess's return, Xu Taiping casually suggested. That sounds perfect, Huang Ke agreed eagerly. Come, I have already ordered food and drinks. We are just waiting for you to join us. As he spoke, he pushed Xu Taiping towards the tavern. Chapter 51. Breaking the Deadlock, a gift from 8th senior brother that night. A tipsy Xu Taiping returned to the inn with Huang Quebec. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, 2 beggars suddenly blocked his path, extending their broken bowls toward him. Sir, please have mercy and spare us a couple of coins. We haven't eaten in days. Get lost. Are you trying to beg from me, your lord? Huang Ke, inebriated, raised his fist threateningly at the 2. However, the beggars did not flee. They continued to trail behind the 2. Don't follow us. Xu Taiping turned and glared at them, deliberately releasing a wave of energy. The beggars recoiled in fear. Yet, just as Xu Taiping turned away, the younger of the 2 beggars swiftly scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on Xu Taiping's clothes. This is what you wealthy people deserve. With that, the 2 beggars turned and fled, clutching their bowls and sticks. Forget it. Let's head back and clean up. There's no need to stoop to their level. Just as Xu Taiping was about to pursue, the yellow sparrow grasped him by the shoulder and gently nudged him towards the inn. All right then. Xu Taiping casually glanced at the 2 figures fleeing the scene, then nodded in agreement. Inside the inn room, Xu Taiping changed out of his soiled clothes, caked in mud. However, instead of washing them immediately, he retrieved a mud-stained note from his pocket. Upon unfolding it, a single line was clearly inscribed. All preparations are in place. Meet at the sweet soup shop on Fuller Street at Shenhour tomorrow. After reading it, Xu Taiping concentrated, igniting a flame at his fingertips to reduce the note to ashes. Upon returning, I must express my gratitude to my senior brother. He sighed deeply. Indeed, the two individuals he had encountered at the inn's entrance were members of the beggars' sect established by his senior brother. On the very first day he arrived in the capital, he had handed over the purse given to him by his senior brother to a seemingly reliable beggar. Initially, he thought he was merely assisting his senior brother and did not think much of it. Little did he expect that after establishing contact with the upper echelons of the beggars' sect, he would discover that this seemingly inconspicuous faction had countless eyes and ears throughout the capital of the Vulture Kingdom to express their gratitude for his message. The beggars' sect had gathered a wealth of useful intelligence for him, such as the changing of the city gate guards and potential hiding spots. Now, with communication established both within and outside the city, as long as they could rescue the sixth princess from the imperial city tomorrow, they would be able to discreetly escort her away. As he finished changing, he muttered to himself, the biggest challenge now is how to delay that yellow sparrow. Once dressed, Xu Taiping turned his gaze towards the window. Taiping, don't forget, we need to shroud the imperial city in a thick fog tonight. The voice of the fairy Lingwei suddenly echoed in his mind. I shall prepare at once. Xu Taiping nodded and promptly popped a qi gathering pill into his mouth. The following morning, a dense fog enveloped the imperial city and its surrounding areas. However, as it was the foggy season in the capital of the Vulture Kingdom, no one found the thick mist to be out of the ordinary. At the Hongyun Tavern, in a private room, the yellow sparrow, sitting by the window, teased Xu Taiping as he returned. Taiping, have you been in the restroom so long that you're secretly weeping over your losses? I merely washed my face. Xu Taiping replied nonchalantly, taking a seat directly across from the yellow sparrow. On their table lay a chessboard accompanied by 2 boxes of black and white pieces. But remember, if you lose this game again, you must accompany me to the Wanhua Pavilion tonight. As he spoke, the yellow sparrow grabbed a handful of pieces from one box and placed her hand on the board. Xu Taiping selected 2 pieces from his box. The yellow sparrow, upon noticing that they were a pair, placed the box of white pieces in front of herself, saying, you may go first. Xu Taiping nodded, then deftly picked up a black stone from the go set and, without hesitation, placed it upon the board with a resounding click. 3-3? Huang Ke glanced at the position of the stone and grinned. It seems you were not quite satisfied with the last match, Taiping. A first move at 3-3. Are you planning to engage me directly? As he spoke, he placed his own stone down. Xu Taiping, with another click, followed suit, this time positioning his stone at the center of the board. Huang Ke's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Huang Ke, if I win this match, could you grant me a copy of the 9 Houses Forbidden Charm? Xu Taiping inquired with a smile. The Forbidden Charm of the 9 Houses serves as a mark of status, obtainable only by those acknowledged by the 9 Houses. All right, Huang Ke replied with a grin, then placed a stone on the board, but only if you manage to defeat me. Outside, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, while inside, the sounds of the stones falling echoed. Amidst this rhythmic clatter, a figure hurriedly exited the tavern, striding towards the imperial city. That silhouette could only belong to Xu Taiping. Sister Lingwei, I lost the previous 2 matches. Do you think you can outplay him this time? In the midst of the fog, Xu Taiping donned a human skin mask while inwardly querying the celestial maiden Lingwei. He was merely reporting the moves through the eyes of his doppelganger, while the true game was played by the spirit of Lingwei within the gourd. Do not worry. Watch me as I make him cough up 3 liters of blood. The spirit of Lingwei sat before a go board that mirrored the one in the tavern. Then I shall leave it to you, Sister Lingwei. My doppelganger can only maintain its form for a short duration. Xu Taiping nodded, withdrawing a concealment herb from the gourd, then vanished from his original position. Chapter 52, Breaking the Deadlock. The infant crying sword of the 6th princess. Meanwhile, in the imperial city of the Black Vulture Kingdom, within the Taie Hall. I never anticipated that you would indeed meet my 3 conditions. The emperor of the Black Vulture Kingdom, seated upon the dragon throne, rested his chin on his hand, his expression impassive as he regarded the 6th princess Liu, who stood before him, holding a scroll with a slight bow. Your Majesty, this is the truce document drafted personally by my father, the emperor of the White Tree Kingdom. I humbly request your perusal. The 6th princess reiterated her earlier words. Although her tone remained respectful and composed, her hand trembled as it clutched the document. General Ren, "Present me with Feng Qi's head for my inspection," the emperor commanded, disregarding the sixth princess's plea, and glanced at the imposing General Ren Chong, clad in silver-scaled armor. "Yes," Ren Chong nodded, then called out towards the hall's exit. "Bring forth Feng Qi's head." Shortly after, a palace guard entered, carrying a wooden box, and knelt to present it with both hands. General Ren Chong approached, took the box, and after inspecting its contents to ensure there were no anomalies, he presented it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, all is in order. This is indeed Feng Qi's head." Ren Chong handed the severed head to a eunuch standing nearby. The eunuch immediately presented the severed head of Fan Qi, bowing as he offered it to the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. "You insisted on remaining by my side, yet chose to engage in that life-and-death contest in Huangmei Town. Now, you have lost your life." The emperor of the Vulture Kingdom shook his head at the sight of Fan Qi's head. He then waved his hand, signaling Ren Chong to take the head away. However, at that moment, the once closed eyes of the head suddenly sprang open, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs, followed by a blood sword that erupted from its mouth. In a split second, the great general stepped protectively in front of the emperor, his protective aura deflecting the blood sword while he drew his battle knife, aiming to cleave the head in two. Yet, to Ren Chong's astonishment, before his blade could reach its target, the head exploded spontaneously, transforming into a cascade of blood light that converged above the head of the sixth princess. In that fleeting moment of convergence, a tremendous wave of energy erupted around the sixth princess, silver light bursting forth from her chest and ultimately coalescing into a sword sheath in her hands. The blood light above her head transformed into a blood-red longsword, which swiftly slid into the sheath with a whoosh. As the blood sword returned to its sheath, the sixth princess's aura surged, nearing the realm of a cultivator's perception. Without a moment's hesitation, she unsheathed the infant wailing sword, and with a piercing cry reminiscent of a baby's wail, she thrust it toward the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. A terrifying aura of destruction swept through the palace like a tidal wave. "Protect your Majesty," Ren Chong shouted, rallying a group of highly skilled guards who activated their protective auras, forming a shield before the emperor. However, with a single stroke of her sword, the sixth princess obliterated the guards, transforming them into a mist of blood, while her attack continued unabated toward the emperor. Ren Chong unleashed a torrent of energy, manifesting as an invisible wall before the emperor, simultaneously bringing his battle knife crashing down toward the sixth princess. With a resounding crash, the general's long knife shattered, and he was sent flying backward. The power unleashed by the infant wailing sword was beyond the capacity of mere warriors to withstand. Thus, the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom sat fully exposed beneath the blade of the sixth princess. As she realized the emperor was on the brink of death beneath her sword, a determined smile graced the sixth princess's face. She understood that after delivering this strike, she too would not survive to escape the imperial city, for the power of the infant wailing sword allowed her only 2 such strikes. "To exchange my life for the peace of countless citizens of the White Tree Kingdom is worth it," she thought resolutely. But at the moment she swung the sword of the crying infant towards the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom, he suddenly pressed his palms together with great force, conjuring a massive golden palm shadow that materialized out of thin air, which then clamped down upon the sword with a resounding thud. However, the force of the blood-red sword was so overwhelmingly powerful that the golden palm shadow shattered almost instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the emperor seized the opportunity to abruptly pivot to the side. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red sword pierced through the dragon throne, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. The realization struck the sixth princess. The emperor was a cultivator. She was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly steadied herself, raising the crying infant sword once more, prepared to unleash the last vestiges of her strength. Just then, General Ren Chong suddenly regained his composure, summoning all his inner power as he leapt high into the air, recklessly bringing his blade crashing down towards the sixth princess. She had yet to recover her strength, and the overwhelming blade aura from General Ren surged like a tempest, forcing her to lean back in defeat. In that moment, as she gazed at the sharp blade descending upon her, the sixth princess felt neither resentment nor complaint, only a profound sense of relief. She was weary. From the White Tree Kingdom to the Vulture Kingdom, she had journeyed for 2 long years. After severing Fan Qi's head, she had hoped that her quest would finally bear fruit, only to receive her mother's cold command to die for the White Tree Kingdom, to die for her. She was utterly exhausted. Just as she prepared to meet the blade, a figure silently emerged behind her, lifting her up. At the same time, a wall of wind spread around her. With a resounding thud, General Rin's blade was halted by the wind barrier before her. The sixth princess, bewildered, turned to see a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar, familiar in its eyes, though the visage was strange. "Do not speak," she began to utter a name, but was interrupted. Indeed, this figure was none other than Xu Taiping. He glanced up at the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom, internally sighing in relief. The timing was perfect. Now it remained to be seen whether the seal would prove effective. Chapter 53. The Deadlock Broken. Is the sixth princess an exiled celestial? Boom. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping felt a multitude of guards converging upon the Taiyé Palace, and deeper within the palace. One or two powerful auras comparable to that of the Wangwo realm were rapidly approaching. Although this was a mundane kingdom, one could not underestimate its foundational strength. As he sensed the approaching presences, Xu Taiping murmured to himself, were it not for the seal in his possession, he would never have risked the assault of the entire nation to rescue the sixth princess. Who dares intrude upon the royal palace? Do you not fear the retribution of the nine courts? Though the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom appeared somewhat flustered, his demeanor and tone still exuded imperial authority. Yet, Xu Taiping paid no heed to his inquiries. As the ominous presence drew nearer, he ceased his hesitation and gazed directly into the furious eyes of the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom, inquiring, "Your Majesty, have you ever heard this poem?" Confused, the emperor responded, "A poem?" Drawing the emperor's attention, Xu Taiping swiftly recited the opening line. "Spring quietly fades, the night stretches long. The azure skies bridge the distant Chu Palace." Just as the emperor was about to interrogate Xu Taiping, his words halted midway. His once furious eyes suddenly narrowed, transitioning from rage to astonishment. "How do you know the verses from my dreams? What is the next line? What follows?" He sprang from the dragon throne, urgency evident in his voice as he pressed Xu Taiping for answers. Xu Taiping, elated, recognized that the emperor's reaction strongly suggested this poem could indeed be the key to unlocking his seal. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated as Rin Chong, clad in armor, abruptly shattered, sending shockwaves that penetrated the wind barrier, momentarily stifling Xu Taiping's breath. Simultaneously, Rin Chong's aura surged, and his blade struck once more against the wind barrier. The barrier, conjured by Xu Taiping using the Tsungwan ring, had previously sufficed to repel a master of martial arts, but now it lay in ruins beneath Rin Chong's strike. The realization struck Xu Taiping, a master at the pinnacle of the Wuyou realm. In that fleeting moment, as the wind barrier collapsed, Rin Chong raised his blade again, aiming a ferocious strike at Xu Taiping. This blow combined the strength of a warrior with the skill of a cultivator. As the blade's descent conjured a veritable mountain of blades before Xu Taiping. "Stop, Rin Chong!" The emperor of the Vulture Kingdom bellowed from behind. Yet, Rin Chong remained unheeding, continuing his assault on Xu Taiping. With no time to utter the subsequent line of the poem, Xu Taiping activated the Xianbing armor using the Danxia technique to shield himself, aligning 3 fingers toward Rin Chong, preparing to retaliate with the Tsungwan ring's tri-finger C-splitter technique. Just as he readied his counter, a cool hand unexpectedly settled upon his shoulder, and a melodic voice whispered in his ear, "Dreams are unbound," drifting past the willow flowers over the Xia Bridge. At that moment, a delicate hand emerged from his side, reaching out to intercept Rin Chong's ferocious strike. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, the blade that Rin Chong, a master of the Wuyou realm, had brought down was effortlessly caught by that hand. With a gentle exertion, the hand snapped Rin Chong's weapon in two. In sheer disbelief, Xu Taiping turned to see who had intervened. The figure of the woman who had caught the blade was none other than Princess Liu, the sixth princess. At this moment, Liu, both in gaze and countenance, had shed her former innocence, replaced instead by an ineffable aura of cold sanctity. Reminiscent of Xu Taiping's first encounter with the celestial moon fairy, the enchanting Haitang, though unable to shatter your resolve, I shall ensure you slumber once more. Suddenly, the formidable General Rin Chong's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, emanating a palpable aura of sanguine ferocity. Abruptly, he seized his own spine, extracting a blood-soaked bone blade. And with a strike imbued with the weighty essence of devastation, he aimed at the sixth princess beside Xu Taiping. Boom! Just as Rin Chong's bone blade was raised, a more terrifying aura of destruction appeared behind him. It was none other than the perplexed emperor of the Vulture Kingdom, who now radiated an overwhelming presence. infused with an air of haughty disdain and a tyrannical pressure akin to a tsunami. Even the esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect had not exuded such terrifying authority. "You dare to utter my wife's name?" At that moment, the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom, transformed in demeanor, raised his hand and struck down upon Rinchong. Boom! With a resounding crash, Rinchong's blood essence shattered, instantly dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping, despite his usual dullness, grasped the situation. The sixth princess was an exiled celestial being, as was the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom. The poem they shared was their mutual unsealing verse. Taiping Taoist. The sixth princess, now transformed in aura, turned to Xu Taiping, deeply bowing before him. "The kindness of escorting me on this journey, coupled with today's unsealing grace for us as a couple, is something Haidang shall never forget. This, Your Highness. There are still matters I do not fully comprehend." Xu Taiping scratched his head. He understood the situation before him, yet the specifics eluded him. "Haidang can elucidate everything to you, Taoist." The sixth princess replied gently. "Wait, Your Highness, I must step away for a moment. There are matters I wish to consult you about later." Though Xu Taiping was eager to uncover the truth, he suddenly recalled that his doppelganger was still engaged in a game of chess with the Yellow Sparrow. "Are you worried about the Yellow Sparrow of the 9 houses?" The sixth princess inquired with a smile. "Yes, if I do not return soon, my cover will be blown." Xu Taiping nodded. "The people of the 9 houses? Should I take care of him?" The emperor of the Vulture Kingdom approached. "No need, no need." Xu Taiping hastily waved his hand. He recognized their strength, likely surpassing even that of their sect leader. "If you cannot speak, it would be wise to remain silent." The sixth princess shot a glare at the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom upon hearing this. The emperor chuckled and obediently stepped aside, refraining from further comment. Taiping Taoist. "Proceed without concern. Should the 9 houses pose any trouble, I shall find a way to assist you," Haidang declared confidently. "Very well." Xu Taiping nodded and quickly departed. At the Hanyun Tavern, precisely half a stick of incense had burned. When Xu Taiping returned to the tavern, his doppelganger was just about to enter the room, holding a basket of buns. At that moment, it was evident that the doppelganger was showing signs of dissipating spiritual energy. "Xu Taiping, why is it taking you so long to fetch a bun?" shouted Huang Ke from within the room. Xu Taiping quickly dispelled the doppelganger, catching the basket of buns deftly in his hands as he gracefully returned to the room. "Brother Huang Ke, did you contemplate this for at least a cup of tea's worth of time, and still wish to ponder further?" Xu Taiping inquired, munching on a bun while observing Huang Ke, who was fidgeting across the table. "Give me one," Huang Ke exclaimed in exasperation, extending his hand towards Xu Taiping. "Take it yourself." Xu Taiping placed the basket of buns on the table, chewing as he mentally communicated with Fairy Linghua. "Sister Linghua, the matter has been resolved. Please ease your approach. I sense Brother Huang Ke's composure is quite shaken by your tactics. The issue concerning the sixth princess has been settled, and there is no need for further severity to divert Huang Ke's attention. I have already been gentle enough. It is merely his poor chess skills," Fairy Linghua replied, somewhat unsatisfied. "Sister Linghua, how do you play chess so brilliantly?" Xu Taiping asked as he poured himself a cup of tea. Feeling lighthearted now that the crisis had passed, and wishing to engage in leisurely conversation with Fairy Linghua. "Long ago, I had a master who adored chess. I was compelled to play with him daily, and after nearly a century of matches, my skills naturally improved," Fairy Linghua reminisced. 100 years of play?" Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. "Taiping, pour me a cup of tea," Huang Ke urged, his eyes fixed intently on the chessboard. "Brother Huang Ke, your white pieces have no path to victory. Perhaps it is time to concede," Xu Taiping suggested while pouring tea for Huang Quebec. "No, let me think a bit longer. I am certain I can devise a brilliant move to turn the tide," Huang Ke replied, not lifting his head. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed down the street. Looking up, they saw a squad of fierce tiger guards storming towards the Hanyun Tavern. Upon hearing the commotion, Huang Ke immediately set aside the chess pieces, murmuring softly, "At last, there is movement. I wonder which side has gained the upper hand." "What do you mean, Brother Huang Ke?" Xu Taiping feigned ignorance. "Nothing. This game is no longer worth playing," he declared, scattering the chess pieces in frustration. "All is permitted, talisman." Xu Taiping extended a hand with a smile. "Take it." Huang Ke, looking resigned, slapped the talisman into Xu Taiping's palm. During his time in the capital, Xu Taiping had been remarkably well behaved, which pleased him greatly. Bang! At that moment, the door to their room was forcefully pushed open. Who is Xu Taiping? Who is Huang Ke? Bellowed a heavily armored tiger guard. I am Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping replied. What business do you have with me, sir? Huang Ke asked, perplexed. In his view, regardless of how the situation unfolded, it would never implicate him. His Majesty successfully negotiated peace with the 6th princess of the White Tree Kingdom, and Xu Taiping, having safeguarded the princess, was summoned along with you two to a banquet in the palace. The Tiger Ben guard gruffly announced. Successful negotiations? Huang Ke stood up in disbelief. He was somewhat aware of certain matters, and according to his original conjecture, at least one of the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom or the 6th princess of the White Tree Kingdom should perish. Successful negotiations, isn't that a good thing? Xu Taiping smiled at the bewildered Huang Quebec. Ah, yes, indeed a good thing. Huang Ke, sensing his own lapse, quickly masked it with a smile. Come, brother Huang Ke. The banquet in the palace must be quite lavish. Xu Taiping rose with anticipation. However, Huang Ke hesitated, suddenly recalling the most dreadful possibility. He pondered, could it be that both of them have awakened? Yet, he swiftly dismissed his thoughts. In his estimation, as both were exiled immortals who had lost their past memories, it was impossible for them to awaken their former recollections without external assistance. Brother Huang Ke, are we going or not? Xu Taiping urged. Yes, let us go together. After a brief moment of hesitation, Huang Ke resolved to see what awaited them in the palace. What have I to fear as a prominent figure of the 9 prefectures? He reassured himself internally. At the palace banquet, I. Huang Ke gazed at the Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom before him, his hand clutching the wine cup, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to utter a single word. Enough with the I drink. The Emperor of the Vulture Kingdom forcefully clapped Huang Ke on the shoulder. Just that light pat sent a surge of energy coursing through Huang Ke's body, nearly causing him to burst. What's wrong? Do you, of the 9 prefectures, look down upon me, Xiang Nantian? The Emperor's expression shifted. No. Esteemed hero Xiang has misunderstood. I merely caught a slight chill and feel a bit unwell. Huang Ke hastily waved his hands, then downed the wine in his cup, declaring, I shall punish myself with 3 drinks. At that moment, he truly felt an unbearable plight. Even if he racked his brain, he could never have anticipated that Xiang Nantian would awaken alongside Qi Baili. Now that is more like it. Xiang Nantian chuckled heartily, then patted Huang Ke's shoulder a couple more times, nearly causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, at the other end of the banquet, Qi Baili, reincarnated as the 6th princess, was thoroughly enjoying the scene before her. Senior Huitang, this Huang Ke harbors no significant malice toward you and your husband. Xu Taiping gently interceded on Huang Ke's behalf. Worry not, your elder brother Xiang is merely teasing him. Those few pats were simply to help him unblock his meridians. Not only harmless, but beneficial, Qi Baili replied with a serene smile. That is good to hear, Xu Taiping nodded. And, Senior Huitang, what exactly transpired during our journey to the Vulture Kingdom? After a few cups of wine, Xu Taiping could no longer restrain his inquiry. Chapter 55, The Deadlock Breaks. We come from the 3 midnight view. This is the poison woman, who has conspired with several sects from the 9 prefectures to ensnare my husband and me. Haitang said, her gaze turning cold and piercing. The poison woman? Could it possibly be that imperial consort? Indeed, it is she, however. She bears another identity, my former junior sister, Qi Liu, Haitang sighed. She then recounted the grievances between her junior sister, and the significant forces of the 9 prefectures, as well as the ongoing contention over the Dao seal, succinctly to Xu Taiping. Qi Haitang, Xiang Nantian, and Qi Liu all hailed from a secluded mountain sect, known as the 3 Midnight View. Approximately 7 centuries ago, the sect's master vanished, prompting the disciples to venture into the world, each wielding unparalleled abilities, which led to a fierce scramble among the major sects of the 9 prefectures. This upheaval nearly altered the landscape of the 9 prefectures during those years of intense competition for the title of Sword Sovereign. Most of the top contenders were disciples of the 3 Midnight View. However, Qi Haitang and Xiang Nantian chose not to affiliate with any sect within the 9 prefectures, instead forming a partnership to traverse the world in search of their missing master. It was during this time that rumors began to circulate among the 9 prefectures. suggesting that the true legacy of the Three Midnight View resided in Xiong Nantian and Qi Haitang. Consequently, the days of their leisurely travels came to an abrupt end as they faced relentless attacks from practitioners of the 9 prefectures while evading capture. Nevertheless, their cultivation flourished during this period, and the number of practitioners capable of contending with them dwindled. Back then, aside from a few ancient beings from various sects, our only adversary was Su Chan from the Qing Xin sect, Qi Haitang remarked, casting a respectful smile towards Xu Taiping. You have crossed swords with senior brother Su Chan? Xu Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued. Su Chan bested us, yet he did not impose any hardship upon us. Qi Haitang shook her head. Afterward, when Su Chan perished, we found ourselves without rivals. Our only remaining foe was the ever-diminishing lifespan. She sighed with a wry smile. Thus, you chose to undergo the process of dissolution? Xu Taiping asked. Initially, we intended to rest eternally. However, upon discovering a lead on the Master's whereabouts, we were reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to continue our search. Ultimately, we opted to use that poem as our Dao seal and embarked on the path of dissolution and rebirth. Little did we know, this decision marked the inception of our nightmares. As she spoke, a rare look of alarm flickered in Haitang's usually composed eyes. What transpired? Xu Taiping could not help but inquire. To prevent our inability to awaken, we entrusted the Dao seal to our most trusted junior sister, Qi Liu. Regrettably, Qi Liu harbored jealousy over my union with brother Xiong and conspired with several major sects of the 9 prefectures, beginning the search for our reincarnated selves in the mortal realm. Once located, a trap would be set to incite mutual destruction between us as a couple, thereby shattering our resolve and compelling us to relinquish the true inheritance of the Sangong Temple. Reluctant to revisit the painful past, Qi Haitang poured herself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Is this your first reincarnation? Xu Taiping inquired tentatively. The 7th, Qi Haitang exhaled softly, then forced a bitter smile. Had it not been for you, Taiping, I doubt I would have endured long enough for another rebirth. My heart would have collapsed, and my soul would have perished entirely. There was a lingering fear evident on her face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping had nearly unraveled the entire sequence of events. I merely stumbled upon the truth and unwittingly deciphered the Dao seals upon you both, he admitted modestly. Do not downplay your contributions, Taiping. Although I am no longer the 6th princess, I remember everything that has transpired clearly, Qi Haitang remarked, tapping her temple with a smile. What are your plans going forward, Sister Haitang and Brother Xiong? Xu Taiping shifted the conversation. Naturally, we shall seek vengeance against that venomous woman. Xiong Nantian interjected as he approached. Despite no longer being the emperor of Wujiao, he still exuded a commanding presence. Xu Taiping glanced behind him and noticed Huang Ke sprawled on the table, unconscious. Do not worry about that lad. He likely won't awaken for 3 to 5 days. Xiong Nantian said with a grin as he settled beside Xu Taiping. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Xiong, Xu Taiping acknowledged with a respectful gesture. You are my savior. There is no need for such formality. Xiong Nantian waved his hand dismissively, to avoid drawing the attention of that venomous woman and her associates. We shall devise a means to conceal our awakening for 3 to 5 days. The outside world will believe I perished during an assassination attempt. During this time, you should return to the Qingxian sect, for the entire 9 prefectures will soon be anything but tranquil. As Qi Haitang spoke, she exchanged a glance with Xiong Nantian, and they both revealed a chilling smile. Indeed, one can see that they are of the same ilk, though Sister Haitang appears delicate. Her murderous intent rivals that of Xiong Nantian. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. Rest assured, Taiping, although your sect tacitly permitted the ambush against us, we shall spare the Qingxian sect on your behalf, Xiong Nantian said with a grin. Thank you, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, fully aware of the weight of those words. Given their formidable powers, we should have presented you with a grand gift, but as we currently possess nothing of value, we shall defer that obligation. Once we reclaim what is rightfully ours, we shall return to offer our gratitude, Qi Haitang said, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. There is no need. Escorting you was merely my duty as a disciple of the sect. You need not feel obligated to bestow anything further. Xu Taiping shook his head. Upon his arrival at the palace, his sole intention was to discern the intricate details of the entire affair, not to seek any form of remuneration. Wait, Taiping, do you possess a fragment of a teleportation token? Xiong Nantian suddenly inquired of Xu Taiping. A teleportation token? Xu Taiping responded with a hint of caution, casting a wary glance at Xiong Nantian. He had not anticipated that Xiong Nantian would sense the aura of the half token he bore. My young friend Taiping, do not be alarmed. The reason I pose this question is that during my tenure as the Emperor of Wujiao Kingdom, I too received a half teleportation token, whose essence bears a striking resemblance to that which you possess. It is currently housed in my treasury, and should you require it, I would be pleased to bestow it upon you, Xiong Nantian explained with a smile. Chapter 56. A Deadlock Broken. The grateful couple within the royal treasury of Wujiao Kingdom. Xiong Nantian emerged from a heap of gold and silver, holding a box. Had I not sensed the aura emanating from you, I might have forgotten that this item existed within my treasury. As he spoke, he placed the box into Xu Taiping's hands. Indeed, it was the other half of the teleportation token. Xu Taiping opened the box and, upon seeing the fragment, could not suppress his delight. With this half of the teleportation token, your journey has not been in vain. Taiping, echoed the voice of Fairy Lingwei in Xu Taiping's mind. It seemed she had refrained from speaking earlier due to her apprehension regarding the two individuals before her. Xiong Sr., Haiding Sr., do you truly intend to gift this item to me? Xu Taiping sought confirmation from the pair. They exchanged knowing smiles. This token is far from sufficient to repay your kindness in assisting us with our seal, Haitang replied, shaking her head in modesty. How about this? Xiong Nantian suggested after a moment of contemplation. My wife and I have always been solitary, yet we shall make an exception for you, Taiping. Should you ever encounter insurmountable difficulties, we would be honored to act as your guardians. Upon uttering these words, he summoned a drop of blood from his fingertip, using it to inscribe a rune in the air. That is a splendid proposal, Haitang concurred, similarly using her blood to draw a rune in the air. Xu Taiping was somewhat unfamiliar with the term guardian and found himself at a loss for words momentarily. Taiping, a guardian, once bound to you by a seal, will protect you with their life. The profound cultivation of these two individuals allows them to serve as your guardians, even if only once, which is an extraordinary opportunity. Fairy Lingwei cautioned Xu Taiping. The high regard in which Fairy Lingwei held them attested to their formidable prowess. After careful consideration, Xu Taiping decided against hesitation and expressed his gratitude to the two, saying, if I should indeed find myself in dire straits in the future, I humbly request the assistance of Senior Haidang and Senior Xiong. He then extended his hand to accept the two seals. Splendid, Xiong Nantian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. My wife and I detest being in anyone's debt. It is fortuitous that you are willing to accept. Haidang also smiled warmly. Indeed, during my brief interlude of feigned demise, should you return to fulfill your obligations, you are certain to encounter difficulties, with others proclaiming my death and your failure to uphold our agreement. The astute Haidang suddenly pondered a matter. She possessed all the memories of the sixth princess and thus recalled that Xu Taiping had been entrusted by the sect to escort her. So, let this expedition be deemed a failure, it matters not. Xu Taiping, however, seemed to take it in stride. How can this be acceptable? Xiong Nantian shook his head vehemently at these words. Haidang, perhaps I should accompany young Taiping to the Qingxin sect? I shall personally explain the situation to their leader. He turned to Haitang for her approval. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping involuntarily shivered. I fear that before you even reach the mountain, their leader will emerge to confront us. Do you not know the reputation of my spouse and me? Haidang shot Xiong Nantian a glare. In Xu Taiping's presence, she appeared gentle and amiable, yet before Xiong Nantian, she resembled a fierce tigress. Hee, Etang, I was merely jesting, Xiong Nantian chuckled, scratching his head, his gaze toward Haidang brimming with affection. There is truly no need for such elaborate measures. This is merely a trial task of mine, and should I fail, there will always be another opportunity. Xu Taiping interjected once more. No. However, his words were swiftly dismissed in unison by the couple. Xu Taiping discerned that this pair was the sort who would seek vengeance for grievances and repay kindness until death. Taiping, do you possess any talisman paper? Haidang suddenly inquired. I have only prepared talismans. I do not have any talisman paper, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Then, please hand me a talisman at random. Haidang extended her hand towards Xu Taiping. Very well. Although uncertain of Haitang's intentions, Xu Taiping produced a lighting talisman and handed it to her. Upon receiving the talisman, Haidang pressed her index and middle fingers together in a gesture resembling a sword, and deftly swept her fingers across the talisman, erasing the drawn symbols. It was unexpected that such a technique existed in this realm. The celestial figure Lingyue observed this scene with admiration. Is it difficult? Xu Taiping inquired of Lingyue. It is not particularly challenging. However, unless one is exceptionally well versed in the art of talismans, it is quite difficult to erase symbols drawn by another, Lingyue replied. Come, let us convey a message to the Qingxian sect. After effortlessly inscribing a talisman with her blood, Haitang glanced at Xiang Nantian. Moments later, Taiping, hold this carefully. After an intense exchange, the couple solemnly handed the talisman containing their dialogue to Xu Taiping. Thank you very much. Xu Taiping accepted the talisman, inadvertently wiping the sweat from his brow. If it were possible, he would prefer that the people of the Qingxian sect did not overhear the words of this couple contained within the talisman. Moreover, it may be that you, Taiping, are not fully aware that the majority of the cultivators from the 9 houses regard my spouse and me as outcasts and adversaries. Thus, for your own well-being, it would be prudent to refrain from mentioning us upon your return to the Qingxian sect, particularly regarding the matter of assisting us in breaking the Dao seal. Simply express your gratitude for the kindness I showed in escorting you, which is why I bestowed upon you this talisman upon awakening. At this moment, Haitang gently reminded Xu Taiping once more. Thank you, Sister Haitang. I shall exercise discretion in these matters. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. However, in my eyes, Sister Haitang, you and Brother Xiang are not outcasts. You merely act in accordance with your own convictions. He added, not as flattery, but as a reflection of his recent insights based on observations. The couple exchanged a knowing smile at his words. Do you know? Long ago, a sword cultivator expressed a similar sentiment to us. Xiang Nantian remarked with a smile directed at Xu Taiping. Could it be Master Su Chan? Xu Taiping inquired tentatively. Indeed, Haitang affirmed with a smile. This was not the first time the couple had mentioned Su Chan, indicating the significant regard they held for him. It seemed that not only the disciples of Qingxian sect, but even those from other sects, were unable to forget this esteemed elder brother. Xu Taiping found himself murmuring inwardly, increasingly curious about the character of this Master Su Chan. Perhaps I should inquire about him with Brother Qing Xiao, he thought to himself, allowing his gaze to wander over the surrounding treasures of gold and silver, and then, feeling somewhat bashful, he posed a question to the couple. Sister Haitang, Brother Xiang, may I take some of this gold and silver? His intention for acquiring these riches was, of course, to provide nourishment for Digua. The couple exchanged a glance of surprise before responding in unison. Feel free to take as you wish. A few evenings later, at Lion's Slope, after Xu Taiping burned the feather left by Elder Yunyi to ashes, a cry of a crane resonated from the horizon. Boom. Soon, amidst the howling winds, the immense figure of Elder Yunyi descended upon the peak of Lion's Slope, regarding Xu Taiping with a pair of somewhat indifferent eyes. Come up, it is fortunate that you returned safely. Elder Yunyi nodded at Xu Taiping, his tone considerably gentler than during their first encounter. Xu Taiping discerned the underlying implication that the unfulfilled task was of little consequence. This line of thought was indeed reasonable, for the awakening of the Haitang couple had been kept secret by themselves, and given their capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone, even an elder, let alone a sect leader, to perceive such a concealed matter. Thus, apart from Xu Taiping, no one was privy to this information. All believed that the 6th princess had failed in her assassination attempt, resulting in a citywide lockdown in the capital of Wuzhou Kingdom. However, he did not engage in debate, merely nodding in gratitude. Thank you for coming to guide me, Elder. He chose to reserve any explanations for when he reported his task at the Hall of Merit. Chapter 57. Hall of Merit, Xu Taiping. You are lying Qingxian sect. Hall of Merit. The Merit Hall, situated at the summit, is an essential destination for every disciple returning from their trials, as only by presenting the token to the elders within can one deem their task complete. Xu Taiping, of course, was no exception. Upon returning from the outside world, he was escorted directly to this place by Elder Yunyi. Disciple Xu Taiping of the 7th Peak has successfully completed the sect's trial. Here is the token I retrieved. Esteemed Elder, upon entering the Merit Hall, he presented a small box containing a jade bracelet to the elder clad in gray. This jade bracelet was, indeed, the one he had acquired from Haitang. Xu Taiping of the 7th Peak, let us examine your trial task. The elder in gray nodded. Placing the jade bracelet on a bronze mirror, words began to materialize upon the surface of the mirror. You ventured to the kingdom of the vulture? After reading the lines that appeared on the bronze mirror, The elder's expression shifted to one of skepticism as he gazed at Xu Taiping. Indeed, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. The elder's penetrating gaze stirred a hint of unease within him. However, he was not particularly worried, having already mentally prepared himself prior to his return. This half of the jade bracelet, who bestowed it upon you? The gray-clad elder questioned, his demeanor growing stern. The sixth princess of the White Tree Kingdom, Xu Taiping responded. What is the matter, elder son? Just as Xu Taiping contemplated whether to elucidate his circumstances to the elder before him, an elderly figure clad in a white robe descended from above. Elder Lu, what brings you here? Upon seeing the white-robed elder, the elder immediately bowed respectfully. This elder, named Lu Zimu, held a position just below a few vice-chancellors within the merit hall. Elder Lu nodded before directing his attention to Xu Taiping. You are Xu Taiping of the Seventh Peak? Greetings, Elder Lu, Xu Taiping replied, bowing to the elder in white. How did you come by the other half of this jade bracelet? Elder Lu inquired once more, picking up the half bracelet from the table, replying to Elder Lu. After delivering Princess Li Yu of the White Tree Kingdom to the royal city of the Kingdom of the Vulture, she entrusted me with the other half of the jade bracelet as a token. Xu Taiping had surmised the reason behind Elder Lu's and Elder Sun's persistent inquiries, but chose to remain silent regarding the identities of his predecessors, Haitang and Xiang Nantian. Given their special circumstances, he deemed it prudent to avoid mention in order to evade unnecessary complications. You lie? To Xu Taiping's astonishment, Elder Lu suddenly rebuked him loudly. The sixth princess of the White Tree Kingdom perished within the royal palace of the Kingdom of the Vulture. This jade bracelet was certainly seized from her before that. As he spoke, Elder Lu raised the bronze mirror that Elder Sun held and placed it before Xu Taiping. Upon a closer look, Xu Taiping beheld 4 ominous characters and a line of smaller text within the bronze mirror. Trial failed. It has come to light that the sixth princess of the Kingdom of White Trees, under the guise of peace talks, attempted to assassinate the emperor of the Kingdom of Vultures. The emperor was gravely injured, and the sixth princess met her end on the grounds of the Vulture Palace. Having been slain on the spot, Xu Taiping was unable to fulfill his mission of escorting her safely back to the Kingdom of White Trees. Upon reading the 2 lines inscribed upon the bronze mirror, Xu Taiping silently pondered that this false news had indeed reached the Qing Xian sect. Initially, he held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that as long as he possessed a token, the mission could be deemed complete, thus sparing him the necessity of producing the talismans from the esteemed elders Haitang and Xiang Nantian. Elders Lu and Sun, you may be unaware, but despite the sixth princess's pretense of diplomacy, she yet lives. Such an assertion is sheer folly. Just as Xu Taiping was about to elucidate further, Elder Lu abruptly interrupted him. We have already gleaned the scheming of that royal consort of the Kingdom of White Trees. Even with the presence of the infant whale's sword, she alone could not contend with the multitude of experts in the Vulture Palace. At that moment, Elder Lu produced a jade slip. Within the densely inscribed characters of the slip lay the detailed account of the royal consort as conspiracy. So, you were already aware? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow at this revelation. It seems Haitang's earlier assertions were indeed correct. The upper echelons of the Qing Xian sect may feign disinterest, yet they tacitly approve of the conflict. This implies that my current trial by fire was orchestrated by the sect's leadership. As he gradually pieced together the underlying truths, Xu Taiping found himself calming down. If this trial was preordained by you, then the present predicament must have also been arranged in advance. Is it truly the case that such a commotion has been stirred merely to vex a humble cultivator like myself? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xu Taiping dismissed the notion of immediately producing the communication talisman from the couple Haidang, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation with a detached gaze, curious to discern their true intentions. Xu Taiping, do you have anything to say? Elder Lu, noticing Xu Taiping's silence, pressed him further. Elder Lu, I assure you, I have not lied. The sixth princess of the Kingdom of White Trees is indeed alive, Xu Taiping asserted firmly. Dare you repeat that before the heart-questioning mirror? Elder Lu scoffed. Certainly, Xu Taiping replied without hesitation. He understood that the heart-questioning mirror was a renowned treasure of the Qing Xian sect when one stands before it. If one's words do not align with their true thoughts, the mirror will reflect their innermost truths. Since every word he spoke was sincere, he harbored no fear of revealing his authentic sentiments. Chapter 58. The Hall of Merits. I have never lied. Xu Taiping, I must caution you. Should the heart-questioning mirror reveal that you have indeed spoken falsely, you will be sent to the Hall of Seven Laws for interrogation. If it is determined that you were wrongfully claiming merits, not only will you be penalized, but your seventh peak will also face repercussions, potentially disqualifying you from this year's competition of the Seven Peaks. Elder's son interjected, unable to restrain himself from advising Xu Taiping. You should contemplate this matter further. If you concede now, the only one to bear the consequences will be yourself. He then added, causing Elder Lu to cast an impatient glance at Elder's son, seemingly irritated by his interference. Nevertheless, having spoken, he feigned magnanimity and nodded, saying, Elder's son is not mistaken. You must consider this matter carefully. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping's earlier confusion was dispelled. It became apparent that your intentions were not solely directed at me, but also aimed at our seventh peak. The inability to participate in the grand competition of the Seven Peaks would be a significant loss for all the peaks of the Qingxian sect, as even securing the last position would grant access to the redistribution of resources at Yunlu Mountain. However, if one does not participate, that share will be divided among the other 6 peaks. Thus, while the Qingxian sect may appear as a cohesive entity, upon closer examination, it resembles 7 distinct sections. Disciples are permitted, Xu Taiping nodded, then inquired of Vice Hall Master Lu. If the heart-seeking mirror proves that I have not lied, what then, Elder Lu? What should I do? Elder Lu responded, seemingly amused by the absurdity of the statement. Indeed, Elder Lu Zimu, if my disciple Xu Taiping has spoken the truth. Your baseless accusations warrant a response, do they not? Just as Elder Lu was about to reprimand Xu Taiping, a familiar voice echoed from outside the hall. The group looked up to see a rotund, middle-aged man striding into the hall. It was none other than Zhao Qian, the peak master of the 7th peak. Following Zhao Qian was a tall, handsome young man, Xu Taiping's second senior brother, Qing Xiao. Peak master, senior brother Qing Xiao. Xu Taiping exclaimed with surprise as he approached the two. Zhao Qian merely nodded slightly at Xu Taiping before raising his head and walking directly towards Elder Lu Zimu. Qing Xiao, smiling, patted Xu Taiping on the shoulder, saying, "You've had quite the ordeal." "It was manageable," Xu Taiping replied with a smile, shaking his head. Qing Xiao chuckled again and whispered, "Let us discuss the other matters once we return to the 7th peak." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. "Elder Lu Zimu, elder son, shall we conclude today's affairs here? I shall take my leave for now." Zhao Qian crossed his arms, directing his gaze at Elder Lu Zimu and Elder Sunday. "What? Does Peak Master Zhao also believe your disciple is lying?" Elder Lu Zimu sneered coldly at Zhao Qian. "If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not engage in this absurdity. If this escalates, I, Zhao Qian, will gladly entertain it." Zhao Qian shot a glare at Elder Lu Zimu, feeling an intense anger rising within him. Had he not discovered the issues with this expedition too late, he would never have allowed Xu Taiping to descend the mountain. Rather, he would have confronted Jin Yu for a thorough discussion. Peak Master Zhao, such anger. At that moment, Jin Yu, the Peak Master of the 1st peak, entered the Merit Hall with 2 disciples. "Peak Master Jin, your timing is impeccable," Elder Lu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Jin Yu, immediately bypassing Zhao Qian to greet him. In the Qingxian sect, the Master of the 1st peak holds a position equivalent to that of the deputy sect leader, possessing full authority to oversee internal affairs in the absence of the sect leader, thus enjoying a significantly higher status than ordinary peak masters. "Do you still remember the task related to the Kingdom of White Trees?" Elder Lu inquired. "Of course I remember," Jin Yu replied, his eyes momentarily flickering before he nodded. "Not long ago, we received news while traversing the mountains outside the Kingdom of Vulture that the 6th princess of the Kingdom of White Trees met her demise in the palace due to an assassination attempt on the Emperor of the Kingdom of Vulture. To think this young man would dare come forward with this token to claim credit." Elder Lu cast a disdainful glance at Xu Taiping. Not only has this individual failed to complete the trial, but he also has the audacity to lie openly to the elders of the Merit Hall and falsely claim merits. I believe we should petition the 7 Rime Hall to send him back down the mountain. Elder Lu added sternly. Xu Taiping did not shy away from Elder Lu's gaze. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and met his eyes, silently reflecting, "It seems everyone is gathered." With Jin Yu's arrival, all the perplexities regarding this trial were suddenly dispelled in Xu Taiping's mind. "Xu Taiping, why did you choose to lie?" Jin Yu's expression was one of deep disappointment as he regarded Xu Taiping. In response to the esteemed master, "I assure you, I have never lied," Xu Taiping replied. his tone unwavering. Master Jin, please listen carefully. My disciple has not lied. Zhao Qian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Xu Taiping. Qing Xiao subtly shifted, aligning himself beside Zhao Qian to shield Xu Taiping further. In that case, let us consult the heart mirror, Jin Yu remarked to Elder Lu, though his gaze was fixed on Zhao Qian. If we have not lied, why must we consult the heart mirror? Zhao Qian crossed his arms defiantly, locking eyes with Jin Yu, before turning to pat Xu Taiping on the shoulder. Let's go back to the seventh peak. He was indifferent to whether Xu Taiping had lied. He was determined to take him away today. Zhao Qian, do you truly believe the 7-rhyme hall of Qingxian is merely for show? If you dare take him away today, your peak will surely be disqualified from this year's great competition of the 7 peaks. Jin Yu scoffed coldly. Disqualified or not? I care not, Zhao Qian retorted, casting a dismissive glance back at Jin Yu. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of emotion and resolved to take the risk of informing those present about Haidang and Xiang Nantian. He understood that both his senior brother Qing Xiao and sister Ling Long had been preparing for the upcoming great competition for months, and it would be a grievous loss if they were disqualified. Calculating the time, he surmised that sister Haidang and brother Xiang had likely departed from the kingdom of Vulture by now, and revealing this information would not adversely affect them. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he turned to Zhao Qian and stated, Master, I truly have not lied. The 6th princess is still alive. Hearing this, Zhao Qian furrowed his brow. He understood Xu Taiping's character. He would never make such a claim without substantial evidence. Taiping, if that is the case, then stand before the heart mirror and speak again. Jin Yu interjected with a sudden hearty laugh before Zhao Qian could respond. At this moment, the heart mirror of the Qingxian sect was brought forth by Elder Lu's attendants and placed at the center of the grand hall. Taiping, this matter is not to be taken lightly, Qing Xiao quietly reminded Xu Taiping. Senior brother, my words are entirely truthful, Xu Taiping asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian exchanged a glance with Qing Xiao and nodded in agreement. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to glare at Jin Yu and then smirked, saying, Peak Master Jin, regardless of the circumstances, the disciples of our 7 peaks cannot suffer unjustly. If the heart mirror can prove that he has not lied, the merits awarded must be doubled. Jin Yu responded with a cold smile. Being well acquainted with the intricacies of the situation, he was certain that Xu Taiping must be lying. And he believed that Taiping was merely maintaining a facade for the sake of dignity. If Taiping truly has not lied, I shall personally offer these merit coins as an apology, Jin Yu declared with a hearty laugh. And what about you, Lu? Zhao Qian shot a fierce glare at Lu Zimu. If he truly speaks the truth, I too am willing to offer equivalent merits and apologize in front of everyone. Lu Zimu replied with a sense of ease. However, if the heart mirror reveals that you have spoken falsely, I will immediately send you to the 7 Laws Hall. He then directed another fierce glare at Xu Taiping. Given that, Taiping, you may proceed. Zhao Qian patted Xu Taiping on the shoulder. Unlike the others, he and Qing Xiao were well aware of Xu Taiping's nature. They knew him to be exceedingly cautious and would not agree to the inquiry unless he was entirely certain. Moreover, he had already prepared for the worst outcome. Xu Taiping nodded and then approached the copper mirror, which was adorned with gold and gemstones, standing at his height. Jin Yu had not anticipated Xu Taiping's response to be so decisive, and his brows furrowed slightly as he thought. Could it be that the 6th princess is indeed still alive? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that this scheme was orchestrated by that Qi fairy and a group of ancient beings, making failure impossible. With this thought, he stepped to the side of the heart mirror. Xu Taiping, I will now pose a question. Should you fail to answer truthfully, the heart mirror will reveal your true thoughts. Proceed with caution. Jin Yu cautioned Xu Taiping, who stood before the heart mirror, nodding with a composed expression. First question, during your descent from the mountain, did you commit any violations of the sect's rules? Jin Yu inquired. No, Xu Taiping replied with calm assurance, shaking his head. The moment he finished speaking, the reflection in the heart mirror echoed his response with a firm no. Jin Yu nodded and proceeded with the second question. Was that half-jade bracelet given to you personally by the 6th princess? Yes, Xu Taiping replied without hesitation, affirmatively nodding his head. The reflection in the copper mirror mirrored his action. Observing this, Jin Yu's brows furrowed slightly, while Lu Zimu appeared somewhat anxious. Third question, did you bring the 6th princess of the Baishu kingdom out alive from the palace of the Wuzhou kingdom? After a brief pause, Ji Wuyou posed the most critical question. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xu Taiping. Yes, Xu Taiping replied, unwavering in his conviction. Within the depths of his heart, he too nodded with resolute certainty. Observing this, both Ji Wuyou and Lu Zimu wore expressions of bewilderment. Besides Xu Taiping, Zhao Qian and Qing Xiao let out a simultaneous sigh of relief, followed by Zhao Qian's hearty laughter. Jin sect leader, Elder Lu, do you have anything further to say? Even the heart-testing mirror can have its flaws. I suggest we report this matter to the Qi Lu Hall and conduct another examination at a later date. Lu Zimu, somewhat reluctant, retorted towards Ji Wuyou. What nonsense are you spouting, Lu? Zhao Qian's temper flared at this remark. Wait, everyone, please refrain from arguing. Ji Wuyou interjected, raising a hand as if a new realization struck him. Moments later, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Xu Taiping. Taiping, could it be that you have violated the edicts of the 9 houses and intervened in mortal affairs, rescuing the 6th princess of the Baishu kingdom from the palace of the Wuzhou kingdom? Upon hearing this, Lu Zimu's eyes lit up with understanding, exclaiming, indeed. This lad must have breached the regulations of the 9 houses, stealthily infiltrating the palace to rescue the 6th princess of the Baishu kingdom. Zhao Qian and Qing Zhao's expressions shifted drastically, their faces etched with concern as they looked at Xu Taiping. While violations of sect rules might be resolved internally, transgressions against the 9 houses left no room for redemption. Instantly, the gaze of everyone in the merit hall was once again fixed upon Xu Taiping. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Xu Taiping stepped forward, addressing the heart-testing mirror directly. During this descent from the mountain, I have neither breached the precepts of the Qingxian sect nor violated the edicts of the 9 houses. The yellow sparrow of the 9 houses can attest to this. After his declaration, the heart-testing mirror exhibited no anomalies. The merit hall erupted in a clamor, while Ji Wuyou and Elder Lu's expressions darkened considerably. Chapter 60, Merit Hall. Lu Zijing's failed revenge? With the 6th princess of the Baishu kingdom possessing such limited cultivation, how could she possibly escape the Wuzhou kingdom? How do you explain that? Ji Wuyou questioned again, still convinced that Xu Taiping was being deceptive, yet failing to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Xu Taiping cast a glance at Ji Wuyou, silently acknowledging that unless he brought up Sister Haidang and Brother Xiang, this group would undoubtedly continue their uproar. With this thought, Xu Taiping turned slightly, meeting Ji Wuyou's gaze. I truly do not know how to explain this. According to the 6th princess, when she attempted to assassinate the emperor of the Wuzhou kingdom, both she and the emperor awakened their past life memories, realizing that she is the banished immortal, while his original names were Qi Haidang and Xiang Nantian. At this revelation, the merit hall once again erupted in astonishment. This time, even Zhao Qian and Qing Xiao appeared visibly taken aback. Qi Haidang and Xiang Nantian have both broken their seals. Although Qing Xiao had only recently discovered that the 6th princess of the White Tree Kingdom and the emperor of the Vulture Kingdom were indeed the legendary Dao partners, Qi Haidang and Xiang Nantian, he was unaware that both had simultaneously unsealed their marks. It seemed implausible. These two had failed to unseal across 7 lifetimes. How could they possibly do so now? Ji Wuyou exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping immediately cast a dubious glance at Ji Wuyou and remarked, so, Master Jin has known all along that they are celestial beings. Ji Wuyou's lips twitched momentarily before he regained his composed demeanor and replied, Taiping, assertions without evidence hold no weight. You must present proof. Otherwise, concerning the 9 provinces, you must visit the 7 Rhyme Hall today. Taiping, did Qi Haidang and Xiang Nantian truly unseal their marks? Zhao Qian approached Xu Taiping with a serious expression. The significance of this matter far exceeded Xu Taiping's mere training tasks. Xu Taiping nodded and retrieved the talisman given to him by Sister Haidang, presenting it to Zhao Qian, stating, Senior Haidang entrusted me with this talisman as a token of gratitude for my protection along the way, and she also mentioned. He hesitated momentarily. What did she say? Zhao Qian inquired. She said to spare Qingxian's sect this time, allowing them to take heed of their own actions. Xu Taiping replied. Humph, that sounds quite fabricated. Elder Lu scoffed upon hearing this. Whether it is fabricated or not, Elder Lu and Master Jin, you shall discern the truth upon listening to the words within this transmission talisman. Xu Taiping turned to the two. Zhao Qian, seeing Xu Taiping's confidence, accepted the talisman and, while channeling spiritual energy into it, declared loudly, Let us cease our bickering. The truth shall reveal itself upon hearing. Then let us unseal this transmission talisman, Ji Wuyou said, frowning as he nodded. With a surge of intense spiritual energy emanating from the talisman in Zhao Qian's hand, a coarse voice boomed forth. Listen well, you rabble of Qingxian sect. The attendees furrowed their brows at this proclamation, but soon, as a formidable pressure akin to a tsunami radiated from the talisman, their expressions shifted from displeasure to sheer terror. At that moment, a woman's icy voice echoed. In light of this young brother's protection throughout our journey, my husband and I shall refrain from visiting your Qingxian sect this time. However, you fickle reeds, mark my words, should I discover any collusion between your sect and that venomous woman, I shall personally raise your Yunlu mountain. And even your little master uncle will be of no use. The intensity of the pressure in her voice surpassed that of the previous speaker, with each word striking the audience's hearts like heavy stones. Furthermore, be sure to express your gratitude to that young brother. Were it not for him, we would undoubtedly have been guests at your Qingxian sect. The woman's voice resounded once more. Many cultivators in the hall struggled to maintain their composure, beginning to sit cross-legged to meditate and recuperate. Even Ji Wuyou and Elder Lu were now covered in beads of sweat upon their foreheads. Indeed, this young man is a person of integrity. Should we discover that you have bullied him, my spouse and I will certainly pay a visit to your Qingxian sect. As the man concluded his statement, the oppressive force emanating from the transmission talisman receded like the ebbing tide. Truly, this mad couple. Zhao Qian set down the talisman in his hand, rubbed his ears, and exclaimed in astonishment. However, his astonishment swiftly transformed into smug satisfaction as he glared fiercely at Ji Wuyou and Elder Lu, asking, "Do you two have anything left to say?" The pallid Ji Wuyou took a deep breath and cast a reproachful glance at Elder Lu beside him, saying, "Elder Lu, you have failed in your vigilance." Elder Lu's expression was one of despair. He thought to himself, who would have known that this young man would be so fortunate as to encounter that couple just now? With a reluctant demeanor, he bowed slightly to Xu Taiping and said, "Taiping, this matter is indeed my oversight. I beseech your forgiveness." As he spoke, his body trembled. How could a dignified elder bow an apology to a newly initiated disciple? How would he face the disciples of Qingxian sect after today? At Magu Mountain, in Qiyue Pavilion, Qing Shao sighed with self-reproach after hearing Xu Taiping's account of his journey to the kingdom of Wujiao. You have truly endured a great deal. Had we realized sooner, we would have never permitted you to undertake this trial. It was not too arduous, and I even gained unexpected fortune by witnessing the legendary couple. Xu Taiping replied with a smile, shaking his head. Though this pair of Dao partners possesses formidable cultivation, they have also made many enemies in the 9 prefectures. It would be wise for you to avoid mentioning this matter in the future, Qing Shao cautioned, his brow furrowed. I understand, Xu Taiping nodded, recognizing this as the reason he had hesitated to reveal the transmission talisman. By the way, after you descended the mountain, a significant event occurred here. Qing Shao suddenly looked serious as he turned to Xu Taiping. What is it? Upon seeing Qing Shao's grave expression, Xu Taiping felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Zijing from Wufeng has been confined in the wall-facing cliff by the 7 Rime Hall and will soon be expelled from Yunlu Mountain, reduced to a mere mortal, Qing Shao stated with a heavy tone. Why? Xu Taiping exclaimed in disbelief. To his knowledge, Lu Zijing was a highly valued disciple of Wufeng and should not meet such a fate. To avenge her sister, she severely injured Lu Chen of Wufeng, leaving him on the brink of death. Qing Shao sighed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Lu Zijing would ultimately disregard his counsel, opting to take vengeance herself by handing over the Xuanchen fragrance to the 7 Rime Hall. And what has become of Lu Chen? Xu Taiping inquired with a cold tone. Though gravely injured, he survived. Otherwise, Lu Zijing would likely have had no chance of returning alive. Qing Shao paused before responding. Xu Taiping pondered deeply for a moment, and then asked Qing Shao, "Senior brother, is there any way to arrange a meeting with Lu Zijing?" He was not particularly inclined to meddle in others' affairs. Rather, the situation arose due to the incense of seeking dust he had brought, leaving him unable to turn a blind eye. Meeting with Lu Zijing before her expulsion from the mountain would provide a sense of closure. Chapter 61. The Cliff of Reflection. Do evil men have their day of reckoning? At the main peak, at the entrance of the Cliff of Reflection, Qing Shao awaited his junior brother. I shall wait for you here. At the Cliff of Reflection of Qiyue Hall, only one person may enter at a time, he advised Xu Taiping while resting in a pavilion at the entrance. Second senior brother, I hope this won't prove difficult for you. Xu Taiping sought confirmation from Qing Xiao once more. It will not, Qing Xiao assured with a shake of his head. Lu Zijing's transgression is understandable. It is not an unforgivable sin. And with the Five Peaks leader providing support, it is not unusual for someone to visit her. He elaborated further. Thank you, senior brother. Xu Taiping nodded appreciatively. By the way, Qing Xiao suddenly called out to Xu Taiping. What is it, senior brother? Xu Taiping looked at him in confusion. You have not developed any feelings for Lu Zijing, have you? Qing Xiao hesitated before voicing his concern. Xu Taiping found himself both amused and exasperated. Rest assured, second senior brother, my sentiments towards Sister Zijing are purely platonic. I merely hold a promise to her sister. Now that she is to be expelled from Yunlu Mountain, I must come to see her, regardless. He explained candidly to Qing Xiao. In truth, Xu Taiping felt more of a sense of injustice regarding the sister's plight. That is quite reassuring. Qing Xiao nodded, a hint of relief evident in his gaze. I have heard from disciples of the Five Peaks that Lu Zijing has seemingly resorted to fasting. Her spirit has already crumbled. If she continues to abstain from food for long, she may not endure until she descends the mountain. Your visit may provide the encouragement she needs. He urged Xu Taiping earnestly. I will certainly give her my best counsel. Xu Taiping responded with a solemn nod. At the cliff of reflection, after navigating the numerous obstacles set by Qiyu Hall, Xu Taiping finally encountered Lu Zijing within a cave. At that moment, she sat cross-legged on a stone bed, clad in a simple white garment, her long hair cascading untamed, her hollow gaze fixed upon the stone wall before her. Even upon hearing footsteps, she did not turn around, merely stating in a lifeless tone, there is no need to bring me more food. Sister Zijing, it is not food being delivered. Someone has come to visit you. The disciple who had guided Xu Taiping replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing turned her head with some surprise, and her gaze fell upon Xu Taiping standing behind the disciple. It has been a long time, Sister Zijing. Xu Taiping offered her a gentle smile. Upon recognizing Xu Taiping, a smile broke through Lu Zijing's pale countenance, though it was tinged with bitterness. It has indeed been a while, junior brother Taiping. I will wait on the stone bridge ahead. You two have the time of an incense stick to converse. The disciple from Qiyu Hall handed a food box to Xu Taiping and meaningfully patted his shoulder. The disciple of the Seven Rime Hall originally hailed from the Fifth Peak. When Lu Zijing was imprisoned, the master of the Five Peaks had specifically instructed him to take special care of her. Thank you, senior brother, Xu Taiping said as he accepted the food box, expressing his gratitude to the disciple of the Seven Rime Hall. Are you also here to persuade me to eat? Lu Zijing inquired with a smile. With the Qi Palace destroyed, if you do not eat soon, sister, you may not survive until the day we descend the mountain. Xu Taiping sighed and set the food box down. If I cannot survive, then so be it. I cannot avenge my sister's death. Living in such a manner is utterly devoid of meaning, Lu Zijing lamented. Sister, why did you not directly hand over that seeking dust fragrance to the Immortal Rhythm Directorate? Xu Taiping, leaning against the cave wall, questioned Lu Zijing with a hint of confusion. According to the laws of the Seven Rime Hall, if a disciple from the mountain kills a disciple from the outer sect, the gravest punishment is merely expulsion to the foot of the mountain. In a few years, they can return through the Seven Peak selection. At this point, Lu Zijing let out a cold laugh. Her eyes filled with resentment as she asked Xu Taiping. Such a trivial punishment is nothing compared to the suffering my sister endured. Thus, you intend to punish Lu Qin in your own way? Xu Taiping asked, furrowing his brow. Lu Zijing nodded, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. I lured him to my residence, sealed his dantian, and imprisoned him for 3 days and nights, tormenting him all the while. But just as I was about to end his life, he accidentally broke the seal with his accumulated strength and used his life-saving method to escape. As she concluded her tale, her eyes were filled with a deep sense of regret and unwillingness. The torment I inflicted on Lu Chun pales in comparison to the suffering my sister endured. Lu Zijing suddenly turned her gaze towards Xu Taiping. Indeed, it pales, Xu Taiping answered resolutely. You have witnessed the seeking dust fragrance. Lu Qingmei's ordeal can only be described as appalling. Moreover, Lu Chun did not spare her even after her death. He cast her near the lair of the tiger demons, reducing her to a ghostly slave of the tiger demons. But your current predicament is certainly not what your sister would have wished to see, Xu Taiping advised gently. Xu Taiping, I no longer have a sister. She is gone, Lu Zijing replied, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at him. In her shattered gaze, there was no sign of anger. But Lu Chun is still alive, is he not? Xu Taiping softly tapped the cliff wall with his fingers before looking up at Lu Zijing. At his words, Lu Zijing was momentarily stunned. He is not dead, Lu Zijing. How dare you consider ending your own life? Xu Taiping emphasized, his tone firm and his gaze piercing. This time, it was Lu Zijing who fell silent. Indeed. How dare I consider death? She murmured, staring blankly ahead. Sister Zijing, live well. Only by living can you seek the chance for revenge. Xu Taiping's tone softened once more. As he spoke, he opened the food box and arranged the meal on the table. Yet now, my vital energy is shattered, reduced to mere mortal remains. What qualification do I possess to seek vengeance upon him? Lu Zijing spoke with a bitter smile. My grandfather often told me, evil will eventually face its own reckoning. All you need to do is live well, and perhaps one day you shall hear news of Lu Chen's demise. Xu Taiping chuckled, gesturing towards the heavens. The heavens? Lu Zijing replied with a wry smile. Do those celestial realms care for the suffering of us common folk? She shook her head despondently. However, her eyes suddenly widened in alarm as she glanced at Xu Taiping, saying, Taiping your. Zijing, it's time to eat. Xu Taiping interrupted Lu Zijing, pushing a bowl brimming with white rice towards her. Chapter 62, The Emergence of Malice. A troubled heart and unsettled thoughts, Lu Zijing stared blankly at the bowl of rice before her, momentarily lost in thought. Recalling Xu Taiping's words, how dare you even consider dying? Nevertheless, she reached for the bowl, picked up her chopsticks, and, tears streaming down her cheeks, began to eat. Zijing, you came down after the 7 Peaks competition, did you not? Xu Taiping inquired as he watched her eat. Indeed, Lu Zijing nodded emphatically. I was originally meant to represent the 5th peak at the 7 Peaks competition, she added, her expression tinged with melancholy. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully, then sighed deeply. That day, after watching the matches of my senior brothers, I intended to see you off. If I arrive late, I hope you can wait a moment for me, Zijing. Lu Zijing gazed deeply into Xu Taiping's eyes, then shook her head. Taiping, our paths crossed merely by chance. There is no need for such gestures. She sensed that Xu Taiping intended to do something but could not ascertain what it was. Regardless, she did not wish to involve him. Xu Taiping shook his head, saying, reflecting upon it now, had it not been for Sister Qingmei informing me of that specter's weakness, I might have perished at Qingzhou residence 3 years ago. A mere drop of kindness warrants a fountain of gratitude, let alone the debt of life. 3 years prior, had Lu Qingmei not disclosed the specter's fear of alcohol, he would have had no chance of victory in that encounter. On the descent from the mountain, Taiping, have you made your decision? The voice of the spirit of Lingyue echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. I have made my decision, Xu Taiping silently affirmed. Why do you still wish to assist those sisters? The spirit of Lingyue inquired again. It is not merely about helping someone, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. He then lifted his gaze towards the pavilion where his senior brother Qing Shao awaited him, his tone calm as he continued. While ignorance may shield one from pain, and one may feign that nothing has transpired, after encountering Sister Zijing, I can now see Lu Chen's loathsome visage, whether my eyes are open or closed. If I do not vanquish him, my sight shall remain tainted, my heart forever unsettled. Hearing this, the spirit of Lingyue chuckled softly and remarked, then let it be so. My junior brother. At that moment, Qing Shao below spotted Xu Taiping. Second brother, he called out. Xu Taiping quickened his pace as he descended. How did your conversation go? Qing Shao casually inquired. She is willing to eat, Xu Taiping replied. Then the master of the 5th peak owes you a great deal of gratitude, Qing Shao smiled. The master of Wufeng held Sister Zijing in high regard, yet he could not retain her on the mountain? Xu Taiping inquired with a hint of confusion. The Wufeng master was known for his integrity and disinterest in sect disputes, while Lu Chen's father, Lu Zimu, was a prominent figure under the sect leader. Seemingly of lesser status than the Wufeng master, but his words carried more weight. Qing Shao remarked with a touch of resignation. Why then? Do the various peaks not voice any objections to the leader's nepotism? Xu Taiping asked, his curiosity piqued. It was his first foray into the internal conflicts of the sect. Given his formidable strength, no peak master beneath the junior uncle of Qing Xian could withstand even a single strike from him. Qing Shao spoke with grave seriousness. Moreover, with Qing Xian in decline, the other 8 houses of the 9 mansions still held Qing Xian in great esteem, partly due to the junior uncle and partly because of the sword of the sect leader, which explained why many peak masters disapproved of his methods, yet remained helpless. He added. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's mind cleared. Ultimately, it seemed that in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Unaccountably, his sense of urgency regarding the speed of his own cultivation intensified. These matters are best kept between us. Do not mention them to others, Qing Xiao cautioned Xu Taiping. Certainly. Xu Taiping nodded. By the way, the Seven Peaks competition is approaching, and one of its events involves sword formations. Would you care to join us? Qing Xiao asked Xu Taiping. But, senior brother, I have yet to learn the sword. Xu Taiping expressed his concerns. You need only guard an inconsequential formation node. Whether or not you wield a sword is irrelevant, Qing Xiao assured him with a smile. If that is the case, I should have no issue. Xu Taiping nodded. Then I shall register your name for the competition, Qing Xiao said with a smile. By the way, senior brother, do you know where Lu Chun has been sent at the foot of the mountain? Xu Taiping suddenly asked Qing Xiao. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but Elder Lu has a good relationship with the head of the Nanming Pavilion and will likely place Lu Chun in the southern mountain under its jurisdiction, Qing Xiao replied casually. Why do you ask? He inquired curiously. I was merely making casual inquiries, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Qing Xiao nodded without further thought, but as he prepared to descend the mountain, he reminded Xu Taiping once more. The Peak Master has recently sought an elder to teach you swordsmanship. Keep an eye out in the coming days, as he may come looking for you. All right, Xu Taiping nodded, though he found it curious that the Peak Master had specifically sought an elder to teach him sword techniques. A few days later, at Qi Pavilion. Xu Taiping, you are truly something else. I flew for days and nights, and you offer me but half a cup of dragon gall liquor? In the stone tower of the rear courtyard, Baiyu jabbed at the half cup of dragon gall liquor on the table with his wing, his face a picture of indignation. Will you drink it? If not, I shall take it back, Xu Taiping said, feigning an attempt to reclaim the half cup. Not a chance. Before Xu Taiping could remove the wine cup, Baiyu swiftly shielded it with his wing and promptly lifted the cup with his beak, drinking it in one gulp. How delightful. After finishing half a cup of dragon gall liquor, Baiyu let out a peculiar cry reminiscent of a seasoned drunkard. Have you found it? Xu Taiping inquired, resting his chin on his hand. Haha, guess. Baiyu replied with a mischievous grin. Sister Linghua, this rascal mentioned to me the other day. Stop, right there. Xu Taiping's words were abruptly halted as Baiyu covered his mouth with his wing. What? At that moment, Linghua appeared from the gourd. I meant to say, I've located Lu Chun's residence at the foot of the mountain. Before Xu Taiping could respond, Baiyu eagerly interjected. Where? Xu Taiping no longer indulged in playful banter. Nanshan, Hidu Ridge, Fengshan Villa. Baiyu divulged the information without further ado. Xu Taiping immediately produced a map. It's not far from Seven Peaks. He located Fengshan Villa on the map. Indeed, if I fly at my current speed, I can reach it in no more than an hour, Baiyu affirmed. Have you memorized the layout of the villa? Xu Taiping asked again. It's all in my head, Baiyu remarked, tapping his head with a wing, then flashing Xu Taiping an astute glance. However, if my senses are correct, Lu Chun is accompanied by two formidable demon beasts, both at the level of demon kings. Though they may not rival the Peacock King, their presence is nonetheless considerable. He added, Chapter 63, Qi Pavilion, the third transformation of the Earth Fruit Burning Seed. To send two Demon King-level beasts to guard Lu Chun. Elder Lu Zimu is indeed quite extravagant. Xu Taiping frowned slightly. Moreover, I've noticed that the fluctuations of Lu Chun's aura remain remarkably strong. I suspect he has not been stripped of his cultivation, Baiyu continued. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's anger intensified. It seems we must devise a meticulous plan. He nodded thoughtfully. Two Demon King-level beasts, along with a cultivator of potential in the ethereal realm, and possibly even possessing magical artifacts, would not be easy to confront. However, he felt no urgency. Ideally, he would eliminate Lu Chun before Lu Zijin descended the mountain, but he would not act hastily without thorough preparation. Regardless, he had ample time to strategize. By the way, that scoundrel Lu Chun has not been behaving since descending the mountain. The cries of women are often heard echoing from Fengshan Villa. Baiyu rambled on while munching on the fruits on the table. Enough. Xu Taiping interrupted him. Why can't I speak? Baiyu shot Xu Taiping a glance. It's time for me to practice Dan Xiaogong. I fear I won't be able to concentrate. As Xu Taiping spoke, he rose to his feet. Baiyu acknowledged with an "oh" and quietly resumed eating the fruits. Wait, don't rush into your training. First, let us plant the earth fruit burning seed. Just as Xu Taiping was about to continue upstairs to practice, he was called back by Linghua. Within a small alchemy room in Qi Pavilion, this was a space Xu Taiping discovered while organizing his belongings after moving in. The room was not expansive. It was just sufficient to accommodate an alchemical furnace. A skylight was positioned above, and shelves for storing elixirs were scattered throughout. However, there was no alchemical furnace to be found. Fortunately, the quality of the furnace was not of paramount importance for the burning of seeds. The artifact furnace used previously for refining gathering Qi pills could still serve its purpose for another 1 or 2 attempts. To his surprise, the opportunity to ignite the third round of seeds arrived so swiftly. The celestial figure, Lingwei, observed Xu Taiping as he placed the gourd vine into the artifact furnace, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of nostalgia. The memory of their first feast on the coarse yellow bean spirit crystal, when the earth fruit had ripened for the first time, was still vividly etched in her mind. Is there anything to be particularly cautious about for the third seed burning? Xu Taiping inquired, turning to Lingwei after arranging the gourd vine within the furnace. The genuine fire required for the third burning is of a significantly higher level than that of the first. Otherwise, the gourd vine will not ignite at all. Aside from that, there are no additional precautions to consider, Lingwei replied, shaking her head. However, the fruits after the transformation of the earth fruit are somewhat unique. I shall explain further once you have successfully ignited the seeds. Understood, Xu Taiping responded, no longer hesitating, as he stepped towards the artifact furnace. The genuine fire he intended to use for the seed burning was, of course, the crimson crow golden flame technique he had cultivated himself. Nevertheless, at this moment, his version of the crimson crow golden flame was barely in its nascent form, scarcely qualifying as a first-tier flame. And there was a vast chasm between it and the highest tier, the 9th-tier crimson crow golden flame. Thus, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of anxiety, apprehensive about whether he could succeed in this endeavor. Not lingering in doubt for long, Xu Taiping summoned all the Danxia true energy from his energy reservoir, meticulously condensing it into flames within his palm according to the method of the crimson crow golden flame technique. With a gentle hum, a flicker of flame, akin to the size of a candle, emerged in his palm. Although this flame appeared feeble, its mere presence caused the temperature within the alchemical chamber to soar rapidly, quickly inducing a sensation of scorching heat. Yet, Xu Taiping understood that this diminutive flame would undoubtedly be insufficient for the task at hand. So he did not rush to ignite the seeds, but continued to amplify the flame's temperature with his internal true energy. As the temperature within the furnace continued to rise, the rows of wooden shelves in the room began to creak ominously, a testament to the intensity of the flame in Xu Taiping's palm. Finally, when the flame had nearly enveloped his entire palm, Xu Taiping exhaled a long breath. This was about as far as he could push himself. Moreover, this small flame had consumed nearly 70 to 80% of the Danxia true energy within his reservoir. Xu Taiping glanced at Lingwei, who nodded in encouragement. With that, he hesitated no longer, slowly lifting his hand as he carefully transferred the flame to the tip of his finger. Subsequently, he gently flicked the flame into the furnace. Boom! In an instant, the flame erupted within the furnace, unleashing a violent surge of energy that radiated outward, crashing forcefully throughout the alchemical chamber. The cauldron, however, endured merely 3 or 4 breaths before fissures began to mar its surface. After holding out for an additional 4 or 5 breaths, it finally shattered with a resounding crack. Fortunately, within the cauldron, the verdant gourd vine had already been reduced to ashes by the crimson golden flames, rendering the seed incineration a success. What a close call! Xu Taiping exhaled deeply once more. This time, whether it was his crimson golden flames or the artifact cauldron, had they faltered even slightly more, the endeavor would have ended in failure. For the next seed incineration, Taiping must ensure that his crimson golden flames reach at least the 2nd or even 3rd tier to guarantee success. At that point, a mere ordinary cauldron would likely prove inadequate, necessitating one of artifact grade. At this moment, Fairy Lingwei also let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it is imperative to hasten the elevation of the crimson golden flames tier and to procure an artifact-grade cauldron. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. He could enhance the tier of his crimson golden flames through cultivation, but for the cauldron, he needed to devise another approach, either exchange merits for it or check if there were any tasks in the merit hall that involved rewards of cauldrons. Let us first examine the fruits of the 3rd transformation, Fairy Lingwei urged. After the 2nd transformation, the seeds obtained from the incineration were not fixed in number. They could be pumpkin seeds, eggplant seeds, or even potato seeds. She expressed her anticipation. Would the variety of fruits lead to different treasures being cultivated? Xu Taiping began to sift through the ashes. Certainly, seeds such as gourds, pine cones, and bamboo are more suited for nurturing weapons and similar artifacts. As she spoke, Fairy Lingwei squatted beside Xu Taiping. Found it. At last, Xu Taiping discovered a nut-like seed amidst the ashes, its true nature indiscernible. Bamboo rice, it's bamboo rice. Before Xu Taiping could voice his inquiry, Fairy Lingwei exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 64. Qi Pavilion. Who is Elder San? Bamboo rice? That is the seed of bamboo, correct? Xu Taiping had indeed heard of bamboo rice. Precisely, open it up and see how many there are. Fairy Lingwei nodded, urging him on. Xu Taiping complied, peeling open the seed and extracting 2 elongated, rice-like grains. Only 2? Luck is not particularly on our side. Fairy Lingwei expressed her disappointment upon seeing this. How many should there typically be? Xu Taiping inquired. With good fortune, there could be 3. With less, only 1, Fairy Lingwei replied. Well, that is not too bad. Xu Taiping chuckled. Not too bad. Bamboo rice is best suited for nurturing weapons. An additional seed equates to an additional weapon. Fairy Lingwei's countenance remained tinged with regret. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a slight pang of loss. How about this? I can give you my seed this time. An extra weapon would provide you with an additional means of protection, Fairy Lingwei suddenly proposed. Under normal circumstances, she would need to take a fruit produced by the earth fruit to nourish her divine essence. Yet this bamboo rice was far too precious, making her feel it was somewhat unwarranted. Absolutely not. Xu Taiping firmly refused. When I first began cultivating the earth fruit, I made a promise to Sister Lingwei that the fruits born from this endeavor would certainly include a portion for her. This was the fair exchange we initially agreed upon. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Observing Xu Taiping's earnest adherence to their original pact, Lingwei Fairy felt a blend of amusement and a touch of emotion. Taiping, you must understand that this opportunity is truly rare. The likelihood of producing bamboo rice from the subsequent burning seeds is exceedingly slim, she reminded him. Of course, Xu Taiping replied without hesitation. In that case, we need not seek additional nutrients. Let us plant them directly in the courtyard. Lingwei Fairy did not press further. After careful consideration, Xu Taiping and Lingwei Fairy ultimately decided to plant the 2 bamboo rice seeds in the central courtyard of Qi Pavilion, as it already housed a grove of bamboo, providing a perfect cover. Although this was a floating mountain, its energy was connected to the main peak of the 7th summit, ensuring that even planted here, the earth fruit would still draw upon the spiritual essence of the entire 7th summit and the treasures buried within for millennia. Lingwei Fairy elucidated her reasoning for planting the earth fruit in this location. It's better to plant them here. There will be no need for constant care. Xu Taiping, who had already dug the holes, nodded in agreement. As for the nutrients required for the earth fruit, he had long since prepared them. The Suchan sword sheath acquired from the 6th princess, the ice spirit moonstone gifted by the father of the little peaceful mountain ape, and the treasures of gold and jewels obtained from the palace of the Wuzhou kingdom. With the Suchan sword sheath and that ice spirit moonstone, even if a celestial weapon could not be produced, at least a superior spiritual weapon could be forged, and the collection of gold and jewels would nearly suffice to restore one of the 3 souls. Gazing at the 2 large pits Xu Taiping had dug amidst the bamboo grove, Lingwei Fairy murmured, "To be honest, I still prefer blades." Xu Taiping chuckled awkwardly. Were it not for Lingwei Fairy's prohibition, he would have considered tossing his spring tiger blade into the pit. The purpose of a flying sword extends beyond mere combat. Possessing a flying sword and mastering the art of sword control allows one to transcend the constraints of earthly forces, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. As for a blade, for you at present, that spring tiger is more than sufficient, Lingwei Fairy remarked, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping acknowledged that his understanding of swords was indeed rather superficial, and he nodded with a countenance reflecting newfound wisdom. Speaking of which, you ought to begin practicing the art of sword control, Xun Tiyu. Why has the master of the 7th peak not yet taken you as a disciple? After planting the earth fruit, Lingwei Fairy suddenly expressed her curiosity. Previously, Brother Qingxiao mentioned that after some time, an elder would come to teach me swordsmanship, so there would be no need for a formal apprenticeship, Xu Taiping replied. That sounds reasonable, Lingwei Fairy nodded. These 2 bamboo shoots will take at least 3 years to mature. When the bamboo shoots emerge in 2 or 3 months, I will likely enter a slumber within the earth fruit. From then on, should any matters arise, You may have to rely on yourself. She suddenly regarded Xu Taiping with a serious expression. Sister Lingyue, you need not worry about me. I shall manage what I can, and for that which I cannot. I have the protection of Ping and Baiyu and the brothers of the seventh peak. Xu Taiping smiled. I had forgotten that you are no longer a solitary soul. Upon hearing this, the fairy Lingyue smiled with great satisfaction. However, if you intend to take action against Lu Chun before or after the great competition of the seven peaks, I should still be able to catch up. She then seemed to muse aloud. Regardless of whether you are present at that time, Sister Lingyue, please refrain from intervening. If I am unable to defeat him under such circumstances, would it not be a disservice to your nurturing? Xu Taiping smiled at the fairy Lingyue. Hearing this, she chuckled joyfully. That said, although I cannot leave the land of fruit, I should be able to awaken once every 3 months. If I truly miss the opportunity, I will still be able to hear good news from you then. She expressed her anticipation. Excellent. Xu Taiping nodded emphatically. Qi Yuexian, Xu Taiping, I have faith in you. Just as Xu Taiping was preparing to return to the stone tower for further cultivation, a sharp voice suddenly emanated from the entrance of Qi Yuexian. Without a doubt, it was the spirit bird delivering a message. Is someone delivering a message to me at this late hour? Xu Taiping remarked while making his way to the entrance of Qi Yuexian. This is a letter from your peak master. He insists that you open it immediately upon receipt to avoid any delays. After receiving the merit coin tossed by Xu Taiping, the messenger crane ascended into the sky, leaving behind these words. A letter from your peak master? The fairy Lingyue expressed curiosity. It is indeed the handwriting of our peak master. Xu Taiping nodded. Lingyue glanced at it, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the handwriting on the envelope resembles the scrawl of a chicken's claw, aside from Zhao Qian. Few possess such a style in the Seven Peaks. Opening the envelope and extracting the letter, Xu Taiping took considerable time to decipher the contents. By dawn tomorrow, proceed to the moon-fetching pool at the Seven Peaks, where an elder from the sect will come to instruct you in swordsmanship. You may address him as Elder Sanson. This Elder Sanson has a rather irritable temperament. Practice as he instructs and refrain from asking too many questions. Xu Taiping, although Elder Sanson's disposition is somewhat peculiar, his swordsmanship is unparalleled, rivaling that of Uncle Gio, so do not let down the sincere intentions of your peak master. Upon rereading the message, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is this Elder Sanson? If his swordsmanship rivals that of Uncle Gio, why have I never heard of him before? Chapter 65. The Moon-Fetching Pool. Is Elder Sanson not yet arrived? I can't shake the feeling that your peak master is somewhat lacking in common sense. Take his words with a grain of salt. The fairy Lingyue remarked, her interest waning as she retreated into her gourd, yawning as she added, Taiping, I shall not accompany you tomorrow morning. You may go alone. Indeed, such trivial matters do not require your assistance, Sister Lingyue. Xu Taiping nodded. Although the fairy Lingyue's spirit essence has somewhat recovered, she remains in a state of residual soul and must have ample rest daily. Otherwise, it could lead to a depletion of her spirit. At dawn, which is roughly the hour of the tiger, Xu Taiping contemplated practicing the Danxia technique for an additional 2 hours tonight. As the first light of day began to break, he resolved to head directly to the moon-fetching pond. With his current cultivation level, he felt confident that a sip of Longdan wine would suffice, allowing him to go several nights without sleep without issue. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Xu Taiping arrived at the moon-fetching pond as agreed. Given the proximity of the pond to Qiyue Pavilion, he opted not to hire a spirit bird using merit coins. Instead, he ran up the mountain, treating it as an opportunity to hone his strength and agility. However, he found it peculiar that Elder Sanson had yet to arrive. He perched upon a large stone in the center of the pond, waiting for the sun to fully rise, yet the elder was still absent. As he idly scanned his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a large wooden sign hanging on the cliff wall to the west of the pond. Driven by a mix of curiosity and boredom, Xu Taiping leapt into the air, landing gracefully on the cliff. He then ascended the protruding rocks with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly approaching the sign. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the wooden sign was affixed to the cliff with a rusted long sword. To his astonishment, the sign bore an elegantly inscribed message. If you wish to learn my swordsmanship, you must first adhere to the sword control principles inscribed on this sign. You are to pierce this cliff with the sword at least 3,000 times over the course of 10 days. One stroke must not be absent. Should I have matters to attend to in the future, I will leave a sign here. You too may leave a sign if the need arises. The signature read, Elder Sanson. Xu Taiping felt a surge of delight upon realizing it was indeed the elder's message. He then removed the rusted sword from the cliff to mark his progress. Before leaping back down to the large stone, clutching the wooden sign inscribed with the sword control principles, he did not dwell on the elder's absence, surmising that the elder must have urgent matters to attend to, as cultivators too require time for their practice. Let me examine this sword control principle, he thought. Sitting cross-legged upon the large stone, Xu Taiping began to meticulously read the nameless sword control principles inscribed on the sign. The reason for its designation as nameless was that Elder Sanson had not mentioned a title for the principles. However, he exuded confidence in their efficacy through his eloquent description. It was not particularly challenging. After several thorough readings, Xu Taiping attempted the principles a few times and then set his mind at ease. For someone like Xu Taiping, who had already mastered numerous techniques, these principles were not overly complex. Yet, he quickly realized that even after grasping the principles, the ability to control the flying sword from a distance proved far more difficult than he had anticipated. It felt akin to his initial attempts at practicing the Songhai Sutra with his mortal body, as if he possessed the strength but could not harness it effectively. He surmised that this limitation stemmed from the constraints of his current mortal form. In the present day, I should be capable of overcoming challenges, even if it requires twice or thrice the effort. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he commenced his repeated attempts to levitate the rusted sword. Perhaps due to his extensive training or the support of his cultivation in the ethereal realm, after an entire hour of perseverance, Xu Taiping finally managed to control the pitted longsword, guiding it to the designated spot on the cliff he had marked. However, just as he felt a surge of elation, the sword uncontrollably plummeted from the air, plunging straight into the pool below. After numerous attempts, each time leaving scratches along the cliff face, the flying sword consistently slipped from his grasp and fell into the water. As for retrieving the sword submerged in the pool, Xu Taiping was unable to wield it with his sword control technique. Thus, he had to dive into the pool to fetch it each time. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. For unlike the arduous days when he had to rely on the bone-washing and marrow-removing elixir to practice the residual Twilight Sutra, he now cultivated the sword control technique solely through his own strength. Thus, even the slightest progress filled him with exuberance. Thus, he continued this cycle of sword manipulation and retrieval tirelessly. Before long, the sun began its descent, and he finally completed the 3,000 swords assigned by the venerable Elder San just before nightfall, marking a total of 3,001 strokes. With his spirit utterly exhausted from etching the final mark with the rusted sword, Xu Taiping concluded his practice with a sense of fulfillment. He decided to return, brewing the acupuncture unblocking elixir while practicing the Danxia technique, postponing the other arts for now. As he picked up the rusted sword and the wooden plaque, making his way down the mountain while still honing his wind shadow step technique, he mused that with a few more days of practice, his sword control speed would surely improve. Had it not been for the necessity of daily breathing exercises with the Danxia technique, he would have further solidified the gains from his sword control practice today. Not long after Xu Taiping departed, an elderly figure appeared atop the cliff, standing upon a flying sword, stroking his beard while counting the scratches on the rock face. This elder was undoubtedly the esteemed Elder Sanson. 3,001 swords? Merely a trifle. If you truly wish to impress, muster 3,300 swords. What is one more stroke? With a disdainful snort, the elder turned and soared away on his sword, vanishing into the night. Chapter 66. The Moon-Fetching Pool, Diligence of Xu Taiping the following day. At the same hour and location, after practicing his sword control technique and descending the mountain, the elder once again materialized before the cliff where the Moon-Fetching Pool's waterfall tumbled. 3,300 swords? Merely 300 more, nothing extraordinary. After tallying the scratches on the cliff, he uttered this single remark before proudly ascending on his sword and vanishing into the skies once more. On the third day, unlike previous days, Xu Taiping descended the mountain an hour earlier today. This caused a sense of displeasure in the elder, who had also arrived an hour early but still missed Xu Taiping. Descending so early, yet still unable to master the sword, it seems you have learned the art of idleness instead. I shall see how many strikes you make today. If it is fewer than yesterday's, you might as well not come tomorrow, he muttered, his feet gracefully gliding on his flying sword as he approached the waterfall's cliff face. After counting the sword marks etched into the rock, the elder furrowed his brow and remarked, albeit reluctantly, Only 3,600 strikes. I expected more. With that, his flying sword abruptly changed direction, soaring into the night sky until it vanished from sight. On the fourth day, Xu Taiping arrived an hour earlier than the previous day once again, leading the elder to once more miss him. This lad, why is he getting here earlier each day? Is he even practicing the sword? The elder lamented, watching Xu Taiping bounce down the mountain with irritation. He then flew to the cliff to meticulously count the sword marks. And upon discovering that Xu Taiping had struck 4,100 times today, his displeasure began to wane. Youth cannot be patient. If only he persevered a bit longer, he could have achieved 5,000 strikes instead of forsaking them for a couple of hours of leisure. But such is life, he concluded, soaring away once again. For the next 5 days, the number of strikes Xu Taiping made increased steadily by 600 each day. By the 9th day, the marks on the wall had reached 6,701. Correspondingly, his descent from the mountain grew increasingly earlier. However, the duration of his early arrival varied. Sometimes it was merely a brief tea time, other times a whole incense stick, and occasionally an hour or two. Consequently, the elder, known as San, had yet to encounter Xu Taiping at the moon-catching pool. Well, considering your diligence, I shall arrive at the hour of the tiger tomorrow, he said resignedly, glancing at the densely packed sword marks on the cliff, hoping to finally meet the young man. On the 10th day, as dawn broke, the elder arrived at the moon-catching pool. This lad has not yet arrived today. It seems his diligence was merely a fade. San surveyed the surroundings, and upon not spotting Xu Taiping, he scoffed. Yet, a smile soon crept onto his face. Better late than never. I can take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, ensuring he approaches his sword practice with more sincerity in the future. The elder found the thought increasingly amusing. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he settled on the large stone at the center of the moon-catching pool, contemplating how best to discipline Xu Taiping. Perhaps I shall double his appearance count today based on yesterday? No, that punishment seems too simple. How about making him move stones with his flying sword? Let it be. We are cultivators, not mere laborers. Should we consider having him wield his sword beneath the water? Alas, with his innate talent, such a feat would likely take him a year or two to achieve. As the elder pondered deeply, a crimson sun silently peeked above the horizon, spilling its radiant light upon him. How is it that the day has dawned, yet this young man has not yet arrived? The sunlight, piercing and bright, jolted the elder awake, prompting him to rise abruptly. The flying sword, which had been gliding gracefully beside him like a fish, returned with a hum to his forefront. At that moment, akin to the first day when Xu Taiping had waited all morning, the elder's gaze fell upon a wooden board affixed to the cliff face. This board seemed not to have been placed by me. His eyes were drawn to a particularly new piece of wood. Could it be left by that young man? As the elder contemplated this, he soared forth on his sword, alighting effortlessly before the board in the blink of an eye. He focused intently on the board, whereupon he discovered a line of characters carved with the sword. The lettering was square and precise, resembling a printed text. The elder nodded appreciatively at the craftsmanship. However, his expression fell as he read the entirety of the message inscribed upon the wood. It stated, Elder San, I am Xu Taiping, a disciple of the 7th peak. This morning, before dawn, I received an urgent missive from the peak master, instructing me to hasten to the main peak's herb hall. Thus, I am unable to practice swordplay today, and I leave this note for your understanding. Staring at the characters on the board, the elder fell into a prolonged silence. It was not until a cool breeze swept by that he abruptly flicked his sleeve and exclaimed, Zhao Qian, you rascal, have you grown restless again? Rewinding time by an hour, at dawn, in the secret chamber of the fan tower, Xu Taiping had soaked in the Qi opening potion for a full 2 hours. He had successfully circulated the Danxiao art through 5 complete cycles, fully absorbing the potency of 2 cups of dragon gallbladder wine. In an instant, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Observing the conditions within his energy center, he surmised that in a month or 2, he would likely achieve a small breakthrough in the realm of gazing into the void. Rising slickly from the bath, Xu Taiping stood, yet as he lifted his leg to step out, sharp pains surged through several acupoints in his thigh. Although this was not his first experience with the Qi opening potion, the pain from his acupoints still made him grimace. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the potion in enhancing his cultivation speed was undeniably remarkable. Currently, Xu Taiping's rate of advancement was nearly on par with that of the Xianling bone. Just then, the familiar voice of the little monkey, Pinyin, echoed from outside the fan tower. What is it, Pinyin? Xu Taiping called out while donning his attire. There's news, urgent news. Pinyin responded with a hint of urgency. Please bring it in, Xu Taiping instructed, pressing his hand upon the copper mirror on the table, causing the stone door of the fan tower to gradually open. At this moment, he was in such pain that he hardly wished to move. The door to the fan tower creaked open, and the little monkey Pinyin dashed in, followed closely by Wuyou. Chapter 67. The Herb Hall. Brother 4 of the 7 Peaks has been injured. Upon seeing the basin behind Xu Taiping, which exuded a strong medicinal aroma, Pinyin instinctively recoiled and retreated. Just throw the letter to me, Xu Taiping said, half amused, extending his hand towards the little monkey. A few days ago, after pouring the acupoint opening decoction into the basin, he had stepped out for a moment, only to find that Pinyin, driven by curiosity, had jumped in for a soak, resulting in such excruciating pain that it had collapsed in the basin and required several days to recover. Ever since, it avoided the basin as if it were a plague. Yes, it is a messenger from the Peak Master, delivering a letter. The little monkey stretched out its arm, presenting the letter to Xu Taiping. Since Xu Taiping had no intention of concealing Pingyin's presence, it was usually Pinyin who watched over the courtyard in his absence, and now, when a letter arrived, it would fetch a few merit coins to retrieve it. Another letter from the Peak Master? Could it possibly concern Elder San? Speaking of which, I have been practicing swordplay for 8 or 9 days and have yet to even catch a glimpse of Elder San. Could it be that he is dissatisfied with my progress? Xu Taiping speculated anxiously. Upon opening the letter, he was greeted by a hasty scrawl. It took him quite some time to decipher it. Brother 4 has been injured. Those of you not in seclusion, gather at the Herb Hall on the peak. Compared to the messy handwriting, the content of the letter was much more straightforward. Brother 4? The 4th brother? He has been injured? Xu Taiping was taken aback, completely bewildered. The 4th brother of the 7th Peak, originally named Zhou Liang, had later changed his name to Zhou Yidao, enamored with his sword, though they had not interacted much. Xu Taiping knew that 4th brother had achieved a significant level of mastery in the realm of Wanyu, and his swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, with few rivals of the same caliber. I should go and see for myself. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Hastily, he donned his clothing, releasing Wuyou from the gourd, and instructed it, and Pinyin, I am going to the Herb Hall of the 7 Peaks. You two watch over the place. Do not let anyone enter. If someone tries to force their way in, just retreat to the fan tower and lock the door tight. Understood, Xu Taiping. Pinyin nodded obediently. Got it. Wuyou, resting on Pingyin's head, yawned widely. Oh, I must leave a message for Elder San as well. It would be unfortunate if he came today and found me absent. Just as he sped out onto the Rainbow Bridge, Xu Taiping turned back, returning to the courtyard in a flurry. He grabbed a relatively clean wooden board and, while hastily inscribing a message upon it, dashed towards the Laoyua pool. The Herb Hall of the 7th Peak served as a sanctuary for disciples of the 7 Peaks seeking healing from their injuries. When Xu Taiping arrived, nearly all 9 disciples of the 7th Peak's generation were present. To his astonishment, he even spotted the long-absent senior sister. Moreover, Xu Taiping's gaze was immediately drawn to his 4th senior brother, Zhou Yidao, who lay unconscious on the sickbed. How could his 4th senior brother be so severely injured? Xu Taiping was genuinely taken aback. He could sense that his 4th senior brother's aura was exceedingly weak. However, curiously, he noticed that there was only a single knife wound on his chest. This injury appeared peculiar, as the blade's energy was incessantly devouring his internal vital energy and blood. Suddenly, the voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. No wonder he is so weak, Xu Taiping mused. However, his wound has been treated by the physicians of the 7 Peaks, and after a period of rest, he should awaken. The fairy Lingyue continued. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping secretly nodded in relief, though he was not particularly close to him, as a fellow disciple of the 7 Peaks. He certainly did not wish to see his 4th senior brother in peril. Taiping, come here. At that moment, Zhao Linglong finally noticed Xu Taiping and beckoned him over quietly. Senior sister, Xu Taiping hurried over. What exactly happened to 4th senior brother? He inquired softly. At that moment, the Peak Master was engaged in discussion with the 2nd senior brother, Qing Xiao, and the senior sister, seemingly oblivious to their presence. I'm not entirely sure what transpired. We will have to wait for what father, the senior sister, and the 2nd senior brother say, Zhao Linglong replied, shaking her head. She had been in seclusion practicing her swordsmanship and was not well informed about recent events. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Peak Master Zhao Qian cleared his throat a few times to suppress the noise within the hall, then waved his hand to the crowd, saying, "Everyone, please come to the main hall. Let us not disturb the fourth S recuperation. We can discuss matters outside." In the main hall of the Herb Hall. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Qian glanced at Qing Xiao and said, "Second, please explain fourth S situation to everyone." Once in the hall, Qing Xiao nodded and cleared his throat before addressing the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, at midnight yesterday, a patrolling disciple discovered Fourth severely injured and unconscious at Ziyan Slope. When he was brought to the Herb Hall, he was nearly beyond saving. Even more strangely, Physician Lu only found a single wound on Fourth, which was not particularly severe. However, upon meticulous examination, Physician Lu discovered that this wound was accompanied by a strange blade energy that was continuously eroding Fourth's vital energy and blood. Upon realizing this, Physician Lu and the Peak Master worked together to snatch Fourth back from the brink of death. Upon hearing this, the disciples in the hall erupted in a clamor. Xu Taiping, however, silently admired the fairy Ling Wei, for she had accurately sensed Fourth's condition upon her arrival. Does this mean that the one who severely injured Fourth is also a swordsman? Zhao Linglong exclaimed in surprise. From the nature of the wound, it indeed appears to have been inflicted by a blade, but whether the assailant is human remains uncertain, Qing Xiao replied with a stern expression. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, sensing the underlying meaning in the second senior brother's words. "Are you implying, second senior brother, that it was not a person who harmed fourth senior brother, but rather a demon?" inquired the eighth brother, Wu Liang, unable to contain his curiosity. Qing Xiao did not respond directly, but instead turned to the senior sister beside him. The senior sister of 7 Peaks, named Jiangji, was a petite figure with a delicate countenance reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Had it not been for Zhao Linglong's introduction of her to Xu Taiping, one might easily mistake her for Zhao Linglong's younger sister. "You all have not been at 7 Peaks for long. I presume you have yet to hear the tales of the crimson-haired blade demon?" The senior sister posed her question to Xu Taiping and the others in her melodious and clear voice. "What is the crimson-haired blade demon?" Xu Taiping shook his head in response. "I have not heard of it either." Zhao Linglong similarly shook her head. Noting their confusion, Jiangji chose not to withhold information any longer and began to recount. Approximately 2 centuries ago, a malevolent spirit appeared within the confines of Yunlu Mountain. This specter, characterized by its crimson hair and emerald eyes, was of towering stature and possessed profound swordsmanship, frequently emerging at midnight to seek out solitary disciples for a trial of blades. Within a mere month, over a dozen disciples had perished at its hands. However, just as the Qingxian sect was mobilizing to eradicate it, the crimson-haired blade demon seemed to vanish into thin air, eluding capture. Yet, from that year forth, it has reappeared intermittently, though it no longer indiscriminately kills. Rather, it seeks out disciples skilled in swordplay for a contest. Legends say that should one succeed against it, they may be rewarded with a treasure. However, the veracity of these claims remains uncertain, as any disciple who encounters the crimson-haired blade demon either meets with death or suffers grave injuries, with no one ever having defeated it. As Jiangji concluded her narrative, her tone grew increasingly grave. "How can you be certain that fourth senior brother encountered the crimson-haired blade demon?" Zhao Linglong inquired, perplexed. Fourth senior brother briefly regained consciousness earlier. Although his memories of the events from last night are somewhat hazy, he distinctly affirmed that he had encountered the crimson-haired blade demon. Qing Xiao interjected on behalf of Jiangji. "Indeed, fourth senior brother is quite certain, and he mentioned that the crimson-haired blade demon appears to be searching for something, warning us that it will likely be seen frequently in the near future, advising us to exercise caution," Jiangji added with a nod. Upon hearing this, an air of trepidation swept over the group. "This encapsulates the situation." Qing Xiao and Jiang Ji summarized the circumstances for everyone. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice rang out. "I specifically summoned all of you to ensure that you remain vigilant, regardless of whether it was indeed the crimson-haired blade demon that harmed fourth senior brother. It is advisable not to venture out at night for the time being. I will discuss the matter of capturing the crimson-haired blade demon with the leaders of other peaks before making any decisions." Zhao Qian spoke with an unusual seriousness etched on his face, particularly addressing those among them who wielded blades. He added, casting a subtle glance at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded repeatedly, fully aware that the Peak Master was issuing a solemn warning. After all, he and the fourth senior brother were the only ones from the 7th Peak skilled with a blade. Jiang Ji, Qing Xiao, Ling Long, and Xu Taiping stay behind. The rest may return, Zhao Qian commanded, dismissing the other disciples and retaining only the 4 of them. Once they were alone, Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and addressed Xu Taiping. Taiping, initially, I did not intend for you to participate in the upcoming 7 Peaks competition. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the 4th's injury may take a month or more to heal, and we need someone to fill his position. Xu Taiping was taken aback by this revelation and expressed his concern. Peak Master, am I truly capable of this? I am unfamiliar with the rules of the competition. While I could fill a spot, I would undoubtedly falter if I were to actually compete. Do not fret, junior brother. The match that our 4th senior brother would have contested focuses solely on endurance rather than combat. Furthermore, there are 4 of us participating. Even if you encounter a minor mishap, the impact will not be significant, the gentle voice of senior sister Jiang Ji reassured him. Indeed, our match is aptly named Dripping Water Penetrates Stone. In the last 7 Peaks competition, the challenge involved using the technique of manipulating objects to lift and stack boulders. While the precise topic for this year's competition remains undisclosed, it is clear that endurance will be the key factor. Even if you do not perform well, you will not sustain any injuries, Zhao Linglong added, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm upon learning that Xu Taiping would join them for the competition. Are you already anticipating defeat before the contest has even begun? Are you trying to provoke me? Zhao Qian shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Linglong. Could it be that you still harbor expectations for this 7 Peaks competition? Zhao Linglong inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Zhao Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. Linglong's remark struck a painful chord. In recent decades, their Howren Peak had not triumphed in a single match at the 7 Peaks competition. Enough, enough. You all may return now. I shall go check on the 4th's injury. As for the competition's rules, Qing Xiao, please explain them to Taiping later, Zhao Qian said, waving his hand in resignation. By the way, Taiping, it would be best if you do not venture out tonight. Zhao Qian suddenly turned back to Xu Taiping with a grave expression. The red-haired blade demon is not merely a rumor. It is a tangible threat. For so many years, the Qingxian sect has been unable to eradicate it, which speaks volumes of its prowess. Having been through the turmoil caused by the blade demon during his youth, Zhao Qian recognized the markings of its handiwork upon seeing the 4th's wounds that morning. Rest assured, Master, I shall remain at Qiyue Pavilion during the nights to come. Xu Taiping solemnly assured Zhao Qian. Very well, you may go, Zhao Qian said, gesturing for them to leave as he made his way to the 4th sickroom. Taiping, let us discuss the rules of the 7 Peaks competition as we walk, Qing Xiao suggested, approaching Xu Taiping. Certainly, Xu Taiping replied with a resolute nod. Although it was somewhat abrupt, the news of being able to participate in the 7 Peaks grand competition filled Xu Taiping with a sense of excitement. That evening, upon descending from the Baichao Hall and noticing that the sky was still bright, he chose not to return directly to Qiyue Pavilion, but instead headed to Laoyue Pond to practice his swordsmanship for an hour. Although it was merely an hour, his proficiency in sword techniques had increased significantly, allowing him to strike 2,000 or 3,000 times. Had it not been for the repeated admonitions from the Peak Master Zhao Qian, he likely would have continued until he had completed 6,000 strikes. Thus, by the time he returned to Qiyue Pavilion, night had fully fallen. Ping Baiyu. Upon entering the courtyard, Xu Taiping casually called out to the 2, plucking a bunch of grapes from the trellis, munching on them as he strolled toward the backyard. Xu Taiping. Before he could step into the main hall, the little monkey Ping dashed out from within, his eyes wide with fear as he clutched Xu Taiping's arm and exclaimed, Xu Taiping, outside, there's a ghost. What nonsense. Why did I not see anything upon returning? Xu Taiping was startled, lifting Ping into his arms. It had already left by the time you arrived. Baiyu fluttered down to perch on Xu Taiping's shoulder. It described the specter in vivid detail, a towering figure with fiery red hair and emerald green eyes, wielding a long blade. Could it be the infamous red-haired sword ghost? Xu Taiping's heart sank as he seized Baiyu from his shoulder, inquiring, when did this malevolent spirit depart? It was just as dusk approached. It was standing on the rainbow bridge of Magushan. After it darkened further, it appeared at the courtyard entrance, remaining motionless until a cultivator flew by on a sword just half a stick of incense ago, at which point it vanished, Baiyu recalled. If you are not mistaken, this ghost is likely the red-haired sword ghost rumored in the Qingxian sect. My senior brother was injured by it just last night, Xu Taiping stated gravely. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall my father speaking of the red-haired sword ghost as well, Xu Taiping remarked. What exactly did Uncle Baihong say? Xu Taiping asked curiously. Back then, since I had a penchant for wandering about, my father used the red-haired sword ghost to frighten me, saying that within Yunlu Mountain resided a malevolent spirit, transformed from a once great cultivator obsessed with swordsmanship. This master vanquished countless foes throughout his life, but met his downfall at the hands of a youth visiting Yunlu during his peak renown. Consumed by his obsession, he ultimately became one with his blade, transforming into a wandering spirit in the mountains. Due to his overwhelming fixation, this spirit eventually morphed into an evil ghost, thus earning the moniker of the red-haired sword ghost. It is said that initially, this sword ghost killed indiscriminately, but for reasons unknown. It later focused solely on slaying those who wielded blades. This is all I know regarding this sword ghost. Baiyu wriggled free from Xu Taiping's grasp and alighted lazily upon the head of the little monkey, Pinyin, before reclining comfortably. This sword specter possesses such a backstory. Although its authenticity remains uncertain, Baiyu's recent narration stirred a semblance of emotion within Xu Taiping, regardless of whether the sword specter had indeed stood at our doorstep. For the sake of safety in the coming days, it is prudent that you refrain from venturing out after dusk. I shall endeavor to return promptly after my sword practice. Xu Taiping advised the two companions. Do not fret for us. Should it truly intrude, we can always take refuge within the gourd. But you must exercise caution. Baiyu replied, as it burrowed into the gourd at Xu Taiping's waist. The startled little monkey, too, swiftly followed suit. There is no need for excessive concern. The voice of the spirit of Lingwei echoed softly in Xu Taiping's mind. Being a ghost, it is bound by the myriad laws of heaven and earth. Surely, it would not dare to manifest during daylight. Before I descend into slumber, I shall inscribe a pure yang talisman upon the plaque of the Qi Pavilion for you. Even the most formidable of specters cannot breach this sanctuary. Thus, my dear Taiping, it would be best for you to minimize your nocturnal excursions for the time being. Her tone was calm as she reminded Xu Taiping. I shall exercise greater caution in the coming days. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Recently, the spirit of Lingwei had been preparing for her entry into the earth fruit, and her voice bore the weight of fatigue. Lingwei, focus on your preparations for the earth fruit. I assure you, I will manage just fine here. Xu Taiping communicated mentally as he made his way towards the back courtyard. The fan tower, to commence his daily cultivation. The time for the fixed practice of the Danxia technique had arrived. Even if the sword specter stood at his doorstep, he would not allow a moment's delay. As Xu Taiping approached the fan tower, the ethereal form of the spirit of Lingwei quietly emerged. She glided toward the entrance of the Qi Pavilion, wielding a carving knife to inscribe an extraordinarily profound rune upon the plaque. Then, her gaze turned toward the dark, looming mountains at the entrance, where she mused, if my conjecture is accurate, this sword specter is no malevolent spirit, but rather a fragment of the sword cultivator's obsession. For a practitioner, this entity could serve as a rare whetstone. It remains to be seen if Taiping possesses the fortuitous opportunity to acquire it. To Xu Taiping's surprise, the red-haired sword specter did not reappear for 7 or 8 consecutive days. During this time, he continued his daily visits to the moonlit pool to practice swordsmanship. After his training, he returned to the fan tower to study Taoist arts, simultaneously brewing the invigorating opening meridian soup that brought him immense satisfaction. While engaging in his daily breathing exercises, he remained utterly unaffected by the rumors surrounding the sword specter. With the aid of the opening meridian soup and his unwavering dedication to practice, he successfully achieved a minor mastery of the Wangyu realm. The hallmark of this accomplishment was the transformation of the true energy within his Qi palace into a cloud-like essence. As for the cultivation of his sword technique, although he had yet to encounter the Taoist master Sen-san, the latter had not ceased his guidance. Each day, he would leave a wooden plank upon the cliff, upon which he meticulously inscribed the shortcomings of Xu Taiping's practice from the previous day. These included the varying depths, lengths, and thicknesses of the sword marks. While other disciples might have grown weary of this task, Xu Taiping was a person of remarkable diligence. If one remarked that his sword marks were inconsistent in depth, he would strive to regulate the force of his sword to achieve uniformity. If they pointed out discrepancies in length, he would carefully control the timing of his strokes to ensure consistency. Consequently, after several such encounters, the flaws that the esteemed San Jusher could identify diminished significantly, prompting a change in Xu Taiping's training method. In recent days, his practice at the Moon Gathering Pool evolved from simply carving 3,000 sword marks into the cliff daily to inscribing 3,000 characters each day. This new endeavor involved manipulating the rusted sword from a distance to etch poetry upon the waterfall's cliffside, a task of considerably greater complexity. Simultaneously, the number of faults identified by San Sanjusher began to increase. The wooden planks on the wall, which had once been 1 per day, escalated to as many as 10 in a single day. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping harbored no complaints. He continued to address the issues raised by San Sanjusher the very next day. Gradually, the targets hanging on the cliff began to diminish, while the once barren rock face gradually filled with the verses he had transcribed. It was evident that the young lad did not possess extraordinary talent. Rather, his remarkable progress in mastering the sword techniques in just half a month was attributable solely to his diligence and concentration. Before the Moon Gathering Pool, as he surveyed the densely inscribed characters on the cliff, San Sanjusher, engaged in his routine inspection, rested one hand behind his back while stroking his beard, nodding in satisfaction. However, when his gaze fell upon a newly hung wooden plank, a frown replaced his smile. The plank bore the neatly inscribed words, Elder San. Tomorrow marks the first day of the 7 Peaks competition. The Peak Master has decreed that all disciples of the 7 Peaks must be present. Thus, I must request a day of leave. I hope for Elder San's understanding. After a prolonged silence, San Sanjusher furrowed his brow and remarked, Zhao Qian, your 7th peak seems to be riddled with trivial matters. Yet, he had little to contest against this rationale. The 7 Peaks competition occurred once every 6 years, and it was entirely reasonable for newly initiated disciples to wish to observe. Today shall be considered a day of leave for you, he declared, as he raised his hand towards the rusted sword on the cliff. With a resonant sound, the sword withdrew from the cliff and swiftly returned to San Sanjusher's grasp. However, the ensuing practice would only grow increasingly arduous. To become a true sword cultivator, the foremost task was to manipulate the sword with greater ease than one's own arm. As he spoke, he cradled the rusted sword in his hands, and then, with a vigorous flick of his arm, sent the sword soaring forth. With a resounding cry of the sword, the weapon transformed into a streak of light, hurtling straight towards the cliff. As the moment approached when the sword would pierce the cliff face, the practitioner San raised his arm, sweeping the sword before him with a sudden flourish. In an instant, the rusted blade transformed into countless rays of sword light, which coalesced into a vibrant whirlwind, rushing fiercely past the precipice. With a thunderous roar, the once barren cliff was suddenly inscribed with a multitude of intricate characters, 3,000 words per sword. When your mastery of swordsmanship reaches such heights, you may come to learn my sword 9 techniques, San declared, crossing his arms over his chest, gazing proudly at the cliff before him. At the summit of the Qingxian sect, before the 5 ancestors' pool, lies the sacred ground where the founding 5 elders of the sect are commemorated. Towering statues of the ancestors rise from the emerald waters, encircling a vast trial ground for swordsmanship. Viewed from above, it appears as though the 5 ancestors are seated around an immense stone table. The layout of this trial ground resembles that of the sword stabilization platform at the main peak, a spacious central area surrounded by cloud pavilions that serve as spectator stands. Though today's event is deemed the least significant of the grand tournament, the cloud pavilions are already filled with disciples from the 7 Peaks. Held every 6 years, the 7 Peaks tournament was originally established by the 5 ancestors to resolve disputes within the sect. Initially, it was said to occur once in a century, but the Peak Masters later deemed this interval too lengthy, opting for a 6-year cycle instead. Despite the change in timing, the structure and rules of the tournament have remained constant. According to the edicts set forth by the 5 ancestors, there are 7 rounds, spanning nearly a month in duration. The 4th round, which Taiping is set to participate in, is titled Dripping Water Penetrates Stone and is expected to occur in approximately half a month. Seated early in her place, Zhao Linglong attentively recounted the origins of the 7 Peaks tournament and its various rules to Xu Taiping. I have heard from senior brother Qing Xiao about the general rules of these 7 matches. It seems that, aside from the final round known as Asking the Sword of Qing Xian, the others do not involve direct confrontations between disciples, Xu Taiping inquired, expressing his curiosity. Indeed, Zhao Linglong affirmed. Nodding before elaborating, the 5 ancestors established these guidelines to prevent casualties among disciples, thus avoiding excessive direct combat. Even in the asking the sword of Qing Xian, once one party concedes, they are prohibited from inflicting further harm. This approach seems quite different from the selection process of the Seven Peaks, Xu Taiping mused. The compassion of the five ancestors stands in stark contrast to certain individuals who act with obstinacy, disregarding the lives of their disciples. Zhao Linglong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xu Taiping was well aware of whom she referred to. I wonder if the Qing Xian of old was different from the present. Xu Taiping pondered, curious about the past. I have heard from some senior brothers that during the era of the five ancestors, the sex gate was not situated on Yunlu Mountain, but rather in a secret realm that was dozens of times larger and far more abundant in spiritual energy than Yunlu. However, for reasons unknown, it was later compelled to relocate to Yunlu, she revealed. It was from that time onward that the Qingxian sect began to decline day by day, with even some of its internal martial arts texts seized by other sections. By the time of my father, Master Su Chan emerged, wielding his sword alone to claim the title of the sword champion of the 9 prefectures, which initially instilled a glimmer of hope for the revival of Qingxian. However, to our dismay, Master Su Chan ultimately succumbed to corruption and fell into the demonic path. Had it not been for the timely return of our little uncle Shi, who turned the tide, Qingxian might have ceased to exist. Zhao Linglong murmured with a hint of nostalgia. What are you two whispering about? At that moment, a lovely face suddenly leaned in close to Zhao Linglong. Senior Sister Ziyuan, why do you startle me? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, lightly tapping the shoulder of the girl who had surprised her. The newcomer was none other than Su Ziyuan, a disciple of the Six Peaks. Behind her trailed Lin Buyu, whom they had not seen for quite some time. Senior Sister Ziyuan, Junior Sister Buyu, please take a seat here, Xu Taiping said, making room for Su Ziyuan and Lin Buyu to sit down. However, Lin Buyu chose not to sit between Zhao Linglong and Su Ziyuan. Instead, she walked directly to the left side of Xu Taiping and found an empty seat there. The young girl had always acted according to her own whims, and no one found it inappropriate, so they let her be. Taiping, it seems you've grown taller again, Su Ziyuan remarked with surprise as she sat to the right of Xu Taiping, gesturing with her hands. Indeed, I have grown a bit taller recently, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. It might be attributed to his practice of the Flame Emperor's body refinement technique. In just a month or two, his height had noticeably increased, now matching that of senior brother Qingxiao. Su Ziyuan was amused by Xu Taiping's serious demeanor. Junior Sister Buyu seems to have grown taller as well. You're almost my height now, Zhao Linglong observed, her gaze falling on Lin Buyu sitting to the left of Xu Taiping. Really? Lin Buyu looked up at the mention but did not meet Zhao Linglong's eyes. Instead, she directed her inquiring gaze at Xu Taiping. Caught off guard by her look, Xu Taiping took a moment to recall and then nodded, gesturing with his hand. You must have grown this much. You are correct. I have indeed grown this much. Lin Buyu confirmed, nodding in agreement before returning her attention to her book. The nature of their exchange elicited quiet amusement from Su Ziyuan and Zhao Linglong. Senior brother Qingxiao. Senior sister Linglong, what is the focus of today's competition? Even though he was unsure of what had made them laugh, Xu Taiping decided to steer the conversation back to the Seven Peaks competition. This round is called Seven Dragons Compete for the Pearl. Spiritual birds will drop clam pearls from above Wulao Pond, and disciples from the sword sect will compete on their swords to seize them. Each drop will yield 5 pearls. And if you can evade the other disciples and place a pearl into the hand of the Wulao statue, you will claim 1 pearl. Su Ziyuan explained the rules of the contest to Xu Taiping. Thus, this round would test both the speed of sword flight and the finesse of sword control. Zhao Linglong added a remark, to which Xu Taiping responded with a slight nod. Sister Zian, are you not participating in this round? He glanced curiously at Su Zian. For this competition, each peak can only send 3 participants. Our 6 peak brothers have been practicing diligently for 3 years, so my presence is unnecessary. Su Zian replied with a smile. Our 7th peak relies solely on our elder sister and brother Qingxiao. Although our 3rd brother is also capable of flying with objects, his treasure is merely a scale. It may be stable in flight, yet its speed leaves much to be desired. Zhao Linglong sighed deeply. Due to the exemplary leadership of Peak Master Zhao Qian, most disciples of the 7th peak do not practice swordsmanship. Only our elder sister Jiang Ji and second brother Duguxiaking can be considered rare talents among us. It is a pity. Sword cultivation demands exceptionally high qualifications from practitioners, and we 6 peaks can barely muster 3 participants. Su Zian offered a word of consolation. Though her words were gentle, Xu Taiping discerned the underlying meaning. The seventh peak has consistently ranked at the bottom, leaving them with mostly mediocre disciples, and those of ordinary talent seldom succeed as sword cultivators. May the ancestors bless us. This time, we do not seek victory, but merely hope to secure a single pearl, silencing those who wish to mock us. Zhao Linglong implored with hands clasped and a humble tone. Su Zian immediately embraced her shoulder, smiling. Do not be so pessimistic. Your elder sister and Qingxiao are both outstanding among their peers. Securing 1 or 2 clam pearls will surely be within reach. Xu Taiping silently observed this exchange, resolutely deciding to practice swordsmanship earnestly, aspiring to assist his seniors in the upcoming grand competition of the 7 Peaks. Indeed, time for cultivation is of the essence. 6 years is not a long span for a practitioner, he mused. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a tumult of dark clouds rolling in. A black dragon roared as it descended from the clouds, landing directly on the sword platform at the center of Wulao Pond. The arrival was none other than the Elder Black Dragon. Today marks the first round of the 7 Peaks competition, the 7 dragons playing with pearls. All disciples, please take your seats. The imposing figure of the Elder Black Dragon, with a human face and a towering stature, bellowed with authority. No sooner had his voice faded than the sound of swords slicing through the air filled the skies above Wulao Pond. A continuous stream of sharp sounds emanating from all directions as participants flew in on their swords and objects. Elder sister, second brother. At that moment, Zhao Linglong spotted her elder sister Jiangji and second brother Du Guxiaking among the crowd below, waving vigorously at them. Su Zian, beside her, also noticed the 3 brothers from the 6th Peak. Sister Wuyou, one of the round-faced young men among the 3 6th Peak brothers, seemed to recognize Su Zian and Lin Wuyou, joyfully waving at them. Wuyou, the 7th junior brother is calling you, Su Zian said, leaning toward Lin Wuyou beside Xu Taiping with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wuyou looked up and glanced down, nodding slightly, then resumed perusing the book in his hands. In her eyes, it seemed that this contest paled in comparison to the book she held. Although she had long been aware of Lin Wuyou's peculiar disposition, witnessing it firsthand today compelled Xu Taiping to glance askance. Feeling a begrudging admiration for the young lady, she truly seemed indifferent to the judgment of others. Lin Wuyou appeared to sense Xu Taiping's gaze and promptly lifted her head to inquire, "Are you looking at me?" Taken aback by her directness, Xu Taiping hesitated before replying. Tinged with an air of apology, "My apologies." Although he harbored no ulterior motives, it was indeed impolite to stare. "It's quite all right. You may continue to look," Lin Wuyou replied, shaking her head before returning her attention to her book. Xu Taiping was momentarily bewildered by her words, pondering the meaning of her invitation to gaze on. Nevertheless, he resolved not to repeat such an indiscreet act, sitting upright and redirecting his focus to the sword arena below. At that moment, Elder Heilung's thunderous voice resonated across the arena as he announced the rules of the grand competition to the disciples present and those on the cloud tower. Xu Taiping listened intently, noting that the content bore a striking resemblance to what Zian had previously mentioned. Esteemed participants, please position yourselves beside the flags of your respective peaks. The contest shall commence shortly. Upon concluding the declaration, Elder Heilung closed the tome in his hands and surveyed the assembly of disciples from the 7 Peaks. Subsequently, the disciples retreated to the edges of the sword arena, standing beside their flags. It was Xu Taiping's first encounter with the banners of the peaks, and he observed that each possessed its own unique characteristics. The flag of the 1st Peak resembled a door, the 5th Peak was adorned with a cluster of auspicious clouds, while the 6th Peak featured a delicate orchid. As for their own 7th Peak, Howren, it was depicted as a languid cat lounging on the ground. "Sister, why does our Howren Peak's flag bear the image of a cat?" Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed, addressing Zhao Linglong. At that moment, Zhao Linglong, her expression tense as she focused intently on the unfolding events below, did not turn around but casually responded. "Legend has it that this was the spirit pet of the inaugural leader of our 7th Peak, but it has been missing for centuries." Xu Taiping nodded in realization. Just as the two were conversing, a cry of a crane echoed above the sword arena, followed by the majestic form of a colossal celestial crane soaring gracefully into the air. Clutched in its talons were several large, silvery pearls gleaming in the sunlight. "Attention, all peaks, the pearls are about to descend," Elder Heilung warned, crossing his arms. At this announcement, Both the competing disciples on the sword arena and the spectators in the cloud tower fixated their gazes upon the celestial crane. Just then, the crane flapped its wings, releasing its grip on the pearls. Reflecting the sunlight, the pearls plummeted from the sky. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of swift, slicing winds as the competition ignited. As the scene unfolded, silhouettes around the arena transformed into streaks of sword light, each pursuing the descending pearls with distinct trajectories. From the vantage of the cloud tower, these vibrant beams of sword light burst forth above the sword platform, reminiscent of fireworks scattering across the sky. Whoosh! With a series of urgent sounds slicing through the air, the pearls, having barely descended a few yards, were seized by several figures. In the next moment, these figures, each clutching their respective pearls, soared towards the nearest statue of the 5 elders. The second senior brother had successfully captured one. Despite the swift movements of these figures, Zhao Linglong instantly recognized the second senior brother, Qing Xiao. The eldest sister also secured a pearl. Xu Taiping, brimming with delight, quickly identified her as well, particularly when the eldest sister, Jiangji, momentarily paused. Indeed, the eldest sister is formidable, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her excitement causing her to stomp her feet repeatedly. Although Xu Taiping did not exhibit the same level of fervor as Zhao Linglong, the typically placid emotions within him began to ebb and flow in tandem with the descent of his seniors on the sword platform. It was noteworthy that during the previous selection at the 7 Peaks, his emotional fluctuations had not been so pronounced. Boom! At that moment, a figure on a sword charged straight towards the eldest sister, Jiangji. Bang! Although Jiangji was shielded by a sword aura, she was still propelled backward by the impact. The onlookers focused their gaze and discovered that the assailant was none other than Jin Heji from the first peak. How despicable! Jin Heji is clearly targeting our 7 Peaks, Zhao Linglong fumed, stamping her feet. If it weren't for Su Zian holding her back, she might have rushed to the railing to voice her outrage. Crash! Just as Jiangji was regaining her footing, another streak of sword light hurtled toward her. Bang! However, before this sword light could collide with Jiangji, a stout-looking man wielding an iron scale stepped in front of her, absorbing the impact. It was indeed the third senior brother. Meanwhile, the crowd finally discerned the figure behind the attacking sword light, a young man with a square face and a strikingly valiant appearance. It was Huang Qi, the third disciple of the first peak. Zhao Linglong recognized him once again. As the conversation continued, Jin Heji and Huang Qi transformed into 2 more streaks of sword light, charging toward Jiangji and the third senior brother of the 7 Peaks. Clearly, their intentions were aimed directly at the 7th peak. Eldest sister, you must flee. I will hold them off. The third senior brother's aura surged, forming a barrier of true energy to protect Jiangji behind him. Bang! Yet, before he could finish his statement, he was struck by a swiftly approaching sword light, sending him hurtling backward, ultimately plunging into the waters below with a splash. The one who had knocked him away was Jin Heji. Although Xu Taiping felt a surge of indignation, he understood the rules of this contest and recognized that Jin Heji's actions did not contravene those regulations. According to the rules, while the parties vying for the Dragon Pearl cannot resort to violence, they are permitted to utilize their own speed and protective sword aura to intercept and collide with one another, even if one were to be sent flying. As long as no magical arts are employed and no lives are endangered, it is deemed acceptable. At that moment, Master Sister Jiangji swiftly dodged the oncoming charge of Huang Qi, the third disciple of the first peak, and soared towards the nearest 5 elders statue. Clearly, she did not wish to squander the opportunity that her junior brother had fought for. However, just as Jiangji was about to reach the statue, a tall, pale figure blocked her path. It was over. It was Yin Bing, the eldest disciple of the first peak. Upon recognizing him, Zhao Linglong on the cloud platform could not help but exclaim in shock. Yin Bing, the foremost disciple, possessed cultivation far superior to Jin Heji and even surpassed Duge Qing Xiao by a slight margin. Meanwhile, the second senior brother Qing Xiao was already embroiled in the siege by Jin Heji and Huang Qi, rendering him unable to provide assistance anytime soon. Yet, upon realizing that it was Yin Bing before her, Master Sister Jiangji did not concede defeat. Instead, she transformed into a streak of sword light, accompanied by the sound of piercing air as she engaged him in a relentless skirmish. However, despite her efforts, Jiangji's swordsmanship ultimately fell short of Yin Bing's prowess, leading to her being blocked and sent flying. causing the pearl in her grasp to fall and be captured by Yinbing. Alas, it was evident that the sword technique was not Jiang Zi's forte. Zhao Linglong sighed. Indeed, Jiang Zi had exerted herself to the utmost. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. As far as he knew, Jiang Zi excelled in formations, and, while she possessed talent in swordsmanship, she did not favor that path. As he witnessed his senior brothers falling one after another, the desire to assist them surged within him. Just as Zhao Linglong and Xu Taiping prepared to face the grim reality of the seventh peak's loss of the pearl, Jiang Zi, who was on the verge of plunging into the water, suddenly experienced a surge in her aura. In an instant, she transformed into a beam of sword light and charged with great speed towards Jin Hezhi and Huang Qi, who had encircled Qing Xiao. Yinbing realized her intent too late. With a resounding crash, both Jin Hezhi and Huang Qi were sent hurtling backwards by Jiang Zi's impact. Junior brother, Jiang Zi, disregarding the tumultuous energy coursing through her, turned and shouted at Qing Xiao. He immediately grasped her intention and vanished from his position like a flash of lightning. At that moment, Yinbing had also discerned their plan, propelling himself through the air to intercept Qing Xiao. However, Master Sister Jiang Zi seemed to have anticipated his move, swiftly positioning herself in front of Yinbing. With a thunderous crash, she was struck and sent flying. The disparity in their cultivation rendered Jiang Zi unable to withstand Yinbing's force, and she plummeted straight into the water below. Nevertheless, thanks to the brief moment she had secured, Qing Xiao successfully placed the pearl he held atop the nearest five elders statue. Even after placing the clam pearl, Qing Xiao showed no signs of relenting. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of sword light, hurtling towards Yinbing with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Yinbing was struck, sending him soaring backward and skimming through the air for several hundred zhong before finally regaining his balance. Observing this, Jin Hezhi and Huang Qi rushed forward, their faces alight with fury, intent on confronting Qing Xiao. Yet, Qing Xiao remained undaunted, charging towards them once more. The first clam pearl has been claimed by the seventh peak. All must cease their contest. Those who defy this command shall be eliminated. At that moment, the thunderous voice of Elder He Long reverberated across the sword platform. No sooner had the elder's voice sounded than everyone halted their struggle. According to the rules of the Seven Peaks competition, once a clam pearl was successfully placed, any further attempts to strike or seize would result in immediate disqualification. Having expended all his might for the first pearl, the question loomed: how would Qing Xiao approach the remaining six? Yinbing, suspended in midair on his sword, regarded Qing Xiao with a smile. Since their entry into the Qing Xin sect, Yinbing and Qing Xiao had been rivals. Although his animosity did not reach the depths of Jin Hezhi's disdain for the seventh peak, he felt compelled to compete whenever Qing Xiao was present. There is no need for your reminders on how the seventh peak should proceed, Qing Xiao retorted with a dismissive glance towards Yinbing, before turning his attention to Jin Hezhi and Huang Qi behind him. Manage your disciples well. With that, he soared down on his sword, heading straight for his elder sister and third junior brother, who had fallen into the pond. Yinbing frowned at this remark. He turned to glance at Jin Hezhi and Huang Qi, a flicker of disdain crossing his features as he muttered with displeasure, incompetence. He had not intended for Qing Xiao to secure any pearls during this round. On the Cloud Tower's viewing platform, Zhao Linglong erupted in joy at Qing Xiao's initial victory, her excitement manifesting in animated gestures. However, a shadow of concern crossed Xu Taiping's face. He sensed that, apart from his second brother Qing Xiao, both his elder sister Jiang Zi and third brother Zhang Qian appeared somewhat weakened, their movements on the sword becoming less fluid than at the outset. Wait, how did I notice that? In an instant, Xu Taiping was jolted awake. Could it be due to my recent sword practice? A potential realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the sword training methods imparted by the esteemed Senju Shi were anything but ordinary. Otherwise, how could he so easily discern the conditions of those wielding swords below? After casting another glance at the other sword-wielding practitioners, Xu Taiping felt increasingly assured of his conclusion. Unfortunately, the subsequent 6 rounds of clam pearl contention unfolded as he had feared. Jiang Zi and Zhang Qian made consecutive errors, and despite Qing Xiao exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not secure another clam pearl. Elder sister, second brother, third brother. Having secured even one pearl in this contest is a remarkable feat. Do not lose heart. Zhao Linglong suddenly dashed to the railing. calling out to the trio whose expressions had grown somewhat despondent. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of bitterness within, for he had just observed the gaze of Sister Linglong, which was also fraught with reluctance and desolation. The Seven Peaks selection was a battle fought for oneself, while the Seven Peaks competition was a struggle for the sake of one's fellow disciples. The vision of the 5 ancestors of the Qingxian sect was far beyond what the current sect leaders could fathom, and it was no wonder that Qingxian was in such decline. Suddenly, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. Her tone was imbued with deep emotion, and her words perfectly unraveled the confusion that had plagued him. He pondered why he felt more anxious watching his senior brothers, such as Qing Xiao, compete than when he had participated in the Seven Peaks selection himself. Moreover, he could not understand why their defeat stirred within him a greater sense of unwillingness and disappointment than his own loss. 6 years are but a fleeting moment. By the next Seven Peaks competition, Taiping, you will have the opportunity to defend the honor of your senior brothers and sisters, the Spirit Moon Fairy remarked gently, smiling as she perceived the shift in Xu Taiping's mindset. The Xu Taiping she recognized was never the self-serving cultivator, but rather one who could fight not only for himself, but also to protect his comrades. Xu Taiping silently nodded in agreement, resolving that, regardless of the outcome, he would not finish last this time. After the rankings were confirmed, Su Zian approached Zhao Linglong, gently patting her shoulder in consolation. Though they had only acquired a single pearl, it was still a commendable achievement compared to the last-place finish of the 5th peak, which had failed to secure any. Sister Zian, what has happened to the 5th peak? I recall they secured 3rd place last time, Zhao Linglong inquired, her surprise evident. The 5th peak has been troubled of late. The promising disciple Lu Chun has been exiled, and the newly initiated disciple Lu Zijing has been sent to the Cliff of Reflection. Moreover, the peak master is at odds with Elder Lu Zumo, leaving the disciples with little heart to participate in the 7 peaks competition. Su Zian sighed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the situation surrounding Lu Chun and Lu Zijing would impact the 7 peaks competition. Lu Zijing should have shone brightly in this competition, had it not been for Lu Chun. Xu Taiping felt no sympathy for the 5th peak or Lu Chun. His only regret lay with Sister Lu Zijing. In recent days, though he had been diligently practicing his swordsmanship, he had not ceased his surveillance of the Fengshan Mountain Manor where Lu Chun resided. Through several observations made by Baiyu, he had meticulously gathered information about the population within Fengshan Mountain Manor, its various entrances and secret passages, and even Lu Chin's daily routines. What he lacked now was the opportune moment to act. Xu Taiping's gaze fixated on the flag of the 5th peak below as he murmured to himself. He felt confident about eliminating Lu Chun, yet the challenge lay in ensuring that no trace would lead back to him. The timing of his strike was crucial. Taiping, the competition we are to participate in should be in about half a month. By tomorrow, the topics for the matches should be announced, and we can practice together then, Zhao Linglong said, turning her attention towards Xu Taiping. After witnessing the matches today, she felt a surge of eagerness. All right, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Not only Zhao Linglong, but he too felt a surge of anticipation. The competition completed with the collaboration of fellow disciples was quite intriguing, he mused inwardly. Speaking of Taiping, the 4th round of the competition also necessitated proficiency in swordplay or object manipulation. How have you fared in your studies? Su Zian inquired curiously of Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this question, Lin Buyu, who had been engrossed in a novel, lifted his head, intrigued by Xu Taiping. By the way, junior brother, I heard that your father has engaged an elder to teach you swordsmanship. Is that true? Zhao Linglong suddenly recalled something and promptly asked Xu Taiping. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. The peak master has enlisted an elder named San San to instruct me in sword practice. Is there an elder by that name among the sword cultivators of our Qingxian sect? Su Zian found the name rather unfamiliar. What does he look like? She immediately pressed Xu Taiping for more details. Well, I have yet to meet him in person, Xu Taiping admitted somewhat sheepishly. You've already begun your sword practice with him, yet you haven't met him? Su Zian remarked in astonishment. Chapter 74. Discussing swordplay, the curious San San. Yes. Xu Taiping nodded. However, San San diligently inscribes the practice content onto a wooden board each day, and the details are exceedingly thorough. I have benefited greatly from it. Xu Taiping held a deep respect for San San. Upon hearing this, not only Su Zian but also Zhao Linglong found it somewhat unbelievable. How many days has San San been teaching you, Taiping? Zhao Linglong asked gravely. In total, it has been nearly half a month, Xu Taiping replied honestly. Only half a month? Su Zian placed her hand on her forehead. In her view, regardless of how adept Sin Sin might be, or how exceptional Xu Taiping's talent, a mere half-month of sword practice would hardly suffice for the upcoming competition. Junior brother, what exactly has Elder Sin Sin taught you? Zhao Linglong regarded Xu Taiping with a serious expression. At this moment, she was more concerned about the enigmatic San San than whether Xu Taiping could perform well at the Seven Peaks competition, worried that he might have led her little junior brother astray. On the first day, Elder San San inscribed the principles of swordplay onto the wooden board for me to practice independently, and then instructed me to attempt carving sword marks into the cliff face. For the next 10 days, I repeated this exercise almost daily, Xu Taiping succinctly summarized. That is all. Zhao Linglong found this hard to believe. Feeling an urge to return to the Seven Peaks and confront her unreliable father, Su Zian similarly furrowed her brows. It sounds quite intriguing, Lin Buyu remarked, having set aside his novel, displaying a keen interest. Indeed, it is rather fascinating, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. He was not merely speaking in defense of Elder San San. He genuinely found it captivating, for he himself was enjoying the process. How many sword marks did that Elder San San have you carve into the cliff face each day? Lin Buyu subsequently inquired of Xu Taiping. This inquiry evidently touches upon a pivotal matter. Zhao Linglong and Su Zian both cast curious glances towards Xu Taiping. On the first day, there were 3,000 strokes. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before responding. 3,000. Zhao Linglong and Su Zian exclaimed in unison. On your first day of sword mastery, you were tasked with carving 3,000 sword marks on a sheer cliff 100 zhang high. Zhao Linglong increasingly found the esteemed Master San somewhat dubious. Indeed, it was quite challenging to accomplish this task on the first attempt, which is why, before Xu Taiping could speak, Zhao Linglong interrupted him, her expression one of indignation, asserting, Taiping, do not take it to heart. It is entirely normal not to succeed on the first day. It was indeed a near miss, Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. A near miss, which implies you did succeed. Su Zian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yes, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. Although he had to toil until the late hours, he ultimately succeeded. Concerned that Master San San might think he was merely fulfilling the task, he even added an additional stroke, totaling 3,001. He continued, you managed to execute 3,000 sword strikes using the sword mastery technique on the very first day? Su Zian and Zhao Linglong exchanged incredulous glances. What about the subsequent days? Did Master San impose any further demands? Zhao Linglong inquired eagerly about what lay ahead. In the following days, there were no specific requirements. However, I did increase my practice by 600 strikes each day. If time permitted, I would descend the mountain early after completing my training, Xu Taiping replied calmly, treating the conversation as a mere exchange of swordsmanship insights with his peers. His tone was relaxed. Yet the astonishment of Su Zian and Zhao Linglong grew with every word he spoke. However, around 4 or 5 days ago, after I managed to execute 6,000 strikes within 3 hours, Master San assigned me a new task, Xu Taiping continued. What task? Zhao Linglong immediately inquired. To inscribe characters on the cliff face using my sword, with a minimum of 3,000 characters each day, Xu Taiping answered. He often practiced in solitude and rarely shared his insights with fellow disciples. Thus he found this experience refreshingly novel, responding with utmost seriousness. At this revelation, Zhao Linglong could no longer contain herself. Taiping, did you complete it? She asked, her face a mask of astonishment. I did, but it required a considerable amount of time, so I could not return home early, Xu Taiping nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Su Zian exchanged glances once more, choosing silence in unison. Isn't this pace of cultivation rather slow? Seeing their silence, Xu Taiping assumed that his performance had disappointed his senior sisters. Unfortunately, his understanding of sword cultivation was exceedingly limited. His daily lessons with Master San revolved solely around carving sword marks and calligraphy, leaving him unaware of the typical progression of other cultivators. Yet, judging by the words Master San inscribed on the wooden boards each day, he sensed that his talent might indeed be rather ordinary. Otherwise, Master San would not have been able to pinpoint so many flaws. However, I believe that although my progress may be slow, each additional character I inscribe allows me to feel a sense of advancement. Thus, I find Elder San's teaching method to be particularly well suited to my needs. He promptly added, It is not merely suitable for you. It is exclusively tailored for you. At this moment, Su Ziyuan could not help but respond with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Sister Ziyuan, what prompts such a remark? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. He had assumed that this was the customary way for all disciples of the Qingxian sect to practice swordsmanship. Taiping, you might be unaware, Zhao Linglong said excitedly as she turned to Xu Taiping. In the Qingxian sect, when disciples first embark on the path of sword control, successfully mastering it within 10 months is considered an achievement. If one can manipulate their flying sword within a month, it is regarded as a minor success. However, to effortlessly wield a flying sword to right, unless one possesses extraordinary talent like Shi Xiang, it typically takes at least 3 months. Yet you accomplished this in merely half a month. We too achieved it in just half a month. Su Ziyuan smiled at Lin Buyu. It was 14 days. Lin Buyu corrected. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of skepticism. Did the other disciples truly require so long? It felt quite simple to me. Could it possibly be due to the nameless sword control technique imparted by Elder Sansan? Setting aside his mortal limitations, he had a clear understanding of his own aptitude for cultivation. While not lacking, it could hardly be deemed extraordinary. The reason he had been able to keep pace with the other disciples was solely due to his investment of time and the assistance of treasures like dragon gallbladder wine. Thus, he concluded that there was only one possibility. Elder Sansan's instruction was superior to that of others. Elder Sansan's swordsmanship is not inferior to that of Jiu. Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the praise for Elder Sansan mentioned in the letter from the Peak Master, which further solidified his conjecture. It must be for this reason. Chapter 75. Discussing sword control, is it not my teaching that excels? Taiping, words alone cannot prove anything. Would you care to test your swordsmanship? Su Ziyuan suddenly brandished an unsheathed sword before her, smiling at Xu Taiping. Here, Xu Taiping glanced around. Since the competition had concluded, most disciples had descended to meet their fellow brothers and sisters, leaving only a few lingering disciples. You need only draw your sword. I will exert some control over it. Allowing us to gauge your current level of sword control, Su Ziyuan nodded with a smile. Taiping, you should give it a try, Zhao Linglong added, her expression full of anticipation. Xu Taiping promptly nodded. To be honest, he too was eager to ascertain where his sword control stood among his peers. Sister Ziyuan, I am preparing to draw my sword, Xu Taiping stated as he positioned himself before Su Ziyuan. Go ahead, even if you cannot draw it. As soon as Su Ziyuan's words left her lips, the long sword broke free from her control and shot forth with a sudden ferocity. With a resounding clang, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the sword, under Xu Taiping's manipulation, began to whirl around him, emitting a series of sharp notes as it flew. Despite its rapid movement, it maintained a distance of 2 to 3 feet from Xu Taiping's body. After spinning around 4 or 5 times, Xu Taiping sensed an increasing number of gazes directed towards him. He raised his finger, pointing towards Su Ziyuan's sword sheath. With a swift motion, the long sword returned to its sheath with uncanny precision, guided by his spirit. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Linglong and Su Ziyuan fell into a contemplative silence. What do you think, Sister Linglong, Sister Ziyuan? Once the sword was sheathed, Xu Taiping looked eagerly at the two, awaiting their appraisal. Taiping, have you truly only practiced for half a month? Su Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism. I can vouch for that, Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully as she linked her arm with Xu Taiping's. Junior brother Taiping only began practicing the sword after completing his sect trials, so it's been roughly a month at most. Then I must congratulate you 7 Peaks on acquiring yet another swordsmanship genius, Su Ziyuan replied, her smile tinged with irony. In a corner of the Cloud Tower, an elderly man observed this unfolding drama. He took a swig of wine and began muttering to himself, what a so-called genius. Is it not the old man who has taught him well? Among my disciples, you are the most dim-witted. Learning a half-baked technique in just half a month. If this were to spread, I fear I would be the laughingstock among those old fossils. His voice, though loud, seemed to be cloaked by some unseen barrier, rendering Xu Taiping and the others oblivious to his grumbling. As for Xu Taiping, upon hearing Su Ziyuan's remarks, he shyly fidgeted with his fingers. Sister, you flatter me. I believe it is Elder Sansan's exceptional teaching that has made the difference. When I was learning other techniques, I never experienced this sensation I have while practicing swordsmanship. His words rang true. The lessons inscribed by Elder Sansan on the wooden boards, though seemingly crude at first glance, were in fact straightforward and enlightening, guiding Xu Taiping along a smoother path. Upon hearing this, the old man in the corner couldn't help but smile broadly. He took another hearty gulp of wine and chuckled. You may be a bit slow, but at least you possess some self-awareness. For that, I shall grant you an additional 3,000 characters to copy tomorrow. Each character he assigned Xu Taiping was meticulously chosen, with every stroke and line carrying profound significance. The previous sword marks were similarly calculated, with their depth and width precisely measured, allowing Xu Taiping to advance at such a rapid pace. Unfortunately, his current lack of cultivation left him unaware of this subtlety. Though your sword control remains rudimentary, participating in the fourth competition should suffice, Xu Zian remarked by the railing of the cloud tower. Yes, with another half-month to prepare. I will dedicate more time to practice. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this additional time, if you continue your training with Elder Sansan, you might be able to assist us greatly during the fourth competition. Zhao Linglong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It would be wonderful if I could be of help. Xu Taiping nodded once more. Today's competition, particularly the despondent gazes exchanged between senior sister Jiang Ji and the second and third senior brothers at its conclusion, profoundly moved him. May I inquire if Xu Taiping of the Seven Peaks is present? Just as several individuals prepared to descend and meet Brother Qingxiao, a refined young scholar adorned in elegant attire ascended the stairs. Upon hearing this inquiry, several, including Xu Taiping, turned their gaze towards the source. Who might you be? Xu Taiping asked, somewhat perplexed, as he regarded the youth. I am Du Qianjiang, a disciple of the Fifth Peak. The cultured young man offered Xu Taiping a faint smile before inquiring, Brother, might you be Xu Taiping of the Seventh Peak? Indeed, that is I. Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. Upon realizing that he was indeed speaking to Xu Taiping, a look of joy instantly illuminated Du Qianjiang's face. Not long ago, I am deeply grateful for your visit to my junior sister, Lu Ziqin. Otherwise, that foolish girl would likely still be on a hunger strike. Stepping forward, Du Qianjiang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xu Taiping. Brother Du, you flatter me. I did nothing noteworthy. It was Lu Ziqin who came to her senses on her own. Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Regardless, you have indeed aided Ziqin in her struggles, Du Qianjiang remarked with a smile, then presented a delicate wooden box before Xu Taiping. This talisman, crafted by our peak master, is particularly effective against malevolent entities, and the master specifically instructed me to present it to you, Brother Taiping. Upon witnessing the talisman personally drawn by the master of the Fifth Peak, Zhao Linglong and Xu Zian exchanged astonished and envious glances. Among the Seven Peaks, the Fifth Peak excels in the art of talismans, and the master's creations are unparalleled within the Qingxian sect. Not even 1,000 merit coins could procure one. Brother Du, I truly did not do much to deserve such a lavish gift. Xu Taiping declined to accept it. One must not be too proud to accept kindness. Such a gift is not to be taken lightly, Du Qianjiang insisted, firmly placing the wooden box into Xu Taiping's embrace. In 6 days, junior sister Ziqin will be sent down the mountain. Should you have the time, I hope you can accompany her to the cloud platform at the Fifth Peak. She has few friends in Qingxian, and it would surely ease her departure to have someone there to see her off. Du Qianjiang sighed. After saying this, he also presented Xu Taiping with a token granting him access to the Fifth Peak. If time permits, I will certainly attend, Xu Taiping replied, accepting the talisman as he realized he could not refuse. Very well, Du Qianjiang smiled, patting Xu Taiping on the shoulder before turning to leave without further ado. As they descended, Xu Taiping briefly recounted to Xu Zian the story of his acquaintance with Lu Ziqin. That scoundrel Lu deserves 1,000 deaths. Zhao Linglong could not contain her outrage, exclaiming vehemently. Indeed, he deserves nothing less. Even the typically composed Xu Zian wore an expression of indignation. Though he currently has his father and the sect leader to shield him, such a person will undoubtedly face divine retribution in the future. Zhao Linglong clenched her fists in anger. What do you think, Taiping? She suddenly turned to the previously silent Xu Taiping. It is certain. Xu Taiping affirmed with a serious nod. At the same time, he conveyed a message to the white feather within the gourd. Tonight, we shall explore once more. In 6 days, we will take action. Chapter 76. To slay Lu Chun, departing for Fengshao Villa 5 days later. The Yangxin Pavilion on the 7th Peak. Although the Yangxin Pavilion was equipped with a gathering spirit array and talismans designed to promote tranquility and focus, spending merely a day or two in seclusion would yield limited benefits. After leading Xu Taiping to the entrance of the Yangxin Pavilion, his senior brother, Qing Xiao, with a serious expression, cautioned him, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. In 4 or 5 days, the 4th round of the 7 Peaks competition will commence. I intend to utilize the Yangxin Pavilion for recuperation, aiming to restore my body to its optimal condition," Xu Taiping replied. "Such diligence is commendable," Qing Xiao remarked, visibly moved. The pavilion's doors only open during the hour of Yin each day. At other times, entry is permitted but exit is not. Please be mindful of this, lest it hinder your plans. Understood, brother. I shall remember, Xu Taiping assured. Now, I shall enter. Qing Xiao nodded with a smile. Without further ado, Xu Taiping strode into the Yangxin Pavilion. Given the current state of his fellow disciples, the likelihood of victory in the forthcoming 4th round was slim. He hoped that Taiping would not be too disheartened by the outcome. Alone, Qing Xiao gazed at Xu Taiping's retreating figure and murmured with a hint of melancholy. The 2nd round of the 7 Peaks competition, held at Jianyunlu, was meant to be our most promising opportunity for victory. Yet the chance was squandered when our senior sister's old injury flared up. However, it is not her fault. She participated despite her existing condition, pushing through her pain to compete. If only I were stronger, then she would not have needed to exert herself so fully yesterday. Qing Xiao raised his hand to inspect the recently healed wound on his palm, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, more pressing than the 4th round was the upcoming 3rd round tomorrow. He wondered about the state of their senior sister's injury. I should visit the Baichao Hall. If her condition is still severe, she cannot compete tomorrow. With this thought, he took to the skies on his sword, departing from the Yangxin Pavilion. Just as he left, Xu Taiping emerged from behind a cliff adjacent to the pavilion. "It seems my senior brother did not detect my doppelganger," he mused, feeling a sense of relief as he watched Qing Xiao's figure fade from view. Indeed, the one who had entered the Yangxin Pavilion moments ago was merely his projection. "Taiping, it is getting late," reminded the ethereal Lingua fairy. "Yes, it is time to head to Fengxiao Villa," Xu Taiping acknowledged, grasping a concealed blade of grass in his palm, causing his form to vanish from sight. This night, he intended to slay Lu Chun. The reason for his prior visit to the Yangxin Pavilion was, of course, to fabricate an alibi. Yunlu Mountain, Southern Mountain, high above the clouds. Attaining such heights was a feat beyond the capability of ordinary sword cultivators, save for the spirit birds. "Xu Taiping, can you withstand the turbulent gales above?" Wuyou glanced back at Xu Taiping, who was resting on its neck. "I can endure," he replied. Xu Taiping nodded slightly and let out a low grunt, then gritted his teeth once more, bracing his body against the onslaught of the turbulent winds at this lofty altitude. The innate gusts and chaotic currents, existing solely in this vast expanse of sky, would only draw more attention if one attempted to counter them with martial arts. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his physical resilience. Fortunately, Xu Taiping's body had been tempered into a robust form, akin to bronze and iron, enabling him to endure for a considerable duration. The reason for ascending to such heights was twofold. Firstly, to evade the scrutiny of the cultivators below, and secondly, because flying at this altitude would allow Wuyou to reach the Wind Howl Villa in less than half an hour. "Sister Lingua, once we arrive at the Wind Howl Villa, can you employ your illusions to make others perceive me as a fearsome figure with red hair and green eyes?" Xu Taiping contemplated in his heart. "You wish to disguise yourself as that red-haired blade demon?" Lingua exclaimed, instantly discerning Xu Taiping's intent. "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. "A splendid idea. When we descend to lower altitudes, I shall assist you," Lingua replied. The innate energy at such heights would also pose a threat to her spirit. "Taiping, hold on tightly. We are approaching the Wind Howl Villa, and I am about to dive downward," Wuyou shouted. "Understood. We shall proceed according to our prearranged plan." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. "Leave it to me. I have long harbored disdain for that surnamed Lu." Wuyou let out a long howl, then suddenly dove down towards the forest below. Boom. Amidst the explosive sound of the fierce winds, Xu Taiping's body was once again jolted, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring the impact. However, as he descended from the great height, the chaotic currents of innate energy dissipated instantaneously. Xu Taiping felt his body relax. Exhaling deeply, he retrieved a qi-gathering pill and popped it into his mouth, simultaneously releasing the little monkey. "Ping'an, you and Wuyou guard the entrance of the villa. Let no one enter," he instructed, battling the howling winds. "Understood, Xu Taiping. Whoever dares enter, I shall smash them." The little monkey Pinyin declared earnestly, waving his tiny fists. Xu Taiping chuckled softly, ruffling his head. Xu Taiping, we are about 600 zhang above the courtyard where Lu Chen resides. You should be able to jump down from here without issue, correct? As the brightly lit Wind Howl Villa came into Xu Taiping's view, Baiyu called out to him. No problem, Xu Taiping replied, nodding as he steadied himself on Baiyu's back, hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Once I jump down, I will conceal myself. You and the little monkey create chaos up front to lure Lu Chen out of his room. After uttering these words, Xu Taiping leapt into the air, plummeting towards the courtyard below. Just as he leaped, Baiyu let out a sharp cry, then flapped his wings vigorously, soaring like an arrow into the grand courtyard of the Wind Howl Villa. His diving speed was even swifter than Xu Taiping's descent. Bang! Moments later, Xu Taiping's body fell heavily onto the bluestone pavement of the small courtyard, creating a significant indentation in the ground. At that very moment, the front yard of the Wind Howl Mountain Villa erupted with the roar of Ping En and the piercing shriek of Baiyu. It was precisely due to the commotion caused by the two in the front yard that the attention of everyone in the villa was drawn there, leaving Xu Taiping concealed behind a large elm tree, unnoticed. What transpired? What was happening ahead? Soon, Xu Taiping recognized a familiar figure, Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen appeared disheveled, his clothes loose and hair unkempt, his expression one of great displeasure. Chapter 77. Kill Lu Chen. Who are you really? Reporting to young Master Lu. Two demonic beasts have intruded into the courtyard. The personnel in the villa are currently heading there and should soon be able to drive them away. A guard hastily explained upon hearing Lu Chen's voice. Do you require my assistance? Lu Chen inquired further. The situation outside is chaotic, young master. It would be best for you to remain in the back courtyard and not venture out, lest complications arise, the guard responded promptly. Very well. Hurry and deal with those two demonic beasts. I still need my rest, Lu Chen yawned, waving his hand dismissively, clearly impatient. The guard nodded obsequiously before leading the accompanying guards away. Once everyone rushed to the front yard for support, the previously raucous back courtyard fell into a sudden silence. This cursed place. Two demonic beasts can turn everything upside down. I can hardly endure another day here. Lu Chen spat on the ground and muttered bitterly, Lu Zijing, you better keep me alive. 3 years from now, I will certainly seek you out to settle this score. At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had been holding his breath behind the tree for quite some time, stepped out from the shadows, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, and addressed Lu Chen's retreating figure with a calm demeanor. You truly show no signs of reflection. He spoke with a controlled roughness in his voice. Upon hearing Xu Taiping's voice, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. So, you have come for me. With that, he turned to face Xu Taiping, his attire open. At this moment, Xu Taiping had been enchanted by the fairy Ling Wei, appearing to Lu Chen as a being with red hair and green eyes. An outsider cultivator? Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly in surprise. However, he quickly resumed his derisive demeanor. I never expected the master of Woofing Peak would hire an outsider to eliminate me. It was evident that not everyone recognized the crimson-haired blade demon, and Lu Chen had mistakenly assumed Xu Taiping was sent by the master of Woofing Peak. Although puzzled by why Lu Chen believed he was sent by the master, Xu Taiping knew this was not the moment for inquiries. Thus, he said nothing, but instead moved deliberately toward Lu Chen, his aura of killing intent intensifying with each step. Gradually, Lu Chen's expression shifted from indifference to solemnity. As the distance between the two narrowed to a mere 100 paces, Xu Taiping suddenly drew his spring tiger blade, unleashing a blade aura that spanned over 10 zhang, crashing down towards Lu Chen. To Xu Taiping's astonishment, Lu Chen exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. This was because, just before Xu Taiping struck, he had caught a glimpse of the lion demon lurking behind him, poised to protect him. The lion demon silently approached Xu Taiping, its massive form charging forward with a thunderous roar. If Xu Taiping did not retract his blade, he would undoubtedly be engulfed by the beast. At that moment, Xu Taiping's left thumb and index finger came together, forming a circular shape, and a wall of wind, composed of fierce gales, suddenly enveloped him. This was the protective technique of the Zhongwan Ring. The lion demon struck the wind wall with its paw. But before it could breach the barrier, it was forcefully repelled by the violent gusts emanating from the wall. Although it suffered no injuries, it could not halt the momentum of Xu Taiping's blade, which continued its descent towards Lu Chen. Just as Xu Taiping's blade was about to cleave Lu Chun, another leopard demon leapt out from behind Lu Chun, lunging towards Xu Taiping. However, Xu Taiping seemed to have anticipated this moment, deftly sidestepping the demon's attack. Simultaneously, his left hand, which had been concealed for a long while, suddenly pointed towards the leopard demon's forehead. Sangwan ring, a single finger, piercing the clouds. With a resounding crash, the leopard demon's skull was punctured by the force of Xu Taiping's strike. Driven by the stakes of life and death, Xu Taiping held nothing back, channeling all his strength into the Sangwan ring's technique. As he repelled the leopard demon, Xu Taiping's blade sliced towards Lu Chen's crown with unimpeded ferocity. Just as the spring tiger blade was about to sever Lu Chen's head, a series of runes erupted from Lu Chen's brow, coalescing into a shield that thunderously blocked the impending strike. The spring tiger blade crashed against the shield, sending shockwaves that swept through the courtyard like a tempest. Yet, beneath the shield, Lu Chun remained unscathed. In that instant, Lu Chun regained his composure. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xu Taiping's downward strike, he drew his sword and thrust it towards Xu Taiping. This strike was not only fierce but also imbued with an exceptionally pure essence of fire that surged along with the sword's trajectory. It was evident that the sword in Lu Chen's grasp was at least a treasure-grade weapon. The blade collided with Xu Taiping's wind wall, the immense impact causing a brief disturbance in the barrier. However, the fiery essence was swiftly dissipated by the fierce winds. To Xu Taiping's surprise, the Sangwan ring adeptly countered Lu Chen's weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping swung the spring tiger blade once more towards Lu Chun. Although he did not employ the 7 kills technique, the power behind the strike, enhanced by the essence of the ordinary blade, remained astonishingly formidable. Amidst the resounding tremors, the talismanic shield that stood before Lu Chun was cleaved, revealing cracks. The previously composed Lu Chun now exhibited a visage of terror upon witnessing the shield's impending shatter. "How can you breach my profound talismanic shield? Who are you?" he exclaimed, simultaneously retrieving a talisman from his robes and hurling it vehemently towards Xu Taiping. In contrast to the arcane arts, the 5 Peaks sect excelled in talismans. Nearly every disciple possessed an abundance of these mystical parchments, Lu Chun being no exception. Boom! As the talisman was cast, it erupted violently, and from within emerged a colossal fist rod of flames, lunging towards Xu Taiping below. Clang! In response, Xu Taiping gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, channeling a vast amount of true essence into the spring tiger blade before delivering a powerful slash towards the fiery fist. The blade's trajectory, spanning over 10 zhong, struck the fist resembling a small mountain, creating a magnificent spectacle. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping's blade cleaved through the fiery fist. Yet, before he could retract his weapon, another fist surged forth from the shattered talisman. Chapter 78, Slaying Lu Chun. Talismans and Treasures Unleashed. Bang! Xu Taiping swung his blade in defense, only to be struck backward by the force of the blow. Meanwhile, the leopard demon and lion demon had regained their composure. Without waiting for Xu Taiping to land, they lunged at him with their razor-sharp claws. Bang! Under the combined might of these 2 formidable demon beasts, which were nearly equivalent to royal-class beasts, the wind barrier surrounding Xu Taiping, already destabilized by the fiery fist, shattered instantaneously. As the barrier crumbled, another fiery fist erupted from the talisman, descending heavily upon him. However, Xu Taiping's focus was not on the fiery fist or the poised demon beasts, but rather on Lu Chun. As he observed Lu Chun charging towards him with a sword raised, his expression shifted abruptly, and he extended his left hand adorned with the Sangwan ring, snapping his fingers with a resounding crack. 2 fingers, shatter mountain. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the snap, fierce gusts of wind surged forth, akin to invisible hands, enveloping the 2 demon beasts, the fiery fist and Lu Chun, who had approached with his sword drawn, before crushing them with immense force. Bang! In a colossal explosion, the bodies of the 2 royal-class demon beasts erupted into a cloud of blood mist, with numerous lacerations appearing across their forms. Though they did not perish immediately, they were grievously wounded. The fiery fist was utterly disintegrated by the razor-like winds. Though Lu Chun, positioned farthest from Xu Taiping, managed to retreat in time to evade the fatal strike, his talismanic shield shattered in response. Xu Taiping seemed to have anticipated these events, as his expression remained largely unchanged. After snapping his fingers, he promptly brandished the spring tiger blade once more, aiming to strike at Lu Chun. "Get away from me." In a state of panic, Lu Chun produced another talisman from his ring and hurled it towards Xu Taiping, who was approaching with his blade raised. As soon as this talisman was produced, the temperature in the small courtyard surged instantly, with wisps of fiery whirlwinds entwining around it. The phrase "True Fire Talisman" immediately sprang to Xu Taiping's mind. Compared to the basic True Fire Talisman he had previously purchased, the one in Lu Chen's hand radiated a spiritual energy fluctuation at least 2 to 3 times stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping sheathed his sword and retreated. He was acutely aware of the devastating power of true fire if it burned him. Even a cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to heal the wound without special spiritual medicine. Attempting to evade, it was too late. Lu Chun, observing the situation, let out a cold laugh, then formed a seal with his hands and bellowed, "Where shall I seek the celestial might?" The sun extinguishes, and the 8 aberrations cloud the skies. The thunder of heaven stirs in the yang. The 8 treasures and 5 thunders descend from the clouds. Fire incinerates all malevolent beings, and thunder punishes all wretched miscreants. As soon as the words left his lips, the talisman exploded, transforming into the phantom of a colossal hand directed at Xu Taiping. Within the palm of this giant hand, runes glowed, and waves of searing true fire shot forth like torrential raindrops towards Xu Taiping. Faced with this onslaught, Xu Taiping inhaled sharply and then opened his mouth to unleash a powerful breath against the raging flames. Ice breath technique. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as a wave of chilling silver light erupted from Xu Taiping's mouth, enveloping the fiery deluge in a dense frost. With the clash of hot and cold, a warm gust swept through the small courtyard, while the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour. Xu Taiping's ice breath technique had successfully countered the true fire talisman. This marked the first time he had fully unleashed the formidable power of the ice breath technique. "This is impossible." Witnessing the scene before him, Lu Chen's face was etched with disbelief, momentarily forgetting to escape. Almost in the instant the blazing flames extinguished, Xu Taiping swiftly shoved a qi-gathering pill into his mouth, simultaneously employing the wind shadow step, causing his figure to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Lu Chun. With no hesitation, the spring tiger blade was drawn once more, slashing toward Lu Chun. The attack was so abrupt that Lu Chun, caught off guard, could only raise his longsword, exerting all his strength to meet Xu Taiping's strike. Boom. Even though Lu Chen's cultivation base surpassed Xu Taiping's by a significant margin, and he wielded a precious weapon, Xu Taiping's strike, imbued with the essence of a master and the intent of a mortal's blade, easily shattered Lu Chen's sword momentum, cleaving through his longsword. Ultimately, it landed heavily upon his chest. Bang! However, Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback to discover that Lu Chun was protected by a defensive garment. Just as Xu Taiping's blade was about to cleave him in two, the garment suddenly transformed into a spiked armor, absorbing the blow. A porcupine armor? Xu Taiping recognized the armor at a glance. Its familiarity stemmed from its price, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the treasure pavilion, requiring a staggering 60,000 merit points for exchange. However, Xu Taiping merely hesitated for a brief moment before the spring tiger blade in his hand swiftly slashed once more towards Lu Chun. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, although Lu Chun was forced to retreat several steps by the blow, the quills of the armor he donned absorbed much of the strike's force, leaving his body unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun cast another talisman, swiftly forming hand seals while reciting incantations. Respect of heavenly thunder, clash of dragon and tiger, illumination of sun and moon. Shine upon me clearly, distant celestial friends, heed my command, summon the heavenly soldiers and generals, earthly warriors, divine beings, and officers, 5 thunderous generals, the talisman shall act. Urgent as the law commands. This was a divine general talisman. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the completion of the incantation, Xu Taiping's blade reappeared before Lu Chun. However, accompanying his blade was a formidable golden-armored divine general, imposing in stature yet devoid of spirit in his eyes. Roar. In response to Xu Taiping's strike, the golden-armored general let out a furious roar and raised his weapon to meet Xu Taiping's blade head-on. Bang! Xu Taiping was jolted backward, his hand numb from the impact of the golden general's strike. Clang! Lu Chun, seizing the moment, swiftly maneuvered behind Xu Taiping, transforming into a beam of sword light as he thrust his blade towards Xu Taiping's heart from behind. Boom. Xu Taiping once again formed a circular barrier with his left thumb and index finger, utilizing the power of the Zhongluan ring to create a wall of wind around him. Bang! Lu Qin's sword struck the wind wall, causing it to tremble slightly. Yet, in the next instant, the golden-armored general raised his weapon once more to strike at Xu Taiping. Chapter 79. Slaying Lu Qin, relying ultimately on the porcupine armor. Boom! With a resounding crash, the wind wall conjured by Xu Taiping's Zhongluan ring was cleaved apart. He felt an indescribable aura of destruction emanating from the golden-armored general's blade, which was precisely what shattered the wind wall. Whoosh! In the moment the wind wall collapsed, Lu Qin once again merged with the sword light, thrusting his blade towards Xu Taiping. Simultaneously, the golden-armored general lifted his weapon once more. Both actions were perfectly timed. Snap! In light of this situation, Xu Taiping snapped his fingers, unleashing the Zhongluan ring's two-finger mountain-crushing technique. With a resounding boom, both the golden-armored general and Lu Qin, clad in the porcupine armor, were violently pushed back by the fierce gale. The quills on Lu Qin's armor fell away in droves from the impact. Even the golden-armored general appeared significantly dimmed under the might of Xu Taiping's two fingers, with the time gained from this technique. Xu Taiping swiftly formed hand seals to cast the clone technique. With a thunderous sound, another figure identical to him appeared beside him, the only distinction being that one of them bore no weapon. Whoosh! Xu Taiping's two figures then darted away. This mere shadow technique may deceive others, but it cannot fool me. Lu Qin scoffed coldly, promptly forming hand seals once again to direct the golden-armored general to attack the Xu Taiping wielding the blade. Although both appeared identical, only the knife-wielding Xu Taiping emanated a wave of spiritual energy. He was a practitioner of the Wangyujing realm, possessing a soul sensitivity far superior to that of ordinary practitioners. Suddenly, the golden-armored divine general swung his blade towards Xu Taiping. With a clash, Xu Taiping attempted to block the strike, but it shattered effortlessly against the immense force of the golden general's knife, sending him hurtling backward. Witnessing this, Lu Qin smirked, disregarding Xu Taiping's other doppelganger, and raised his sword to join the golden general in a combined assault on Xu Taiping. To him, the knife-wielding Xu Taiping was the true body, while the other was merely a deceptive illusion, unworthy of concern. With a powerful thrust, Lu Qin's sword struck Xu Taiping, forcing him to retreat into range of the golden general's blade. Without hesitation, Lu Qin formed a hand seal, commanding the golden general to unleash a full-force strike upon Xu Taiping. Simultaneously, he summoned all his internal energy, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Xu Taiping's throat. As planned, the golden general's strike toppled Xu Taiping to the ground, rolling to Lu Qin's feet. Without a moment's delay, Lu Qin thrust his prepared sword down towards Xu Taiping. The blow was immensely powerful, piercing through Xu Taiping's chest and creating a gaping hole. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Qin's expression froze. He realized that despite the gaping wound, not a single drop of blood flowed from Xu Taiping. Almost instantly, the corpse before him erupted into a burst of spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. This was the true doppelganger. In that moment, Lu Qin felt a chill run down his spine, and he swiftly turned to locate Xu Taiping's other doppelganger, only to find it had vanished from sight. "I am here." Just as panic began to set in, a cold voice resonated behind him. Turning around, he saw another Xu Taiping standing there, raising his hand with 3 fingers extended, his expression icy and impassive. "Divine General, protect me." Instinctively sensing the aura of death, Lu Qin hastily formed a hand seal and shouted. However, before the divine general could act, Xu Taiping suddenly struck downward with a swift motion. With a sharp whoosh, a wind blade as thin as a cicada's wing, emanating a faint blue glow, swept through the courtyard, targeting both Lu Qin and the divine general. This was the third form of the Zhongluan ring, 3 fingers, sea splitter. With a thunderous explosion, the spines of Lu Qin's porcupine armor shattered, and he was severely injured, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the divine general summoned by talismans behind him shattered under the force of the strike. Not only them, but even the towering elm tree and the high courtyard wall behind them were sliced through, culminating in a resounding collapse. At that moment, Lu Qin, who had been spewing blood profusely, suddenly struggled to form a seal with his hands. His aura surged dramatically, and simultaneously, the previously damaged porcupine armor began to mend itself. while the quills erupted outward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun was enveloped by the quills, resembling a colossal hedgehog ball from a distance. Xu Taiping, familiar with the porcupine armor, recognized that this was indeed one of its remarkable abilities. By nurturing the armor with his own vital essence, it became one with the cultivator, sharing both glory and suffering. Although it lacked offensive power, its defensive capabilities were formidable. This armor, even when subjected to true fire, would withstand the flames for a considerable duration. At that moment, Lu Chun appeared like a hedgehog concealed within its shell, casting a cold smile towards Xu Taiping. Truly, it was one of the finest armors of the Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He then sheathed his sword and retrieved strips woven from the blood demon spider silk, methodically wrapping them around his fists. Do you intend to shatter my porcupine armor with your fists? Come, let me see you try. Lu Chun taunted with a grin. Had Xu Taiping been equipped with true fire talismans, Lu Chun might have felt apprehensive. However, now that he had opted for a fist fight, there was little for him to fear. With his fists prepared, Xu Taiping exhaled gently and stepped forward towards Lu Chun. Although he possessed the red crow golden flame, he had promised Fairy Lingwei to refrain from using it unless in dire straits or during the ignition of the seed. Ultimately, the real reason was that Xu Taiping deemed Lu Chun unworthy. Why should I grant you such a swift demise? He pondered as he lunged forward. Boom. Even before he threw a punch, the momentum of his intent surged with each step he took, becoming increasingly formidable, akin to the pressure exerted by a high-ranking cultivator, crashing down upon Lu Chun's chest with overwhelming force. How can this be possible? Lu Chun, who had previously been arrogant, now displayed an expression of panic. Before he could react, Xu Taiping's fist, bound in crimson cloth, struck down upon the armored Lu Chun with a resounding crash. Chapter 80, Slaying Lu Chun. The mortal you underestimate bang. As Xu Taiping's fist descended, the might of his Qing Miao fist, akin to a mountain torrent, struck Lu Chun heavily. The sound of cracking echoed as dozens of quills shattered upon impact. Lu Chun, now bonded to the armor, coughed blood under the force of this assault. Who are you? He asked, incredulous, as he stared at Xu Taiping. The power behind that punch was unmistakably at the level of a martial arts master. How could a martial arts master of the Wuyou realm seek to kill him without instilling fear? Have you not recognized me yet? Xu Taiping replied, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that after delivering the Qingmiao fist, Lu Chun would immediately identify him. Are you a disciple of the Qingxian sect? Lu Chun's face was a mask of terror as he speculated. Do not fret, you shall know soon enough. Xu Taiping tightened the blood-soaked bandage of spider silk around his hand, disregarding the crimson droplets cascading from his wounds, and once more launched a fist towards Lu Chun. Bang! With this strike, Xu Taiping summoned the power of 1,000 layers of might. The force penetrated the thick armor, directly assaulting Lu Chun's innards. Ugh! Under the excruciating pain, Lu Chun cried out in agony, his body erupting into a mist of blood. Yet, this was merely the beginning. No. Lu Chun seemed to plead for mercy. But Xu Taiping paid him no heed. Following that formidable punch, he unleashed a barrage of blows, his arms swinging with abandon, indifferent to the wounds inflicted by the porcupine quills. Thud after thud, he relentlessly hammered Lu Chun, as each punch followed the last. The momentum and ferocity of his strikes began to compound, and behind him, the spectral image of a charging bull materialized. The bull's charge. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chun, racked with the agony of his tormented organs, suddenly awakened to a realization. A vision of a youth appeared in his mind, a boy who had once confronted him in a dilapidated courtyard at the foot of the mountain. That was the boy who, during the 7-peak selection, had wielded the bull's charge to render the genius Yi Xian utterly powerless. Xu Taiping bang. Before Lu Chun could utter the word peace, Xu Taiping's reinforced punch interrupted him. Why do you seek to kill me? Lu Chun, enduring the searing pain, questioned with indignation. Xu Taiping offered no reply, continuing to unleash his fists with unwavering intensity, even as blood and flesh flew from his hands without the slightest pause. Is it for those sisters? You would risk violating the sect's laws to kill me for them? Lu Chun incredulously challenged Xu Taiping. Yet, the only response he received was the relentless descent of Xu Taiping's fists. Spare me. I can offer you the treasures I have hidden in the mountains. But before Lu Chun could finish, Xu Taiping's fist struck his mouth, shattering several of his teeth even through the porcupine armor. This punch is for the girls you have wronged, Xu Taiping declared, offering Lu Qin no room for negotiation as his 106th punch landed. With a resounding crash, Lu Qin's porcupine armor fractured, exposing flesh that caved under the force of the blow. Spitting blood once more, Lu Qin braced himself as Xu Taiping raised his fist again. This time, he slowed his punches, his gaze icy as he addressed Lu Qin. This 107th punch is for Sister Zijing. I shall shatter every bone in your body so that you may experience the grief of losing a loved one, just as she has. With that, he delivered a heavy blow to Lu Qin's abdomen. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as Lu Qin's porcupine armor shattered entirely. Subsequently, with meticulous control, the force of this punch accurately struck every bone in Lu Qin's body. Boom! As Lu Qin's body erupted in a haze of blood, a series of cracking sounds reverberated within him. Unable to utter a word due to the excruciating pain, Lu Qin's veins bulged at his neck, and his eyes bulged wide with terror. At that moment, Xu Taiping raised his fist once more. This 108th punch was intended for Sister Qingmei. I shall shatter your internal organs, crush your dantian, and obliterate every acupoint within you, so that you may experience but a fraction of Sister Qingmei's torment. With that proclamation, his fist descended. This blow not only carried the momentum of Xu Taiping's 108 punches, but also encompassed the full might of his current 9-layered force. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, Lu Qin's armor, reminiscent of a porcupine's quills, was utterly shattered. The previous strike from the Zhonghuan ring had already inflicted damage upon this armor, and now it could not withstand the relentless assault of Xu Taiping's full-powered strike. Bang! In the instant of the armor's destruction, the last remnants of Lu Qin's blood energy erupted into a mist of crimson. His bones, muscles, and even meridians lay in ruins as he knelt on the ground. My father and mother will not spare you, he gasped, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to turn his head towards Xu Taiping, painfully articulating those words. They will never discover that you fell by my hand. Xu Taiping calmly shook his head, then raised the spring tiger blade in his hand. For the sake of a mere mortal, you stand against the might of the sect. What purpose does this serve? Realizing his impending demise, Lu Qin no longer pleaded for mercy, but instead voiced his greatest perplexity. He could not fathom why Xu Taiping, now an inner disciple, would seek vengeance for an insignificant mortal from the mountain below. I shall reveal a secret to you. Xu Taiping tightened his grip on the hilt of the spring tiger blade, and, with an impassive expression, stated, I am the very mortal you disdain. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. How did you? Before he could finish his question, the spring tiger blade swiftly severed his neck. Thud! As Lu Qin's head fell, the fragments of his porcupine armor began to rapidly converge, ultimately forming a curled ball resembling a hedgehog. This sphere was the core of the armor. With the infusion of true energy, it could be reconstituted into armor once more. While retrieving Lu Qin's head, Xu Taiping also cast the core and Lu Qin's lifeless body into the gourd. He then communicated telepathically with Baiyu. I am finished here. Let a team of guards enter.